In the wilderness, monstrous beasts lurk, celestial demons spiral in the skies, and alien races conceal themselves within otherworldly dimensions. In a world fraught with peril, the populace possesses the ability to awaken their innate talents, harboring the potential to become formidable warriors. Suifeng, a time traveler, is unfortunate enough to awaken the weakest E-rank talent. However, a system descends from the heavens to aid him. By vanquishing hostile entities that threaten humanity, he can accumulate talent points, which can subsequently be utilized to enhance his abilities, skills, and techniques. Thus, Suifeng transforms into a relentless monster slayer, farming luminous ants within the confines of his school. Amidst the rampaging beast tide attacking the city, he slaughters various demonic creatures, and in the Abyssal Realm, he decimates countless talented fiends of the demonic race. Consuming 13 million talent points, E-rank talent, Light Flow has been upgraded to SSS-rank talent Divine Light Descendant. Consuming 20 million talent points, D-rank talent Resilient Skin has been elevated to SSS-rank talent Sacred Body of the Xuanwu. Consuming 1 billion talent points, Earth-rank Sword Technique, Aurora, Eclipsing the Sun, has been refined into the world-destroying sword technique, Star-Shattering Slash. Through the continuous slaying of monsters, years later, Suifeng possesses countless SSS-rank talents and divine techniques, including Divine Light Descendant, Sacred Body of the Xuanwu, and Star-Shattering Slash. One fateful day, the towering Beast Emperor, the Nightmare Monarch who envelopes the heavens, and the Demon Emperor capable of slaughtering millions with a single punch join forces to invade the Kanglan realm. As the world teeters on the brink of collapse, Suifeng stands atop the Dragon Kingdom, effortlessly slashing through the celestial dome with a single stroke, unleashing a talent-infused punch that rivals the explosion of a planet. Amidst the cataclysm, the three formidable foes and their myriad of malevolent legions are instantaneously reduced to ashes. Consequently, the world trembles, and all of humanity reveres him. Suifeng has transcended to a divine existence. Chapter 1. The Talent of a Wastrel. Class 219, Manhwaedit, awakens the nature-based talent Fire Rain. Rated B. Class 220, Manhwaedit, awakens the superhuman talent Iron Skin. Rated C. Class 222, Lan Aoshue, awakens the illusion-based talent Heavenly Void Eye. Rated S. On the playground of Starfire City No. 2, all senior students gather, eagerly anticipating the awakening platform ahead. The awakening platform, forged from thousands of spirit energy stones, possesses the capability to stimulate latent potential and assist individuals in awakening their talents. One by one, the students step onto the platform as a kaleidoscope of colors flashes above. The robust and vigorous Principal Sun reports on the progress of the students' awakenings. When someone awakens a C-rank talent, the students' reactions are tepid, having grown accustomed to it. However, when someone awakens a talent rated B or higher, a palpable excitement ripples through the crowd. When Lan Aoshue awakens her S-rank talent, cheers erupt from the audience. Having arrived in this world for half a year, my chance to defy fate hinges upon today. In a corner of the crowd, Suifeng gazes at the awakening platform, his face etched with nervous anticipation. This world, known as the Kanglan realm, starkly contrasts with his original home, Blue Star. The wilderness beyond the city is ruled by monstrous beasts, teeming with danger. Above, celestial demons hover in the skies, coveting the mortal realm. In the depths of the abyss, countless alien races lie in wait, their eyes glinting with malice. The peril of this world far surpasses that of Blue Star. Humanity's survival here does not rely on advanced technologies such as artillery, but rather on the prowess of warriors endowed with talent. Humans living in this world are nourished by spiritual energy, and all can undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 17, with over 90 successfully awakening their talents. The varieties of talents are myriad, ranging from the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the fantastical three-headed, six-armed beings with bodies of bronze and iron. Talents are classified into 8 ranks: SSS, SS, S, 8B, C, D, and E. The higher the rank of the awakened talent, the greater the potential of the awakener and the higher their potential achievements. Today, all senior students gather here to partake in this life-altering awakening ceremony. Boldly, whether we become daily patrons of the modeling club or toil laboriously depends entirely on today. Beside Suifeng, the plump Kai Su, sporting 2 small tiger teeth, nervously rubs his hands together. At this moment, Principal Sun calls out, "Kai Su from Class 222, please step up for the awakening ceremony." "Isn't my turn so soon? I'm not ready yet. I'm so anxious. My legs are trembling. Boldly, can you help me calm down?" Kai Su, called upon, turns pale and shakes in fear, unable to take a step forward. "No problem, Brother G." Suifeng delivered a resounding slap. Smack! A distinct imprint of 5 fingers materialized on Kai Shiyuan's plump cheek, and he gazed in astonishment. "Old Li, what are you doing?" Chicken brother, I am merely assisting you in alleviating your emotions. You should feel less tense now, right? Well, I do feel less tense. Oldly, I seem to be growing a bit angry, perhaps even wishing to strangle you. Kai Shiyuan exclaimed, covering his cheek in frustration. Anger is preferable to tension. Chicken brother, the principal awaits you. You must hurry. Li Suifeng pushed his comrade toward the front of the crowd. Kai Shiyuan, still covering his cheek, stepped onto the awakening platform. The energy stones beneath his feet shimmered with a radiant glow. The fat on Kai Shiyuan's body vanished at a visibly rapid pace, replaced by solid muscle. In just a few breaths, he had seemingly shrunk in size. While he still appeared somewhat stout, he exuded a more robust and formidable presence. As a flash of purple light danced across the awakening platform, Principal Sun scrutinized Kai Shiyuan with piercing eyes and proclaimed, Class 222, Kai Shiyuan has awakened the dual abilities of the copper body and titanic strength within the superhuman system, with a talent rating of B. Wow! Before the crowd could utter a word, Kai Shiyuan leapt up in exhilaration. Not only do I possess dual talents, but my rating is also B. This means my future life, filled with glamorous models at the club, is secured. The crowd below stood in stunned silence, while Principal Sun, visibly exasperated, chided, Kai Shiyuan, step down. Next. Amidst the uproar, Kai Shiyuan dashed off the awakening platform in excitement, exclaiming, Old Li, your slap not only eased my tension, but also brought me good fortune. I adore you, my friend. He stretched out his arms to give a bear hug. Li Suifeng took a step back, saying, Hold on, chicken brother. You are now among the illustrious elite. You must maintain your image. That is true. A genius must carry an air of pride. Kai Shiyuan coughed twice, his expression returning to seriousness. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate kindness. Old Li, you have bestowed upon me a fortuitous slap, and as a good friend, I must return the favor with one of my own to assist you in awakening a talent rated B or above. Just as he finished speaking, Li Suifeng was called by the principal and swiftly approached the awakening platform. Old Li, I haven't given you your lucky slap yet. No need, chicken brother. You should keep it for yourself, Li Suifeng replied, not looking back as he ascended the platform, and as the glow from the energy stones beneath his feet flickered momentarily, a sphere of white light appeared above his head. Principal Sun, devoid of emotion, announced, Class 222, Li Suifeng, has awakened the natural talent of light flow with a talent rating of E. What? Li Suifeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his complexion draining of color. In a world where awakenings determined human hierarchy, talent classified as C or D was still considered substantial, allowing one to potentially attend a second-rate Marshall University and secure a reasonably paying job afterward. However, an E-grade talent represented the nadir of the talent spectrum, lacking any potential for growth. It could scarcely be termed anything more than the remnants of a mosquito. How could he have drawn such a wretched talent? What terrible luck! As he descended the awakening platform, Li Suifeng was in a daze. Even after the ceremony concluded and he reached the school gate, he remained in a stupor. Old Li, the usually cheerful Kai Shiyuan, looked on with sympathy, attempting to offer comfort. Chicken brother, I congratulate you in advance on your acceptance into a top-tier university. You needn't worry about me. Li Suifeng forced a smile, suppressing the curious gazes of those around him as he hastily crossed the road. Kai Shiyuan wanted to follow, but upon reflection, he realized that his friend's heart was shattered. No words of consolation could possibly help. It was better to allow him some solitude, so he abandoned the pursuit. I am, after all, a time traveler, yet I awakened such a trivial ability? It is truly a misfortune. In a secluded alley, Li Suifeng extended a finger, at its tip flickering a minuscule orb of light no larger than a soybean. Though golden in hue, the light was faint, and a gentle breath could extinguish it. This was the talent he had awakened, light flow. It possesses no offensive capability, no supportive utility, and its brightness pales in comparison to that of a firefly. What use do I have for this? Li Suifeng exclaimed in frustration, flicking his hand, causing the orb to vanish in an instant. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 2, Talent Enhancement. Slaying the glowing ants grants me 1 talent point. A line of text abruptly materializes before my eyes. Has my fortunate boon finally arrived? As a traveler in this new world, Li Suifeng is not daunted. Rather, he is filled with anticipation. Is there a panel? In the next instant, more text appears. Forming a panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Physique, 1. Mentality, 1. Talent, light flow, E-grade. Martial arts, none. Body techniques, none. Talent points, 1. Li Suifeng scrutinizes the panel, unable to suppress his thoughts. Both physique and mentality are at 1, indicating an ordinary human average. My realm is subpar. I am so weak. Though he grumbles, internally, Li Suifeng feels a surge of joy. This attribute panel is undoubtedly his divine boon as a transmigrator. With this tool, perhaps his dreary life will be transformed, leading him towards glory. The number next to talent suggests it can be upgraded. System, grant me an upgrade? Noticing something unusual on the panel, Li Suifeng attempts to concentrate. In the next moment, system text flashes. Consuming 1 talent point. E-grade talent light flow is upgraded to D-grade talent light sphere. Personal mentality increased to 2. My talent has actually ascended from E-grade to D-grade? My personal mental capacity has increased as well? Is this true? Li Suifeng's expression is one of disbelief as he glances once more at the panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Physique, 1. Mentality, 3. Talent, light sphere, D-grade. Martial arts, none. Body techniques, none. Talent points, 0. Li Suifeng covers his mouth, striving to stifle a scream. His talent has indeed elevated to D-grade. Mentality has soared to 3 times that of an ordinary person. Such a series of transformations, merely from a casual allocation? I feel as though I am about to soar. Taking a deep breath, Li Suifeng regains his composure, recalling the system text that flashed earlier. The single talent point I just acquired was due to slaying the glowing ant. Where's the glowing ant? Instinctively, Li Suifeng looks down, noticing an ant beneath his foot, roughly the size of a fingernail, with a brown shell and stained with blood, one he inadvertently crushed. Indeed, it is a glowing ant. Li Suifeng's eyes brighten. Not only do humans gain talents through the nourishment of spiritual energy, but all creatures in the world undergo mutations as well. For instance, this glowing ant resembles an ordinary ant, yet its body emits a radiant glow at night, making it quite conspicuous. Glowing ants are among the most common mutated insects in Starfire City. By stepping on a glowing ant, I can earn talent points. Talent points can be used to elevate the talent level, meaning that as long as I have enough points, this D-grade talent can still be upgraded to C-grade, B-grade, A-grade, or even SSS-grade talent. By heavens, no one can stop me from exterminating glowing ants. Li Suifeng exclaims with excitement, then hurriedly lowers his head to search for more prey. Ants are social creatures. When you see one ant, it signifies that there are many more nearby. Although glowing ants are mutated, their social behavior remains unchanged. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Li Suifeng arrives at a corner of the alley, discovering the ground speckled with glowing dots, glowing ants foraging in the darkness. I've struck gold. Li Suifeng lifts his foot and begins to stomp on the ground vigorously. With the sound of thuds, one glowing ant after another is squashed. System text continues to flash before him. Slaying glowing ant grants 1 talent point. Slaying glowing ant grants 1 talent point. Slaying glowing ant grants 1 talent point. In the ensuing moments, countless glowing ants meet their demise beneath Li Suifeng's feet. As night falls, the alley plunges into darkness, devoid of any flickering lights. The glowing ants have been eradicated. Li Suifeng opens his panel, and to his astonishment, the accumulated talent points amount to 128. Behind the talent light sphere, a plus sign indeed appears. System, fill my talent to the brim. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng exclaims, and the system text subsequently flashes, consuming 120 talent points. D-grade talent light sphere is upgraded to B-grade talent dawn light. Personal mentality increased to 9. I have truly taken flight. After reviewing the panel attributes, Li Suifeng beams with delight. Although he expended 100 talent points, he still retains 28. His mentality has reached 12 times that of an ordinary individual. Once again suppressing his emotions, Li Suifeng notices a line detailing the talent beneath Dawn Light. Dawn Light, B-grade light-type talent, once activated, grants the power of light, simultaneously amplifying physical strength and speed tenfold. A tenfold increase in speed and strength? Does this equate to entering Scion mode? Let us see how it performs. Li Suifeng takes a deep breath, dispersing his focus throughout his body. In an instant, every pore of his body opens, releasing a golden aura that transforms into a radiant flame. The dim alley brightens with his brilliance. An indescribable surge of power wells up within him. Just then, he spots a trash can lying on the ground, instinctively kicking it. With a clang, the trash can rebounds off the wall like a ball, collapsing into twisted scrap metal, debris spilling everywhere. My goodness, is my kick really that powerful? Even Boaka would break a leg. Li Suifeng's face radiates joy as he dashes back and forth through the alley, moving at a speed that could easily shatter Blue Star's sprinting world record. Is this the might of Dawn Light? It's so raw. It's so ferocious. Li Suifeng can hardly contain his laughter, but soon feels a simultaneous wave of weakness in his mind and body. It appears that continuous use of his talent has drained his mental energy. I should return to replenish my strength. With a smile, Li Suifeng exits the alley, jogging home. Brother, what talent did you awaken today? Upon entering the house, he is greeted by Li Jiayue, clad in a white dress and sporting 2 ponytails, resembling a delicate doll. Ah, it's Yaya. Li Suifeng wipes the sweat from his forehead, yet before he can respond, their mother, Wang Wan, emerges from the kitchen with a plate of dishes, chiding, Yeah, your brother has worked hard all day, let him be for now. Li Jiayue sticks out her tongue. I was just concerned about my brother. Wang Wan places the dish on the dining table, smiling at Li Suifeng. You returned home quite late. You must be hungry. Come, let us eat first. As Li Suifeng approaches the table, serving himself rice, he inquires, "Is Dad back yet? He has been quite busy at the factory lately, working overtime. Let us eat without him." Wang Wen responds with a smile, serving Li Suifeng some vegetables. Li Suifeng notices her smile seems forced. Her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. On such an important day, his mother hasn't even asked about his awakening. She must have learned the truth in the parent group chat. Little does she know that I have already obtained a divine boon to alter my fate. However, at present, my transformation is not yet remarkable enough. I shall maintain a low profile for now. Once the results of the college entrance examination are announced, I intend to surprise my mother with the acceptance letters from the 8 prestigious universities. Li Suifeng quickly devoured his meal, silently vowing in his heart. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom and took out his phone to research information about martial artists. Through his search, he discovered that the strength of a martial artist is determined by both physical constitution and mental fortitude. Nature-type cultivators refine their spirit, while superhuman-type cultivators refine their bodies. This represents the most conventional path of cultivation for martial artists. Both mental strength and physical constitution are, in fact, integral components of a martial artist's life force. Consequently, the realms of martial artists are ultimately dictated by their life force. According to official statements, when an individual's life force reaches 30 points, they are considered to have entered the awakening realm and may become a preparatory martial artist. Currently, due to his B-grade talent, Dawnlight, Li Suifeng possesses a mental strength of 12 points, combined with 1 point of physical constitution, giving him a total life force of 13 points. Should both attributes continue to increase, and his life force surpass the threshold of 30 points, he shall indeed be acknowledged as a preparatory martial artist. In the days to come, I must diligently seek out opportunities to slay monsters and accumulate talent points to elevate my talent to S-grade. By that time, my life force should be able to breach the 30-point barrier, solidifying my status as a preparatory martial artist and ensuring my success in the martial arts examination. With this thought in mind, Li Suifeng revealed a smile of anticipation. Chapter 3. Madly slaying insects in the grove, talent points exceeding 1,000. In the early morning, at a stall outside the entrance of the second high school, Kai-Su was savoring a freshly made crepe. Just then, a figure approached and snatched the crepe from his other hand. "Thanks for the breakfast, Brother G," Li Suifeng exclaimed. "Oldly, are you feeling all right?" Kai-Su asked, his eyes widening slightly. "What could possibly be the matter with me?" Li Suifeng replied, chomping down on the crepe with an air of indifference. Kai-Su nodded in relief. Impressed by his best friend's resilience in overcoming sorrow so swiftly, he immediately extended his fist, saying, "Oldly, after the class division today, we won't be able to hang out every day, but our brotherly friendship will remain unchanged." Li Suifeng bumped fists with him and inquired, "Brother G, where in our school are there more mutated insects?" "The grove outside the physical training center, of course. I spent just 5 minutes there and ended up covered in bites." Kai-Su and Li Suifeng walked towards the school while munching on their breakfast, and Kai-Su couldn't help but ask, "Why are you inquiring about that?" "Just a casual question," Li Suifeng replied as they arrived at the entrance of Class 222. Inside the classroom, a cheerful atmosphere reigned, but as Li Suifeng approached, it rapidly turned silent. Numerous gazes were cast his way, filled with mockery, ridicule, pity, and disdain. Ignoring the myriad of stares, Li Suifeng took his seat. Before long, a tall, fair-skinned girl entered the room, her beauty radiating. In stark contrast to the way they regarded Li Suifeng, the students looked at her with admiration and reverence. This girl was Lan Aoshue, not only the class monitor of Class 222, but also one of the 2 geniuses in the entire school with an S-grade awakened talent. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lan Aoshue strode into the classroom, elegantly taking a seat beside Li Suifeng. With a hint of gentleness in her expression, she remarked, "The strength of one's talent does not solely determine one's future. Diligent cultivation is equally crucial. History has shown that even those with average talents can achieve extraordinary heights. I hope you do not give up on your efforts." The surrounding students exchanged puzzled glances. "Class monitor, you are a super genius with an S-grade talent. Is it necessary to waste your breath on someone with an E-grade talent?" they murmured. "Thank you for your encouragement, class monitor. I will do my best," Li Suifeng replied with a smile. 3 years ago, Lan Aoshue was not the renowned genius she is today. She was merely a helpless girl suffering from low blood sugar. It was the former owner of this body who noticed her distress and generously offered her his breakfast, alleviating her symptoms. Since then, Lan Aoshue had shown her rare, gentle side to him. "That's good," Lan Aoshue responded, lowering her head to organize her books. Soon after, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a joyful expression. "Dear students, according to school tradition, after the awakening ceremony, the senior class will undergo a reorganization. Before we proceed with the class division, I have some wonderful news to share. Lan Aoshue, due to her S-grade talent, the Celestial Void Eye, has been exceptionally selected by Tianhuan University, making her the first genius from the entire Xinghuo city to gain admission to one of the 8 prestigious universities." Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonished murmurs. Every face was etched with envy and resentment. The 8 prestigious universities represent the pinnacle of martial arts education in Manhwa. Over 80% of the powerful awakened martial artists in Manhwa hail from these institutions. For the students of Manhwa, gaining admission to one of the 8 universities is the ultimate aspiration. However, those who realize this dream are often as rare as phoenix feathers. This is due to the exceedingly high admission requirements of the 8 prestigious universities. Even geniuses with S-grade talents are not guaranteed acceptance. The fact that Lan Aoshue has been granted an exemption from examinations to enter Tianwan University is indeed an extraordinary achievement. It seemed that Lan Aoshue had anticipated this news. As she did not even raise her head, Li Suifeng quietly observed her, his thoughts racing. The 8 prestigious universities are known for their fairness and strictness. They would not easily grant exemptions for admissions. It appears that Lan Aoshue's celestial void eye is a rare talent with immense potential that led to her exceptional acceptance by Tianwan University. This girl is destined for greatness. I hope Lan Aoshue's achievements will inspire all of you students to realize your dreams of entering your desired universities, the homeroom teacher continued. Now, I will proceed with the class division as per school regulations. Students who have awakened D-grade talents, please head to Martial Arts Class 4. Those with C, B, and A-grade talents should proceed to Martial Arts Classes 3, 2, and 1, respectively. As for Lan Aoshue, you will go directly to the principal's office, where the principal will devote his remaining time to nurturing you. After the college entrance examination, you will report to Tianwan University. Once the class division process was completed, students with varying talents left the classroom in groups, heading towards the physical training center. Only Li Suifeng remained alone in the classroom. Teacher, where should I go? Li Suifeng inquired. The homeroom teacher approached him with a meaningful expression, saying, Student Chu, you may remain in the classroom. New classmates will be coming shortly to keep you company. The new classmates the teacher referred to were those who, like Li Suifeng, had awakened E-grade talents or were ordinary individuals without any awakened talents. These students were viewed as useless by the school, and their future studies would consist solely of cultural subjects. They lacked the qualifications to enter the physical training center or participate in the martial arts examination. Teacher, may I request a re-evaluation of my talent for a chance to be reassigned? Li Suifeng asked earnestly. The homeroom teacher shook his head, stating, You were determined to have E-grade talent yesterday, so you must remain in the ordinary class. There is no way to change that. Li, ordinary people are also part of this world. They can live splendid lives as well. The homeroom teacher consoled him, patting Li Suifeng's shoulder. Shortly thereafter, some ordinary students with forlorn expressions began to enter the classroom. As the classroom filled, the homeroom teacher left, and a history teacher came in to start the lesson. Few students were engaged in the lesson. Most were absorbed in their phones. Some were lying on their desks sleeping, while others angrily stormed out of the classroom to vent their frustrations. Li Suifeng decisively left through the back door. The students in the ordinary class were considered expendable. The school generally relaxed its management over them. Skipping classes was rarely monitored. Upon leaving the classroom, Li Suifeng did not succumb to despair. Instead, he ventured to the grove near the physical training center in search of prey. As Kai Su aptly stated, this region is teeming with a myriad of minuscule organisms. There are golden bees spinning amidst the blossoms, their bodies reminiscent of gilded bronze. There are also bizarrely powerful beetles, the size of a palm, with hooked horns. Additionally, one can find the lime worms, covered in delicate, sharp spines, leaving a trail of venomous fluid in their wake. Typically, Li Suifeng would avoid this place. But today he ventured into the woods voluntarily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These mutated creatures, significantly larger than the fluorescent ants, offered the promise of accruing substantial talent points. With eager anticipation, Li Suifeng charged towards these beings. Upon vanquishing the golden bee, he earned 1 talent point. Slaying the powerful beetle yielded 3 points, while defeating the lime worm granted him 2 points. The mutated creatures permitted within the school grounds generally lacked combat prowess, allowing Li Suifeng to eliminate them effortlessly, without even needing to employ his talent, Dawn's Light. As the system notifications flashed before his eyes, Li Suifeng felt invigorated, darting through the grove and crushing the wild monsters. His immersion was so profound that he failed to hear the school bell ringing. When students from the nearby gym exited in groups, they were astonished to witness someone hunting mutated insects in the grove. Wasn't that the inept individual who had awakened an E-rank talent? What was his name again? Ah, yes. Li Suifeng, from Class 222. Class 222 boasted prodigies like Lan Aoshue, and also had someone as inept as Li Suifeng. Truly a peculiar mix. Yet, what was Li Suifeng doing? Why was he slaughtering these innocent insects? Had the awakening of his worthless talent driven him to madness, seeking to vent his frustrations on these defenseless creatures? How pitiable. The students, chattering amongst themselves, kept their distance from the grove, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the frenzied Li Suifeng. Once they had all departed, a disheveled and grimy Li Suifeng revealed a look of sheer ecstasy. Over 1,000 talent points, he was rich. It turned out that after a morning of monster hunting, he had amassed an astonishing total of over 1,000 points. Moreover, a new entry had appeared behind Dawn's Light, indicating that it was time for an upgrade. System. Upgrade me. With a fervent shout in his heart, the system text manifested before him. Consume 1,000 talent points to upgrade B-rank talent, Dawn's Light, to A-rank talent. Chapter 4, A-rank talent, Blazing Light, punching power over a ton. Consume 1,000 talent points to upgrade B-rank talent, Dawn's Light, to A-rank talent, Blazing Light. Personal Spirit, 5. Blazing Light, A-rank light-based talent. Once activated, strength and speed can simultaneously increase by 20-fold. Suifeng. Realm, none. Physique, 1. Mentality, 17. Talent, Blazing Light, A-rank. Martial arts, none. Combat techniques, none. Talent points, 1. With the advent of this new talent, his mental capacity surged to 17 points, bringing him closer to the pivotal 30. The talent entry for Dawn's Light had transformed into the new A-rank talent, Blazing Light. The resultant enhancement in strength and speed skyrocketed to a 20-fold increase. Compared to Dawn's Light, the effects of Blazing Light were directly doubled. This was astonishing. Regrettably, to obtain Blazing Light, he had expended 1,000 talent points, rendering him utterly destitute. The pressure of poverty instilled a slight panic in Suifeng, and at that moment, his stomach began to grumble. A wave of weakness washing over him. After a morning of labor, his stomach had grown hollow, and his energy was nearly depleted. First, I must eat. Only then will I have the strength. Suifeng made his way outside the school, taking a moment to pull out his phone, discovering that his mother, Wang, had sent multiple messages inquiring about when he would return for dinner. Typically, Suifeng would return home for lunch, but given that it was already past 1, it would be rather late to head back. Hence, he sent a message to Wang, informing her that he would be dining out. Wang promptly replied with a red envelope, concerned that her son might not eat well at school. Suifeng felt a warm sensation in his heart as he entered a noodle shop, ordering an enormous bowl of beef noodles and adding 3 eggs. He devoured his meal with great fervor, forgoing a rest, and promptly returned to the grove of his school to continue hunting monsters. At 2 in the afternoon, as students gradually returned to the gym, they once again noticed the figure laboring in the grove, many wearing expressions of disdain. By 5 o'clock, as numerous students exited the gym, they were taken aback to find Suifeng still in the woods. Had he truly lost his mind? Working from morning till afternoon? Did he harbor such hatred for those insects? He was nothing short of a bug extermination fanatic. Some students, intrigued, began to comment while observing from the grove's periphery. Suifeng, still grimy and unkempt, remained oblivious to the onlookers, wholly absorbed in his monster hunting endeavor. As the daylight began to fade, the spectators, finding the spectacle dull, eventually departed. The grove, along with the surrounding area, was left with Suifeng alone. As visibility diminished, he found it increasingly difficult to locate the insects hiding among the flowers. Relinquishing his pursuit of monster hunting, he massaged his sore lower back and exited the grove, his face alight with joy. After a long afternoon of effort, the talent points on his panel read 260. While the amount was modest, it exceeded 200. Easing his anxiety, suddenly, on the steps of the gym, he spotted a cleaning lady diligently tidying up. An idea struck him as he passed by her, heading toward the entrance of the gym. Although the electronic barrier, standing over a meter high, was closed, there was still ample space above to enter the facility. Grasping the barrier, he leaped over and made his way into the gym's lobby. In a dim corner of the hall stood a machine equipped with a sandbag, a strength testing device. Typically, students with superhuman abilities would utilize this machine to gauge their newfound strength after enhancements. Suifeng, having stealthily entered the gym, also intended to use this machine for a test. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was present, Suifeng activated his new talent, Blazing Light. In an instant, a brilliant radiance enveloped him, his hair dancing as if caught in an unseen breeze. An inexhaustible force surged within him. Suifeng instinctively threw a punch. Boom! His fist, encased in golden light, struck the sandbag with tremendous force, leaving an indented imprint. Amidst the ringing chime, the machine's electronic screen flashed a number, 1,001 kilograms. This was the power of Suifeng's punch. 1 ton with a single strike? Am I truly an awakened nature type? Suifeng's eyes widened in shock at the figure before him. Nature-type awakeners typically aimed for mental enhancement, often resulting in weaker physiques. This machine, primarily designed to test strength, was something they generally avoided. Yet here was Suifeng, a nature-type awakener, delivering a punch that surpassed 1 ton. What does that even mean? In his prime, the boxing titan, Mike Tyson boasted a punching power nearing 400 kilograms. Yet Suifeng's current achievement outstripped that by a staggering 600 kilograms. If Suifeng were to face Tyson in a boxing match, with a single punch, Tyson might very well have rendered his opponent lifeless. Given my feeble physique, even the formidable strength of my frenzied light fist can exceed a ton. Once my physicality is enhanced, my punching power will surely escalate to dozens or even hundreds of tons. Could it be that even an aircraft carrier would be unable to withstand such force? As Suifeng was engulfed in astonishment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the gym. Someone was approaching? I must retreat. The heightened vitality within Suifeng had inadvertently sharpened his hearing. In the small grove, he could distinctly hear the rustling of insects traversing the grass. Thus, the footsteps outside the gym were readily discernible to him. Li Suifeng dashed out of the gym, leaped over the fence, and vanished into the night. A minute later, the electronic gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who entered an office within the gym. After a brief moment, the well-mannered man emerged, clutching a briefcase. Yet, was my memory truly so faulty? I distinctly recalled bringing a briefcase with me. Just as he was about to exit the door, the man paused abruptly, turning to gaze at the screen of the strength tester, his expression one of disbelief. Am I seeing things? Given that it had only been a day since awakening, the current senior students had yet to embark on rigorous training. The degree of talent development would not be excessively high. Consequently, the average punching power among all the superhuman students in the school hovered around 300 to 500 kilograms. But what on earth was this 1,000 kilograms displayed on the testing apparatus? Approaching with skepticism, the man reached out to touch the sandbag, noting it still bore a hint of warmth. Considering that this strength tester had never malfunctioned, it followed that someone had indeed delivered a punch with a force of 1 ton just moments ago. But who could it be? The man glanced around, failing to locate the individual before moving to the steps outside the gym. Excuse me, did you happen to see anyone enter the gym? He inquired of the cleaning lady, who appeared somewhat dazed. I think it was a student, but I didn't catch which class he was from. Well then, the man was not disheartened. Regardless of the student's identity, his presence in the gym indicated he was undoubtedly from the second high school. It would not be too late to track him down tomorrow. To possess a punching power of 1,000 kilograms merely a day post-awakening signaled extraordinary potential. He was a seed-level genius who must be prioritized for training. Chapter 5. I wish to represent your gym in the college entrance examination. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this span, Li Suifeng arrived at school punctually each day, yet he had never set foot in a classroom, spending nearly all his time in the grove, slaying monsters. Through his relentless efforts, his talent value surged rapidly, accumulating to an impressive 690 points. I believe Principal Sun should consider assigning the bug exterminator a position as a sanitation worker. Wherever he goes, all insects are ruthlessly exterminated. It's quite gruesome. That afternoon, as school let out, several students lingered at the edge of the grove, mockingly discussing Li Suifeng. Why not just head home after school? Are you not afraid of your parents' wrath for loitering on campus? Their voices reached Li Suifeng's ears, prompting them to look up as a somewhat plump young man approached. Holding a takeout box, his expression decidedly unfriendly. The others recognized the chubby fellow as Kai Su, a close ally of the bug exterminator Li Suifeng, who had not only awakened a B-grade dual talent, but also came from a well-connected family, making him a force to be reckoned with. Let us go? Time to head home. The students hastily retreated, and only after they departed did Kai Su stride into the grove. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes began to irritate him. Yet upon nearing Li Suifeng, he broke into a smile. Hey, old Li, time for a meal. Li Suifeng's exploits in exterminating insects had spread throughout the school, making it nearly impossible for Kai Su not to hear his name. Though he was unsure what had driven his good friend to such madness, he remained by his side, occasionally bringing him lunch. Li Suifeng, unconcerned by the dirt on his clothes, snatched the lunchbox and began to eat. Thanks, Brother G. Kai Su swatted at the buzzing insects around him and inquired, Old Li, why are you so ruthless with the bugs yet indifferent to these mosquitoes? Because ordinary flies and mosquitoes have not undergone any mutation and do not contribute to my talent value, Li Suifeng thought to himself. While responding, mosquitoes are too small. They're difficult to catch. Kai Su acknowledged this with a sound of understanding and casually asked, By the way, Old Li, were you in the grove 3 days ago after school? Why do you ask? Li Suifeng replied, puzzled. Director Zhang, in charge of the gym, mentioned that an unidentified student visited the gym that afternoon and left a record of 1,000 kilograms on the strength tester. I wanted to see if you had seen this person. Old Li, do you realize the significance of that? Currently, half of our senior class consists of superhuman awakens. Yet those capable of delivering 500 kilograms of force are exceedingly rare. Even prodigies among us, with the enhancement of superhuman talents, can only muster 320 kilograms of punching power, falling far short of 1,000 kilograms. Kai Su poured out his thoughts, noticing a peculiar expression on his friend's face. Old Li, what's wrong? Brother G, if I were to claim that I was the one who set that record, would you believe me? Ha! Kai Su couldn't help but laugh, throwing an arm around Li Suifeng. Old Li, I had no idea you were this humorous. Li Suifeng merely shrugged. If Brother G didn't believe him, then there was nothing more to be done. However, was Director Zhang seeking him out because he was displeased with his audacious intrusion into the gym? Or did he believe his talent to be exceptional and wish to explore it further? As Li Suifeng pondered this, Kai Su clapped his hands. Old Li, it's getting late. We should head back, right? Let us go, Li Suifeng nodded, walking alongside Kai Su toward the school gates. As they parted ways, Kai Su earnestly said, Old Li, with less than a month until the college entrance examination, even an ordinary university wouldn't be a bad choice. Li Suifeng merely smiled in response to his friend's gentle persuasion. Brother G, rest assured, I am well aware of my path and will not jeopardize my future. That is good to hear. With that, Kai-Su walked away, visibly at ease. Li Suifeng turned and proceeded in the opposite direction. As he approached home, still a kilometer away, he suddenly halted, gazing up at the sign of the Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall. In a world where martial prowess determines one's fate, parents eager for their children's success would arrange for them to attend extracurricular lessons. The Martial Arts Hall serves as a training ground for students outside of school. Currently, martial arts halls of various forms are sprouting up worldwide like mushrooms after rain. In the small city of Xinghe alone, there are over 1,000 such establishments. This Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall ranks among the top 10 in the city, holding a respectable status. Excuse me, is there something I can assist you with? A girl in a short skirt greeted Li Suifeng with a smile as he entered the Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall. I wish to join the Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall, Li Suifeng stated. Though he had found joy in slaying monsters in the grove these past few days, the efficiency of his endeavors had led to a drastic reduction in the mutated insects in the area. To continue accruing ability points, Li Suifeng began contemplating alternative avenues. The Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall would be his new pathway. Are you looking to become a student and prepare for the college entrance examination? Please proceed to the hall and wait. A martial arts instructor will be with you shortly. The girl guided Li Suifeng through a corridor, leading him to the training hall within the martial arts gym. Inside stood a throng of youthful faces, numbering over 100, high school students aspiring to join the hall. Huge brother is here. Everyone make way. Just as Li Suifeng integrated into the crowd, a commotion erupted from behind him. The students hastily retreated to the sides of the walls, clearing a path. A towering youth, standing at nearly 2 meters in height, with a complexion as dark as mahogany and a physique robust as an iron colossus, approached with an impassive demeanor. Trailing behind him was a frail, scrawny boy, exuding an air of false bravado. He was none other than the sycophant Yan Hao and his master, Tang Hu. It was rumored that Tang Hu had previously been a student at the 3rd high school, but just days ago, he had awakened his A-level talent, the Earth Elemental Condensation, and was lured away by the dojo's master with a generous offer to represent Zhengqi martial arts in the upcoming martial arts examination. At such a tender age, he had already become a prominent figure, which explained his haughty attitude. The onlookers, both male and female, whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Tang Hu tinged with envy and admiration. The dojo's students were categorized into ordinary students, who came solely to hone their skills for the college entrance examination, and representative students, who participated in the examination on behalf of the dojo, possessing the potential to gain admission to prestigious universities, even the elite 8 schools. A successful martial arts examination could catapult one to fame throughout the city, enhancing the dojo's reputation and attracting more students, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. At that moment, Tang Hu, as the representative student, arrived at a corner of the training hall and stripped off his outer garment, revealing his sinewy physique. The sight elicited gasps of admiration from several female students. The aloof Tang Hu, unfazed by the surrounding commotion, suddenly exuded an earthy aura that coalesced into a tangible armor, enveloping his towering form. A-level talent, Earth Elemental Condensation. With a roar, Tang Hu unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the training dummy soared into the air, landing perilously close to the crowd, swaying back and forth, causing the floor to tremble violently. The students around him were momentarily dumbfounded. In a corner of the crowd, Li Suifeng nodded discreetly. The Earth Elemental Condensation was indeed an A-level talent. At the moment of striking, it not only provided a seamless defense for Tang Hu's physique, but also granted him immense explosive power. The dummy, weighing at least 100 kilograms, was sent flying by Tang Hu's single blow, showcasing his formidable strength. My own radiant fury is not to be underestimated, Li Suifeng mused, not feeling the slightest bit envious like the other students. Due to the dojo's current space constraints, enrollment was limited, and those with talents below sea level were politely asked to leave. Moments later, the robust and imposing dojo master, Zhang Daong, made an entrance, his first words causing many students to leave in disappointment. In the vast training hall, only 26 individuals remained. Zhang Daong continued, stating that while the remaining students met the dojo's talent requirements, they must each pay a tuition fee of 1,000 yuan to join. Prepared students approached the assistant beside Zhang Daong to pay their fees. After collecting the payments, the assistant noticed a handsome youth still standing motionless and inquired, "Student, where is your tuition fee?" All eyes turned toward the stationary boy. Calmly, he replied, "I did not bring any money." "Then why did you come to enroll in the dojo?" The assistant frowned. Ignoring the assistant, the boy turned earnestly to Zhang Daong. "Master Zhang, I wish to represent your dojo in this examination." "Are you joking, young man?" the assistant exclaimed incredulously. In the Dragon Kingdom, the martial arts examination selection was not exclusively for public schools. Some dojos could also recommend students for participation. However, dojos, akin to private schools, lacked the faculty strength to compete with public institutions, often resulting in a talent shortage that necessitated recruiting geniuses from public schools. The proud Tang Hu, for instance, had joined Zhengqi martial arts only under the dojo's substantial financial allure. At this moment, the boy audaciously sought to become a representative student. It sounded absurd. After all, true talents are typically discovered rather than self-proclaimed. Those who volunteer often lack merit. Young man, this is not a place for jest. Kindly take your leave. The assistant said dismissively, but a hand from beside him halted his words. It was Zhang Daong, his expression stern as he regarded the boy. Young man, if you wish to become a representative student, you must demonstrate your talent. Before he could finish speaking, the boy strode toward the dummy that had been sent flying by Tang Hu. Under the watchful gazes of all present, he raised an arm, which was suddenly enveloped in a golden radiance. What is this? Zhang Daong's eyelids twitched, his seriousness transforming into anticipation. At that moment, the boy's fist, shrouded in golden light, struck the dummy's chest with a resounding crash. Boom! The heavy dummy flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, landing 20 meters away, causing the floor to tremble violently, and it remained down, its upper half utterly shattered by Li Suifeng's ferocious strike. What in the world? At that instant, both the assistant and the students present were left utterly dumbfounded. While they were unaware of the boy's background, they could discern that he had just demonstrated a remarkable talent. In the distance, Tang Hu, who had been pounding on a larger dummy, halted his movements. His gaze fixated on the boy with newfound gravity. This was the first time he had truly regarded someone since entering the training hall. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Zhang Daong. He rushed to the boy's side, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "Li Suifeng," he replied, dispelling the radiant fury. "And what is the name of the talent you just exhibited?" Zhang Daong asked, his breath quickening. In this world, talents are as diverse as they are peculiar. Even he could not immediately ascertain the specifics of Li Suifeng's talent. Yet, he was certain that it was unequivocally an A-level talent. An A-level talent akin to Tang Hu's. An A-level light element talent, Radiant Fury. As Li Suifeng spoke, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The gazes directed at Li Suifeng shifted, filled with envy and admiration. According to relevant statistics, approximately 58 of students at every high school awaken B-level talents, while only 13 awaken A-level talents. This meant that any student capable of awakening an A-level talent could be considered a rare prodigy. Li Xiaoyu, are you interested in joining our Zhengqi martial arts as a representative student? Zhang Daong asked, suppressing his excitement. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Li Suifeng replied. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Daong's face lit up with joy. With Tang Hu as a genius, suddenly, another prodigy, Li Suifeng, had emerged. The Zhengqi martial arts would surely gain renown once more in this examination. Li Xiaoyu, shall we discuss this in the office? Once his emotions stabilized, Zhang Daong asked again. Li Suifeng nodded, following Zhang Daong into the office. Li Xiao, I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Please do not take offense. The assistant, who had accompanied them, now wore a sycophantic expression, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Li Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief and departed at Zhang Daong's nod. The latter then spoke earnestly. Li Xiaoyu, what are your expectations for joining us? Li Suifeng, maintaining an air of aloofness, replied, Master, you may decide. Zhang Daong nodded solemnly. I am a straightforward person, disinclined to engage in convoluted discussions or negotiations. Typically, these matters are handled by my assistant, but his recent oversight has left me somewhat displeased. Therefore, I have decided to take full responsibility for the negotiations with Li Xiaoyu. He paused briefly, then stated with gravity, 20,000. Should Li Xiaoyu gain admission to a prestigious university, an additional bonus of 20,000 will be awarded. If he secures a place in one of the 8 esteemed institutions, the bonus will amount to 200,000. What do you think? Li Suifeng's breath quickened at the prospect. In essence, this meant that as long as he became a proxy candidate for the Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, he would directly receive a commission of 20,000 yuan. Furthermore, upon entering a distinguished university, he could earn even more substantial bonuses. Was this not an exceedingly effortless way to earn money? He extended his hand, exclaiming, Master, may our collaboration be fruitful. Ah, splendid. Let us indeed enjoy a harmonious partnership. Zhang Daong laughed heartily as he shook hands with Li Suifeng. After their handshake, Zhang Daong personally drafted a contract, which he presented to Li Suifeng for review. The document stipulated that Li Suifeng would participate as a recommended student of the academy in the martial arts examination. If he performed well, he would receive the academy's bonus. Conversely, if his performance fell short, the academy would not hold him accountable. This contract was remarkably unfavorable to the party represented by Zhang Daong, yet Li Suifeng, as the other party, faced no risks, only benefits. Although this seemingly inequitable agreement reflected the realities of society, it was an undeniable truth that while numerous extraordinarily gifted individuals existed, they were predominantly monopolized by public institutions. Private academies found it exceedingly challenging to recruit talent from public schools without offering substantial financial incentives. Despite Li Suifeng's self-recommendation, his displayed talent was evidently on par with Tang Hu's, prompting Zhang Daong to generously extend him the same treatment. Upon signing the contract, Zhang Daong handed Li Suifeng a card inscribed with the words Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy. This card served as both identification and examination permit for proxy students. On the day of the martial arts examination, Li Suifeng simply needed to present this item to gain entry to the examination venue. As Li Suifeng examined the identification card, Zhang Daong remarked with a smile, "Before the martial arts examination commences, I must ask you, Li Xiaoyu, to withdraw from your current school. Since you are now a proxy student of Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy, you can no longer represent the second high school in the examination. This is the rule." "I understand." Li Suifeng nodded, already aware of this necessity. After all, he was enrolled in the liberal arts class at second high school and would not be able to participate in the martial arts examination. Transitioning to Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy to partake in the examination was a decisive and audacious move on his part. "Have you had any prior training in martial arts at school?" Zhang Daong inquired with a smile. "Not yet," Li Suifeng fibbed, as the truth was that he lacked the qualifications to join the awakening class, which prevented him from learning martial arts. However, that is of no consequence. "We have more than 20 days ahead of us, which is ample time for you to grasp the fundamentals of a martial art," Zhang Daong replied with a broad smile. Handing Li Suifeng a tablet, the screen displayed various book covers, each adorned with the names of different martial arts techniques: 8 Desolate Falling Leaf Kick, Lingxi Wind and Rain Finger, Spirit Serpent 9 Steps, Pushing Mountain Palm, Taizu Long Fist. Some of these techniques were commonly taught in public schools, while others were exclusive to Zhengqi Martial Arts Academy. The technology in this world was quite advanced. Even martial arts manuals were available in electronic book format. Li Suifeng took his time to ponder, asking, "Master, my talent, Furious Light, can augment my strength and agility for a certain duration. Which martial art do you believe would best suit me for simultaneous enhancement of both strength and speed?" His nature-based talent exhibited effects comparable to that of superhuman abilities. It was indeed peculiar and formidable. Zhang Daong felt a pang of envy. Despite being the head of the academy, his own awakening was merely a B-class superhuman talent, which paled in comparison to the effects of Li Suifeng's ability. He had diligently worked hard to attain his current standing, yet when compared to Li Suifeng, his starting point was considerably lower. "Given your talent, I would recommend that you focus on striking techniques," Zhang Daong advised. Li Suifeng nodded, deep in thought. With the impending examination, he sought a swift enhancement in his combat prowess, making it prudent to learn a martial art that was easy to master. After all, since time immemorial, striking with fists and feet has been an inherent human instinct, and such techniques are often the most straightforward to grasp. Having made his decision, Li Suifeng tapped on the cover of Taizu Long Fist. In an instant, the contents of the martial art appeared on the tablet in a visual format. Zhang Daong stated, "Li Xiaoyu, let us add each other as friends. I will transmit the contents of Taizu Long Fist to you. However, the material is encrypted, and you will only be able to learn it yourself, not share it with others. I trust you will not divulge it to anyone else." "Understood," Li Suifeng nodded. Recognizing that Taizu Long Fist was an exclusive technique of the academy, hence the need for such discretion. Once they became friends, Zhang Daong promptly sent Li Suifeng the content of Taizu Long Fist, while also requesting his bank account details to transfer the 20,000 yuan commission directly. Upon receiving the substantial sum, Li Suifeng felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a facade of composure as he delved into the study of Taizu Long Fist. Talent is not to be feared when accompanied by diligence, but rather, it is laziness that one must dread, Zhang Daong observed, satisfaction evident in his expression. "If you require it, I can provide you with a private training room. Training at home can be inconvenient. It would be far better for you to train at the academy in the future." He elaborated extensively, yet Li Suifeng remained engrossed in his reading, paying him no heed. Zhang Daong's admiration for Li Suifeng deepened, prompting him to refrain from further interruption. Half an hour later, after thoroughly reviewing the content of Taizu Long Fist, Li Suifeng noticed a shift in his status panel. Chapter 7. Purchasing Medicine Outside the City. Li Suifeng. Realm, None. Physique, 1. Mentality, 17. Talent, Furious Light, A class. Cultivation Method, None. Martial Art, Taizu Long Fist, Beginner. Talent Points, 690. The martial arts section of the panel now prominently featured Taizu Long Fist, accompanied by a plus sign. A spark of realization ignited within Li Suifeng as he instinctively thought, "System, enhance my Taizu Long Fist." In the next moment, the system's notification materialized. Consume 1 talent point. Taizu Long Fist upgraded to beginner level, Physique 1. Is that all it takes to reach the beginner level? Li Suifeng rejoiced internally. According to the documentation, while Taizu Long Fist was merely a foundational martial art, the average person typically required about a week to reach the beginner level, while those with higher comprehension might take around 3 days. Yet, he had just finished reading the material and achieved this milestone with a single point? Unbelievable. System, elevate my Taizu Long Fist to its maximum level. Having experienced the thrill of advancement, Li Suifeng silently urged the system again. Consume 100 talent points. Taizu Long Fist upgraded to proficient level, Personal Physique 5. As the text flashed once more, Li Suifeng suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through him, predominantly concentrated in his arms. It was evident to the naked eye that his arms had visibly thickened beneath his long sleeves. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Physique, 7. Mentality, 17. Talent, Furious Light, A class. Cultivation method, none. Martial art, Taizu Long Fist, proficient. Talent points, 589. Glancing at the panel, he confirmed that Taizu Long Fist had indeed reached the proficient level, and his physique had correspondingly increased to 7 points, manifesting a remarkable transformation. The enhancement of physical techniques can bolster one's constitution. Henceforth, in addition to pursuing the elevation of my innate talent, I must not neglect the improvement of my physical skills. By cultivating both talent to amplify my spirit and physical techniques to strengthen my physique, this cyclical endeavor will ensure that I possess both a divine body and no weaknesses. Li Suifeng's gaze sparkled with determination, yet a sense of regret lingered in his heart. The Taizu Long Fist, being a rudimentary form of martial art, serves merely to strengthen students and lay a foundational groundwork, with its upper limit confined to mastery. In the realm of martial arts, techniques are categorized into various levels: ordinary, spiritual, earthly, and heavenly. Among techniques of the same level, distinctions of inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades further delineate their potency. Techniques beyond the ordinary level are typically divided into 6 realms: entry, minor success, mastery, great success, perfection, and the realm of intent. The deeper the realm, the greater the power manifested by the technique. Master Zhang, may I learn another martial art? The eagerly Suifeng inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhang Daong, however, resolutely declined. No, the practice of martial arts is no trifling matter. It demands diligent study and rigorous training to succeed. At present, you have yet to grasp the basics of Taizu Long Fist. Pursuing a second technique now would only scatter your focus, leading to a situation where you do not master either. With the imminent examinations, your priority should be to familiarize yourself with Taizu Long Fist to enhance your close combat abilities. Only then will you have a chance of excelling in the martial arts assessment. Li Suifeng yearned to showcase his mastery of Taizu Long Fist to persuade Zhang Daong. Yet, considering he had only read through the material once, attaining mastery seemed utterly illogical. If such news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide, potentially inviting governmental scrutiny and exposing the secret of his golden finger. He decided to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal his prowess in Taizu Long Fist. By then, even Zhang Daong would be astonished, yet not perceive him as a mere anomaly. Suppressing his emotions, Li Suifeng excused himself from the office, citing the need to return home for a meal. As he watched Li Suifeng depart, Zhang Daong felt a flicker of suspicion. Was it merely an illusion, or had his young friend suddenly grown taller and more robust? Later that night, in the privacy of his bedroom, amidst the sound of the wind howling outside, Li Suifeng practiced Taizu Long Fist, clad only in a pair of shorts. The essence of this technique lies in its grand, sweeping motions, executed with swift and formidable precision. With memories of mastering Taizu Long Fist, Li Suifeng perfected his execution. Bang! As a punch was thrust into the air, the force of it sent a lamp on the desk 3 meters away crashing to the ground, its shade fracturing upon impact. Suifeng, what was that? Came his mother's voice from outside. Nothing, Mom. I accidentally knocked the lamp over, but it's fine, he replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he picked up the lamp. Oh, be careful then, his mother murmured, and silence ensued. Li Suifeng set the lamp back in place, his gaze fixed intently on the window. Mastery of Taizu Long Fist, coupled with my A-level talent, the blazing light, now affords me a preliminary capability for self-defense. I should be able to venture beyond the city to hunt some monsters. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by his mother, Li Suifeng slung a camouflage backpack over his shoulders and left home. Unlike his usual route to the second high school, he headed in the opposite direction. As he passed through the bustling market, he entered a department store named Tianwu Pavilion. Tianwu Pavilion is one of the 6 major retail giants in Longhua, renowned for selling supplies essential for martial artists, with branches across the nation's major cities. Upon entering the building, a female sales assistant approached him. Good day, what can I assist you with? Li Suifeng retrieved his phone. Reading from a prepared list, I would like 5 units each of nutritional potions and energy pills. Additionally, 2 sticks of beast-repelling incense, and 3 units each of compressed biscuits and canned goods. The sales assistant was taken aback. It was unusual for someone so young to purchase such a large quantity. Was he preparing to leave the city? She quickly donned a smile, saying, Dear customer, please wait a moment while I gather your items. 5 minutes later, she returned, carrying an olive green military-style suitcase. Here are the items you requested, totaling 18,000 yuan. The suitcase is complimentary. Please take a look at the price list. Li Suifeng checked the list, confirming the prices matched his online research and the items were correct. He scanned the QR code to make the payment. Just like that, 18,000 yuan was spent. A sense of emptiness washed over him. This amount could sustain his family for at least 6 months. And yet, he had squandered it in one go. Sigh, the path to becoming a martial artist truly demands a heavy financial toll. He placed the suitcase into his camouflage backpack. And with the sales assistant's cheerful farewell, Li Suifeng stepped out of the building, heading westward towards Xingho City. Half an hour later, he arrived at the western gate of Xingho City. It was morning, and many people were leaving the city, most of them robust martial artists. Li Suifeng blended into the crowd, and when his turn came, the guard stationed there halted him. Please present your proof for exiting the city. Beyond the city lies only the wilderness, teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with danger. To prevent the weak from venturing out to their demise, and to deter insidious entities from infiltrating human settlements, the government had long instituted a decree requiring all individuals, from high-ranking martial officials to ordinary citizens, to possess proof when entering or exiting any city. Li Suifeng presented his identity card from Zhengxiang Martial Arts Hall. I am a candidate from Zhengxiang Martial Arts Hall, intending to train outside before the martial arts examination. After inspecting the card, the guard expressed surprise. Young man, are you alone? Where are your companions? They're waiting outside. Li Suifeng lied, primarily to avoid the guard's excessive enthusiasm that might hinder his solo venture beyond the city. Then please be cautious, the guard replied, returning the identity card and granting him passage. Li Suifeng proceeded through the exit and soon found himself in a wilderness woven with plants. Very small, peculiar beasts lay in wait among the foliage. Some humans were engaged in combat with them, while more formidable martial artists sped across the terrain, delving deeper into the expanse, clearly disdaining the lesser beasts that roamed the outskirts. Indeed, as the books had stated, the area beyond the city is rife with monsters. Li Suifeng surveyed the array of creatures in the wilderness. If I can slay one of those slightly mutated insects, I would earn 1 to 3 points of talent value. What might I gain from vanquishing a true beast? With so many monsters in the vicinity, how much talent value could I accumulate by clearing them all? Could I possibly strike a rich vein here? Chapter 8. Slaying 4 Black Golden Hyenas. A gentle breeze rustled through the wilderness as the vegetation swayed. Beneath a lush tree, a 2-meter-long, robust black golden hyena with long limbs and a sharp snout was gnawing on a beast's remains. Its ears perked up suddenly, and it lifted its head to gaze intently at a youth approaching in the distance, a camouflage backpack slung over his shoulders. Grr. The blood-stained jaws of the black golden hyena parted to reveal sharp teeth as it emitted a low growl, its dark eyes greedily fixating on the youth. A human. A small and weak human. The flesh and blood of this human must be sweet and tender. The food in its mouth suddenly lost its allure. With a flurry of excitement, the black golden hyena spat out the remnants of its meal and charged towards the boy, its speed generating gusts of wind in its wake. Faster than described online. Li Suifeng's expression shifted to surprise, but as the black golden hyena approached, he swiftly regained his composure, a golden aura emanating from his body. Talent activated, blazing light. In that fleeting moment, Li Suifeng's aura surged to its zenith. A fist enveloped in a golden radiance was unleashed with a speed reminiscent of a cannonball, striking precisely at the jaw of the advancing black gold hyena. The art of combat. The Grand Ancestor's long fist. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the black gold hyena was sent hurtling backward, landing on the ground. Its body rigid and motionless, blood quietly seeping from its 7 orifices. The elimination of the black gold hyena granted him a talent score of 10. The system notification flashed, confirming that the fallen beast had perished. Li Suifeng gazed at his fist. Disbelief etched across his face. Although the black gold hyena was merely a low-tier member of the wild beast hierarchy, it was still a magical creature, posing a certain threat to non-combatants. Yet, I dispatched it with a single blow. My explosive power exceeded my expectations. Before he could fully comprehend this, a commotion arose nearby. Li Suifeng lifted his gaze and beheld 3 black gold hyenas emerging from their slumber in a hollow behind the trees. Noticing the demise of their companion, their faces contorted with rage, their pitch-black eyes brimming with murderous intent. A low, mournful growl emanated from them. The 3 black gold hyenas swiftly closed in. But instead of attacking Li Suifeng immediately, they circled around him, baring their fangs. Li Suifeng remained impassive. After years of study, he possessed ample knowledge about magical beasts. Much like warriors, magical beasts were categorized into levels: ordinary, elite, lord, and king, with each level further divided into 9 tiers. The black gold hyenas predominantly belong to the first tier of the ordinary level, being the most common magical beast outside Starfire City, renowned for their speed and powerful bite, albeit with relatively weak defenses. Their jet-black fur reflected light under the sun, resembling black gold, hence their name. The weaker black gold hyenas, in order to survive in the wild, often attacked in packs, employing tactics of encirclement and ambush. Am I not a dashing figure, graceful and delectable? Should your first thought not be to feast upon me, but rather to ambush me? Li Suifeng cursed inwardly, reigniting the radiance of fury. As golden flames coursed through him, he dashed forward like a released arrow, delivering a punch to one of the black gold hyenas. The creature barely had time to react before, with a crunch, its head exploded like a watermelon, its massive headless body crashing to the ground. The remaining two black gold hyenas, witnessing the demise of their companion, let out horrified shrieks before turning to flee, abandoning their intent to ambush Li Suifeng. Wanting to escape? It was too late. With a frigid expression, Li Suifeng surged forward like a gust of wind, swiftly catching up to the two hyenas and striking them down. With the crisp sound of snapping bones, both black gold hyenas collapsed, lifeless. Elimination of the black gold hyena granted him another 10 talent points. The tally continued to rise. Kill the black gold hyena, talent score 10. Kill the black gold hyena, talent score 10. Kill the black gold hyena, talent score 10. An additional 30 points were recorded, yet Li Suifeng paid no heed to the panel, instead retrieving a small knife and kneeling to dismember the remains of the black gold hyenas. The corpses of higher-tier magical beasts often held treasures. However, the sheer abundance of lower-tier magical beasts rendered them relatively worthless, their flesh comparable in price to that of domesticated pigs or sheep. Li Suifeng had little interest in the flesh of these four hyenas. His primary focus was on harvesting their teeth. Due to their robust composition, the teeth of hyenas could be integrated with iron to forge weapons, fetching a decent price, approximately 50 Dragon Kingdom coins per gram. After extracting all the teeth from the four hyenas and storing them in his camouflage pack, Li Suifeng estimated that selling them would yield several hundred coins, amounting to a modest fortune. Once he finished with the corpses, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to massage his temples. Feeling a bit lightheaded. It seems I've overused the radiance of fury and my energy has waned. The duration of the nature-based talent's effectiveness was contingent upon his mental fortitude. Having utilized the radiance of fury continuously for nearly a minute, his current energy level fell short of the warrior standard, leading to rapid exhaustion and mental fatigue. Fortunately, he had previously acquired an energy restoration pill. After consuming it, the sensation of dizziness dissipated within a minute, replaced by a refreshing clarity. This energy pill was truly remarkable. No wonder it cost 1,500 coins each. Li Suifeng marveled at the astonishing prices associated with items relevant to warriors. This small pill was crafted from 36 types of expensive herbs, retailing for about 1,500 coins. Additionally, the nutritional potions he had procured were infused with various vitality-enhancing elements, not only restoring strength, but also augmenting nutrition and satiety, making them essential supplements for awakening martial disciples. It was said that the affluent scions in the awakening class consumed these daily. The brief skirmish with the four magical beasts had not only drained Li Suifeng's energy, but also left his body aching in multiple places, accompanied by a pronounced sense of hunger. Without hesitation, he retrieved a vial of nutritional potion and drank it down. Gulp, gulp. As the green liquid entered his stomach, a warm current enveloped him, revitalizing his strength in every fiber of his being. Li Suifeng soon felt as though he had been fully rejuvenated. There was no time to rest. It was time to continue hunting. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly gazed into the distance, where more ordinary-grade magical beasts congregated in droves. Since awakened warriors held their sights too high to regard them, these magical beasts had been left behind, becoming experience points in Li Suifeng's eyes. Time to get to work. Li Suifeng's face radiated with excitement, akin to a ravenous wolf, as he stealthily approached the area dense with low-tier magical beasts. Chapter 9. The Evolution of the Celestial Long Fist, Becoming a Preparatory Warrior. The sun was high in the sky. The fierce sunlight draped the outskirts in a golden veil. On the fields near Starfire City, dismembered corpses of magical beasts lay scattered across the ground. Most were black gold hyenas, alongside a few bloodthirsty mountain cats and golden diamond mice. Small magical creatures. Their demise was gruesome. Some had their skulls crushed, others bore gaping holes in their abdomens, and some had even been skinned. Amidst the multitude of beast carcasses, a mere half-meter-long golden diamond mouse squeaked pathetically, trembling as it burrowed into the ground. Whoosh! The sound of the wind whipped through the air as a figure bathed in golden light charged forward, covering the distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Arriving before the golden diamond mouse. Bam! The golden-flecked fist descended like a cannonball. The unfortunate golden diamond mouse emitted a pitiful squeak, its bones shattered, blood splattering as it was reduced to a puddle of flesh. The 36th kill. As the golden radiance faded, Li Suifeng murmured to himself. Since leaving the city, he had battled tirelessly for 4 hours, hunting down 36 magical beasts in total. Although they were all low-tier black gold hyenas, each one yielded between 10 to 30 talent points. When tallied, this amounted to an astonishing accumulation of talent points. Li Suifeng. Realm, none. Physique, 7. Mentality, 17. Talent, Radiance of Fury, a grade. Martial arts, none. Combat technique, Mastery level Grand Ancestor's Long Fist, common, can be extrapolated. Talent points, 1889. Is a talent value of 1,700 insufficient for the upgrade of the Fiery Light? Li Suifeng felt a twinge of frustration. He was unaware of the requisite talent points for the next enhancement of the Fiery Light. His estimations suggested the figure would be astonishing. Perhaps 2,000, or even 3,000 might not suffice. Might it require over 5,000? Yet what of it? With so many monsters lurking outside the city, if he continued to slay them, he would surely accumulate enough talent points. Regaining his fighting spirit, Li Suifeng's gaze fell upon the Taizu long fist. System, is it possible to deduce the situation? He silently mused, attempting to communicate with the system for the first time, and was unexpectedly met with a response. The deduction of the Taizu long fist would cost 1,500 talent points, transforming it into the bright long fist, a superior martial technique of the mortal tier. The compatibility of the bright long fist with the fiery light was a perfect 100. Ah, the system possesses such a feature. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this world, various talents abound, and martial arts are equally diverse. There exists a notion of compatibility between martial arts and talents. For instance, if Li Suifeng were to possess a water-type talent characterized by gentleness and tranquility, while practicing a forceful martial technique, the two would be ill-suited, resulting in mediocre power output. Currently, the fiery light he possessed and the Taizu long fist shared a similar stylistic attribute. However, their compatibility could not possibly reach 100. It might be around 80 or 90, but not a perfect match. According to the system, by consuming 1,500 talent points, Li Suifeng could deduce a new martial technique, the bright long fist, which would exceed the previous technique by 2 tiers, boasting a perfect compatibility with the fiery light. This combination would undoubtedly unleash Li Suifeng's full potential, delivering the utmost damage. Should he proceed with the deduction? The opportunity lay before him, yet Li Suifeng felt a renewed headache. He had worked diligently to accumulate talent points in order to elevate the A-grade ability, the fiery light, to S-grade as swiftly as possible. However, if he were to deduce the new martial technique now, his talent points would dwindle to 0. In the short term, he would likely be unable to enhance the fiery light. System, how many talent points are required to elevate the A-grade talent to S-grade? Li Suifeng again inquired in his mind, but the system remained silent, evidently unwilling to respond. With the examinations approaching, he needed to focus on enhancing his combat capability to achieve commendable results. An A-grade talent, coupled with a superior martial technique, should be sufficient for him to stand out in the martial examination. As for the S-grade talent, he could continue to accumulate talent points once he reached university. After a moment of profound contemplation, Li Suifeng quickly organized his thoughts. System, proceed with the deduction of the Taizu long fist, consuming 1,500 talent points. The Taizu long fist transformed into the Tianguang long fist. As the system's text flashed, the martial technique section of the panel prominently displayed the Tianguang long fist. However, the realm of the Tianguang long fist indicated that he had yet to grasp its fundamentals. Clearly, the deduced Tianguang long fist belonged to a new category of martial techniques. And to master it, he would need to expend talent points for further enhancement. Is this meant to drain my talent points? Li Suifeng grumbled internally, then fervently exclaimed, System, max out the Tianguang long fist for me. Consuming 300 points, the Tianguang long fist was elevated to proficiency. A surge of memories regarding the Tianguang long fist flooded his mind, leaving Li Suifeng slightly dazed. After a moment, as the memories settled, he instinctively unleashed a punch. His fingers, enveloped in golden light, transformed his strike into what felt less like a fist and more like a golden cannonball. Boom! As the roaring wind subsided, it was replaced by the sound of air friction. Li Suifeng's face lit up with joy. He could ascertain that the Tianguang long fist at the minor achievement level was at least twice as powerful as the proficient Taizu long fist. Although he had exhausted all his talent points, the output had more than doubled, which was still acceptable. With a grin revealing his teeth, Li Suifeng felt a tinge of confusion. The Taizu long fist's elevation to proficiency granted him 6 points of physique. The bright long fist, being a superior technique, should logically provide even more than that upon reaching proficiency, yet it too yielded only 6 points. Li Suifeng's brow furrowed in deep thought as he recalled lessons from his martial studies, soon arriving at a conclusion. Strength, agility, endurance, explosive power, and vitality all contribute to one's physique. Enhancing these attributes can elevate one's physique. Martial techniques belong to the realm of martial arts, but also serve as training methods that effectively refine the body. The Taizu long fist is a form of boxing that, when learned, has a refining effect on the upper limbs. As Li Suifeng allocated points, his upper body was imperceptibly refined, becoming robust and increasing in strength, thus augmenting his physique. Prior to practicing the Taizu long fist, he was in a state of physical frailty, and even slight training led to rapid progress. When he allocated points to the Tianguang long fist, his upper body already possessed a foundation, so even with continuous training, the rate of improvement could not compare to his earlier state. It is akin to a novice in the early stages of fitness, where progress is remarkable. Yet once a solid foundation is established, subsequent gains are not as impressive. My upper body strength is nearing its limit. Further training in other boxing techniques or forms that refine the upper limbs will yield minimal improvement, and the corresponding increase in physique will also be limited. Unless I practice leg techniques or correlated martial arts, the increase in physique would be rapid. Li Suifeng's understanding deepened. In the early stages of a superhuman martial artist's growth, various techniques such as leg techniques, boxing, Finger techniques and core methods are employed to refine every part of the body, reaching physical limits. Only after achieving a commendable physique can martial artists begin to practice vital techniques, further refining their bodies, breaking through limits, and enhancing their physique. A slight increase in physique is acceptable as long as there is progress. I shall first check the panel. Li Suifeng regained his composure and opened the panel. Li Suifeng, Realm, Awakening 0th grade, Physique, 13, Mentality, 17, Talent, Fiery Light, A grade. Martial Arts, none. Martial Techniques, Tianguang Long Fist, Proficient. Talent Points, 89, on the panel. Due to the new martial technique, his physique reached 13 points, gradually catching up to his rapidly growing mental strength. The Tianguang Long Fist still bore a plus sign, indicating it could still be upgraded. However, with his talent points depleted, he was currently unable to proceed with further enhancements. I have become a preparatory martial artist. Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed brightly. With his physique surpassing 13 points, combined with his original 17 points of mental strength, his vitality broke through the 30-point barrier. Thus, he met the official standards, qualifying him as a competent preparatory martial artist. In just a few days, I have astonishingly transformed from a mere underachiever into a preparatory martial artist. What a tremendous leap. No, being a preparatory martial artist is merely the beginning of my illustrious journey. I must not grow complacent. I must continue to strive. After a wave of excitement, Li Suifeng endeavored to calm his emotions, casting a more avaricious gaze towards the distant monsters. Let us press on. Chapter 10, Team Invitation. Sister Rue, do you think we can truly slay that saber-toothed tiger? Outside the city of Spark, a slightly plump youth adorned with a camouflage cap and 2 short axes at his waist vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Beside him stood 3 companions, 2 boys and a girl, all appearing to be high school students. The 2 boys bore a striking resemblance to each other, being identical twins. Their faces seemed calm, yet the beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads betrayed their anxiety. The sole girl, standing at a height of 1.75 meters, sported military-style short boots, her curvaceous figure accentuated by a form-fitting combat suit. She raised a pair of binoculars to survey the distance. Recalling their previous encounter with a saber-toothed tiger, which had nearly ended in disaster due to their lack of preparation. This time, having learned from their past mistakes, they were adequately equipped to take down the beast, or so they believed. Come on, Rue Jia, let us not deceive ourselves. That saber-toothed tiger is a second-tier beast. Last time, we couldn't even scratch its hide. Even with the Zhang brothers' assistance, defeating it will still be a formidable challenge. The plump youth, Wang Jun, anxiously patted his chest. I wonder what our teacher was thinking, making the hunt for a saber-toothed tiger our graduation exam. With the college entrance exams looming, it's downright cruel to burden us with such pressure. All right, Wang Jun, let us keep the complaints to a minimum. We all have smartwatches. If we find ourselves in a dire situation, the guards within the city will surely come to our aid. Zhang Shuyi, the elder twin, interjected. Indeed, Wang Jun. Your loud outbursts might attract a horde of beasts. Let us remain focused on our target, the saber-toothed tiger, and not squander our energy on lesser creatures, his brother. Zhang Shoren added as the girl gestured for calm, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Do you all smell blood? Blood? It seems there is indeed a scent. Wang Jun's nose twitched as he pointed in a direction. Is it coming from over there? Let us investigate. Rue Jia lowered her binoculars and led the group toward the source of the foul odor. Minutes later, their vision cleared, revealing a scene of devastation. The tall grass lay trampled and scattered across the ground were the skinned, dismembered carcasses of various beasts. Beneath a tree, a youth clad in camouflage crouched, deftly prying a tooth from the jaw of a black gold hyena with a knife. His actions were so skilled, they evoked the image of a master butcher. What? Rue Jia was momentarily taken aback. Is there enough of a beast population here to form a small pack? And yet they are all dead? Did this youth single-handedly slay them? Is it possible? Wow! Wang Jun exclaimed, utterly astonished by the scene. Who goes there? The youth, Li Suifeng, had just removed the last tooth from the black gold hyena when he sensed movement and stood to face them, a grim expression crossing his face. Instantly, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him, making the atmosphere feel thick with tension. This person has an imposing presence, Zhang Shuyi murmured, visibly startled. Wang Jun instinctively raised his hands, exclaiming, Brother, we're just passing through. Please remain calm and don't harm us. Harm you? Li Suifeng replied, his expression one of disbelief. Do I seem that vicious? However, he quickly recognized that Wang Jun and his companions were likely students as well. If you are just passing through, then be on your way, he waved dismissively, uninterested in further conversation. Wang Jun let out a sigh of relief, exchanging glances with Rue Jia, signaling her to leave. Yet Rue Jia, intrigued, approached the youth. Greetings, my name is Tian Rue, a senior from Spark City number 4. You appear to be a student as well. May I inquire which school you attend? Number 2, Li Suifeng replied casually. Could it be that you are Sukai? Tian Rue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Not at all, Li Suifeng shook his head. Sukai was one of only 2 students at number 2 with an awakened S-class talent. currently undergoing intensive training under the principal's guidance. His remarkable talent made him the undisputed top combatant at the school and a formidable contender for the upcoming martial arts examination. Is there another expert like Su Kai at number 2? Wang Jun interjected, wide-eyed with astonishment. What is your name, esteemed brother? The genuine flattery in his tone brought a slight easing to Li Suifeng's demeanor. Li Suifeng, he introduced himself. Li Suifeng? What a splendid name. Wang Jun clapped enthusiastically. Whispering to Tian Rue, Jia, we are one member short in our team. The saber-toothed tiger is exceptionally fierce. If we have this expert join us, our chances of defeating it will undoubtedly soar. Tian Rue's eyes lit up at the prospect. Though she had claimed that taking down the saber-toothed tiger would not pose a problem, she harbored deep uncertainties. As Wang Jun had pointed out, Li Suifeng's ability to dispatch so many beasts marked him as a top-tier contender among the current students. With his assistance, their odds of success would indeed increase significantly. Li, we are preparing to hunt the second-tier saber-toothed tiger. Would you be interested in joining us? Tian Rue offered with a sweet smile. A second-tier beast? Li Suifeng's interest peaked. As a prospective martial artist, his remaining talent points were dwindling, and he was eager to gain experience. How much talent points do you think I could earn for slaying this beast? You may join us, but how will we divide the corpse once the beast is slain? Second-tier beasts are not as common as the black gold hyena. Their flesh and blood are quite valuable, Li Suifeng remarked, wary of potential disputes over spoils. The saber-toothed tiger's corpse is our assignment. We must submit it to our teacher and cannot grant you any portion. However, we can offer you a sum of money as compensation for your assistance. What do you think? Tian Rue maintained her cheerful demeanor. Li Suifeng was primarily interested in the talent points from the second-tier beast rather than the carcass. If the terms were favorable, he was open to negotiation. 20,000. Li Suifeng raised a hand, signaling his demand while preparing to haggle. To his surprise, Tian Rue nodded with a smile. Deal. What? Li Suifeng thought incredulously. Were these individuals wealthy heirs? They readily offered 20,000 without a second thought? He felt his initial demand was far too low. Tian Rue moved closer, fiddling with her smartwatch. Li, may I have your contact information? Before 3 seconds had passed, she sent him a transfer of 20,000. Quite the affluent group. Li Suifeng feigned calm as he accepted the transfer, though internally he lamented that he should have asked for more. All right, Li, the saber-toothed tiger may be lurking nearby. Would you like to rest for a moment, or shall we proceed together? Tian Rue inquired with a smile. Li Suifeng finished a vial of nutrient potion and decisively replied. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. Then let us proceed. Tian Rue nodded with a smile as she led the group deeper into the wilderness, occasionally checking the precise map on her smartwatch. After some time, the underbrush grew denser, further obscuring their view. Nevertheless, Tian Rue noticed traces on the ground, crouching to inspect them with a wary expression. These are the footprints of a saber-toothed tiger, indicating it is very close. Be prepared for battle at any moment. No sooner had she spoken than a roar erupted, echoing like a thunderous engine. From the thick grass less than 10 meters away, a massive shadow leaped forth, barreling toward them with ferocity. Chapter 11. A single punch to the saber-toothed tiger. Behold the master. Watch out. It's the saber-toothed tiger. The sudden turn of events caused Tian Rue to exclaim in surprise. Despite her delicate appearance, she was a formidable woman of decisive action. With her hands clasped protectively over her chest, she summoned her ability, Vine's Wall, a B-grade wood element talent that allowed her to harness the power of nature's flora, transforming it into a wall of vines. Thud! A massive shadow collided with the vine's wall, producing a violent tremor. In an instant, as the wall shattered, the shadow fell to the ground, letting out a low growl that revealed its true form. It was a colossal tiger, 5 meters in length, with sturdy limbs and a coat of yellow and black fur. Its menacing eyes gleamed with ferocity, and its gaping maw showcased fangs as long as half a meter, sharp as blades. This was the target of Tian Rue and her companions, the second-tier demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger. How could the saber-toothed tiger have detected us first and launched a surprise attack? Truly despicable and cunning, exclaimed Wang Jun in disbelief. Fortunately, Sister Rue reacted swiftly and shielded us with the vine's wall. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, Sister Rue, your wooden wall is shattered. It seems we lack any defensive insurance now. The portly Wang Jun cried out repeatedly. The Zhang brothers exhibited a hint of panic on their faces. Yet, having been invited, they were well prepared. Maintaining their composure, Zhang Shuyi's physique expanded considerably, transforming from a slender form into a robust figure, resembling a muscular man weighing 300 pounds, nearly bursting his clothing. His B-grade superhuman talent allowed his body to balloon, enhancing both mass and explosive power. Thud! Now a giant. Zhang Shuyi charged at the saber-toothed tiger like a bulldozer, his enormous fist descending like a meteor upon the tiger's face, evidently executing a martial technique. His younger brother, Zhang Shoren, waved his hands, conjuring wind blades shaped like willow leaves that surged through the air, striking the saber-toothed tiger first. B-grade wind talent, wind manipulation. Clang, clang, clang. Though the saber-toothed tiger was flesh and blood, its hide possessed the resilience of tough armor. Thus, despite being struck by the wind blades, it did not breach its defenses. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the wind blades, Zhang Shuyi galloped in, his fist crashing down onto the tigress' skull. Thud! With a muffled sound. The tiger lowered its head. Nice. Wang Jun leaped in excitement, but his expression changed dramatically the next moment. The saber-toothed tiger, forced to bow its head, raised its proud head once more, its eyes ablaze with fury and malice. Suddenly, its massive paw struck Zhang Shuyi's chest. With a crack, Zhang Shuyi was sent flying, landing with his arms lacerated and covered in claw marks. One forearm was grotesquely bent, clearly broken. Had it not been for his instinctive block, the tiger's blow would have inflicted far graver injuries. My brother's arm is fractured. He can't be the main attacker now, Zhang Shoren exclaimed anxiously. Glancing at Tian Rue, as Wang Jun helped Zhang Shuyi to his feet, Tian Rue's face paled. I can take on the main attack with my second talent. But this will exhaust my spirit, and I may no longer be able to use the vine's wall for defense. She turned to Li Suifeng. Li, what is your talent? Can you provide defense against the saber-toothed tiger? At this moment, Li Suifeng realized that his four companions, while not exceptionally strong, were competent in execution and cooperation, as evidenced by Zhang Shuyi's previous strike on the saber-toothed tiger. In truth, had the tiger possessed slightly weaker defenses, or if Zhang Shuyi's explosive power had been greater, the situation might not have escalated to this point. I'm not interested in being a tank. I'll go on the offense instead. Under Tian Rue's watchful gaze, Li Suifeng declared, striding boldly toward the saber-toothed tiger. Li, wait. Tian Rue cried out, desperate for him to reconsider. Yet, Li Suifeng was like Jingku, set on his course without a thought of retreat. Zhang Shoren, attack from the side and distract the saber-toothed tiger to create an opportunity for Li. Tian Rue had no choice but to look at Zhang Shoren. The latter nodded, still bewildered, and prepared to control the wind blades to harass the tiger. At that moment, as Li Suifeng dashed forward, a golden aura enveloped him, blazing like flames. Suddenly, his speed surged, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that collided with the saber-toothed tiger. The rapidity of his movement left Tian Rue and Zhang Shoren stunned. Crack, crack. By the time Tian Rue and Zhang Shoren regained their senses, they heard the sound of bones fracturing. The once ferocious saber-toothed tiger lay prostrate on the ground, its jaw touching the earth, crashing down with a thunderous thud. What just happened? Tian Rue and the others stood in shock. Had the saber-toothed tiger truly been defeated? What are you all standing there for? Come help me collect the corpse. Or don't blame me for claiming the spoils first. Li Suifeng called out, the golden glow dissipating as he stood before the fallen beast. Tian Rue instinctively moved closer, cautiously approaching to find the massive saber-toothed tiger sprawled on the ground, its eyes dull, sharp teeth embedded in the earth, a dent in its skull oozing blood and brain matter. It lay utterly still, unequivocally deceased. How did you do that? Tian Rue stammered, glancing between the lifeless saber-toothed tiger and the composed Li Suifeng. The tiger was dead. It had been slain by a single punch from Li Suifeng. Just approached and delivered a punch to its head. It was that simple, Li Suifeng replied, gesturing nonchalantly, a look of satisfaction on his face. But this second-tier demon beast is indeed far stronger than a first-tier one. The thrill of the kill is incomparable. Tian Rue's lips twitched. This saber-toothed tiger had given them endless trouble, yet you dispatched it with a single blow and find it easy. Are you a student or a seasoned warrior? As Tian Rue mulled over this, Wang Jun rushed forward, hugging Li Suifeng's leg. Master, after this battle, we are brothers forged in the fires of adversity. From now on, we shall share both hardships and joys. This was clearly an attempt to latch onto a powerful ally. Li Suifeng kicked his leg lightly. Wang, let us discuss things properly. There is no need for theatrics. Master saved our team. Kneeling is the least I can do. Master, we're ironclad brothers now, right? If I get into trouble, you'll come to my aid, won't you? Wang Jun scrambled to his feet, heart racing, but with a steady demeanor. Li Suifeng rolled his eyes, thinking he should find somewhere cooler to stand. His gaze fell upon Zhang Shuyi, who was being assisted by Zhang Shoren. Are you all right? I'm fine, master. Thank you for saving us, Zhang Shuyi replied, his face pale, yet filled with admiration. Despite his own bold attack, his punch had barely scratched the saber-toothed tiger, while Li Suifeng's single blow had brought it down. It was evident how vastly he fell short in strength and speed compared to Li Suifeng, earning him newfound respect. That will suffice. Li Suifeng nodded and addressed Tian Rue. Since the prey has been vanquished, our transaction is deemed fulfilled. I shall take my leave now. May fate allow us to meet again. He turned to depart in the opposite direction of the group. Hey, master. Wang Jun called out reluctantly. Tian Rue rose, her expression a blend of complexity as she gazed at Li Suifeng's retreating figure. Did anyone discern the talent he employed just now? I couldn't pinpoint it exactly, but it seemed to be a light-type talent, perhaps of a high level. Zhang Shoren attempted to analyze. Zhang Shuyi, on the other hand, asserted confidently, beyond that talent. He also showcased an exceptionally powerful martial technique that amplified his explosive strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to slay the saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. It seems that besides Su Kai, there exists another prodigy in our midst. This year's martial examination will surely bring fame to our school. Wang Jun exclaimed with a mix of admiration and frustration, slapping his forehead in annoyance. I forgot to ask for Master's contact information, damn. Chapter 12. The New Talent, Golden Skin. After a day of slaying monsters, Li Suifeng returned home, his body and mind weary. His mother had just finished preparing dinner and was waiting in the dining area. His younger sister, Li Jiayue, was engrossed in a television show. Upon hearing his arrival, she turned off the TV and joyfully rushed to hug his leg. Brother, you're home so punctually today? School ended a bit earlier today, Li Suifeng replied, affectionately ruffling her hair as he led her to the dining table. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom, locking the door securely. A line of text materialized before him. Slain saber-toothed tiger, personal talent points, 200. Acquired D-grade talent, resilient skin, personal constitution, 1. Resilient skin, a superhuman talent that enhances skin toughness, significantly increasing physical defense. The moment he killed the saber-toothed tiger, the system notification had appeared. However, amidst the crowd, he had refrained from delving deeper into it. Now, back in his room, he felt emboldened to explore. To think that after defeating the saber-toothed tiger, I acquired a new talent? Could it be that this saber-toothed tiger was akin to a boss for me, and thus I was rewarded with something superior for vanquishing it? If that is the case, does it mean that by continually defeating more bosses, I can gain even more talents? His thoughts raced, excitement illuminating his face. It appeared he had underestimated the system's might. Slaying beasts not only granted him talent points, but also bestowed talents directly. This was akin to providing him with infinite possibilities for acquiring talents. Noticing a plus sign next to his new talent, Li Suifeng decisively stated, System, upgrade my talent. Consuming 200 talent points, D-grade talent resilient skin upgraded to B-grade talent golden skin. Personal constitution, 5. Golden skin, a superhuman talent that grants the skin exceptional toughness. Capable of withstanding blunt and sharp attacks without breaking, significantly enhancing physical defense. What a remarkable defensive talent. Eager to test its efficacy, Li Suifeng picked up a fruit knife from his desk and drew it across his left forearm. As his thoughts shifted, the skin on his forearm tightened remarkably, resembling hardened leather. The knife's tip descended, yet the skin remained unpierced. With a forceful swipe, a faint white mark appeared on his forearm. Yet it still did not break the skin. This is something. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he relentlessly slashed at his forearm with the fruit knife. After a flurry of self-inflicted scratches, his forearm bore several white marks, yet the skin remained intact. This golden skin seems quite formidable. Li Suifeng's expression was one of sheer delight. As a nature-based martial artist, he pursued the path of divine refinement and close-quarters combat, where defense often proved to be a weak point. Such martial artists typically invest in various protective gear to shield their bodies from harm. Clearly, with golden skin, Li Suifeng would be free from such concerns in the future. Even without protective equipment, his body would remain exceptionally resilient. Considering that golden skin was merely a B-grade talent, with sufficient talent points, this ability could continue to evolve. Perhaps not long from now, under the surge of his enhanced defense, he could withstand spiritual weapons, magical artifacts, and even Taoist weapons with his bare flesh. Just imagining it sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Li Suifeng grinned widely, eager to check his status panel. Li Suifeng, Realm, Awakening Level 0, Constitution, 19 Mentality, 17, Talents, Fiery Light, A-grade. Golden Skin, B-grade. Martial Arts, none. Body Techniques, Sunlight Long Fist, Proficient. Talent Points, 310. With the emergence of the Golden Skin talent, his constitution had risen to 19 points, finally surpassing his mental strength. After the deduction of talent points, he had 310 points remaining, insufficient for upgrading Golden Skin, but ample to elevate the realm of Sunlight Long Fist. However, Li Suifeng had no intention of depleting all his talent points. The proficient Sunlight Long Fist was already capable of dispatching saber-toothed tigers and was evidently sufficient at this stage. It would be wiser to continue accumulating talent points and first elevate Golden Skin to A-grade to further enhance his defense. Immovable as a mountain, embodying both offense and defense. This was the martial path Li Suifeng aspired to. Time swiftly passed, and a week had flown by. There were now less than 3 days until the martial examination. One day, within the Zhengqi dojo, as Li Suifeng emerged from a private practice room, numerous pairs of eyes turned to him, belonging to high school seniors from various schools, many of whom had recently joined the dojo. Young people are inherently competitive, and the students present were no exception, their gazes towards Li Suifeng brimming with curiosity and combativeness. What kind of prowess does this young man, Li Suifeng, possess to have been chosen as a candidate for the examination by Zhengqi dojo? Creak. Just then, the door to another private practice room swung open. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, a robust figure akin to an iron tower, Tang Hu, stepped out, accompanied by his sycophant, Yin Hao. Li Suifeng. With the martial examination approaching, do you wish to spar with senior brother Tang to verify your strength? Yin Hao bellowed. Li Suifeng, who was preparing to leave the hall, halted his steps and turned to inquire, why should I entertain such a notion? Yin Hao continued, as fellow candidates, do you not wish to ascertain who possesses greater strength? You or senior brother Tang? Such matters can be known without a fight. It is undoubtedly I who is stronger. Li Suifeng replied confidently. Tang Hu furrowed his brow, snorting in displeasure. Yin Hao immediately chimed in. What a coincidence. I personally believe senior brother Tang is indeed stronger. Do you dare to spar with him? So I may validate my conjecture? Upon hearing this, the surrounding students began to stir with excitement. They were already curious about the rivalry between Li Suifeng and Tang Hu, and now that an opportunity to witness their true strengths had arisen, they were eager not to miss it. Yet, Li Suifeng nonchalantly retorted, who do you think you are? Why should I cater to your whims? For days, the dojo had been rife with discussions about who was stronger between Li Suifeng and Tang Hu. Yin Hao, who always asserted that Tang Hu was superior and Li Suifeng was unimpressive, was unknowingly speaking ill of Li Suifeng right in front of him. Naturally, Li Suifeng held no fondness for the sycophantic Yin Hao. You? Yin Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, wanting to retort but hesitating due to Li Suifeng's status as a candidate. Tang Hu, if you wish to challenge me, why not speak for yourself? Li Suifeng then turned his gaze toward Tang Hu. Tang Hu pointed at Li Suifeng, his expression fierce. Yumi, let us spar? Must you be so tedious with your words? How pretentious, Li Suifeng thought to himself. Though both he and Tang Hu were candidates, they had kept their distance, completely avoiding any interaction. In truth, this marked the inaugural dialogue between him and Tang Hu. Come at me. Li Suifeng strode confidently towards Tang Hu. Under the pressure of his imposing presence, Yin Hao retreated a step, exclaiming, Li Suifeng, according to the dojo's rules, a formal spar requires us to ascend the arena. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated, each footfall on the floor resonating with a thunderous sound. Upon nearing his opponent, his fist, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards Tang Hu's face. The wind howled fiercely, and while Tang Hu's breath quickened, his gaze remained remarkably clear, infused with a fervent battle spirit. Chapter 13. An effortless victory over Tang Hu. Come, Tang Hu roared, a dusty aura emanating from him. As he raised his hands to defend, this earthy essence coalesced before him into a shield, successfully intercepting Li Suifeng's punch. Bang! Amidst the sound of impact, the earthy shield remained unscathed, causing Li Suifeng to stagger back 3 steps from the force of the collision. Is this Tang Hu's A-grade talent? The ability to condense earth elements? His defense seems astonishing. It rivals that of ordinary defensive spiritual weapons. If I possessed such a talent, excelling in the martial examination would be a mere formality. The clash between the two had stirred discussions among the onlookers. At a distance, near an office, the dojo master, Zhang Daong, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by a somewhat frail assistant. Master, it appears that Tang Hu has the upper hand. The assistant whispered. Li Xiaoyu has yet to utilize his talent. It remains uncertain who is superior. However, the boxing technique Li Xiaoyu employed earlier bore some resemblance to the Taizu long fist, albeit not entirely. What could this mean? Zhang Daong pondered. In the arena, Li Suifeng laughed heartily. Tang Hu, you indeed possess some skill. Let us see how long you can withstand my onslaught. He charged once more at Tang Hu, his arms moving with extraordinary speed, unleashing a flurry of punches, each one powerful and remarkably swift. Each strike against Tang Hu's earthy barrier elicited a reverberation. To the students observing, while Li Suifeng's strength was formidable, Tang Hu appeared to effortlessly repel his attacks with the earth element's defense, clearly demonstrating superiority. They marveled at Tang Hu's prowess, believing he had gained the upper hand in this duel. However, Zhang Daong harbored a contrary opinion, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Li Suifeng. The intensity of this boxing technique is extraordinary. It is certainly not the Taizu long fist. When did Li Xiaoyu master such a formidable art? The assistant, equally astonished, remarked. Master, is Li Suifeng's boxing truly that strong? It seems to me that his punches are merely tickling Tang Hu. He cannot breach Tang Hu's defense. How can he possibly win this battle? Zhang Daong smiled slightly. You seem to have forgotten that Li Xiaoyu has yet to employ his talent. Ah, indeed. The assistant smacked his forehead. Up until now, Li Suifeng's relentless assault appeared fruitless, but this was predicated on the fact that he had not activated his light-based talent. Should he choose to do so, his power would undoubtedly surge. Could Tang Hu withstand that? In the arena, Tang Hu, battered by Li Suifeng's relentless barrage, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He roared in anguish, eager to drop his defense, shift to offense, and confront Li Suifeng head-on. It was at this moment that Li Suifeng's body radiated a brilliant golden glow, an indescribable aura of danger emanating from him. As he unleashed another punch, the golden brilliance dazzled the spectators, leaving them awestruck. Talent, blazing light. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the earth element shield before him shattered like glass, sending Tang Hu's body flying like a severed kite, crashing against the wall before sliding to the ground. Uft. Tang Hu braced himself on one hand, attempting to rise. But the agony in his chest forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Upon glancing down, he discovered a slight indentation in his chest. 3 ribs had been broken. I have lost. Tang Hu's pupils contracted, his brow etched with disbelief and shock. Driven by a competitive spirit, he had diligently trained since Li Suifeng joined the dojo, all in preparation for this very battle. He had anticipated a victory over Li Suifeng, yet he never expected to be defeated so decisively. In hindsight, he realized that he had not even mustered the strength to retaliate. The disparity was insurmountable. What just happened? Outside, numerous students who had bet on Tang Hu were left dumbfounded. Hadn't Tang Hu just been effortlessly withstanding Li Suifeng's onslaught? How could he be injured so suddenly? Was Tang Hu simply too weak? Or was Li Suifeng overwhelmingly powerful? All right, gentlemen, since this is a spar, let us call it a day. Amidst the shock that enveloped the arena, Zhang Daong swiftly entered the battlefield, assisting Tang Hu to his feet and offering him a vial of nutritional tonic and a pill for internal injuries. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Hu was a representative of the dojo. With the college entrance examination approaching, he could not afford to take the test while injured. Tang Hu's expression was vacant, still reeling from his defeat. Li Xiaoyu, you have won this battle, but the entrance exam is imminent. I hear you have yet to withdraw from school? Zhang Daong inquired with a smile as he entrusted Tang Hu to his assistant for comfort. Li Suifeng replied, I've been quite busy these days. I shall withdraw tomorrow. Very well. Li Xiaoyu, should you require anything further, feel free to approach me, Zhang Daong said, concealing his excitement beneath a gentle demeanor. In his estimation, Tang Hu's prowess would easily secure admission to a prestigious university. Yet, the fact that Li Suifeng could effortlessly overpower someone of Tang Hu's caliber was astounding. He was undoubtedly poised to gain entry into one of the top 8 institutions. The dojo could potentially reap great benefits from this. Master, if the need arises, I shall seek you out, Li Suifeng nodded, then made his way towards the dojo's exit. As he departed, the atmosphere became lively, with excited students buzzing about the recent battle. Master, I'm fine now. Tang Hu snapped back to reality, consuming the nutritional tonic and healing pill, speaking softly. Shall I escort you home, little tiger? Zhang Daong asked. No, there's no need, Tang Hu declined, hastily exiting the dojo with his head bowed. As night deepened, Lan Aoshua, having completed her extra training, walked past the entrance of the villa district and unexpectedly spotted a burly youth standing before a mansion, his face etched with worry. Xiaohu, what brings you here? Lan Aoshua inquired, puzzled. Shuejia, you're back. The youth lifted his head, pain etched across his features. I lost to him. Lost to whom? Another contender from your dojo? Lan Aoshua approached and brushed the dust off the youth, showing genuine concern. The burly youth, named Tang Hu, was her neighbor and cousin, with whom she had shared a close bond since childhood. Whenever Lan Aoshua faced challenges, she would confide in Tang Hu, and vice versa. It was him, Tang Hu spoke slowly, stuttering slightly, a congenital flaw that also contributed to his reticent demeanor within the dojo. Lan Aoshua chuckled lightly. Losing is part of the game. You can always win back the next time. The entrance exam is just around the corner. Do not let this dampen your spirits. Focus on adjusting your body and mindset to achieve a good result. The path of martial arts is akin to ascending the peaks of Tian Shan. There are no shortcuts or ease to be found. Just because you may lag behind at the foot of the mountain does not mean you will not surpass others when you reach its summit. Lan Aoshua's comforting words visibly uplifted Tang Hu. Thank you, Shuejia. Now go home and rest well, she advised. Lan Aoshua playfully pinched Tang Hu's cheek, causing the latter's face to flush crimson as he sulkily turned toward the opulent mansion nearby. By the way, little tiger, what is the name of the person who defeated you? Lan Aoshua suddenly inquired. With Tang Hu's innate physical prowess complemented by an A-grade talent, he had a promising chance of ranking among the top 20 citywide in this year's college entrance examination. The boy who managed to best Tang Hu might very well secure a spot in the top 10. Such an individual certainly warranted attention. Li Suifeng, Tang Hu replied. Li Suifeng? Is that for real? Lan Aoshua's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he really Li Suifeng, or is he from your second high school? Tang Hu stammered, noticing the sheer surprise etched across Lan Aoshua's face, and asked again, What's wrong, Sister Shui? I have a classmate with the same name, Li Suifeng. Lan Aoshua replied with a wry smile. He awakened an E-grade talent and is still in the regular class. He must just share a name with the person you're talking about. It's quite curious that such a small school has 2 students named Li Suifeng, both in their senior year. Tang Hu opted not to delve deeper into the topic. The Li Suifeng who had defeated him not only possessed an A-grade talent, but also executed a style of martial arts that was both fluid and domineering, leaving him in dread even now. Such a prodigy could not possibly be the same lackluster desk mate that Sister Shui had mentioned. They were merely coincidentally sharing the same name. Chapter 14, Withdrawal from School and Strength Testing. Morning. Inside the administrative office of the second high school, teachers were diligently attending to their tasks. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a casually dressed youth strolled in. Excuse me, is Director Sun available? With his reading glasses perched on his nose, Director Sun squinted and exclaimed, Student, What do you want from me? Hello, Director Sunday. My name is Suifeng, a student from class 222 of senior year 3. I am here to process my withdrawal from school. Suifeng approached, prompting Director Sun to widen his eyes in disbelief. Li, are you certain you're not joking? The other teachers, having paused their work, turned to him with incredulous expressions. With only 2 days remaining until the college entrance examination, all senior students in the city were engrossed in rigorous training and studying. Yet here was Suifeng, seemingly with the leisure to withdraw from school. Had he lost his mind? Director Sun, I assure you, I am not jesting. Look, Suifeng produced a card. Director Sun took it, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes widened further. This was the identification card for students taking the examination on behalf of the Zhengqi Martial Arts School, effectively serving as a permit for the college entrance examination. But Class 222 was not a standard academic class. Why could Suifeng from that class be a substitute candidate for the Zhengqi Martial Arts School? Despite lingering doubts, Director Sun refrained from questioning further and returned the card to Suifeng, saying, I wish you success in your examination, Li. Thank you, Director Sunday. Here is my withdrawal paperwork. Director Sun produced a seal and stamped the document with force. Noon. Soaked in sweat and breathing heavily, Kai-Su emerged from the fitness center, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure waiting at the foot of the steps. Old Li, are you here waiting for me? Kai-Su's spirits soared, and he quickened his pace, a smile illuminating his face. I haven't seen you around the grove lately. It seems you've been studying hard? Yes, I've been focused on my studies, Brother G. I've come to bid you farewell. Suifeng pulled Kai-Su into a friendly embrace, disregarding his sweaty state. Farewell? In a couple of days, I will represent the Zhengqi Martial Arts School in the college entrance examination, and I might not be able to meet you at school. Upon hearing this, Kai-Su nodded. Oh, then I wish you success in your examination. Just as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, Old Li, did you just say you're representing the Zhengqi Martial Arts School in the examination? Indeed. Suifeng displayed the identification card from the Zhengqi Martial Arts School. Kai-Su snatched it, scrutinizing it closely, then pulled out his phone to verify the information. Ultimately, he confirmed that it was indeed the identification card from the Zhengqi Martial Arts School. Isn't your talent only E-grade? How did you become a substitute candidate for Zhengqi Martial Arts School? These martial arts schools have stringent requirements for substitute candidates. Kai-Su exclaimed, bewildered. Suifeng chuckled. There might have been a slight error during my awakening ceremony. My talent is actually A-grade. Subsequently, I was discovered by the Zhengqi Martial Arts School, and they offered me the position of substitute candidate. Is that so? Kai-Su was taken aback for a full 5 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. Haha. I knew that my genius friend, Kai-Su, couldn't he possibly be a slacker? Old Li, I was right about you. Many harbor the genuine desire for their friends to escape hardship and drive luxurious cars. Yet Kai-Su was not like that. He sincerely wished for his friend to rise above adversity and thrive. Upon learning that his friend had awakened an A-grade talent, he was more delighted than anyone else. Old Li, what exactly is your A-grade talent? A beaming Kai-Su wrapped his arm around Suifeng's shoulder. Brother G, if you want to know, I can demonstrate it in the fitness center. Do you have access? Suifeng gestured ahead. Sure, let us go. Kai-Su readily agreed. Guiding Suifeng to the entrance of the fitness center, he presented his student ID, tapping it against the scanner, which opened the gates to reveal a passageway. Kai-Su let Suifeng go first, then quickly followed him inside. The fitness center was vast, with just one hall being larger than the Zhengqi Martial Arts School itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate over 2,000 senior students training simultaneously. At the center of the hall stood the familiar strength testing machine. Suifeng pointed at the device and asked, Brother G, what is your current punching strength? My base punching strength is over 700 kilograms. And when I utilize my talent and techniques, I've achieved a peak punching force of 300 kilograms. I've been working hard lately, and such a result would place me among the top 10 in this year's superhuman cohort. Kai-Su replied with a proud smile, then questioned curiously, Old Li, are you asking about my punching strength because your awakened A-grade talent belongs to the superhuman category? It's actually a nature-based talent, but it can enhance explosiveness. As Suifeng spoke, he removed his outer jacket and strode toward the strength testing machine. At that moment, several students remained in the hall. As they noticed Suifeng approaching the machine, their curiosity piqued. A nature-based talent that could enhance explosiveness? This talent seemed rather peculiar. Kai-Su was still murmuring to himself when he suddenly realized his friend had reached the testing apparatus. His muscles were taut and well-defined, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. When had his friend become this strong? He seemed even more muscular than himself. Just then, Suifeng's punch landed with a resounding thud on the sandbag. The indentation from his punch appeared, and the display screen flashed with a staggering figure, 2,469 kilograms. What? Kai-Su's mouth dropped open, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Who was this person? So powerful. The other students peeking and exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. Nearly 500 kilograms of punching strength. This score would rank 6th among the senior students in the superhuman category of the second high school. However, the student ranked 6th was named Yin Jiqiang, who was short and dark, clearly not this individual before them. Who was he really? Oldly, have you taken something? You surpassed my best score with a casual punch? At that moment, Kai-Su rushed over, looking at Li Suifeng with eyes wide as saucers. Soon, he recalled something and abruptly asked, Oldly, just now there was no elemental fluctuation emanating from you. You haven't utilized your A-level talent, have you? Not yet. This was merely a punch combining basic strength and martial arts techniques. Li Suifeng replied with a slight nod. He had come this time to gauge his latest power. Without resorting to the Radiant Fury, his fundamental strength combined with the Radiant Long Fist already yielded 2,000 kilograms of force. What would that be when enhanced by the power of Radiant Fury? Li Suifeng's heart began to race, excitement coursing through him at the thought of that terrifying number. Oldly, why not use your talent to test it further? Kai-Su instinctively held his breath as Li Suifeng raised his arm once more. The same motion was repeated, but this time, a golden aura flowed from Li Suifeng's body as if it were flames. At the moment his fist struck, a dazzling golden light filled the space between his fingers, coinciding with his fist's impact on the sandbag. Crack! The sandbag, which had withstood countless strikes from students without breaking, suddenly exploded. The flying sand caused Kai-Su to retreat frantically, his skin tingling with pain. Once he steadied himself and regained his senses, he looked at the display and was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 15, Director Zhang's Shock. Is Li Suifeng the person I've been searching for? What appeared on the monitor was not a number, but 3 question marks. This indicated that Li Suifeng's punch had exceeded the instrument's weight limit, resulting in such an anomaly. Did this formidable individual just obliterate the testing sandbag with a single punch? It was said that the maximum capacity of the testing sandbag was 20,000 kilograms. Did that punch of his exceed 20,000 kilograms? Damn, is he even human? Students in the distance could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The sound jolted Kai-Su back to reality as he stared at Li Suifeng in disbelief. His voice trembling, Oldly you. Before he could finish, Li Suifeng awkwardly took a step back, saying, Brother G. It seems I might have broken the machine. I hope I won't have to pay for it. Kai-Su was taken aback. Is this really about compensation? Oldly, your punch destroyed the sandbag and caused a malfunction in the machine. Clearly, it exceeded 20,000 kilograms. When did you become so powerful? It took a full minute for Kai-Su to swallow hard, barely calming his emotions. Oldly, it's one thing for you to suddenly become this formidable, but to have kept it from me for so long. You are simply inhuman. Li Suifeng shrugged. Brother G, when did I ever keep anything from you? Didn't I tell you? Kai-Su suddenly recalled that several days prior, when he inquired about the mysterious student who had left a record of 1,000 kilograms on the machine, Li Suifeng had claimed that it was he. He had thought Oldly was joking, but it turned out to be true. The one who set that record was indeed Oldly. Gasp. Kai-Su inhaled sharply, giving Li Suifeng a thumbs up. Oldly, you are incredible. Brother G, am I really liable for any damages to the machine? Li Suifeng inquired. Compensation? Nonsense. Our school isn't that stingy. If they demand compensation, I'll cover it for you. But Oldly, your sudden surge in strength has completely shattered my resolve. Kai-Su exclaimed bitterly. In recent days, he had put in unprecedented effort, even earning the title of the king of competition, despite such diligence. The disparity in strength between him and Li Suifeng exceeded tenfold. It was utterly disheartening. Damn it, Oldly, you've crushed my mindset. You must compensate me by treating me to lunch today, Kai-Su declared, linking his arm with Li Suifeng as they headed out of the training hall. I want to go to Sister A's spicy hot pot and order the 100 yuan set meal. You cannot refuse. All right, Brother G, no problem. Kai-Su's friend, surnamed Li, seemed somewhat familiar. Was it Li Suifeng? Yes, it seemed to be this very Li Suifeng. Wasn't he the bug exterminator from the Grove? That ordinary class underachiever? How did he become so formidable? What on earth was going on? As Li Suifeng and Kai-Su departed, the remaining students gradually emerged from their astonishment, though they were still shrouded in confusion. While they were discussing, a middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a scholarly demeanor, stepped out of an office. Upon seeing the scattered yellow sand and the display screen adorned with 3 question marks, he paused and turned to the students. What transpired here? Good day, Director Zhang. The students greeted respectfully, one of them dramatically recounting the events that had just unfolded. You cannot be serious? Upon hearing the entire account, Director Zhang's expression turned to one of disbelief. In the history of Second High School, there had only been one instance of a sandbag being obliterated. The individual responsible had since become a renowned martial artist in Dragon Country, having recently slain a king-level beast in the frigid tundra, gaining international fame. Now, it appeared that another miracle had been replicated. Director Zhang, seeing is believing. Here is the evidence. One student produced a phone, revealing that he had recorded a video just before Li Suifeng's second strike on the sandbag. Watching the footage of Li Suifeng, enveloped in golden light and delivering a devastating punch that shattered the sandbag, Director Zhang's blood raced with exhilaration. It is true. Just moments ago, a remarkable talent named Li Suifeng had unleashed over 20,000 kilograms of punch power, creating an astonishing miracle. You few, do not linger at the school. Hurry and have your meals and rest up for the afternoon classes. Director Zhang instructed the students before swiftly exiting the training hall and heading to the nearby archives building. Old Zhang, what is the matter? The teacher responsible for the archives was preparing to leave for the day when he noticed Director Zhang's hurried demeanor, puzzled. Old Su, I need you to look up a student, quickly. Director Zhang urged, his excitement palpable. He had begun to suspect that this student named Li Suifeng could very well be the one who had left a record of 1,000 kilograms just a day after the awakening ceremony, the very genius he had been seeking. What a remarkable talent to have only been discovered so close to the college entrance examination. What a pity. Yet, without my personal guidance, his growth has been astonishing. Such talent is truly extraordinary. This year's entrance examination, he will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results, perhaps even securing a spot at one of the 8 prestigious academies. As Director Zhang's mind raced, Old Su handed him a tablet displaying Li Suifeng's detailed information. What on earth? After reviewing Li Suifeng's file, Director Zhang was left astounded. The records indicated that Li Suifeng had awakened an E-level talent and had been relegated to the ordinary class, wasting his potential. Had it not been for the matching photograph of Li Suifeng with the boy in the video, Director Zhang would have suspected Old Su had made an error. Could it be a second awakening? Director Zhang snapped back to reality, realizing that the accuracy of the awakening ceremony's assessment was around 90%, not 100. A few individuals might be misclassified during the ceremony. Additionally, some could experience a second awakening post-ceremony. While such occurrences were exceedingly rare, they were invariably linked to prodigious talent. It seems Li Suifeng is likely one of those rare individuals. If all goes as expected, his talent should be around A level. Yet his physical attributes and martial arts skills are remarkably impressive. His overall strength may not be inferior to Su Kai's. Perhaps there is hope for Su Kai and me to strive for a place among the top 3 in the city. I never anticipated that our second high school would not only have Su Kai, but also a prodigious talent like Li Suifeng. We are indeed fortunate. Director Zhang, lost in his thoughts, was suddenly interrupted when Old Su took the tablet and, after a brief moment of fiddling, looked perplexed and said, I just received an update on the records. The Li Suifeng you want to inquire about has already withdrawn from school. Withdrawn? Is this a joke? Director Zhang's expression froze in disbelief, his hands gripping Old Su's arm tightly, his visage contorted with rage. Ouch! Old Zhang, you're going to break my arm. Old Su cried out in pain, prompting Director Zhang to release him, exclaiming, Old Su, has Li Suifeng truly withdrawn? Yes, it happened just this morning. What on earth is going on with this student? It's one thing for you to investigate, but to withdraw right before the college entrance examination? Old Su's confusion deepened as Director Zhang rushed out of the records room. Old Zhang, where are you going? To find Li Suifeng. Make him return to school. Chapter 16. A failed recruitment. Director Zhang's disappointment. Li Suifeng's fame at Second High School. Inside a bustling spicy hot pot restaurant across from Second High School, Kai Su, holding a bowl filled with rice noodles, shrimp paste, meat slices, boiled eggs, and various other ingredients, approached a corner table, smiling. Old Li, what a treat. Li Suifeng was relishing the hot pot, occasionally sipping on a cola. Brother G, after mooching off your meals for so many years, this is all I can offer you? 3 portions of rice noodles, 5 portions of shrimp paste, 10 portions of beef slices, and 20 eggs. Does that seem insufficient? Old Li, I'm a human, not a hippopotamus. After enjoying the hot pot for a while, Kai Su glanced outside with wide eyes. Isn't that Director Zhang? The one in charge of the physical training center? Li Suifeng turned to take a quick look and then buried himself deeper into his meal. He isn't here to demand compensation from me, is he? What do you think? Kai Su muttered just as Director Zhang entered the restaurant, calling out, Are Li Suifeng and Kai Su here? The noisy atmosphere fell silent. Students wearing bewildered expressions. What could Director Zhang want with them? In the corner, Li Suifeng lowered his head further, while Kai Su felt awkward, debating whether to respond to Director Zhang. What if he truly came to demand money from Old Li? Kai Su, Director Zhang is looking for you. Why aren't you answering? At that moment, a nearby table of students recognized Kai Su and shouted out. With a swift motion, Director Zhang's gaze, sharp as a laser, darted to their table, sweeping across Kai Su's face before landing on the young man opposite. The casual attire worn by the boy matched perfectly with that of Li Suifeng in the video. They found him. Director Zhang's eyes brightened as he strode over confidently. Oh no, if Director Zhang is indeed here for compensation, I don't have enough money to pay. How embarrassing. Kai Su's thoughts raced, his expression tense. Director Zhang halted in front of their table, cleared his throat, and smiled. Hello, Li Suifeng. The attempt to play dead was futile. Li Suifeng had no choice but to lift his head and muster a smile. Hello, Director Zhang. Could you tell me why you withdrew from Second High? Director Zhang's inquiry shifted the tension in Li Suifeng's heart, and he replied, Because I joined the Jingxi Dojo. The Jingxi Dojo? Director Zhang was taken aback. Realizing that Li Suifeng was not abandoning the college entrance examination, he merely intended to represent the dojo during it. As long as you return to school, I can offer you conditions exceeding 10 times that of the Jingxi Dojo. Director Zhang's bold declaration left the surrounding students in a state of bewilderment. It had always been the dojo's poaching talent from public schools, How is it that today the head of the physical training center personally came to recruit? What kind of magnetic charm does Li Suifeng possess? Director Zhang, I greatly appreciate your consideration, but I have already signed a contract with the Zhengqi Dojo, so I cannot return to school. Li Suifeng felt regretful. Had he known how much Zhang Jingyi valued him, he would not have signed with the Zhengqi Dojo, but sought him directly instead. The sum of 200,000 Dragon Country coins was sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Xingho City. Regrettably, it was all too late. Having signed the contract, Director Zhang's expression turned despondent. This was a genius capable of shattering sandbags, one who surely had the potential to compete for a top 3 spot in the city alongside Sukai. Now, he could only watch helplessly as he joined another dojo. The loss to second high school was immense. Well, there is nothing more to be done. However, Li Xiaoyu, let us exchange contact information. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Director Zhang, filled with regret, pulled out his phone. Li Suifeng nodded, scanning Director Zhang's QR code to add him as a contact. As Director Zhang left, he appeared lost in thought. Once he was gone, the hot pot restaurant erupted into a cacophony of chatter. All the students stared at Li Suifeng as if they had seen a ghost, whispering about what had just transpired. With no need to pay for the sandbags, Li Suifeng was no longer anxious and leisurely finished his hot pot before departing with Kai Su. The students' interest in gossip was far stronger than anticipated. In the following days, Li Suifeng's name quickly spread throughout second high school, igniting a fervor of discussion regarding his exploits. As afternoon dismissal approached, a fatigued Lan Aoshua walked out alongside a slim boy dressed in a white tank top. Lan Aoshua, you have been admitted to Tianhuan University under special circumstances. Why do you still insist on taking the college entrance examination? The slender boy inquired, perplexed. Lan Aoshua replied calmly. Sukai, people say that illusionists are weakest in their early stages. I wish to prove them wrong. Moreover, if I can earn admission to the top 8 universities through legitimate means, why should I resort to backdoor methods? Lan Aoshua, I never imagined that beneath your gentle demeanor lies such fierce ambition. It seems that in this martial arts examination, we will be competing for the top scholar. Sukai responded with genuine respect, his gaze fervent. Lan Aoshua remained silent, but Sukai suddenly chuckled. However, this afternoon, a rumor surfaced on campus. There's a student named Li Suifeng who also possesses the potential to compete for the top scholar. Li Suifeng? Lan Aoshua's eyes widened. Sukai continued, oblivious. I heard this person shattered the sandbags on the strength testing machine, and due to his status as a representative for a dojo, he was personally sought out by the head of the physical training center to return to school. Coincidentally, it seems he was in the same class as you. Buzz. As Lan Aoshua absorbed Sukai's words, her ears buzzed as if flies were swarming around. Her mind went blank. The Li Suifeng Sukai spoke of was none other than her former deskmate. But her deskmate, Li Suifeng, only had E-level talent. How could he suddenly be capable of shattering sandbags and competing for the top scholar? Wait a moment. Could the Li Suifeng Kai Su mentioned be the same person who defeated Tang Hu? Lan Aoshua snapped to attention, quickly pulling out her phone to message her childhood friend Tang Hu. Tang Hu, are you at the Zhengqi Dojo? Send me a picture of Li Suifeng. Moments later, Tang Hu sent back a photo. Upon seeing the image of the boy, Lan Aoshua's pupils dilated in astonishment. Indeed, the Li Suifeng who defeated Tang, who was her former deskmate. He was the very competitor for the top scholar that Sukai spoke of. What on earth had transpired? Lan Aoshua stood in a daze, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. How could her academically challenged desk-mate suddenly transform into a super genius? At the Zhang Dojo, Li Suifeng had just exited the independent training room when a flash of light caught his attention. Tang Hu, I could overlook you taking a photo of me. But did you really have to use a flash? What is the meaning of this? Li Suifeng glared towards the corner. Tang Hu hastily shoved his phone into his pocket, a look of panic on his face. He wanted to say something, but was too afraid of revealing his stutter. Meanwhile, Yanhao trembled slightly as he forced a smile. Li Xiao, who good just thought you looked incredibly handsome and wanted a picture for his wallpaper. If you want to take a photo, just ask. I can strike some cool poses for you, Li Suifeng declared with an air of confidence, causing Tang Hu's expression to twist in frustration. I don't think you're handsome. If it weren't for Xue Jie wanting your picture, I wouldn't have taken one. Ignoring Tang Hu's embarrassment, Li Suifeng approached the dojo master's office and knocked on the door, calling out, Master Zhang, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 17, Defense Technique, Iron Post Skill, Changes in the Panel. Li Xiaoyu, please come in. Zhang Daong opened the door and welcomed Li Suifeng inside, pouring him a cup of tea. What brings you here, Li Xiaoyu? Master, I have mastered the Taizu Long Fist to perfection and wish to learn a new martial art to enhance my strength in preparation for the martial arts examination, Li Suifeng stated directly. Zhang Daong was not surprised by this request. He had been impressed by the finesse of Li Suifeng's martial arts during his battle with Tang Hu. Li Xiaoyu, the techniques you demonstrated were even more exquisite than the Taizu Long Fist, harmonizing perfectly with your innate talent. May I ask, what style was that? Zhang Daong inquired with a smile. After mastering the Taizu Long Fist, I began experimenting on my own, attempting to blend technique with my talent to unleash greater combat power. Unexpectedly, I made some minor progress. Li Suifeng recounted the premeditated tale. Zhang Daong's eyes lit up. In this world, the lower-tier martial arts were intentionally limited to 2 levels by the government to stimulate students' competitive spirit and thirst for knowledge, encouraging them to innovate and create the evolution of martial arts. The contents of lower-tier martial arts were straightforward, unlike the complexities of advanced techniques, making simple modifications and innovations less daunting than one might imagine. Each year, a select group of students possess the ability to innovate upon these lower-tier martial arts, often showcasing exceptional martial wisdom, which was precisely the type of talent the nation needed. I had no idea, Li Xiaoyu, that not only do you possess astonishing talent, but your martial arts comprehension is also exceptional. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of our dragon nation. Zhang Daong beamed with genuine warmth. I can confidently say that you have at least a 70% chance of being accepted into one of the 8 prestigious academies. Is that all? I believe it's 100%. Li Suifeng thought to himself, yet voiced the query, what about the new martial art? Of course, that is not an issue. Though the college entrance examination is merely 2 days away, with your martial arts comprehension, you might just manage to learn a new technique to enhance your strength. Zhang Daong responded, retrieving a tablet. Li Suifeng perused the options, his gaze settling on a technique called Iron Post skill. This defensive martial art promised stability akin to a post once mastered, rendering the practitioner immovable as a mountain. Isn't this a form of foundational training? Li Suifeng thought. His interest piqued. Considering the compatibility of the martial art with his innate abilities, he realized he needed to select techniques that aligned with both aspects. Fortunately, his new talent, Golden Skin, enhanced his skin's resilience, enabling him to withstand basic weapon strikes. Coupled with the defensive nature of the Iron Post skill, his resistance could potentially amplify further, perhaps rendering him impervious to blades and arrows. Master, I wish to choose the Iron Post skill, he declared. That is certainly a viable option, Zhang Daong nodded. Once your fist techniques are established, mastering a leg technique would be ideal for achieving balance and development. Although the Iron Post skill is primarily defensive, it also requires strengthening the lower body to provide comprehensive protection. It suits you quite well. After transmitting the encrypted Iron Post skill to Li Suifeng, Zhang Daong added, if you can grasp the Iron Post skill within 2 days, that would be fantastic. However, if you are unable to do so, you need not worry. With your current capabilities, you are assured a place in the top 5 of this examination. I stand by this statement. An A-level talent. Exceptional martial comprehension. In fact, historically, this would guarantee a top 3 finish. Zhang Daong conservatively assessed, considering the presence of many formidable contenders in this year's examination. With your encouraging words, I shall strive to do my best, Li Suifeng replied, expressing gratitude as he departed. As night fell, rather than return to the independent practice room, he went straight home. After enjoying a delicious pork trotters dish prepared by his mother, he returned to his bedroom to begin studying the Iron Post skill. Half an hour later, having committed the basics of the Iron Post skill to memory, Li Suifeng decisively opened his panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 0. Physique, 21. Mental Strength, 17. Talent, Fiery Light, A level. Golden Skin, B level. Technique, none. Martial Arts, Tinshuang Long Fist, Great Accomplishment. Iron Post skill, uninitiated. Talent value, 2,360. In the days that followed, aside from spending time at the dojo, Li Suifeng ventured outside the city to battle monsters whenever possible. His talent value reached new heights, accumulating to 2,400 points, a feat achieved even after enhancing Tinshuang Long Fist to Great Accomplishment. Without this enhancement, his talent value would have approached 3,000. Moreover, with Tinshuang Long Fist attaining Great Accomplishment and his body naturally improving, his physique soared to 21, finally surpassing his mental strength. System. How many talent points are required to elevate Iron Post skill to mastery? Li Suifeng silently inquired. System. A total of 200 talent points are required. 200? That is not excessive. I'll upgrade it now, Li Suifeng decisively murmured. With a consumption of 200 talent points, the Iron Post skill was elevated to mastery. Physique increased by 6. As the system's text flashed before him, Li Suifeng's lower limbs visibly expanded, the previously loose athletic pants now fitting snugly like leggings. Such an increase in physique. I must have made the right choice with the Iron Post skill. However, he found himself facing a dilemma. Should he focus on fully upgrading Golden Skin first? Once his talent points reached 1,000, Golden Skin would qualify for an upgrade. Li Suifeng had refrained from upgrading it thus far, harboring the hope of elevating his A-level talent, Fiery Light, to S-level before considering other enhancements. Yet, at this juncture, even accumulating 3,000 points might not suffice for the upgrade. He had heard that the practical assessment in the martial arts examination involved hunting beasts in the trial grounds. He could potentially accumulate talent points while taking the exam, perhaps even reaching 5,000. I'll hold off for now, Li Suifeng resolved, dismissing the idea of upgrading Golden Skin. After glancing at his panel once more, a smile spread across his face. With a physique of 27 and mental strength of 17, his total vitality reached 44 points, far surpassing the requirements for a preparatory martial artist. Once his total vitality exceeds 70, he would meet the criteria for a formal martial artist, qualifying him as a first-tier martial artist. At that point, he could start receiving the martial artist subsidies provided by the government, couldn't he? Li Suifeng's expression was filled with anticipation. The martial artist subsidy is a monetary reward provided by the government to encourage martial artists, disbursed regularly each month. A first-tier martial artist receives 5,000 yuan monthly. While the sum is modest, its consistency is reassuring. As long as Li Suifeng remains alive, this financial support will continue. Although this amount may not significantly impact Li Suifeng himself, handing it over to his mother would undoubtedly enhance their family's quality of life. After relying on his parents for so long, Li Suifeng yearned to repay them and assist his family. Chapter 18. The first day of the literary examination. Time flies, and before long, 2 days had passed. The much-anticipated day of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. In the early morning, as Li Suifeng stepped out of his bedroom, he discovered his mother had prepared a sumptuous feast. His father, with graying hair and clad in work attire, was surprisingly home instead of at work, waiting at the dining table. Xiaofeng, today is the college entrance examination. Why are you up so late? Is the pressure too much? Li Jiaming inquired sternly. It's merely a literature exam. How much pressure could there be? Li Suifeng shrugged as he took his seat at the table. At this early hour, his younger sister, Li Jiayue, was still dozing in her chair. Upon noticing her brother's arrival, she rubbed her eyes and sleepily asked, "Brother, is it time to eat?" "Yes, it is." "Little girl," Li Suifeng replied with a smile, playfully tapping her nose. Wang Wen rose from the table to serve rice, filling Li Suifeng's bowl generously. "Son, don't feel pressured. Just do your best. Even if you don't get into the martial arts university, it's all right. After you graduate, you can work at your father's factory, where you'll earn over 3,000 monthly, enough to support the family." As the family of 4 began their meal, Wang Wen reassured him while serving him dishes. It was evident that his parents were unaware of his current changes, still believing him to be an underachiever with only an E-level talent. Li Suifeng smiled without offering an explanation. He was prepared to astound his parents during the live broadcast of the martial arts examination. After breakfast, the family descended the stairs together. His father unlocked the small electric scooter and patted the back seat, saying, "Xiaofeng, I asked the team leader for leave today. I can be late by an hour. Let me take you to the examination site." Li Suifeng accepted without hesitation, relishing the rare opportunity to sit on the scooter's back seat. "Brother, good luck." Li Jiayue cheered, waving her little fists adorably. Wang Wen smiled but remained silent, her fists clenching instinctively in anxiety. "Dear, are you sure you don't want me to wait for you outside the examination hall?" "Mom, it's just a small test. What is there to wait for? Just relax at home with Yaya." Li Suifeng encouraged her with a confident smile. Wang Wen nodded, refraining from further comments, primarily concerned that too much talk might irritate her son and affect his exam performance. The small electric scooter sped along, and half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the 3rd high school. After Li Suifeng dismounted, he noticed he still had ample time before the examination hall closed and asked, "Dad, what kind of apartment could I buy in Xingho City with 200,000 yuan?" Li Jiaming's eyes widened. "Child, why are you asking this?" "Oh, just a casual inquiry." "Well, with 200,000, you could buy a second-hand 2-bedroom apartment in the old district. In the new area, a brand new 3-bedroom apartment would likely start at 50 to 60,000. Li Suifeng nodded, gaining clarity about the housing prices in this world. "Dad, once the college entrance examination is over, I'm going to work hard so we can move into a larger home." "What nonsense are you talking about? Right now, your focus should be on studying. Your mother and I will handle the household matters," Li Jiaming said, his tone firm, yet his heart moved. His son, still a senior in high school, was already considering family affairs. He lamented his own status as an ordinary worker, wishing he could provide a better life for his son, who seemed so mature for his age. "All right, Dad, I'll heed your advice." Li Suifeng grinned, chatting with his father for a while before entering the examination hall. Watching his son depart, Li Jiaming wiped his slightly moist eyes and rode off on the electric scooter towards the factory. Student ID. Pushing through the throngs of parents, Li Suifeng was halted by the security guard. He presented his identification card from the Zhengqi Martial Arts Hall, catching the guard's attention unexpectedly. A student selected by a martial arts hall may not be a super genius, but they were certainly not weak. After all, the various martial arts halls were not foolish. They would not allocate limited college entrance examination spots to mediocre individuals. They too wished for their candidates to achieve excellent results, thereby promoting their reputation. "Go ahead." The guard stepped aside, allowing Li Suifeng to enter the school and reach the examination hall. At 9 in the morning, the examination officially commenced. Similar to the college entrance examination in Blue Star, the literary subjects included Chinese, mathematics, foreign languages, cultural studies, and physics, among others. However, due to the emphasis on martial prowess in this world, the literary examination spanned just 1 day instead of 2. The total score for the literary subjects was 750 points, and students needed to score over 500 to gain admission to a literary university. Nevertheless, for students in the martial arts program, Scoring even 0 in literary subjects would not hinder their future, as these scores accounted for less than 10 of the total score for the martial arts examination. For instance, achieving a perfect score in all 6 literary subjects would only translate to 75 points in the martial arts exam. The morning consisted of tests in Chinese, mathematics, and foreign languages. Li Suifeng, having not reviewed at all, found his mind rather blank. He relied on instinct for fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice questions, skipping those he did not understand. At 5 in the afternoon, the first day of the literary examination concluded. Li Suifeng exited the examination hall with a relaxed demeanor. Some students, like him, appeared nonchalant about the results, as they primarily focused on the martial arts examination. Others were either anxious or disappointed, those without awakened talents or with inferior gifts, resorting to the literary examination as a means of finding their path. Returning home, Wangwen stood up from the sofa, nervously asking, "Son, how did the exam go?" "Pretty well." To ease his mother's worries, Li Suifeng fabricated a cheerful response, though he internally believed he wouldn't score above 500. "That's good." Wangwen smiled with relief. "Your father has to work overtime today and won't be home until 9. I'll go prepare dinner now." She hurried into the kitchen. After dinner, Li Suifeng returned to his bedroom, still feeling hungry. His increasing physical fitness had made his appetite grow substantially, unbeknownst to his mother, who prepared food as usual. The amount was barely sufficient to fill him. Gurgle, gurgle. Li Suifeng retrieved the only tube of nutritional supplement from his drawer, gulping it down to finally satiate his hunger. Physical fitness. 1. The system text flashed before him, a development he had anticipated. The nutritional supplement contained potent energy that not only satisfied hunger, but also enhanced the user's physical capabilities. By consuming the supplement over the past few days, he occasionally gained a point in physical fitness, explaining why his physical attributes had surpassed his mental ones so rapidly. No wonder wealthy offspring were all robust and formidable. With an abundance of nutritional supplements, their bodies struggled to remain weak. Li Suifeng grinned, realizing he was not a privileged child, and that his ability to procure nutritional supplements relied solely on his efforts. After vanquishing the demonic beasts in the wilderness, he would sever some valuable parts to sell in the city, coupled with the reward previously granted by the Jingqi dojo. This was how he managed to consume nutritional potions daily. The nutritional potion he had just ingested was the last vial in his possession. Currently, his account held just over 1,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Once he achieved excellent results in the upcoming college entrance examination, Zhang Daong promised him a bonus of 200,000. At that point, he would seek additional means of income, striving to replace his family's modest home with a grander residence before embarking on his university journey. Li Suifeng's gaze sparkled with determination as he silently vowed. Chapter 19. The Genius of Comprehension. The following morning, while preparing breakfast, Wangwen heard some commotion and stepped into the kitchen, only to see Li Suifeng nonchalantly emerging from his bedroom. "Son, why are you up so early?" Wangwen inquired, puzzled. As an ordinary class student, his only obligation was to participate in the written examination. Therefore, with yesterday's conclusion, his college entrance examination should have been over. Logically, he ought to be resting. So why was he awake so early? "Mom, there's only an hour left until the exam." "Is this early?" Li Suifeng grinned and peeked into the kitchen. "Have you been slacking off this morning? Breakfast isn't ready yet?" "It's almost done," Wangwen replied as she retreated into the kitchen. A moment later, she emerged with a bowl of egg noodles. As Li Suifeng savored his meal, Wangwen sighed inwardly. She believed her son was up early to rush to the exam venue to support Kai-Su. Despite being a privileged child, Kai-Su exhibited none of the typical traits of a wealthy heir and shared a close bond with her son. Although her son, as a liberal arts student, was not qualified to partake in the martial examination, it was only right for him to cheer on his friend. "Mom, do you have any plans for this evening?" Li Suifeng asked between slurps of noodles. "Nothing in particular." "Why do you ask?" Wangwen responded, bemused. Li Suifeng flashed a mysterious smile. "In that case, remember to tune into the Spark Education channel this afternoon to watch the martial examination live. There will be a surprise." "A surprise?" Wangwen's face showed skepticism as Li Suifeng set down his bowl and utensils. "I'm full, Mom. I'm heading to the exam venue now." What could this surprise be? After watching her son leave the house, Wangwen remained somewhat bewildered. Without his father's little electric scooter to see him off, Li Suifeng quickly arrived at the exam venue of No. 3 Middle School. After verifying his identity card, he joined the throng heading towards the physical fitness hall. Inside the hall, there were multiple areas designated for different examinations: the comprehension examination zone, the physical fitness examination zone, and the mental examination zone. Following the directional signs, Li Suifeng soon arrived at the comprehension examination area, where numerous students were queuing. His position in line was towards the back. After waiting for half an hour, he finally reached the front of the line. Before him stood a makeshift warehouse divided into several rooms, each guarded by multiple examiners. Li Suifeng approached the nearby passageway No. 3, presented his identity card, and was permitted entry after verification by the examiner. As he followed the passageway, Li Suifeng entered one of the rooms in the warehouse. Inside was a long table, a wooden bench, and a helmet placed atop the table. This is a virtual reality helmet. Candidates are required to wear it, a stern voice from an elderly man with white hair announced as he sat opposite Li Suifeng. Taking a seat on the wooden bench, Li Suifeng donned the virtual helmet. This device allowed the wearer's consciousness to enter a vast digital realm, rendering the virtual experience strikingly close to reality, one of the most remarkable inventions of the Kanglan realm. In the next moment, Li Suifeng's consciousness found itself in a space reminiscent of an artist's studio. This was the virtual examination hall for martial comprehension. The environment possessed a unique magnetic field that could disturb and pressure the candidates' minds. Suddenly, a colossal blackboard materialized before him, displaying a vivid illustration of an indescribably majestic man standing atop a lofty mountain, gazing into the resplendent starry sky. His imposing silhouette left a profound impression on Li Suifeng. War God, Zhan Wuge. Li Suifeng felt a surge of fervor. Zhan Wuge was the first and most formidable human being in history, a pioneer among warriors who awakened their talents through the cleansing of celestial spiritual energy. He initiated the martial practice in this realm, guiding countless descendants with awakened abilities to embark upon the martial path. Moreover, he defeated the Demon Emperor, establishing a free nation for humanity that has persisted to this day. His remarkable deeds are chronicled in textbooks across various nations, tales that could take 7 days and nights to recount fully. Li Suifeng himself was an ardent admirer of Zhan Wuge. Candidate Li Suifeng, the image of the war god will vanish from your sight in 1 minute. You must use your will as a brush to replicate the image of the war god on the blackboard. The system will evaluate your martial comprehension score based on the completeness of your replication. The elderly examiner's voice echoed in his ears. Then, a countdown of 60 seconds appeared before him. Li Suifeng widened his eyes, fixating intently on the image of the war god, striving to imprint every detail of the artwork into his memory. A minute passed, and the image on the blackboard indeed disappeared. The examination begins now. You have 30 minutes to replicate the image of the war god, the examiner's cold voice declared, and the countdown for 30 minutes commenced. That was fast. Has a minute already gone by? I feel like I haven't completely memorized the details of the war goddess image. Although Li Suifeng felt a twinge of self-doubt, he nonetheless began to replicate the war goddess image on the blackboard using his will as a pen. As he meticulously traced each line, the majestic silhouette of the war god began to materialize on the blackboard. 10 minutes later, the image of the war god took on a three-dimensional quality. However, compared to the original, it still lacked color and some intricate details of his attire. The replication score displayed above the blackboard was at 70. Indicating that Li Suifeng could at least secure 70% of the martial comprehension total score. Yet, this score was insufficient. Li Suifeng pressed on, determined to improve the replication. But to his astonishment, he found his speed diminishing rapidly. His head began to throb, and a sharp pain surged through his eyes. The closer he drew to completion, the more arduous the task became, testing the limits of his comprehension. While a score of 70 indicated his understanding was above average, as a prodigy, this was far from satisfactory. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort in his head and eyes, forcing himself to continue. Time continued to slip away. The replication of the war god's image reached 85. At this point, Li Suifeng's memory became increasingly disordered, and he struggled to recall the war goddess likeness. His eyes began to bleed, and his head throbbed as if pierced by countless needles. I must persist, while others might succumb to the pain and abandon their replication. Li Suifeng's expression hardened, a fierce roar echoing in his heart. Then, details such as stars, the moon, and clouds began to appear in the replication of the war god's image. The replication score climbed to 90. If Li Suifeng were to give up now, he would still secure a score of 180 for comprehension, a remarkable achievement by historical standards. After all, those who attained a score of 150 were already considered to possess considerable aptitude. A score of 180 would undoubtedly signify exceptional comprehension. Not enough. Still not enough. I must continue. Li Suifeng, with bloodied eyes, fixed his gaze on the black and white image, his will acting as a pen, moving frantically. Gradually, blood stained his vision, blurring his sight of the war god's image on the blackboard. At that moment, the examiner's voice abruptly echoed. Time's up. The comprehension test has concluded. Candidate Li Suifeng achieved a replication rate of 96, scoring 192 points. Please remove your helmet. Was this truly the end? The blackboard and the image of the god of war suddenly dissipated, and the agony in his head vanished without a trace. As Li Suifeng removed the helmet, he discovered that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat, feeling weaker than after battling 100 wild beasts. Across the table, the elderly examiner displayed a hint of appreciation on his face. Young man, to replicate the god of war image to 96 under such high pressure and chaos in the virtual realm is commendable. Your comprehension level is now on par with the top scorer from the previous entrance examination. As an examiner, he had no obligation to converse with students. Yet witnessing the birth of a genius stirred his emotions. Chapter 20, 2 subjects, 368 points. Basic skills not to be underestimated. If only he could have held on a little longer, perhaps the replication rate could have reached 97 or even 98. Regrettably, he could not endure. The examiner was quite satisfied with Li Suifeng's score, yet Li Suifeng himself felt a tinge of regret. The examiner handed him a vial of red potion. This is a restorative elixir that will swiftly replenish your energy. After consuming it, you may proceed to the next examination room. By the way, you are a candidate from the nature department? Indeed, sir, Li Suifeng replied, accepting the potion and feeling his energy rapidly rejuvenate. You will be heading to the mental examination room next. After exiting, turn left. The usually aloof examiner seemed more talkative in the presence of such a talent. Thank you, teacher. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude as he exited the examination room and returned to the hall through the back door. The essence of martial comprehension seemed less about mental prowess and more a test of creativity. On his way to the next examination room, Li Suifeng reflected on the earlier experience. In the latter stages of the comprehension test, he could hardly recall the appearance of the god of war image. Every replication was instinctual. According to the examiner, his martial comprehension was exceptionally rare, yet there was no comprehension score on his panel, nor had he enhanced his understanding through the system. Thus, his comprehension was purely innate. Although his innate talent was mediocre, his martial comprehension was remarkably impressive and gratifying. With a sense of modest satisfaction, Li Suifeng arrived at the mental examination area. The second phase of the martial examination differed between the nature department and the superhuman department. The superhuman department focused on physical attributes, assessing strength, endurance, and agility to determine scores, while the nature department solely evaluated mental strength. After waiting in line for a period, Li Suifeng verified his identity card and entered the mental examination room. This was a sealed chamber devoid of examiners, yet 10 cameras were positioned in every corner, capturing Li Suifeng from all angles. At the top of the chamber hung a cyberpunk-style mental sensing orb, measuring half a meter in diameter. Candidate Li Suifeng. The countdown will commence for 30 seconds before the examination begins. You must unreservedly showcase your talent. A voice from the speakers announced, followed by the sound of the countdown. As it reached 0, Li Suifeng, who had been prepared, contorted his face in concentration, his muscles tensed, and strands of golden light, akin to flames, spread across his skin. Talent, radiance of fury. In that moment of talent manifestation, Li Suifeng's energy began to deplete rapidly. The sensing orb above flickered with a cold glow. After 30 seconds, the golden light enveloping his body ceased to exist. Li Suifeng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Was it truly the case that in fully concentrating and exerting his talent, his energy could only sustain it for 30 seconds? In his usual battles, Li Suifeng would also display his talent, but he would not employ it so exhaustively. Consequently, the depletion of energy would slow, allowing the state of radiance of fury to extend for a few minutes. Once his energy was depleted, he would be compelled to relinquish his talent. However, with the aid of energy potions and other supplements, he could swiftly recover and utilize his talent once more. During his monster hunting expeditions, this was often the strategy he employed. The examination concluded, and candidate Li Suifeng achieved a mental strength score of 176, earning 176 points. You may now exit the examination room, the cold voice announced again, to which Li Suifeng nodded slightly. Remarkably, the mental sensing orb in this chamber proved to be more precise than the system's assessments, even calculating his mental strength to a decimal point. Impressive. After exiting the mental examination room, Li Suifeng felt fairly content. The total score for the martial examination was 1,000 points, with foundational cultural scores accounting for 75 points, comprehension scores for 200 points, and both mental and physical attributes also contributing 200 points each. The remaining 525 points would need to be acquired through practical assessments. So far, excluding the cultural score, Li Suifeng's combined comprehension and mental scores had already reached 368 points. This score was close to the threshold for a second-tier martial arts university. As for the practical assessment, it was an area where Li Suifeng could easily score points. Why? Quite simply, during these days, Li Suifeng had either been at the dojo or out in the wilderness hunting monsters. The combat experience he accumulated surpassed that of any other student. He was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of various beasts. Therefore, if he failed to achieve a perfect score in the practical assessment, it would be a significant underperformance. It seemed that admission to one of the 8 major academies was nearly assured. Now, he needed to consider which university to attend. While other candidates were still anxious and dissatisfied with their current performances, Li Suifeng was already envisioning his future and uncorking champagne in anticipation. He was unafraid of setting high expectations for himself. After all, one must possess solid capabilities. As long as his strength was formidable enough, what was there to fear? At noon, wishing to spare his mother any trouble, Li Suifeng opted for a meal at a nearby food stall. He ordered an oversized pork chop rice dish. Eating while retrieving his phone. Oldly, how did you fare in today's exams? I only scored 100 in comprehension and a mere 150 in physical attributes. My performance was quite lackluster. Damn it. I heard that Sukai, that monster, scored 157 in comprehension and achieved full marks in physical attributes, making him one of only 2 students at our school to do so. Oldly, You must be curious as to why Su Kai is one of the 2 students with full marks? It's simple. Lan Aoshue also participated in the entrance examination. Not only did she score 180 in comprehension, but she also achieved full marks in mental strength. This girl is utterly outrageous. Despite already being exempt from the entrance exam by Tianwan University, she still chose to take the entrance examination, stealing the spotlight from us talented individuals. Kai Su had finished his 2 subjects long ago and sent messages periodically. Li Suifeng was somewhat taken aback. Su Kai's physical attributes were indeed extraordinary, but due to his average comprehension, his total score was still behind Li Suifeng. However, what about Lan Aoshue? Not only did she achieve full marks in mental strength, but her comprehension score was also not far behind his. Currently, she led him by 12 points, with her mental strength exceeding 20. Lan Aoshue truly was a prodigy deserving of special recruitment. Li Suifeng reflected on this and gradually regained his composure. If his talent value were sufficient to elevate Radiance of Fury to an S-level talent, his mental strength would likely surpass 20, allowing him to achieve full marks. Regrettably, his talent value still fell short, preventing him from upgrading that talent for the time being. However, as long as he continues to accumulate his abilities, elevating his talent to the S rank will merely be a matter of time. Before long, he will be able to match Lan Aoshue's spiritual intensity. Oldly, what score did you achieve? At this moment, Kai Su sent another message inquiring. Li Suifeng replied directly, I am unaware of my cultural score, but my comprehension stands at 192 points, and my spiritual intensity at 176 points. What? You actually surpassed Su Kai? Damn. Does that make you the second best in the second high, only behind Lan Aoshue? Oldly, what have you been up to lately? Have you been consuming brain tonic daily? That's incredibly fierce. Kai Su was profoundly astonished by Li Suifeng's scores. Yet, Li Suifeng remained calm. Brother G, it's merely basic operations, nothing to fuss over. Kai Su, are you putting on a show for me? Chapter 21. Practical examination at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance of the first high school was teeming with people. Why are there so many people? The wretched Ministry of Education. I feel like I'm going to be suffocated. Do they want a stampede to occur? Why couldn't they set up 2 more examination rooms? Stop complaining. The teleportation array is exorbitantly priced, apart from the first high. No other school possesses it. Just bear with it for now. As Li Suifeng arrived, he was surrounded by a cacophony of grievances. Ignoring the clamor, he raised a hand. Brother G. Nearby, Kai Su, who was confronting a towering student standing 2 meters tall, let out a sigh of relief. Kid, it's not that I can't push through, it's just that my brother has arrived, so I don't wish to quarrel with you. Count yourself fortunate. After delivering his retort, Kai Su swiftly made his way to Li Suifeng. Oldly, once we reach the trial secret realm, I will fend off the beasts. All you need to do is cheer from the back. Kai Su bore a confident expression. Alright, let us enter the examination venue first. There are too many people here. I'm starting to feel oxygen deprived. Li Suifeng patted Kai Su, whose muscles immediately tensed, veins bulging like squirming earthworms. As he pushed through the crowd towards the entrance of the first high. Oldly, I've activated the talent of immense strength. Time is of the essence. Hurry up. Without needing Kai Su's reminder, the moment he opened a path, Li Suifeng closely followed, arriving at the entrance of the first high. Are you insane? Activating your talent before even entering the examination venue? What kind of lunatic are you? You think you're strong, huh? Aren't you afraid of failing the exam? Kai Su's arrogance drew curses from numerous students. Once they passed the inspection and entered the campus, he tossed a recuperation pill into his mouth, chewing it as if it were a bean, grumbling, I have strength and wealth. If you're not satisfied, activate your talents too. The crowd fell silent, and some began to hurl insults. You fatso, once we reach the trial secret realm, I will give you a proper beating. Count me in, this fatso is infuriating. We must take him down. Kai Su was prepared to retort, but Li Suifeng immediately pulled him back. Let it go, Brother G. According to the practical examination rules, candidates are permitted to engage in combat with one another. The more enmity you attract, the greater our pressure will be once we reach the examination venue. Oldly, it seems you have a point, but why didn't you mention it sooner? Kai Su's face paled, realizing the implications. The final phase of the martial arts examination involved transporting all candidates to the trial secret realm. Within the secret realm, countless beasts bred by the government awaited. Candidates would enter, hunt these beasts, and earn examination points. That was the main premise. However, the Ministry of Education had not explicitly prohibited candidates from battling one another within the secret realm. Consequently, some students might proactively attack others during the exam. Some do so out of vengeance, while others aim to reduce competition, thereby increasing their own score. At this moment, even before the exam commenced, attracting the ire of the crowd was undoubtedly an unwise move. Kai Su immediately shrank back, pulling out a mask to wear. Now you know to back down, huh? I've memorized your face. You're in for it later. Haha, let us see you act tough now. Upon witnessing this, some began to mock, causing Kai Su's face to flush red with anger as he dragged Li Suifeng towards the teleportation site. Soon, Li Suifeng and Kai Su arrived outside the playground of the first high. The tiles of the playground were uniformly paved with expensive spiritual energy stones. In the center and along the edges lay 8 invaluable spatial spiritual energy stones, forming a colossal teleportation array encompassing the playground. Surrounding the teleportation array were examiners and security personnel. After Li Suifeng and Kai Su verified their identities and donned the scoring wristbands handed out by the examiners, they finally stepped inside. As time passed, they unknowingly approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, a minister from the Ministry of Education, clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair graying at the temples and fingers remarkably thick, stepped forward to address the crowd. His eagle-like gaze swept across the assembly, and after nodding solemnly, he spoke with a resonant voice. Students, the practical examination is about to commence. You will be teleported to the trial's secret realm. The examination duration is 1 day, meaning you will spend a full 24 hours in the secret realm, experiencing both day and night. Within the secret realm, countless beasts await, each possessing varying amounts of examination points. You may hunt them individually or in teams to earn your scores. The total score for this practical assessment is 525 points. I wish you all good fortune. With that, the minister strode away, and the teleportation array erupted in a brilliant white light, engulfing all the students. As the white light dissipated, all the students vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, after experiencing a dizzying sensation akin to weightlessness, Li Suifeng opened his eyes, discovering that he had left the first high playground and arrived in a vast plain. To the south lay a dense and expansive forest, while to the north towered snow-capped mountains. To the west, swirling yellow sands and a blazing sun reigned supreme. Including the plain where he currently stood, the secret realm contained 4 distinct environments coexisting. Truly remarkable. Is this the legendary secret realm? Quite extraordinary. Li Suifeng nodded inwardly, then looked up at the sky. High above, drones flitted like flocks of birds, their high-definition cameras rotating incessantly. Every corner of the secret realm was under the watchful eye of these drones, with the drones monitoring. This high-stakes examination would be broadcast live. If his mother turned on the Starfire platform, she might just catch a glimpse of him. He chuckled, hey, it's my first live broadcast. I must put on a grand performance for my mother. Li Suifeng pumped his fist and glanced at the red wristband on his arm. This wristband had functions like positioning, score calculation, and monitoring physical condition, should anyone sustain injuries. The wristband would promptly provide a health assessment to determine if they could continue the exam. If there was a risk of death, the exam staff would come to retrieve the candidate. This measure was also in place to prevent fatalities during the examination. Battling beasts was no trivial matter. In fact, despite the security measures, a couple of fatalities occurred in every examination cycle. Injuries were an inevitable experience for many students. In such a perilous situation, the Ministry of Education had yet to amend the practical examination rules, and the reasoning was straightforward. In this world, beasts run rampant, demons wreak havoc, and hostile races pose a threat. Ordinary humans are akin to ants before them. Only those with formidable strength can contend with these creatures. Thus, martial artists bear greater societal responsibilities. They must fulfill their duty to protect the nation and the world, especially powerful martial artists, who will inevitably confront these monsters in the future. While practical exams undeniably heighten the risk of student fatalities, they also temper the students' willpower and accumulate valuable experience in battling monsters. Only through such experiences can students enhance their survival rate in life and death struggles against these creatures once they truly become martial artists. The path of martial arts is indeed fraught with challenges. Reflecting on these various matters, Li Suifeng sighed with emotion. At that moment, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Brother, what level of talent do you possess? Would you be interested in forming a team? Chapter 22. A man of few words but fierce will. Li Suifeng turned to see a tall youth clad in a Nike combat suit, approaching with a confident smile. Beside him stood a petite girl dressed in a Charvik combat suit. Where's Brother G? It seems he has been teleported away. Li Suifeng glanced around, but could not find Kai Su's figure. To prevent candidates from forming groups in advance, the teleportation array scatters their locations. Brother G must have been sent to some obscure corner. Finding him in this vast secret realm would not be an easy task. However, even without the possibility of teaming up with Brother G, Li Suifeng felt little interest in joining forces with others. I am not interested in forming a team. With that, he turned to leave. The smile on the boy's face froze, and casting a glance at the girl beside him, he felt humiliated, his face flushing as he shouted, Hey, you stop. Li Suifeng turned back. What else do you want? How dare you reject me, Tung Yunlong? Which school are you from? The boy, suppressing his fury, growled through gritted teeth. Li Suifeng coldly replied, My school is of no importance. What matters is that if you delay me from hunting monsters, I will turn you into a Tingyun insect. You're seeking death. Tung Yunlong roared in anger, flames flickering around him, his muscles tensed, emanating an aura of ferocity. Suddenly, a shadow shot up from the nearby grass like an arrow, biting into Li Suifeng's arm before Tung Yunlong could act. It was a green vine snake, highly venomous. The petite girl screamed, hiding behind Tung Yunlong. I'm terrified of snakes. This boy has already been bitten by a green vine snake at the start. He is going to be eliminated. Ha ha ha, he deserves it. Tung Yunlong, having extinguished his fiery talent, transformed his rage into schadenfreude. The green vine snake, a first-tier demon beast. Though small, harbors potent venom. If bitten, the toxin would spread throughout the body within 10 minutes, leading to certain death without timely treatment. In every past examination, any student bitten by a green vine snake was invariably eliminated. The snake's venom is incredibly difficult to counter unless the student possesses an antidote talent. Such talents, however, are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. Kid, daring to show off in front of me. Tung Yunlong, this is your fate. Tung Yunlong sneered mockingly, but in the next moment, a massive hand descended upon the green vine snake's head. With a crack, the snake's head burst open, blood and venom splattering everywhere. Its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Li Suifeng shook his hand. Aside from 2 minor puncture marks on his forearm, he bore no other injuries. Nor were there any signs of poisoning. How could the snake's fangs fail to penetrate his arm? This is impossible. The petite girl covered her mouth in astonishment. You weren't poisoned? Tung Yunlong's expression shifted. Li Suifeng, with a cold visage, stated, if you don't want to taste my iron fist, then get lost. You little punk. Tung Yunlong gritted his teeth in anger, but Li Suifeng had already turned to leave. He contemplated pursuing. Yet the image of Li Suifeng slaying the green vine snake sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Classmate Tung, since he doesn't wish to team up, let it be. The petite girl tugged at Tung Yunlong's sleeve. Chow chow, I'll let it go this time, but the direction he is heading seems quite lively, indicating many demon beasts ahead. Let us follow and take a look. Tung Yunlong descended the steps and followed after Li Suifeng. Slaying the green vine snake grants 10 talent points. Meanwhile, as Li Suifeng swiftly traversed the plain, he observed the system text before him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the demon beasts within the trial's secret realm, though specially bred by the government, possess a wildness and strength inferior to their wild counterparts, yet still yield talent points. This trial secret realm is akin to a vast treasure trove for monster hunting. I'm about to strike it rich. Li Suifeng roared in his heart. Glancing at the ring on his wrist, the number 5 appeared, indicating that the slain green vine snake had granted him 5 examination points. If a first-tier demon beast is worth 5 examination points, then if I kill another 105 first-tier demon beasts, won't I achieve full marks? This examination is far too easy. Li Suifeng slightly shook his head, feeling somewhat disinterested. Over these days, he had slain far more demon beasts in the wild. Killing 105 is trivial for him, lacking any challenge. Ah, a new discovery. Continuing his walk, Li Suifeng spotted 5 large toads, each over a meter wide. Their limbs robust, covered in fleshy lumps, lying in the grass ahead. The black mist toad, a first-tier demon beast, possesses fleshy lumps on its back that can release toxic black mist, containing traces of paralysis toxin and obscuring vision. Basic knowledge about the black mist toad surged in his mind. Li Suifeng did not rush to attack, but instead crouched low, slowly approaching the 5 black mist toads. How audacious to venture near so many black mist toads. Not far away, Xiao Qiao's expression tightened with anxiety. It may sound brave, but truthfully, it's reckless. Xiao Qiao, watch closely. This kid is about to face disaster. Tung Yunlong's expression was one of disdain, his words barely uttered. In the distance, whoosh. A golden brilliance enveloped Li Suifeng's body. He ceased crouching and instead charged forth with great strides. The 10-meter distance was crossed in an instant. His fist, shrouded in golden radiance, struck the forehead of one black mist toad. Bang! Before the black mist toad could react, its forehead caved in, blood erupting from its eyes and ears. The remaining 4 black mist toads croaked in fury, their fleshy lumps blooming open. With a rustling sound, black mist poured forth from their poison sacs, beginning to spread through the air. Bang! Li Suifeng leaped into the mist, his fists hammering down. 2 more black mist toads collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2, croaking in panic, disregarded Li Suifeng and leaped away with frenzied kicks. They were frightened away. What? Tung Yunlong's pupils constricted, his jaw dropping in shock, unable to close for quite some time. 5 black mist toads, and in just a single encounter. 3 were dead and 2 fled? Is this kid a monster? Meanwhile, the petite girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. This classmate is truly formidable. Is he Sukai from the 2nd school or Sunyu from the 6th? Tung Yunlong's face flushed crimson, his body burning with heat. Just a moment ago, he had declared that Li Suifeng would meet a grim fate, yet the next second, the latter unleashed his true prowess. This slap in the face was quicker than a tornado. The talent points within his grasp could not possibly slip away. Amidst the black mist, Li Suifeng glared at the 2 fleeing black mist toads, eager to pursue. Yet he was astonished to find that the black mist carried a chilling sensation, causing his limbs to stiffen. The slight paralysis toxin in the mist was invading his body. I must leave this area first. Li Suifeng leaped out of the black mist, the stiffness in his limbs slowly dissipating. When he raised his head, the 2 toads had already vanished beneath the overgrowth. Frustrated, Li Suifeng stamped his foot and turned to glare at Tung Yunlong. Just a single glance sent Tung Yunlong's heart nearly stopping, and he instinctively recoiled. Li Suifeng cursed. Damn it, I missed 2 monsters because of you, you cursed star. Tung Yunlong, feeling utterly aggrieved, thought to himself, how can you shift the blame onto me? This is utterly unreasonable. However, having witnessed Li Suifeng's terrifying prowess, he dared not retort, instead swallowing his indignation and turning to the girl, Xiao Xiao. The beasts here are too sparse, we should change locations. Little did he know that a waft of fragrant air passed by, and the girl named Xiao Xiao bypassed Tung Yunlong with fervor, approaching Li Suifeng with enthusiasm. Hello, classmate. You're incredibly strong. I'm Zhong Xiao Xiao from Qizhong. Can we team up? Tung Yunlong nearly spat blood in exasperation. Was he being completely overshadowed here? Chapter 23. Encountering Tian Rue and annihilating the beast horde. As Tung Yunlong wallowed in humiliation, Zhong Xiao Xiao gazed at Li Suifeng with admiration, awaiting his response. She prided herself on her unmatched charm, convinced she could make any student submit to her allure. However, to her astonishment, Li Suifeng's expression remained indifferent as he replied, women only serve to distract me from drawing my sword. I have no interest in women, especially those who abandon their partners. Abandon? I haven't done that. We barely know each other. Zhong Xiao Xiao protested, her expression filled with grievance. Li Suifeng chose to ignore her, casting a warning glance at Tung Yunlong to stay behind, and ventured deeper into the plains. Has he truly abandoned me? He must be gay. Zhong Xiao Xiao, taken aback by Li Suifeng's blatant disregard, stomped her foot in fury, cursing him under her breath. After a moment, she approached Tung Yunlong, unabashedly saying, Tung, I believe we have a better synergy. How about we continue our team? Get lost. As the practical examination was in full swing, many citizens of Xingho City tuned in to the Xingho Education Channel to watch this decisive examination that would determine the fate of numerous students. Through the aerial perspective of drones, the television screen showcased the heroic figures of the young candidates. In a quaint, outdated living room that exuded a sense of nostalgia, Li Jiayue, enjoying a lollipop, watched the television intently. Mom, why hasn't my brother appeared yet? After waiting for some time, without seeing Li Suifeng on screen, she turned to Wang Wen. The little girl was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. She simply knew it was the day of the examination and that her brother was a participant who should also appear on television. Yeah, your brother is unwell and will not partake in this examination. He won't appear on the screen, Wang Wen replied with a bitter smile, gently stroking her daughter's head. However, Li Jiayue pointed at the television. Mom, you're lying. Isn't that my brother? Wang Wen instinctively gazed at the screen, where a familiar figure appeared for a fleeting 3 seconds. Yet, she could be certain, that was indeed her son. Is it really Xiao Feng? Wasn't he unable to participate in the martial examination? How could he be in the trial's secret realm? Wang Wen was momentarily stunned, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. Soon, she regained her composure, recalling Li Suifeng's earlier remarks. Her fists clenched, her expression a mix of excitement and anxiety. Xiao Feng, is this the surprise you prepared for me? But this practical examination is fraught with danger. You must be cautious. In the western region of the trial's secret realm, the ground trembled ominously as over 30 monstrous beasts converged, rampaging with ferocity. In their path, 2 figures were desperately fleeing. One was slightly plump, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding a certain cuteness. His face was panic-stricken as he shouted, Sister Rue, I thought the beasts in this trial's secret realm were scattered. Why are we so unfortunate to encounter a beast tied right at the start? Tian Rue's expression was grim as she replied, Wang Jun, I too wish to know why we are so ill-fated. Have you been so unlucky lately that you've passed it on to me? I haven't. I've been praying and making offerings. This bad luck is certainly not my doing. Are you implying that I'm the cause of your misfortune? That's not what I meant, Sister Rue. Wang Jun, with a woeful expression, suddenly froze as a fierce white giant wolf emerged from the grass ahead, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl. Sister Rue, it seems we are doomed. Wang Jun came to an abrupt halt, his face a portrait of despair. With a steely gaze, Tian Rue, upon halting simultaneously with Wang Jun, crossed her arms, causing the ground to tremble as vines surged forth, ensnaring the wind spirit wolf. Awoo! The wolf howled in defiance, but Tian Rue, undeterred, summoned another vine that lashed at the wolf's abdomen like a whip. A gruesome gash appeared, yet the wolf did not cry out in pain. Instead, it regarded Tian Rue and Wang Jun with a cruel, mocking stare. Oh no! The horde is behind us. As Wang Jun's scream echoed, Tian Rue's face paled, realizing that the wind spirit wolf's intent was not merely to kill them, but to buy time for the horde to close in. These beasts are employing a delaying tactic? They've truly evolved. Wang Jun lamented, while Tian Rue felt a deep sense of despair, fully aware that with the horde approaching, their chances of escape were vanishing, and they might be eliminated. Forced to withdraw from the practical examination prematurely, just as despair washed over her, suddenly, a golden brilliance flashed from the side, dazzling like the sun. Tian Rue turned to look, her face a canvas of disbelief. A boy clad in ordinary sportswear radiated an intense golden glow, charging into the fray of beasts with ferocity. Boom, boom. With each swing of his arms, golden fist auras erupted forth, and with every strike, a monstrous beast was sent flying, meeting its demise upon impact. In mere moments, 5 beasts were dispatched in a flurry of violence. Initially, the beasts had ignored the boy, focusing solely on Wang Jun and Tian Rui. Yet, as their companions fell one by one, their fury ignited, and they turned their wrath upon the boy. The ground trembled under the onslaught of the beasts. Yet the boy stood firm, his hands blocking the ferocious attacks without a single visible wound, remaining as immovable as a mountain. In a swift motion, he repelled a bear-like beast and, with a powerful stance, unleashed a punch that struck the beast's chest. Boom. Crack. The bear's thick layer of fat and fur failed to protect its body. The massive creature, towering at 3 meters, collapsed, inadvertently crushing a smaller wolf demon beneath its weight. With a whimper, the wolf demon was instantly crushed to death. The boy followed up with another punch to the giant bear's chest. Crack. The bear's ribcage shattered. Blood spewed forth, and its eyes glazed over as it succumbed to its injuries, falling lifelessly to the ground. Such a gruesome spectacle left the remaining beasts frozen in place. Their eyes filled with palpable fear as they beheld the boy. The giant bear, though merely a first-tier beast, had been the strongest among the horde, comparable to a leader. The boy's swift dispatch of the bear was akin to capturing the leader first, instilling terror in the entire pack. Haha, splendid. The boy laughed heartily. Still enveloped in golden radiance, and charged once more into the throng of beasts, his fists a harbinger of death. Heavens! Not far away, Wang Jun and Tian Rui were utterly stunned, caught in an overwhelming shock. The fiercely formidable youth before them was none other than the skilled brother they had encountered outside Starfire City. Yet, how short a time had passed since. It seemed that the skilled brother had grown even stronger. Withstanding the savage bites and clawing of the demon beasts without faltering was one feat. Effortlessly dispatching them with a mere punch was another. Such a terrifying blend of offensive and defensive prowess truly defied belief. Could he really be merely a fellow examinee? Surely, he could not be a formal warrior parachuted in from one of the 8 prestigious academies? Meanwhile, under Li Suifeng's relentless rampage, demon beasts fell in droves, leaving only 6 survivors. The fact that these 6 beasts managed to escape was not a stroke of luck. Rather, it was their cunning instinct that prompted them to maintain a safe distance from Li Suifeng, avoiding the fate of becoming mere fodder. A wind spirit wolf, clutching its tail, let out a mournful howl before disregarding the mass of corpses around it and fleeing deep into the grasslands. The remaining 5 demon beasts, witnessing this, naturally seized the opportunity to make their own escape. Chapter 24, single-handedly annihilating the beast horde, stirring the higher echelons of Starfire City. How long are you two going to remain in a daze? Hurry and stop those demon beasts. As Tian Rui and Wang Jun were still in shock, Li Suifeng's voice suddenly rang out. Tian Rui quickly snapped back to her senses, forming hand seals. Halt. With a rustling sound, vines erupted from the ground beneath the fleeing demon beasts, ensnaring their waists and limbs as if binding them with ropes. Taken by surprise, the demon beasts stumbled and fell. Seizing the moment, Li Suifeng arrived just in time, his fists flying as he dispatched them all. Regrettably, one managed to escape. After the carnage, Li Suifeng gazed into the distance, still harboring a sense of regret. Tian Rui's lips twitched. They had slaughtered 99% of the horde, and only one had escaped. Was this truly a cause for lament? You are nothing short of a butcher of demon beasts. On the top floor of a grand office building within the first high school, over 100 esteemed figures gathered, well-known personalities of Starfire City. At the forefront sat an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his face etched with deep wrinkles and a scar that stretched from his eye to his chin, giving him a fearsome appearance. He was none other than the #1 figure of Starfire City, Lord Suifeng. Suifeng fixed his gaze on the large LCD screen at the far end of the conference hall, nodding repeatedly. This year's college entrance examination truly showcases an abundance of talent in Starfire City. The massive LCD screen displayed 4 split screens. In one, the snow-white neck of Lan Aoshue was seen strolling beneath an icy peak, demon beasts with eerie blue eyes slaughtering one another under her command. In another screen, the top student from Second High, Su Kai, was entirely encased in scales, his elongated nails akin to short blades as he weaved among a throng of demon beasts, swiftly reducing them to mere fragments. The other 2 split screens showcased other prodigies employing various methods to annihilate demon beasts. In the upper right corner of the screen, a ranking list appeared. First, Li Suifeng, 46 demon beasts slain, examination score 230. Second, Su Kai, 34 demon beasts slain, examination score 198. Third, Sun Yu, 31 demon beasts slain, examination score 184. Fourth, Lan Aoshue, 25 demon beasts slain, examination score 172. The top 4 contenders were all renowned in the city prior to the exam, being hot favorites for the top honors. Such results were indeed not surprising. If this trend continued, it was conceivable that someone from Starfire City might contend for the provincial top scholar. The Minister of Education wore an expectant expression. The provincial top scholar? That is quite a challenge. But at present, it seems Su Kai still has a chance. City Lord Suifeng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the ranking in the upper right corner shifted. First, Li Suifeng, 46 demon beasts slain. Examination score 230. This abrupt turn of events left both the City Lord and the Minister of Education momentarily stunned, as did the other notable figures present. Wasn't Su Kai in first place? How could it suddenly change to Li Suifeng? Who was Li Suifeng? Director, what is going on? Why isn't the view switched to Li Suifeng yet? The principal of First High rose and bellowed in the hall. The LCD screen then displayed a fifth split screen, revealing a youth clad in a Pudon tracksuit, surrounded by a sea of corpses, casually resting on the ground. Had all these demon beasts been slain by Li Suifeng? Why hadn't the director tracked his perspective in real time? The Minister of Education furrowed his brow, displeased. The principal of First High broke into a cold sweat, urgently shouting. Rewind to Li Suifeng's perspective. Soon, time rewound, and the screen presented Li Suifeng hunting the beast horde. He appeared bathed in golden light, unperturbed by the attacks of the horde, each punch delivering a precise and lethal blow to a demon beast. The manner in which he dispatched the beasts left all the prominent figures in the room wide-eyed. Setting aside his innate talent and strength, was his technique for slaying demon beasts not exceedingly smooth? Indeed, each punch struck the soft spot of the demon beasts, indicating he possessed extensive experience in this endeavor. Moreover, the golden glow enveloping him seemed to suggest a natural affinity, most likely of A grade. Yet, his ability to withstand the demon beast's assaults without injury could not solely be attributed to this talent. It appeared he possessed two talents, one primarily offensive and the other defensive. As the experts analyzed, they quickly discerned the implications, exchanging glances. Two talents were impressive enough, but his mastery over physical techniques and demon-slaying skills was unparalleled. How had such a figure remained obscure until now? Get me the information on Li Suifeng, the Minister of Education commanded. A staff member swiftly approached with a tablet in hand. After reviewing it, the minister glanced at the principal of Second High. Old Yang, your school has produced such a dark horse, and you said nothing? How underhanded. Everyone turned their gaze toward the principal of Second High, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. So, this prodigious talent, namely Suifeng, hailed from Second High? But had not Second High already produced Su Kai? Now another Li Suifeng emerged? Truly a flourishing harvest. The principal of Second High appeared bewildered. This was his first encounter with the name Li Suifeng, and no one had reported anything to him previously. Wait, the records indicate that Li Suifeng dropped out of Second High to take the examination for Jinchi Dojo. Old Yang, what is going on? The Minister of Education scrutinized the tablet once more, his expression turning peculiar. Drop out. That is impossible. The principal of Second High stood up in agitation. While he had not previously heard of Li Suifeng, such a talent must surely be a treasure for the school, and there was no reason to let him drop out. Look for yourself. The Minister of Education handed the tablet to the principal of Second High. Upon seeing the information at the bottom of Li Suifeng's record, which indicated he had dropped out of Second High and was a substitute examinee for Jinchi Dojo, the principal nearly fainted on the spot. Who the hell allowed Li Suifeng to drop out? I will have words with them. On the plains of the trial examination site. After a prolonged battle, Li Suifeng, having extensively utilized his talents, was severely drained and sat down to rest. Demon beast slain, 46, examination score, 230. Glancing at his wristband, Li Suifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. The examination had only been underway for an hour, yet he had already secured half of the maximum score. This was a promising start. Looking once more at his personal panel, his talent points had accumulated to 2,700, nearing the threshold of 3,000. Skilled brother, come, drink this nutritional potion. The sycophantic Wang Jun presented a vial of nutritional elixir, his countenance dripping with flattery. Li Suifeng, unreserved, seized the elixir and consumed it with gusto. The examination spanned a grueling 24 hours, and the Ministry of Education had not prohibited candidates from bringing nutritional supplements or restorative items. The consumption of such supplements was well within the bounds of the regulations. Master, our encounter in the examination hall is truly a serendipitous fate. Shall we form a team? Wang Jun's expression shimmered with anticipation. Li Suifeng shook his head, responding, joining forces with you would only dilute my examination score. It's not worth it. Assuming a demonic beast grants 5 points. Teaming up to slay it would yield Li Suifeng only 25 points. Adding another teammate would further reduce the score by a third. While teaming up indeed enhances efficiency in hunting, it also entails a sacrifice of examination points. With Li Suifeng's prowess, he could easily dispatch hordes of beasts solo. Beyond his close friend Kai Su, he had no interest in leading others. Chapter 25, 500,000 commission, teaming up to assist the boss in the examination. Master, please. My awakened talent is support type, and my combat capability is rather meager. Relying solely on Sister Rue for guidance is exceedingly challenging. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Wang Jun implored with a woeful expression. Li Suifeng inquired curiously, what is your talent? The Zhang brothers had lent a modicum of assistance during their last outing, whereas Wang Jun had merely coasted through. My talent is akin to yours, master. It is also of the light attribute, but I possess the B-grade resurgence light. Wang Jun raised his hand, a sphere the size of a walnut floating above his fingers. It bore a striking resemblance to Li Suifeng's initial skill, light flow, yet radiated an aura of sanctity. Master, should you sustain injuries, my resurgence light can swiftly staunch your bleeding and mend your wounds, Wang Jun declared, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Li Suifeng was taken aback. Support-type talents were, in fact, quite rare. Though lacking in direct combat prowess, they could significantly bolster other warriors. On the battlefield, such talents may seem of little utility. Yet they are indispensable within the logistical teams of various nations. These warriors, known as support-type warriors, fulfill a role akin to that of a healer in a team. I never anticipated that you, plump as you are, would be a support-type warrior. How rare indeed. Li Suifeng mused. Wang Jun, his hopes rekindled, exclaimed, my talent is not only support-type, but also belongs to the light attribute, akin to yours, master. Given the peculiar twist of fate, would you not take me under your wing? Before he could finish, Li Suifeng resolutely shook his head. I refuse. Master, please, don't do this. Wang Jun was on the verge of tears. Tian Rue glanced around, lowering her voice. Master, if we were to offer you a commission like last time, would you consider leading us? Li Suifeng's demeanor softened slightly as he casually asked, what is the proposed amount? Tian Rue gestured a figure. Only 50,000? Li Suifeng immediately dismissed the notion. This was a pivotal examination that could determine one's destiny. With his support, they might even achieve perfect scores. To think 50,000 could alter their fate? Preposterous. No. Master, we understand the significance of this practical assessment. It could indeed change our lives. We would never offer such a paltry sum. Tian Rue shook her head vigorously, adding, we are prepared to offer you 500,000. What? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed he had vastly underestimated these privileged heirs. Without needing parental consent, they could easily procure 500,000 to enlist his aid? Such extravagance was almost inhumane. Casting a glance at the drones hovering above, he opted not to haggle. Deal. Thank you, master. Wang Jun beamed with joy, while Tian Rue murmured, though our actions may be deemed cheating, they are legally protected. After the examination, I will transfer the funds to you. You may record our conversation. Her foresight in establishing profound trust was commendable. I have already recorded it, Li Suifeng nonchalantly lied. That works. Tian Rue nodded, subsequently tapping on her wristband. A beep resonated, and Li Suifeng's wristband displayed a team invitation. He confirmed it, and a notification signaled that the team was successfully formed. Henceforth, Li Suifeng, Tian Rue, and Wang Jun became allies within the trial's secret realm. The examination points accrued from slaying beasts would be equally divided among the three. Let us proceed to hunt. Li Suifeng beckoned. Hee. Master, from this moment forth, you are our leader. If you say to venture east, we shall not stray west. If you command us to consume filth, we shall not drink urine. Wang Jun transformed once again into a sycophant, lavishing praise. Li Suifeng wore a look of exasperation, internally lamenting the lack of ambition in this fellow. Yet, upon reflection, the Ministry of Education's allowance for students to group during practical examinations likely aimed to accommodate support-type warriors like Wang Jun. Given their lower combat efficacy, individuals of his ilk would struggle to match the efficiency of those with other talents. Their participation in practical assessments inherently placed them at a disadvantage, making teamwork essential to mitigate this. As time flowed like a river, dusk approached, marking 4 hours since the examination commenced. In the western desert region, a swarm of pitch-black scorpions, each the size of half a meter and resembling forged iron, infested the area. From above, the sheer number of these dark creatures coalesced into a massive, ominous cloud, creating a truly unsettling sight. As Li Suifeng and his companions neared the scorpion horde, Wang Jun's face turned pale. Master, these rattlesnake-black scorpions may not match the toxicity of the green vine snake, but their tails can detach like a bee's stinger, transforming into projectiles for ranged attacks. What's more alarming is that among the swarm, there may be a second-tier scorpion queen. A second-tier scorpion queen? Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having previously slain a second-tier beast, the saber-toothed tiger, and received an additional talent reward, he was eager for another opportunity. Could slaying this second-tier scorpion queen grant him yet another new talent? Wang Jun, should I sustain injury or be poisoned, you can use your resurgence light to assist me. Correct? Li Suifeng asked earnestly. Wang Jun scratched his head, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Ordinary wounds should pose no problem, and I can eliminate common toxins. But I may struggle with more potent venoms. That will suffice. I will engage the scorpion horde. You assess the situation and provide healing. Tian Rue, you will create vines to control them. Li Suifeng, a seasoned gamer, had a keen understanding of monster hunting and team dynamics. Master, rest assured, I shall stand as your steadfast support, Wang Jun declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Steadfast support? Li Suifeng muttered, feeling a bit uneasy. With a swift motion, he charged toward the scorpion horde. The scorpions, previously climbing, turned in unison at the sound, their cold, lifeless eyes fixating on him. Their tails, adorned with silver stingers, rose like whips, producing a menacing hissing sound akin to rattlesnakes. With a burst of golden radiance enveloping him, Suifeng surged forward, propelled by the formidable power of his talent, his speed dramatically increasing. With a swift motion, he plunged into the midst of the scorpion swarm. The group was agitated, as the black scorpions with their rattling tails lunged at Suifeng with their stingers. While unleashing the radiant fury, Suifeng simultaneously invoked the golden jade skin. His skin tightened, becoming as resilient as leather armor, and amid the clattering sounds, he managed to deflect the majority of the poisonous scorpion attacks. Only a few minute white spots appeared on his skin, yet it remained unpierced. Bang, bang, bang. Like the ferocious beasts he had hunted before, Suifeng executed the celestial fist, each strike imbued with tremendous force, akin to meteors plummeting from the heavens, effortlessly crushing the black scorpions beneath him. Blood and venom splattered across the ground, leaving behind the carcasses of more than 10 scorpions. It was at that moment, with a hissing sound, Suifeng glanced down to discover a 10-centimeter venomous stinger embedded in his shoulder blade. It was a black scorpion from nearby that had used its long-range needle to breach his defenses. Chapter 26. A-rank talent. Frenzied crocodile skin. The scorpion queen emerges. Could this black scorpion's stinger truly penetrate my golden jade skin? Suifeng felt a sudden stiffness in his shoulder as the scorpion venom began to permeate his body, impacting his physical state. Master, I'm here to assist you, Wang Jun called out, raising his hand to unleash a beam of restorative light that landed precisely on the wound on Suifeng's shoulder. With a soft chime, the stinger fell to the ground, and the bloodied wound healed, gradually restoring sensation to Suifeng's stiff shoulder. So this is Wang Jun's supportive talent? Quite remarkable indeed. Suifeng nodded inwardly, abandoning any thoughts of retreat, and charged into the swarm of scorpions, rampaging through them. In the ensuing moments, one black scorpion after another fell to Suifeng's hands. Yet, correspondingly, he paid a price. His body was punctured by over 10 scorpion stingers, and the venom began to slow his movements. Fortunately, Wang Jun proved to be a reliable ally, frequently providing healing and purging toxins, ensuring that Suifeng maintained a stable condition. Master, I'm beginning to feel exhausted. The respite was short-lived, as Wang Jun's complexion paled, and he appeared weak with every movement. Is his endurance so limited? Suifeng furrowed his brows. They had yet to eliminate even a third of the scorpions. Without Wang Jun's support, extinguishing the scorpion horde seemed increasingly unrealistic. Ultimately, relying on outsiders was futile. He had to depend on himself. Suifeng's gaze sharpened as he focused on upgrading his golden jade skin. He realized that the talent points had accumulated to over 3,500, yet no upgrade symbol appeared after Radiant Fury. He had no choice but to alter his original plan and temporarily enhance the golden jade skin, spending 1,000 talent points. He upgraded his B-rank golden jade skin to A-rank frenzied crocodile skin. Personal physique, 5. Frenzied crocodile skin, a superhuman talent. The skin resembles that of the mythical frenzied crocodile, showcasing exceptional resilience against piercing attacks, along with some resistance to fire and cold. Excellent. As the system notification flashed before him, Suifeng's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The A-rank frenzied crocodile skin not only enhanced his skin's resilience and defense, but also bestowed him with certain resistances to fire and cold. This would undoubtedly propel him further down the path of invincibility. Without a moment's hesitation, Suifeng concentrated on his entire body, tightening his skin instinctively. As the swarm stirred, scorpion stingers shot toward him. However, this time, Suifeng's skin did not yield. Instead, those stingers, akin to iron nails, bent upon impact and fell harmlessly to the ground. The A-rank defensive talent indeed withstood the black scorpion's projectiles. Ecstatic and fervent, Suifeng thought, system, continued to enhance the celestial fist. Consuming 500 talent points, the celestial fist reached perfection. Personal physique, 1. Overcome with excitement, Suifeng pressed on to eradicate the scorpion swarm, disregarding his resources as he continued to expend talent points to max out the celestial fist. Since the celestial fist did not belong to the spiritual level martial arts category, its pinnacle was perfection. A wave of profound memories related to the celestial fist surged into his mind. Suifeng felt remarkably agile, instinctively throwing punches. Whoosh, bang, bang. With his attacks fully charged, not only did his speed increase, but the ferocity of his strikes intensified as well. The pace at which the scorpions were being annihilated visibly accelerated. Finally, under Suifeng's relentless slaughter, the number of scorpions dwindled to a mere quarter of their original count. The remaining black scorpions, witnessing the demise of their kin, were now gripped by a profound fear, instinctively recoiling from Suifeng's presence. Suifeng, emboldened, surged toward the remaining black scorpions. The sound of frantic scuttling echoed as the black scorpions burrowed into the ground, their tails resembling drills, attempting to escape. They were actually fleeing. Damn it, don't run. Suifeng roared in frustration, having already spent 500 talent points on enhancing his abilities. The remaining black scorpions represented not only examination points, but also precious talent points. He was determined not to let a single one escape. Master, watch your feet. As he pursued, Wang Jun's voice called from behind. Instinctively, Li Suifeng lowered his gaze, only to see the ground beneath him being ruptured as a long, whip-like black scorpion tail erupted from the earth, aiming for one of his eyes. What in the world? Li Suifeng's pupils constricted, and his body reacted instinctively, leaping backward just in time to evade the massive tail's assault. Thud! Upon landing, Li Suifeng's heart raced as he glanced at the spot where the tail had emerged, his eyes widening in shock. The Scorpion Queen? Before him stood an imposing black scorpion, measuring 2 meters in length. With a tail as thick as an infant's arm and nearly a meter long, the stinger at its tip was sharp and menacing, resembling a short dagger more than a needle. Its enormous eyes were devoid of emotion, coldly fixated on Li Suifeng. With a sudden flick of its tail, the monstrous scorpion opened its mouth, expelling a droplet of fist-sized, dark green venom. Li Suifeng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. The venom splattered onto the sand, hissing as it melted the grains into liquid. Was the Scorpion Queen's saliva venomous? This is truly monstrous. Wang Jun exclaimed in frustration from a distance. Tian Rui shouted, Master, that Scorpion Queen is a second-tier beast. Engaging it poses significant risks. Should we retreat for the time being? After an afternoon of monster hunting, both she and Wang Jun had accumulated over 200 examination points. At this rate, as long as they continued to farm first-tier beasts, achieving full marks before the end of the exam would not be difficult, while battling a second-tier beast could yield greater points in one fell swoop. It also entailed a higher risk of elimination. Tian Rui believed that since this was an exam, they should prioritize accumulating examination points rather than entangling themselves with a formidable beast, lest they find themselves in dire straits. Retreat for now? Tian Rui, do you have any idea how long I have awaited this Scorpion Queen? A playful smile danced upon Li Suifeng's face, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon the Scorpion Queen. It seemed that this creature had transformed from a mere monster into an alluring beauty, naked and enchanting. Master you? Tian Rui's expression was one of astonishment, but before she could finish her sentence, a swift sound cut through the air as Li Suifeng unleashed a fierce burst of light, dashing towards the Scorpion Queen like a shadow. By the time she registered what was happening, there was a resounding thud as Li Suifeng's fist, enveloped in golden radiance, struck the Scorpion Queen with tremendous force. Chapter 27. First explode the genius, then slay the Scorpion Queen. Bang! The sheer power of Li Suifeng's punch would have obliterated an ordinary rattlesnake scorpion, reducing it to a puddle of juices. However, upon striking the Scorpion Queen's back, it merely left a dent where his fist had made contact. The Scorpion Queen did not perish from this blow. Instead, she retaliated fiercely, her elongated tail stinging Li Suifeng's chest. Clang! Thanks to the protection of the frenzied crocodile skin, Li Suifeng's flesh had become as resilient as armor. Even though the Scorpion Queen's tail possessed a penetrating force several times greater than that of a regular rattlesnake scorpion, it failed to pierce his skin. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The tremendous impact forced Li Suifeng to stagger back several steps before he regained his footing. Upon inspecting the spot where the tail had struck, he noticed a purple bruise forming. This Scorpion Queen was not only remarkably defensive, but her offensive capabilities were formidable as well. Li Suifeng clicked his tongue in marvel, yet remained unfazed, calling out to Tian Rui behind him. Tian Rui, bind this Scorpion Queen with your vines, and create an opportunity for me. I shall smash her eyes to pieces. Understood, Master. Taking a deep breath, Tian Rui formed intricate hand seals from the ground beneath the Scorpion Queen. For vines composed of wood elements coalesced, ensnaring the creature's body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Enraged, the Scorpion Queen's tail writhed violently. Just as Li Suifeng prepared to press his advantage, a scoff echoed from nearby. Suddenly, a figure approached like a specter, their arm slicing down towards one of the Scorpion Queen's eyes. Thud! One of the Scorpion Queen's eyes was cleaved open, blood gushing forth as she emitted a piercing screech. Breaking free from the vines, her tail lunged angrily at the sudden intruder. The figure reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly retreating to evade the tail's strike. Once positioned, they transformed into a youth clad in silver armor. Though not tall in stature, his limbs were disproportionately long, and his entire being was enveloped in a swirling azure aura. This Scorpion Queen's head belongs to me, Sun Yu. You three must leave at once. The silver-clad youth turned to Li Suifeng and the others, his voice commanding. Wang Jun's expression shifted. The top student from Class 6, Sun Yu? Tian Rui's face darkened. It is said he has remained undefeated among the seniors of Class 6. Having awakened the S-rank talent, Gale's Fury. Not only does he possess the ability to accelerate through his wind aura, but he can also summon wind blades and manipulate the wind elements to form weapons. He is incredibly powerful. She turned her gaze and was startled to see Li Suifeng's countenance resembling that of ancient ice, cold and intimidating. Master. Tian Rui was about to offer some words of comfort, but to her astonishment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Suifeng. With the full force of the frenzied light unleashed, he charged at Sun Yu like a blazing sun. You? Sun Yu exclaimed in shock, instinctively raising his arm. The wind aura coalesced before him, forming a tangible shield. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the wind shield shattered, forcing Sun Yu to stagger back. His arms throbbing as if struck by a hammer. This guy's strength. Sun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet Suifeng did not relent. After breaking through the wind shield, he continued his relentless assault, his fists striking like cannonballs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each punch sliced through the air, generating a fierce gust. Sun Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he utilized his wind aura to envelop himself, retreating rapidly. The wind-based talent symbolized sharpness and speed. The more powerful the ability, the more pronounced its characteristics. However, to Sun Yu's astonishment, he realized that this golden glimmering youth was not significantly slower than him. Even more alarming was that every punch Suifeng delivered was extraordinarily fierce, akin to meteors descending from the heavens, leaving him breathless. Sun Yu found himself retreating continuously, desperately attempting to escape the relentless pursuit of the youth. Bang! At last, Suifeng's fist landed on Sun Yu's shoulder. With a crack, Sun Yu's shoulder dislocated, propelling him into the air in a parabolic arc before crashing onto the sandy ground. Are you insane? Sun Yu groaned in pain as he struggled to rise, his face a mask of fear as he stared at Suifeng. Dare to snatch my wild monster? You must be prepared to face my wrath. Suifeng roared, charging towards Sun Yu. Stop. I concede. I'll let you have this Scorpion Queen. Sun Yu cried out in panic, retreating rapidly. Given his temperament, he should not have been so cowardly. However, the overwhelming aura emitted by Suifeng was terrifying. Akin to a lunatic escaping from a mental institution, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. He silently regretted provoking Suifeng, finished posturing and hoping to flee. It is too late. Suifeng's expression twisted into a snarl as he lunged forward. You lunatic. I'll fight you. Sun Yu, enraged, resolved to no longer tolerate this. He was, after all, a genius with an S-rank talent. Enduring this far was already a limit. With Suifeng pressing on, he had no intention of being submissive any longer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of wind enveloped Sun Yu as he prepared to counterattack. Yet, Suifeng, remarkably swift, struck him in the face before he could react. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Sun Yu once again crumpled to the ground, this time failing to rise, his eyes rolling back as his body convulsed before slipping into unconsciousness. What? Nearby? Wang Jun and Tian Rui stared in shock at Sun Yu's bloodied, swollen face. Suifeng had knocked out Sun Yu with a single punch? Damn it! A furious curse erupted as Suifeng approached Sun Yu, raising his arm once more, intent on delivering another blow. Does Master intend to finish Sun Yu off entirely? This is too ruthless. Wang Jun and Tian Rui exchanged horrified glances. At that moment, Sun Yu's wristband began to glow red, followed by an announcement. Candidate Sun Yu has fallen into unconsciousness and is disqualified. Candidate Suifeng, please remain calm and do not continue attacking Sun Yu, or you will be deemed in violation and expelled from the examination. Suifeng's massive fist halted midair, his expression darkening as he realized they were forbidding him from continuing his correction of Sun Yu. How tyrannical. In a flash of white light, a man clad in an examiner's uniform appeared, swiftly lifting Sun Yu. He cast a lingering glance at Suifeng before gripping a jade stone, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Had it not been for the examiner's intervention, I would have beaten Sun Yu into oblivion. Suifeng's expression remained one of dissatisfaction as he continued to curse. Master, you have defeated Sun Yu, the top student of Class 6, who is also a leading contender for the top score in this examination. You are truly formidable. At that moment, Wang Jun rushed over, his face alight with excitement, nearly bowing to Suifeng in admiration. Tian Rui, however, noticed a change in demeanor. It seems the Scorpion Queen is attempting to escape. Suifeng turned his head to survey the surroundings upon hearing the commotion, and only then did he realize that amidst his fierce battle with Sun Yu, the cunning Scorpion Queen, having had her eyes obliterated and sensing imminent peril, was attempting to burrow into the ground to escape. Tian Rui, Suifeng bellowed. Tian Rui reacted swiftly, forming hand seals. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Scorpion Queen entirely, before it could fully retreat underground. Suifeng had already arrived in a flash, delivering a ferocious barrage of punches to the creature's head. Bang, 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 crack. Ultimately, after a relentless onslaught, the Scorpion Queen's head was completely shattered, lying motionless upon the ground, unequivocally deceased. The system notification indicated that he had slain the Black Scorpion Queen, granting him 500 personal talent points. Yet, a shadow of disappointment crossed Suifeng's face. Why haven't I gained any talent? Is it possible that this Scorpion Queen was simply too weak for me now? Or could it be that the acquisition of talent is also subject to probability? Filled with disillusionment, Suifeng glanced at the spot where Sun Yu had fallen, muttering curses under his breath. It must be that bastard's bad luck that has rubbed off on me. Damn him. Thus, He unleashed a torrent of insults upon Sun Yu's entire family. Chapter 28. A surge in talent points. In the conference room, due to Li Suifeng's unexpected emergence, a fifth split screen appeared on the colossal LCD display, with Li Suifeng naturally taking center stage. Upon witnessing Li Suifeng and Tianrue team up, the Minister of Education furrowed his brow. Doesn't Li Suifeng realize he is currently ranked first in the practical exam? Teaming up with others will diminish his exam score. Isn't he jeopardizing his own interests? City Lord Su Sifeng chuckled. Perhaps he has his own considerations. The scene shifted. Li Suifeng had plunged into a swarm of scorpions, battling numerous black scorpions. As observers watched Li Suifeng flatten one scorpion after another, the expressions of several prominent figures brightened. Someone exclaimed, "I can assure you, Li Suifeng has undoubtedly hunted beasts in the wild. Indeed, his combat skills are remarkably refined. Every punch he throws accurately strikes the vulnerable spots of the black scorpions, resulting in instant kills. He has clearly undergone rigorous training. This young man possesses exceptional combat experience." While the dignitaries discussed, an assistant approached City Lord Su Sifeng, presenting a report. This child's talent is rated A, with a mental strength of 176, yet his comprehension stands at an astounding 192. The highest score in this year's Gaokao in Xingho City. As Su Sifeng expressed his astonishment, the crowd was further amazed. His combat skills are outstanding, and his mental prowess is commendable. Although his talent rating is slightly lacking, his martial comprehension is truly extraordinary. Taken together, Li Suifeng is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Such a genius, however, raises the question, why did he drop out of number 2 high school and join Jingqi Dojo? Buzzing with tension, the principal of No. 2 high school felt his face flush with indignation, nearly losing consciousness. He sensed the piercing gazes of his peers, laden with mockery for allowing a talent like Li Suifeng to slip away. Suppressing his anguish, the principal took out his phone and began sending frantic messages to his subordinates. From their reports, he learned the entire sequence of events. The homeroom teacher of class 222 was indeed a fool for letting such a superlative talent escape. He vowed silently to punish that teacher severely. As the turmoil in the principal's heart intensified, the scene shifted again. The Scorpion Queen reappeared, and Li Suifeng found himself entangled in a fierce struggle, unable to gain the upper hand. At that moment, another genius on a separate screen unexpectedly spotted the Scorpion Queen, Sun Yu from number 6 high school, currently ranked 3rd in the practical exam. He had not anticipated crossing paths with Li Suifeng. Would their encounter spark a confrontation? As the dignitaries eagerly anticipated the clash, Li Suifeng indeed engaged in battle with Sun Yu. When they saw Sun Yu being relentlessly pummeled by Li Suifeng, unable to retaliate, the onlookers were left in shock. The S-rank prodigy Sun Yu was being subdued by Li Suifeng, who was merely an A rank. How could the disparity between these two be so vast? Ultimately, when Sun Yu was thoroughly defeated and eliminated from the competition, the dignitaries maintained a facade of composure, yet internally they were in turmoil. The favored candidate, Sun Yu, had succumbed to the dark horse Li Suifeng, facing direct elimination. This would undoubtedly impact Sun Yu's final exam score, potentially jeopardizing his chances of admission to the top 8 academies. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded as someone slammed their hand on the conference table. The dignitaries turned to see the principal of number 6 high school rise in fury. Li Suifeng has gone too far. His character is deplorable. He is a prime example of talent without virtue, a worthless student. Allowing such a person to participate in this sacred examination is a disgrace to our educational system. The dignitaries exchanged glances, bemused by his hypocritical outrage, which was clearly motivated by the fact that his own Sun Yu had been prematurely eliminated. Where was your voice when Sun Yu was bullying other candidates in the secret realm? Old Wang, quiet down, City Lord Su Sifeng interjected, his casual remark causing the principal to feel a jolt of anxiety, compelling him to regain his composure. His face flushed with embarrassment as he sat down, his heart aching like 1,000 needles. Because of Li Suifeng, number 6 high school had suffered immense losses. It had only been a short while, and Li Suifeng's score was nearing 300. I am curious to see how many creatures he ultimately slays. Whether he will break the historical record and fulfill the legacy left by Senior Sun to obtain the special reward he bequeathed. In the ensuing silence, Su Sifeng smiled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The Minister of Education maintained his poise. To surpass Senior Sun's record is exceedingly challenging, and I still believe the strongest contender this year is Su Kai. If Li Suifeng encounters Su Kai, his chances of victory are slim. Speculation is merely speculation. The true outcome can only be determined through battle. Perhaps Li Suifeng might indeed triumph over Su Kai? Su Sifeng smiled, and the Minister of Education chose not to elaborate further. Once more, the crowd's gaze fixated intensely on Li Suifeng. As time passed, the examination extended deep into the night. With the moon obscured by clouds, darkness enveloped the land, limiting the visibility of the candidates, who often opted for caution in their movements. Some even sought refuge in caves or atop trees to evade beast attacks. Yet Li Suifeng was undeterred. Having missed the Scorpion Queen, his anger was nearly boiling over. Even at night, he tirelessly led Tianrue, and Wang Jun to hunt and slay beasts. Brother expert, my exam score is already approaching 400. If we continue our hunt in the morning, we should easily achieve a perfect score. Shouldn't we take a break for now? Wang Jun, weary from slaying yet another beast, wore a wry smile. Tian Rue readily agreed. Brother expert, as Wang Jun mentioned, shall we rest for a bit? Li Suifeng paused, glancing at his wrist device. Monsters slain, 127. Exam score, 460 points. With only 65 points remaining for a perfect score, if all went well, clearing another beast horde would almost guarantee completion. Satisfied with this, Li Suifeng declared, let us set up camp here. Hooray! Wang Jun exclaimed with enthusiasm, flopping onto the ground and gasping for breath. Tian Rue produced a flint and ignited some dry grass she had collected along the way, creating a small campfire. Leaning against the campfire, Tian Rue retrieved some provisions from her backpack, not forgetting to offer a share to Li Suifeng. As Li Suifeng chewed on the dried rations, he perused his personal panel. Li Suifeng, Realm, Awakening Level 0. Physique, 33. Mentality, 17. Talent, Blazing Light, A class. Crocodile Skin, A class. Martial Arts, none. Physical Techniques, Heavenly Light Long Fist, perfected. Iron Post Skill, proficient, deconstructible. Talent points, 3,760. On the panel, his physique had surpassed 33 points. With the arrival of Crocodile Skin, the option to deconstruct the Iron Post skill emerged. His talent points, having accumulated once more, approached 3,800. Once this examination concluded, he should be able to amass 5,000 talent points, which would surely be sufficient to elevate Blazing Light, wouldn't it? A glimmer of anticipation shone on Li Suifeng's face. Possessing merely an A-class talent, his combat strength was already capable of overwhelming prodigies like Sun Yu. If his talent ascended to S-class, could he not easily dispatch several opponents of Sun Yu's caliber? The mere thought filled him with excitement. Chapter 29. A slight effort would suffice to resolve the crisis of Brother G. The night had deepened. The campfire flickered dimly. Li Suifeng and his companions were sound asleep, encircled by the warmth of the fire. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the distance. Do not pursue any further. Wang Jun jolted awake. Are there demonic beasts approaching? Tian Rue, rubbing her sleepy eyes, discerned that it was not the roar of a beast, but rather the voice of a human. Who could be making such a commotion in the dead of night? Only Li Suifeng wore a peculiar expression. Brother G? The voice in the darkness seemed oddly familiar, as if it belonged to Brother G. Brother G? What are you talking about? Wang Jun asked, perplexed. Let us go take a look, Li Suifeng said, rising and rushing toward the source of the voice without further explanation. Tian Rue and Wang Jun exchanged glances. Though bewildered, they did not hesitate to follow suit. Brothers, I bear no grudge against you. Why must you act this way? In a forest less than half a mile from the camp, Kai Su leaned against a large tree, a look of despair etched on his face. Before him stood more than 10 candidates clad in various combat outfits, their expressions seething with rage. Fatty, before the examination even began, you shoved me and numbed my hand. Now that I seek retribution, is that not permissible? That fiery ostrich was on the verge of being slain by me, and yet you came along and stole my kill. Surely that was a theft of my hard-earned victory. Fatty, you are so despicable. Can we not unite against you? The candidates pursuing him clearly harbored grudges formed both within and outside the secret realm. Brothers, there are too many people outside the school, and my physique is weak. Without my talent, I cannot even enter the examination hall. As for stealing kills, there are so many demonic beasts in this secret realm. The spoils should rightfully belong to the capable. My actions are entirely lawful. Otherwise, the Ministry of Education would have long since eliminated me. Kaisu exclaimed loudly. One candidate, cracking his knuckles, approached. Fatty, no amount of justification will save you. If we don't make you cry this time, I shall no longer bear the surname Hu. Brother, how your happiness relates to me is of no concern, Kaisu replied with a mournful expression. How dare you mock my accent? I will end you. With that, he activated his talent, transforming one of his arms into a black gold hue, resembling wrought iron, and swung it toward Wang Jun's face. Bang! Kaisu raised his hand to block, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, he was outnumbered, and soon found himself toppled to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The onslaught of fists and kicks rained down upon Kaisu from all directions, leaving him in a state of profound distress. Stop! Just as despair enveloped Kaisu, a commanding voice rang out. The candidates instinctively halted, turning to see a tall youth striding forth from the shadows. Oldly, Kaisu's body trembled, tears streaming down his face. If you had arrived even a second later, I would have been beaten to death. So this is the fatty's friend? The candidates recognized the newcomer, one of them turning pale. Lee, this fatty is receiving the punishment he deserves. If you dare intervene, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Before they could finish, a swift whoosh echoed as the dark forest was suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. Li Suifeng, enveloped in a golden radiance, dashed into the fray. How dare you? The candidates' expressions shifted, They had not anticipated Li Suifeng's audacity to engage in combat against overwhelming odds. Kill him, someone roared. Delivering a kick aimed at Li Suifeng's midsection. Li Suifeng did not falter, and the assailant, struck by the backlash, stumbled and fell. Before he could recover, a flash of gold appeared, and a fist landed heavily on his cheek. Bang! The candidate could not even muster a scream. His vision faded to black as he lost consciousness, his wristband emitting a red glow accompanied by a voice. Candidate Lu Jin has lost consciousness, eliminated. What? The sudden turn of events left the remaining candidates in shock. In a mere instant, this Li had eliminated one of their own? Bang, bang, bang. As the stunned candidates processed this, Li Suifeng unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, sending multiple candidates crashing to the ground. Each of those who fell bore visible injuries. In less than half a minute, of the more than 10 candidates pursuing Kai Su, 7 lay incapacitated. The 5 who remained had lost their will to fight and were retreating in a panic. Classmate, let us discuss this calmly. You must remain composed. The previously unreasonable Hu candidate had transformed into a voice of reason, panic evident in his expression as he pleaded. Li Suifeng did not pursue, but instead helped Kai Su to his feet. Brother Ji, are you alright? Woo woo woo. Old Li, I am in distress. I am injured all over and in excruciating pain. Kai Su lamented, pointing at the candidates as if reporting to a parent. These rascals, out of jealousy for my talent and charm, conspired to hunt me down, subjecting me to humiliation. Old Li, you must avenge me. The remaining candidates were so aggrieved, they felt like spitting blood. Fatty, where do you derive your charm and talent? Had you not been so despicable, we would not have banded together to pursue you. How shameless. A smile crept upon Li Suifeng's lips, amused by Brother Ji's words. Brother Ji, vengeance is a matter best undertaken personally for true satisfaction, so do not hesitate to take action while I stand behind you. Kai Su's face flushed as he realized Old Li was mocking his boastful declarations before the examination. Old Li, we are brothers, and I wish to share the thrill of this torment with you. Shall we act together? Kai Su weakly inquired. At that moment, Wang Jun and Tian Rue arrived just in time, grasping the general situation. Brother expert, this examination concerns the fates of many students. If we eliminate them all, we risk displeasing the invigilators, which could lead to complications, Tian Rue cautioned softly. Kai Su shot her a sidelong glance, wondering who she was and why she appeared so close to Old Li. A wave of unease washed over him. He then draped his arm around Li Suifeng's shoulders, trying to assert dominance. As this lovely lady has stated, I, Kai Su, do not wish to ruin anyone's future. However, since you have humiliated me, I must strike you at least once before you depart. Kai Su, do not go too far. The Hu candidate's face flushed crimson. Kai Su waved his hand and declared, if you disagree, then let us fight. Anyway, my good brother is here. It's either your demise or ours. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding candidates twitched in response. If Kai Su were alone, they would have pounced on him like ravenous tigers, overwhelming him in an instant. However, Li Suifeng was present. This student was as formidable as a beast, undoubtedly on par with Su Kai and Sun Yu. How could the ordinary candidates possibly contend against such strength? They found themselves perplexed, wondering when such a powerful individual had emerged in Starfire City, and, ironically, he was a close ally of the insufferable Kai Su. Real men can bend and stretch. Everyone, gather around, and let us appease this brother. Wang Jun began to mediate, pulling a candidate with the surname Hu closer. Smack! Kai Su delivered a resounding slap to the face of the candidate, unable to restrain his exclamation. Ah, that felt exhilarating. Absolutely delightful. The Hu candidate's eyes reddened, nearly brought to tears. Smack, smack, smack. Subsequently, 4 candidates were successively slapped by Kai Su, who trembled with excitement. The Hu candidate looked at Li Suifeng, his eyes pleading, can we leave now? Let us go, Li Suifeng gestured, and the Hu candidate hastily assisted an injured, yet uneliminated candidate to depart. Despite the night, the conference hall remained crowded. As true martial artists, sleepless nights and basic fasting were essential skills. Thus, the city lord and others did not leave, but continued to monitor the examination. Who exactly was Kai Su? He certainly had a knack for causing trouble. Thankfully, Li Suifeng exercised restraint. Otherwise, this group of candidates would have been ruthlessly eliminated. Li Suifeng's combat prowess was remarkably outstanding. Had he already become a preparatory martial artist? Becoming a preparatory martial artist before the college entrance examination? It was a pity that the 8 prestigious academies were unaware of this. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly extend olive branches to Li Suifeng. Chapter 30. A Moderate Beast Tide? Let us begin. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the secret realm. Next to the extinguished campfire, Li Suifeng rose to find Wang Jun and Kai Su entwined in slumber. Tian Rue had already awakened, her expression grave as she gazed into the distance. Upon noticing Li Suifeng's movement, she immediately said, Brother expert, there's a noticeable tremor deep in the desert. This could not be caused by a solitary beast. There may well be a moderate beast tide over there. A moderate beast tide? Does that not imply at least 500 beasts are gathering? Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. A gathering of fewer than 100 beasts is merely termed a beast horde, while those exceeding 300 are classified as a beast tide. The scale of beast tides can be categorized into small, moderate, large, and extra large. A moderate beast tide consists of at least 500 beasts. How much potential value could such a tide bestow upon him? With eager anticipation, Suifeng called out to the two still fast asleep, "Chicken brother, Wang Jun, rise and shine. What's the matter? Has the exam ended?" Kaisu opened his eyes. Confusion etched on his face. Wang Jun leapt up, exclaiming, "Could it be that beasts are launching a surprise attack on us? There appears to be a moderate beast tide nearby. This is our golden opportunity to gain experience. Prepare to head over quickly," Suifeng urged. Wang Jun's expression turned alarmed. The textbooks say that even a low-level beast tide poses a significant threat to true martial artists, and a moderate or higher beast tide requires at least 10 formal martial artists to handle. Kaisu also exhibited a hint of concern. Indeed, oldly, even if the beasts in this secret realm are weakened, they are still beasts. Gathering in such numbers is quite perilous. Suifeng dismissed their worries. There are far too few beasts. It's hardly thrilling to fight them. Only a moderate beast tide can stir my fighting spirit. Now, you two, hurry and keep up. With that, he set off towards the direction of the beast tide. Wang Jun glanced at Kaisu and cautiously asked, "Is your brother usually this reckless? Dominating the kindergarten at 5, sweeping through elementary school at 7, and undefeated in middle school by 12. He has always been bold." Kaisu boasted, his face alight with excitement. If he dares to seek out the beast tide, he can certainly handle it. We just need to tag along for the experience. Let us go. On the sandy ground, 5 miles from the camp, hordes of beasts gathered, forming a dark mass that filled the horizon. Upon their arrival, Suifeng and his companions found several hundred candidates already congregated at the periphery of the beast tide. For the candidates, although dangerous, the beast tide also presented opportunities. With a stroke of luck, they could score several hundred points. Thus, many candidates willingly took the risk to approach. ISNT that Zhuang Tianqi from the 1st middle school, and Fang Riyue from the 7th, not to mention Chen Feixiang from the 1st. To their surprise, such a beast tide had attracted so many skilled individuals. Just upon arrival, Wang Jun and Kaisu began to size up the candidates at the periphery of the beast tide, engaging in discussion. "Is that Lan Aoxue and Su Kai too?" Kaisu pointed at a pair standing side by side at the edge of the tide. The male, clad in black martial attire, possessed a robust physique reminiscent of a towering iron pillar, exuding a fierce aura. The female stood elegantly, fair-skinned and beautiful, resembling a blue lotus atop a mountain. Suifeng also took note of the duo, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "The only two S-rank geniuses from the school are here as well? Is there enough for us in this modest beast tide?" He gazed out. The tide surged, with at least 1,000 beasts gathered, clearly exceeding Tian Rue's estimate and approaching the classification of a high-level beast tide. While the number of beasts appeared vast, with the multitude of candidates present, it seemed rather insufficient for all. "Let us engage." Suifeng wasted no words, rolling up his sleeves and charging directly into the beast tide. At the edge of the tide, numerous candidates had banded together, fighting against the beasts. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, startling many candidates. They turned to see a figure had already plunged into the heart of the tide. Who is this kid? So reckless. While we are merely probing the edge, he dares to charge into the midst of the tide alone. Does he not know the meaning of danger? What a madman. The candidates were astonished, but also felt that the student would soon be surrounded by beasts, unable to last long before facing peril. However, a cacophony of roars erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The beasts lunged towards the young boy. Strangely, he did not succumb to the onslaught of the beasts. Instead, his skin glimmered with a chilling sheen, deflecting their attacks without a scratch. Roar! The boy bellowed, pushing through the onslaught from all directions, and with each step, he unleashed a devastating punch. With thunderous sounds, a throng of beasts recoiled, collapsing under the force of his strikes. In mere moments, dozens of beasts lay slain at his feet. What? The candidates, who had previously doubted him, were left speechless. Su Kai and Lan Aoxue, as well as Zhuang Tianqi, Fang Riyue, and Chen Feixiang, all these top-tier geniuses merely probed the edges of the fierce tide. Yet this boy, charging into the fray alone, not only survived but annihilated so many beasts. Was he some kind of monster? The beasts that troubled them were dispatched with ease as if they were mere dogs. Which school did he hail from? In just a fleeting moment, Suifeng had captivated the attention of these candidates, silencing any further disparaging remarks. Slain a Tianyue mouse, potential value 20. Slain a Kangmang leopard, potential value 20. Slaying the Snow Mountain marten, a talent value of 15. Amidst the onslaught of beasts, the system notifications continued to flash before Suifeng's eyes, intoxicating him further. He could scarcely recall the number of demon beasts he had dispatched. All he knew was that with every punch he threw, the system's words would flicker before him. The beauty of the team mode was that, although his examination points would be divided among 3 teammates, the talent values were solely his. Every demon beast he defeated contributed to his unique accumulation of talent value. In just a few short minutes, He had visibly amassed over 400 talent points. Ecstatic. He could continue this slaughter indefinitely. Once the beast tide was vanquished, my talent value would surely exceed 10,000. Li Suifeng roared inwardly, activating the radiant fury of talent. Even without the use of radiant fury, relying solely on the skin of the frenzied crocodile and the heavenly fist, his destructive power had already left the horde of beasts in dire straits. With the activation of radiant fury, his strength and speed surged 20-fold, allowing Li Suifeng to dart through the beast tide like a streak of light, causing beasts to soar high into the air only to crash down lifelessly. As time passed, Li Suifeng's relentless slaughter began to decimate the beast tide. The numbers of the beasts dwindled sharply, and their once disorganized movements became increasingly coordinated. Many demon beasts, spurred by the death of their comrades, began to charge towards Li Suifeng's vicinity, causing those in other directions to retreat. What? Why are these beasts fleeing? I was just getting into the groove of killing. Why are you running? In the northeast corner of the beast tide, Feng Riyue, with her dual ponytails and clad in yoga pants, had just kicked a demon beast to death when she noticed the others attacking her were starting to withdraw. Nearby, the blood-soaked Chen Feixiang gazed into the distance and observed the western region of the beast tide, where beast heads were darting about, glimmers of gold flashing. And every so often, a demon beast would soar into the air. Chapter 31. A frenzied slaughter of beasts, geniuses in shock. The demon beasts seemed to be heading in that direction. Chen Feixiang pointed toward the gleaming light. What is happening over there? Why have the demon beasts been drawn away? Feng Riyue's face was filled with confusion. I don't know, but let's go take a look. With a swift motion, Chen Feixiang dashed toward the direction where the beasts were congregating. Hey, Chen Feixiang, wait for me. Feng Riyue shouted, extending her arms, but Chen Feixiang paid her no heed. Infuriated, she stomped her foot, only to hear movement behind her. Turning around, she saw Su Kai and Lan Aoshue approaching together. You two are here as well. Feng Riyue took a step back, her expression turning wary. Feng Riyue, I have no interest in bullying someone weak like you, so you needn't be anxious, Su Kai sneered. Feng Riyue's face flushed with anger. Su Kai, even if you are the top of number 2 high school, I, Feng Riyue, am the top of number 7 high school. What gives you the right to call me weak? Because I am stronger than you. Not convinced. Shall we fight? Su Kai grinned, releasing a fierce aura. You. Feng Riyue's cheeks reddened further, but she dared not accept the challenge. Su Kai's talent at this stage was formidable, perfectly aligned with physical combat, making his combat prowess far exceed hers. Any forced confrontation would undoubtedly lead to her defeat. Su Kai, enough with the words, Lan Aoshue interjected, glancing toward the direction the demon beasts were heading. No wonder there are fewer beasts in our area. It turns out they have all gone west. What could be in the west? She fell into deep thought. Who cares what it is? We'll find out if we go over. Su Kai proceeded toward the direction Chen Feixiang had taken. Feng Riyue, shall we go together? Lan Aoshue extended an invitation, believing that against such a scale of beast tide, they could not rely solely on a few individuals, but must join forces with other strong players. Sure, Feng Riyue said, taking Lan Aoshue's hand. I have actually heard of you for a long time, and like you very much. You're even more beautiful than your photos online. Lan Aoshue smiled. You're quite lovely as well. By the way, have you seen Sunyu around lately? Sunyu? I saw him yesterday at 3 in the afternoon. I don't know where he is now. Feng Riyue shook her head, and then asked, why are you looking for Sunyu? Su Kai wants to find him to have a one-on-one match and see who is stronger, Lan Aoshue explained. Oh, so this narcissist wants to find Sunyu. But Lan Aoshue, are you and this narcissist an item? He is not worthy of you. Feng Riyue said earnestly. Lan Aoshue rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. Su Kai and I are actually distant relatives, and we are merely allied due to being in the same faction. That is fine then. He is like a toad. Not worthy of a swan like you, Feng Riyue teased. As the two girls conversed, they soon spotted Chen Feixiang and Su Kai standing in the distance, both appearing astonished as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. What are you two dawdling about? Feng Riyue approached them and clearly saw, not far from the center of the beast tide, a figure standing tall amongst the beasts, unyielding and resolute. Surrounded by resplendent light, that person resembled a martial deity, charging forth amidst the onslaught of the beast tide. Boom. The sound of the earth shaking reverberated continuously, with each punch thrown by that figure. It carried an aura that seemed to shake mountains and rivers, sending the beasts flying and collapsing lifelessly. In an instant, Feng Riyue was completely taken aback. She never expected that the tumult of the beast tide was instigated by a single person, Li Suifeng. Beside her, Lan Aoshue's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, is that expert named Li Suifeng? Is he from your number 2 high school? Do you know him, Lan Aoshue? Feng Riyue asked with curiosity. Lan Aoshue's expression was incredibly complex. The recent news had already proven that the awakening ceremony at school was flawed, and Li Suifeng was not a failure, but a genius. However, witnessing Li Suifeng rampaging through the beast tide, mercilessly slaying hundreds of beasts, still left her profoundly shaken. Although both she and Su Kai were S-class, they had to tread carefully in the face of such a massive beast tide, afraid of being eliminated by a sudden beast attack. Yet Li Suifeng, undeterred by the threat of the demon beasts, plunged into the very heart of the tide, emerging unscathed from the relentless assaults while effortlessly slaughtering the horde. Such power was simply beyond imagination. How could this guy be so strong? At that moment, Su Kai began to awaken, a mixture of embarrassment and unwillingness crossing his face. His S-class talent was derived from dragon genes, which were relatively easy to develop in the early stages and aligned perfectly with physical combat, endowing him with formidable strength. It was precisely for this reason that he believed that, at this point, no other S-class genius in the city could compare to him. He was undoubtedly the best. But now, with Li Suifeng's sudden emergence, ruthlessly slaughtering the beasts in such a spectacular fashion, even he felt an immense pressure. My dragon genes are invincible at this stage. I will only be stronger than Li Suifeng, never weaker. I must prove myself. Su Kai's expression hardened as he stripped off his combat suit, revealing his muscular torso. Tiny scales began to grow across his skin, quickly covering his entire body, as if he donned a suit of dragon scale armor. Su Kai, what are you planning to do? Lan Aoshua's expression changed slightly, realizing Su Kai might be losing control. Lan Aoshua, this college entrance examination's top scorer, is mine. You cannot take it away. Qin Feixiang cannot take it away. Not even that Li Suifeng can take it away. Su Kai roared, leaping over 30 meters into the air. Thunder. After plunging into the herd of beasts, he crushed the skeletal remains of a monstrous creature beneath his dragon-scaled legs. The impact upon landing caused the surrounding beasts to retreat in alarm. I, Su Kai, am the champion. Casting a glance at Li Suifeng not far away, Su Kai brandished his hands, covered in dragon scales, like blades, wildly swinging amidst the tide of beasts. Slicing sounds echoed as monstrous creatures were cleaved in twain beneath his strikes. In mere moments, Su Kai had slain dozens of these fiends. Humph, I, Qin Feixiang, can no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, the limelight will be stolen by these two, and how shall I navigate my future? With a countenance fluctuating between elation and despair, Qin Feixiang felt flesh writhing on his back, bursting through his battle attire to manifest a pair of wings adorned with azure feathers. With a swoosh, Qin Feixiang soared into the sky, his wings flapping. And each azure feather fell like a razor, embedding itself into the bodies of the beasts below. Oh dear! Is this Li Suifeng's overwhelming prowess igniting the battle spirit in the others? Lan Aoshua, shall we not join the fray? At this moment, Feng Ryue had also gathered her resolve, her face alight with the fervor of battle. Let us engage. Lan Aoshua nodded, her pupils suddenly transforming into a deep cerulean. Instantly, several nearby beasts, their eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light, began to attack their fellow creatures. Feng Ryue chuckled, her delicate hand gesturing through the air. With a crashing sound, the elemental energy of the space coalesced into a tidal wave, surging into the throng of beasts. Chapter 32, Astonishing Leaps and a Fist That Strikes Qin Feixiang. Who could have anticipated that Li Suifeng's valor would inspire the battle spirit of other prodigies? This examination was poised to reach a thrilling climax. The dark horse, Li Suifeng, the favorite, Su Kai, the singular flying talent, Qin Feixiang, and the exceptional recruit, Lan Aoshua. Who among them would emerge victorious? Truly, this was a gathering of the brightest stars in this year's entrance examination. I found myself filled with an exhilarating fervor. In the expansive conference room, as the battle within the secret realm intensified, the esteemed figures present were all aglow with anticipation. Though they occupied high positions far removed from the battlefield, and their aging bodies had diminished their martial prowess, they nonetheless retained the fundamental competitive spirit of warriors. At this moment, the long-dormant embers of their fervor were reignited by the brilliance of the young talents. Old One, who do you believe will claim victory? The city lord, Suifeng, inquired with a smile, glancing at the Minister of Education. After a moment's contemplation, the minister replied, I still favor Su Kai. You do not believe Li Suifeng can triumph over him? Suifeng expressed his surprise. Li Suifeng possesses formidable strength, insight, and experience, yet his innate talent is somewhat lacking. The minister remained composed. Su Kai's dragon lineage places him among the top 5 in S-grade talents, especially in the initial stages, where he is virtually unbeatable. His singular talent surpasses Li Suifeng's by 2 grades. As long as he performs normally, there is no reason for him to lose. Old One, I never imagined that after so many years of collaboration, we would finally find ourselves at odds. Suifeng's words astonished the minister. City Lord, you hold Li Suifeng in higher regard. Absolutely. This child reminds me of Senior's son, who, despite lacking an innate talent compared to others, still claimed victory and set remarkable records. As Suifeng spoke, the minister shook his head decisively. No, Senior's son's insight and willpower are unparalleled. Li Suifeng is indeed an outstanding talent, but he cannot be compared to that esteemed elder. He will not defeat Su Kai. Old One, since you are so confident, shall we make a wager? If Su Kai wins, I will fully support your next policy, regardless of its merit. If Li Suifeng wins, you must relinquish your cherished jar of demon blood wine to me. What do you say? Suifeng's smile was radiant. The minister pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. In the testing's secret realm, amidst the beast tide, Suifeng continued his relentless slaughter. However, as he fought, he sensed a dwindling number of beasts around him. Such a large-scale beast tide should not be depleted so swiftly. Why were the fiends in his vicinity rapidly diminishing? Amidst the chaos of battle, Suifeng raised his head and noticed a group of young warriors in the distance, valiantly dispatching the beasts. Among them, a youth clad in scaled armor was matching his efficiency in slaying monsters. Sukai and Lan Aoshua had arrived? Were they stealing my kills? Damn it, those are my talent points. How dare they take them from me? Suifeng's anger surged, and disregarding the surrounding beasts, he charged toward the closest individual. What does Suifeng intend to do? In the air above the beast tide, Chun Feixiang, soaring with his wings, caught sight of Suifeng approaching and was taken aback. All these beasts belong to me. You leave. Suifeng stood beneath Chun Feixiang, disregarding the roars of the beasts, glaring fiercely at him. Have you lost your mind? All beasts in the secret realm belong to whoever encounters them. What audacity do you have to claim them as your own? Chun Feixiang was nearly apoplectic. Not to mention that such a large-scale beast tide could not be handled by one person alone. Why should a genius like him be threatened by Suifeng? By the might of my fist. If you wish to test your mettle, I can oblige. Suifeng's gaze burned with intensity, exuding an aura that was captivating and overwhelming. Do you think I fear you? Chun Feixiang's face contorted with rage. Li, you cannot possibly think yourself anything of significance. Before he could finish, a golden flash appeared, and Suifeng suddenly materialized before him. What? Chun Feixiang's eyes widened in disbelief. With his wings, he was flying at a height of 30 meters. Did Suifeng just leap to 30 meters in the air? Is such a jump even possible for a human? With a powerful whoosh, the force of Suifeng's punch rushed toward Chun Feixiang's face. No. Panic surged through Chun Feixiang as he flapped his wings, attempting to escape the heights. But it was too late. Bang! Suifeng's fist, as unyielding as rock, struck Chun Feixiang squarely in the face, sending him plummeting to the ground outside the beast tide, where he skidded for dozens of meters before coming to a halt, unconscious. What? A number of students, while hunting monsters, were secretly observing this confrontation and were astonished to see the conflict end so abruptly. Suifeng knocked out Chun Feixiang with a single punch? This is utterly terrifying. My goodness. Oldly, you are simply too formidable. Are you even human? We are all carbon-based life forms. Why do you stand alone in your prowess? Behind the beast horde, Kaisu was fixated on his wristband, noticing that his examination score was nearing perfection, his excitement palpable. Witnessing his comrade deliver a crushing blow to Chun Feixiang only heightened his exhilaration. Wang Jun and Tian Rue exchanged glances. Although they had witnessed Suifeng's strength time and again, they had never anticipated he could treat the championship favorite like a mere punching bag. Truly ruthless, unfathomably powerful. With a thud, Suifeng landed from the heights, generating a gust of wind that sent the nearby beasts flying. He did not pause, advancing relentlessly, colliding with numerous beasts that lay in his path as he moved towards Sukai, even without throwing a punch. Soon, he came upon a girl with twin ponytails clad in yoga pants. Suifeng found the girl somewhat familiar and speculated that she was likely a top student from a certain high school. He called out, "Young lady, all the beasts here are mine. If you wish to avoid disfigurement, I suggest you leave." Expecting her to resist, he was taken aback when her eyes sparkled. And she responded, "Li, you are so domineering. I will heed your advice and take my leave right away." As he stood there in astonishment, she cheerfully added, "My name is Fang Ruyue, and I hail from Qizhou. I have long been captivated by your remarkable feats. Once the college entrance examination concludes, may I have your contact information? I greatly admire strong individuals like you." With those words, her eyes glimmered with admiration, as if she wished to devour Suifeng whole. Speechless, Suifeng nodded. "All right, you may withdraw for now." "Okay, brother Suifeng," Fang Ruyue called sweetly, her long legs elegantly crossing as she dashed toward the beast tide. What a self-aware and delightful girl, Suifeng mused, when suddenly he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. He swiftly turned around, only to see a mysterious shadow closing in at an indescribable speed. With a whoosh, a fist, covered in fine scales, struck fiercely against Suifeng's chest. Chapter 33. Upgrade to S-rank talent. Knock out the top student Sukai. Pain. Excruciating pain. A sensation he had not felt in ages since awakening the skin of the frenzied crocodile. He was certain the force behind that punch surpassed 20,000 kilograms, nearly matching his own explosive power. Stumbling back several steps, Suifeng steadied himself to see Sukai, adorned in dragon scales, glaring menacingly at him. Suifeng, if you wish for me, Sukai, to depart, you'll need to see if you can withstand a beating. Upon realizing Suifeng's intentions, Sukai did not remain passive but instead chose to attack. Suifeng, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "I have encountered many reckless beasts, but a reckless human like you is a first. The reckless one here is you." Sukai screamed, reappearing like a specter, his sharp fingernails gliding menacingly toward Li Suifeng's face. Iron Stake Technique. Frenzied Crocodile Skin. Li Suifeng roared internally, raising his arms to block. A chilling sound echoed as 5 ghastly wounds appeared beneath his arms, blood flowing profusely, causing his expression to darken. Sukai laughed. My nails can transform into dragon claws, shattering all in their path. Do you think your crude wild boar hide can prevail against me? Dream on. With a flurry of strikes, each of Sukai's fingers, sharp as blades, left shallow yet painful gashes on Li Suifeng's skin. Though the wounds were not life-threatening, the fiery pain ignited a blaze of fury within him. Frenzied light. With a fierce shout from his heart, a golden radiance enveloped his body as Li Suifeng's aura surged 20-fold, disregarding Sukai's assault, and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. With a rip, Li Suifeng's sportswear tore, adding another 5 wounds to his torso. Yet Sukai, too, suffered. Despite his dragon scales providing formidable defense, the impact of Li Suifeng's punch penetrated, displacing his internal organs. Li, if this is all you're capable of, you won't last long. Sukai grinned through the pain, and without granting Li Suifeng a moment's respite, charged again. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither knowing the meaning of defense. After 30 seconds, they each retreated. Sukai remained unscathed, his dragon scales intact, while Li Suifeng was marred with numerous bloody scratches. A stark contrast indicating a clear victor. City Lord, it seems you are on the verge of losing. The Minister of Education remarked as he cast a sidelong glance at Suifeng. However, the latter remained unfazed, smiling. The battle is not yet over. The outcome is still uncertain. The Minister of Education shook his head with a laugh, appearing confident of victory. In the trial's secret realm, he noted, his combat skills are on par with mine, and his physique is nearly equal, yet I cannot breach his defenses. To put it plainly, his talent is simply too high. Is this the strength of an S-rank talent? Truly monstrous. Gasping for breath, Li Suifeng gazed at Sukai, yet he felt no anger. His eyes fell upon his personal panel, where the talent value exceeded 7,000. Behind the frenzied light talent, a new plus sign appeared. Li Suifeng grinned broadly, realizing he had been so engrossed in the battle that he had forgotten his talent value had reached the threshold for an upgrade. System, upgrade frenzied light. The next moment, familiar system text flashed before him. Consume 5,000 talent points to upgrade A-rank frenzied light to S-rank great sunlight. Personal spirit 10. Great sunlight. S-rank light attribute talent, once activated. Power and speed can surge by 30 times. Possesses a certain degree of physical self-repair capability and the ability to manipulate light elements in combat. The myriad uses of this talent instinctively entered his mind. In an instant, Li Suifeng's eyes widened, radiating brilliant golden light. His aura soared, akin to a setting sun rising once more, transforming into the most scorching midday sun. The unstoppable momentum of his ascent sent a chill down Sukai's spine. What is happening? This kid feels different now. What is going on? Before he could fathom the situation, Li Suifeng suddenly unleashed a punch. Although they were still 10 meters apart, the radiance of his fist surged forth, crossing the distance to strike Sukai's chest. Boom. With a deafening explosion, Sukai was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he saw the flesh at his chest was a blur, many scales gone, some even shattered. How is this possible? Sukai's pupils constricted. Just moments ago, he had been pummeling Li Suifeng without mercy. Yet in the blink of an eye, Li Suifeng's punch had gravely injured him. What transformation had Li Suifeng undergone in such a short time? With a whoosh, the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. Sukai looked up to see Li Suifeng, now transformed into a being of golden light, closing in with an unprecedented ferocity, arms raised like the hammer of a god ready to pass judgment. No. Sukai's heart screamed, yet he could not halt the unfolding events. Li Suifeng's fists rained down upon him like a tempest. With a cacophony of sounds, Sukai was engulfed in agony, curling into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. The sound of bones snapping echoed as one after another, Sukai's bones broke. In the end, he collapsed like a lifeless body, succumbing to the pain. At his wrist, a red light flickered, and a tense voice emanated from the bracelet. Candidate Sukai has fallen into unconsciousness and is deemed eliminated. Candidate Li Suifeng, please cease your attack, or you will be ruled in violation of regulations, resulting in disqualification from the college entrance examination. At this, Li Suifeng finally halted, not casting another glance at the fallen Sukai, but instead raising his head to survey his surroundings. The moment his gaze swept across the area, countless beasts trembled in fear. The creatures confined within the secret realm, possessing a modicum of intelligence, sensed that the youth cloaked in dragon scales had become a force as formidable as a demon. Yet this golden youth had the power to knock him out cold. The terrifying prowess is evident, instilling an innate fear in all the demonic beasts. Good heavens! All around, countless candidates have succumbed to shock, rendered utterly dazed. Sukai, the top scorer recognized by over 80% of industry insiders, has been prematurely eliminated, simply because he could not withstand Li Suifeng's formidable punch and was left battered? Just how powerful is Li Suifeng? Sukai has truly been defeated? On the side of the beast tide, Wan Aoshue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Having shared classes with Sukai, she is acutely aware of his alarming capabilities at this stage. She had thought that the top scorer of Xingho City was as good as Sukai's to claim. She had even presumed he could contend for the provincial title. Yet, unexpectedly, he was eliminated by Li Suifeng midway through the actual combat. Not long ago, Li Suifeng could merely defeat Tang Hu. How has he now managed to overpower Sukai? What could have transpired? In the vast conference hall, despite the gathering of experts, an eerie silence prevailed. This was solely due to the astonishing scene of Li Suifeng knocking out Sukai, a spectacle far beyond the imagination of the dignitaries present. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the city lord, Su Sifeng. He rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, his face beaming with unrestrained joy. Excellent. Excellent. Who could have imagined that after so many years, Xingho City has once again produced a super genius? Truly, the heavens have favored our Xingho City. The heavens have favored our Dragon Kingdom. Though this examination is yet to conclude, he is already convinced that Li Suifeng possesses the strength to claim the top scorer of Xingho City. Moreover, with a stroke of good fortune, it may not be beyond his reach to compete for the provincial title as well. Old one. The jubilant Su Sifeng turned to the Minister of Education beside him. The minister's expression was somewhat dazed. He still could not believe that Su Kai had lost to Li Suifeng, and so terribly at that. After a long pause, the minister finally sighed. My judgment was mostly correct. Su Kai remains a dragon. My sole miscalculation was failing to recognize that Li Suifeng is also a dragon. Indeed, a true dragon, one in a myriad. Chapter 34. Astonishing record of slaying beasts. In the trial's secret realm, with the simultaneous elimination of Chun Feixiang and Su Kai, the two examiners swiftly descended upon the scene. Roar. A demonic beast charged forward, intent on attacking the two examiners. Back. One raised his arm, unleashing a powerful aura characteristic of a martial artist that swept across the arena. Instantly, all the demonic beasts froze, their once cruel expressions transforming into sheer terror. Trembling in place, too frightened to move, the two examiners lifted Su Kai and Chun Feixiang, casting a lingering glance at Li Suifeng before vanishing in a flash of white light. Li Suifeng, you have avenged me by eliminating that narcissistic Su Kai. Consider it a favor owed to you. Once the examiners departed, Feng Ryue rushed over, her delicate face alight with surprise. Moreover, you're truly formidable. What talent have you awakened? What are your height and weight? What type of girl do you like? How about me? She chattered away with enthusiasm. Li Suifeng wore an expression of exasperation. Feng Ryue, we are still in the midst of an examination. Let's discuss these matters after it's concluded. All right, brother Suifeng, I shall heed your words, Feng Ryue responded sweetly, causing Wang Jun and Kai Su, who were nearby, to exchange glances. How could Feng Ryue, a paragon of beauty, turn into a lovesick puppy in front of old Li? Good heavens, I've never experienced such treatment in my life. Kai Su lamented, a sour expression on his face. Wang Jun enviously remarked, when will I be able to exhibit such unmatched charisma like our master, attracting women with ease? Wang Jun, strive to elevate yourself. Once you become as formidable as iron, women will naturally queue up to seek your affection. Kai Su consoled Wang Jun, also serving as a self-motivation. Enough from both of you. I am still here, Tianshu reprimanded, interrupting their banter. Roar, roar, roar. With the departure of the two examiners, the nearby demonic beasts resumed their ferocity, charging toward Li Suifeng, intent on engaging him in battle. That's enough. Feng Ryue, step back, Li Suifeng commanded, prompting her to obediently retreat while raising her delicate fists, cheerfully calling out, go for it, brother Suifeng. Li Suifeng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, yet he still bellowed fiercely as the light of righteousness within him coalesced in his arm. Heavenly Light Fist. With a roar in his heart, Li Suifeng unleashed a punch from a distance, the golden elemental power manifesting as a fist beam that surged into the throng of beasts. With a resounding explosion, the golden light erupted, engulfing numerous demonic beasts. As the brilliance faded, one beast after another lay lifeless on the ground, having perished violently. Indeed, an S-grade talent. Not only does it enhance my physical prowess, but it also enables me to manipulate the hidden light elements of the world, condensing them into fist beams for ranged attacks. In this moment, I possess not only immense explosive power, but also the means for ranged combat. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with clarity. The previous battle had been so frantic that he scarcely had time to savor the enhancement of his talent. Now, with his mind calmed, he assessed the might of his new ability and confirmed that his combat power had at least tripled or quintupled from his original strength. Especially the ability to manipulate light elements to form fist beams has diversified his attacking methods. When confronted with formidable foes, he could avoid close combat and unleash fist beams from a distance. Boom, 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 boom. Relishing the thrill of the fight, Li Suifeng combined his heavenly light fist with his talent, the Great Daylight, to continuously bombard the fist beams. On one hand, he was ruthlessly slaughtering beasts, while on the other, he was testing the limits of the fist beam's flight. Hundreds of demonic beasts fell dead at the hands of his strikes. Due to the successive tests, Li Suifeng discovered that the attack range of the fist beams was approximately 15 meters, with a 10-meter distance being the optimal range for maximum lethality. The explosive effect of the fist beams was nearly equivalent to his most powerful punch, capable of effortlessly slaying any first-tier demonic beast. Slaying a firebird, talent value, 10. Slaying a hurricane crab, talent value, 20. Slaying. As time passed, the once massive beast tide dwindled to less than 1/10 of its original size. The initially ferocious and aggressive demonic beasts, now overwhelmed by the loss of their companions, succumbed to panic and turned to flee into the depths of the desert. Don't run. Li Suifeng attempted to pursue, but after prolonged combat, his energy and strength were severely drained, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Reluctantly, he halted, raising his wristwatch. Beast kills, 866. Exam score, 525. Long ago, Li Suifeng had already achieved a perfect score in the examination. Hence, the subsequent slayings of demonic beasts no longer contributed to his score. However, the tally of slain beasts continued to accumulate, now standing at an impressive 866. Surely, this count of slain beasts must set a historic record for Xingho City? Pleased with himself, Li Suifeng nodded, then opened his personal panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Stage 0. Physique, 33. Mentality, 27. Talent, Great Daylight, S grade. Frenzied Crocodile Skin, A grade. Martial Arts, none. Body Techniques, Heavenly Light Fist, perfected. Iron Stake Skill, proficient, can be extrapolated. Talent value, 3,920. On the panel, the A grade talent, Frenzied Light, had long been surpassed by the S grade talent, Great Daylight. After the mental strength increased by 10 points, reaching 27, the gap between it and physical fitness had diminished. The accumulated talent points still approached 4,000. That was quite sufficient. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. Such a substantial amount of talent points would allow him to study new martial arts and techniques after the examination. What had caused countless candidates distress, the practical assessment, had become a tremendous opportunity, making Li Suifeng immensely wealthy. Unfortunately, each examination cycle only featured a single beast tide. This meant that no new beast tides would form thereafter. However, the conclusion of the exam was already imminent, wasn't it? The wristband displayed the time. And before he knew it, it was noon. Only 2 hours remained until the exam's end. A voice reached Li Suifeng's ears. Turning around, he saw Lan Aoshue approaching with a complex expression. She seemed troubled, biting her lip, as if she wished to say something but was unsure how to begin. Lan Aoshue, did you achieve full marks? Li Suifeng inquired directly. Indeed, I did, she replied. So that means you've secured the top position, Li Suifeng expressed with a hint of regret. Although he had hunted 866 monster beasts, the maximum score for the practical assessment was only 525 points. He could not surpass that score limit. And thus his final total would inevitably fall short of Lan Aoshue's. After all, her comprehension and mental points were exceptionally formidable, 12 points higher than his. Of course, had Li Suifeng's academic score exceeded Lan Aoshue's by 12 points, he would still have had a chance to claim the top spot in Xingho City. However, such a possibility was slim, as he had haphazardly answered the cultural exam questions. The meticulous and intelligent Lan Aoshue would undoubtedly perform better than him in the arts. Li Suifeng, how many monster beasts did you slay? Lan Aoshue suddenly asked. 866, he answered. You've indeed surpassed that record. Lan Aoshue's complexion showed envy. What record? Li Suifeng queried, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure. I only heard my father mention it. I participated in the college entrance exam not only to prove myself, but also to break that record. But alas, I failed, Lan Aoshue explained, her smile returning. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, Li Suifeng, congratulations in advance on your admission to the 8 prestigious academies. Although the admissions process heavily weighs total scores, certain exceptional candidates may be admitted regardless of their scores. With your talent for slaying monsters, no one else in Xingho City compares. Even if your final exam scores are lacking, you will undoubtedly be recruited by one of the 8 academies. Congratulations also on your acceptance to Tianwan University. Our lives are still long ahead, and we shall meet again in a larger city. Li Suifeng smiled, feeling a fondness for this former desk mate. Chapter 35, The Conclusion of the College Entrance Exam, A Surprise from Parents. At 1:50 p.m., enormous spheres of barrier light appeared above the 4 regions of the secret realm. The candidates finally realized that the practical exam had concluded. My exam score is only in the 300s. It falls far short of my expectations. I'm worse off than you. My practical score is less than 230. I envy that Li Suifeng. Not everyone possessed the ability to slaughter monster beasts. Most candidates not only needed to collaborate with others, but also had to endure arduous battles to have a chance at slaying beasts. In fact, when facing slightly stronger monsters, after a grueling battle, they might not kill the beast at all and instead find themselves exhausted, forced to retreat. Therefore, the practical scores of most candidates remained similar to those of previous years, typically only in the 2 or 300s. Achieving a score of 400 was already quite remarkable. Those who scored above 500 were either S-level talent geniuses or A-level talents combined with remarkable martial arts skills. Is it time to leave? Beneath the icy mountain, Li Suifeng gazed at the barrier light sphere a mile away, feeling regretful. After concluding his conversation with Lan Aoshua, he did not idle. He followed Wang Jun and others to the icy mountain region in pursuit of the beast tide. Unfortunately, the beast tide had scattered, and Li Suifeng no longer had the opportunity to reap rewards effortlessly. He could only seek out monster beasts individually, which was far less efficient than before. Nevertheless, even so, Li Suifeng's final count of slain beasts reached 921, bringing his talent points to 4860, just a step away from the monumental 5,000 mark. All candidates must return through the barrier before 2 p.m. Failure to do so will be considered a violation of the rules, resulting in a deduction of 100 exam points. An examiner's voice resonated throughout the trial's secret realm. The candidates, feeling the pressure, abandoned their pursuits of monster beasts for points and rushed towards the barrier light sphere to leave. Brother Suifeng, shouldn't we be leaving soon? A sweet voice arose from behind. Li Suifeng turned to see Feng Riyue pouting adorably. Upon learning that Li Suifeng had teamed up with Kai Su and the others, she had promptly requested to join their group. With his exam points already secured, Li Suifeng agreed to let her join. However, to gain more talent points, he set a rule. Feng Riyue was not allowed to directly kill monster beasts. She could only injure or weaken them, with the final killing blow left entirely to him. Li Suifeng, having already achieved full marks, Feng Riyue obediently followed this rule, allowing Li Suifeng to harvest points more swiftly. Alright guys, let's head to the barrier to teleport out, Li Suifeng said, taking out his wristband to send messages to his teammates. He then led Feng Riyue towards the barrier. On the sports field of the first high school, brilliant white light flashed repeatedly as candidates appeared one after another. Li Suifeng and his group also safely materialized on the field. The Minister of Education appeared on the high platform, flanked by a number of prominent figures. Among them was a kind, elderly man, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Is that the City Lord? Wow, it really is the City Lord. Many candidates gasped in astonishment, recognizing the elderly man's identity, realizing that even the City Lord had been stirred by this year's college entrance exam. Li Suifeng, however, wore a peculiar expression. Is the City Lord watching me? Or is it merely my imagination? It can't be just your imagination. Brother Suifeng, you hunted over 900 monster beasts and set a historical record. It would be hard for the City Lord not to pay attention to you. Feng Riyue exclaimed with a sweet tone. Brother Suifeng, after this battle, you will be renowned throughout Xingho City. I hope that when you achieve great heights in the future, you won't forget that it was I, Feng Riyue, who stood by you unwaveringly in your lowest moments. God forbid unwaveringly. Feng Riyue, stop talking nonsense. Wang Jun interjected loudly. The ones who have truly followed our expert brother are me and Sister Rue, not you, the latecomer. Feng Riyue, with a cherubic smile, managed to retort, Wang Jun. If it weren't for Brother Suifeng being present, maintaining a ladylike demeanor, you might have already been smacked down. Wang Jun hurriedly hid behind Kai Su, calling out, Brother Kai? Save me. You have also learned to misbehave like Laoli, calling me Brother Chicken? By the way, why does Laoli refer to me as Brother Chicken? Esteemed candidates, this practical assessment has come to a successful conclusion, and your total scores for the college entrance examination will be announced tomorrow morning. At that time, you may log into the Shueishin website to check. At this moment, the City Lord, Su Sifeng, delivered a speech on behalf of the Minister of Education, declaring the end of the college entrance examination. The playground erupted with the jubilant cheers of the examinees. The examination has officially concluded. At the entrance of the first high school, countless parents gathered. As the school gates opened, one by one, the students emerged, and the parents called out joyously. When Li Suifeng and his teammates exited, he unexpectedly received a message from his mother. Son, your father and I are waiting for you outside the first high school. Huh. Mom and Dad are here. Isn't Dad at work? Li Suifeng was taken aback, but bid farewell to Brother Chicken and his companions, hastily making his way to the location mentioned by his mother. After a while, Li Suifeng spotted his parents standing amidst the bustling crowd. Xiaofeng. Wang Wen rushed over and embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of being speechless. Son, how could you participate in the martial arts examination without informing your mother and me about such an important matter? Li Jiaming inquired, though he bore no trace of anger. His eyes were red, his body trembled with emotion, and he was genuinely thrilled. I didn't want you two old folks to worry too much, and I wanted to surprise you at the end. Fortunately, the result turned out well. Li Suifeng smiled widely, Mom and Dad. Your son is now also a distinguished student of a martial arts university. Wonderful, wonderful. Li Suifeng beamed with excitement, knowing that no father wishes for anything less than their son's success. Neither does Li Jiaming wish to be an exception. Young man, you are Li Suifeng, right? You performed exceptionally well in this practical assessment. Congratulations. Voices of admiration arose from the crowd, as a parent recognized Li Suifeng. Soon after, more and more parents, accompanied by their children, flocked towards him. Li Suifeng, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you managed to vanquish those monstrous beasts. Once you become a martial artist, you will surely lead our human race to suppress those wretched beasts. Our dragon country will gain another pillar of strength. You too have raised a splendid son. Since the practical assessment was broadcasted live, countless parents watched on television and witnessed Li Suifeng's impressive performance. Hearing the praises from other parents, Wang Wen and Li Jianming felt both joy and a tinge of embarrassment. Their son's achievements were largely due to his own efforts, and they believed they played a minimal role in it. Li Xiaoyu. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Li Suifeng turned to see a black luxury vehicle parked on the street outside the crowd, its door opening to reveal Zhang Daong, who waved excitedly. Li Suifeng immediately ushered his parents into the car. Once the door closed, both Wang Wen and Li Jianming were somewhat dazed. They had never ridden in such a luxury vehicle in their lives and could tell that Zhang Daong was certainly a person of distinction. How could their son, merely a student, know such a prominent figure? Chapter 36. College Entrance Examination Results. High School Top Scholar. Mom, Dad, this is Master Zhang from the Zhengqi Martial Arts School. Seeing his parents' bewildered expressions, Li Suifeng introduced. The couple's faces grew even more astonished. The Zhengqi Martial Arts School had a considerable reputation in the area, known for its exorbitant tuition, with students often coming from affluent backgrounds. I was able to participate in the martial arts examination because Master Zhang granted me the identity of a substitute candidate. Li Suifeng briefly explained. And only then did his parents comprehend the situation. Unbeknownst to them, their son had dropped out of school and joined the Zhengqi Martial Arts School, gaining the opportunity to take the martial examination. Master Zhang, thank you for assisting Xiaofeng. Li Jianming and Wang Wen expressed their heartfelt gratitude. It is I who should be thanking you, for you have raised such an exceptional son. Our Zhengqi Martial Arts School will undoubtedly gain renown through Li Xiaoyu's performance in this examination. Zhang Daong praised with a smile, then turned to Li Suifeng. Li Xiaoyu, what are your scores in perception and spirit? 192 and 176, Li Suifeng replied, causing Zhang Daong's worries to dissipate entirely. With a total of 368 points from those two subjects, combined with a perfect score of 525 in practical assessment, your college entrance examination score has already reached 893 points. Even without factoring in cultural scores, this exceeds the admission thresholds of the 8 great academies. How wonderful! Zhang Daong laughed heartily, his exuberance emanating an aura characteristic of a martial artist that shook the entire vehicle. Noticing that Wang Wen and Li Jianming were startled, Zhang Daong quickly expressed his apologies. I'm sorry, I am just too excited and couldn't contain my emotions. No worries, Li Jianming chuckled, uncertainly asking, Master Zhang, are you saying that my son's examination scores qualify him for admission to the 8 great academies? Absolutely, Zhang Daong responded emphatically. Li Jianming and Wang Wen exchanged glances, both with red-rimmed eyes. Those were the 8 great academies, the cradle of all martial arts elites in Dragon Country. Graduates from the 8 great academies are typically societal elites. This meant that their son had accomplished the remarkable feat of leaping over the Dragon Gate. He would undoubtedly become a future elite in society. How they longed for their family's name to be honored. In their overwhelming excitement, Zhang Daong directly took out his phone and began tapping away. Ding! Li Suifeng received a text notification on his phone and opened it to find a transfer of 300,000. Master Zhang, Li Suifeng was puzzled. Wasn't it agreed upon for 200,000? How did it become 300,000? Li Xiaoyu, the additional 100,000 is my personal reward. Please accept it. Zhang Daong said, beaming with joy. Previously, he had assumed that Li Suifeng came from a wealthy family, but upon seeing his parents' attire, he realized that Li Suifeng hailed from humble beginnings. In such circumstances, a talented individual could easily be overlooked. Yet Li Suifeng had risen through the ranks, outshining numerous wealthy martial second-generation individuals. Such talent is beyond imagination, and his future achievements are boundless. A generous gesture is merely a form of early investment that fosters goodwill. Why not do it? Thank you, Master Zhang. Li Suifeng expressed his gratitude, as he was indeed in need of funds, and his recent performance would undoubtedly attract considerable attention to the Zhengqi Martial Arts School. Receiving an extra 100,000 posed no psychological burden for him. Mom and Dad, we have money now. We can look into getting a bigger house. With that, Li Suifeng no longer concealed anything from his parents and handed them his phone. The elderly couple was astounded by the amount in Li Suifeng's account, left utterly speechless. Under Zhang Daong's escort, the family of 3 returned home smoothly. Wang Wen, filled with excitement, continually sent messages from her phone. She was reporting her son's achievements in the family group chat. Although Wang Wen and her husband usually kept a low profile, their deepest desire was for their son to succeed. Now that their wish had come true, their son had become their pride. They certainly had to celebrate this momentous occasion. Li Jianming also joined in, seizing the rare opportunity to be generous, showering red envelopes in the workers' group chat. Brother, you are amazing. Yaya ran over and hugged Li Suifeng's leg. Li Suifeng picked her up and planted a big kiss on her cheek. Brother, you smell so bad. Li Jiayue wrinkled her nose in disgust. Li Suifeng finally realized that after an arduous battle, he had broken into a sweat and had also been splattered with the blood of demon beasts, leaving him with a strong odor. Pinching his sister's nose, he proceeded to take a shower before returning to his bedroom. Just as he picked up his phone, a text message caught his eye. Your bank account has been credited with 500,000 Longwa coins, with a usable balance of 80,125,677 yuan. Could this be the commission from Wang Jun and Tian Rue? These two little tycoons certainly know how to part with their money generously. Li Suifeng nodded to himself. According to his father, an 800,000 yuan deposit would be sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Xingho City. Now that the college entrance examination was over, he planned to take his parents to view some properties when time permitted, allowing them to enjoy a middle-class lifestyle from now on. For Wang Wen and Li Jiaming, that night was one of sleeplessness. In contrast, Li Suifeng slept soundly. The next morning, he promptly took out his phone and logged onto the Shueishin website to check his scores, receiving an unexpected result. Candidate, Li Suifeng. Liberal arts, 45 points. Comprehension, 192 points. Mental strength, 176 points. Practical assessment, 525 points. Total score, 938 points. Ranked first in Xingho City. What is this? I actually came in first? Wasn't it supposed to be Lan Aoxue? Li Suifeng stared at his phone in disbelief. Oldly, the results are out. You are the top scorer. Congratulations, Master Brother, on your remarkable achievement. Master Brother, Wang Jun and I have already transferred the money. Congratulations on your victory. His phone buzzed incessantly with congratulatory messages from Kai Su, Wang Jun, and Tian Rue. Li Suifeng did not rush to respond. Instead, he clicked on Lan Aoxue's contact and sent a message. Lan Aoxue, what was your liberal arts score? Lan Aoxue quickly replied, I did not participate in the liberal arts examination. What? Li Suifeng's eyes widened. No wonder my total score unexpectedly surpassed Lan Aoxue and secured the top position. It turns out she didn't even take the liberal arts exam. I merely wished to demonstrate my martial examination capabilities and see if I could break the record of slaying 801 demon beasts set by a senior, Lan Aoxue explained, leaving Li Suifeng even more enlightened. Li Suifeng, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in Xingho City, but it seems you fell just short of the provincial top scorer. Lan Aoxue messaged again, clearly aware of the scores of provincial candidates through family connections. Not becoming the provincial top scorer, Li Suifeng felt a tinge of regret, but was not overly troubled. At the time of the examination, his talent had not yet reached S level, and his mental strength could not compare to that of an S-level genius, placing him at a disadvantage. Additionally, his liberal arts score was low due to lack of preparation. Given these circumstances, achieving the top score in Xingho City was quite commendable. After chatting briefly with Lan Aoxue and Jigo, a knock sounded at the bedroom door. Suifeng, are you awake? There are guests here to see you. Guests? Li Suifeng opened the door and made his way to the living room, where he discovered 4 distinguished guests seated on the old sofa. In Chapter 37, Visit from the Influential Figures, a gift from the senior, under Wang Wen's hospitality, tea, fruit, and snacks were laid out on the coffee table. Li Suifeng immediately recognized that the guests seated on the sofa were none other than the city lord Suifeng, the Minister of Education, the principal of the second high school, and Zhang Jingyi, the head of the physical training center. Suifeng, rising from the sofa, greeted, Hello, Li student. Li Suifeng was somewhat astonished. City lord, am I truly not dreaming? You have come to my home? Haha, young friendly, you are quite the humorous one. Suifeng chuckled. The other 3 also greeted Li Suifeng warmly. Young friendly, please, take a seat. Let us converse. Suifeng beckoned enthusiastically. After Li Suifeng sat beside him, Wang Wen nervously retreated to the living room, while Li Jianming, having taken a day off work, sat quietly in a corner, not daring to speak. City Lord Suifeng, the true figurehead of Xingho City and a high-level martial artist, commanded a presence that made even the bosses of their factories bow in deference. As a mere commoner, Li Suifeng felt the weight of that authority and dared not speak out. Young friendly, it is such that you have achieved the top score in the college entrance examination for Xingho City. According to regulations, our government is to grant you a scholarship of 100,000 yuan, Suifeng stated as he produced a bank card. This card contains exactly 100,000 yuan, with the password being 123456. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng accepted the card, not pausing to deliberate. It was well known that not only in Xingho City, but across major cities in the province, there existed a tradition of scholarship awards. In addition to the reward, there was another matter. Currently, the Demon Slayer General Sun Wansheng among the 8 generals of Longhua hails from our Xingho City. Are you aware of this, young friendly? Suifeng inquired with a smile. Of course I know, Li Suifeng replied respectfully. The 8 great generals of Longhua were extraordinary martial artists, their prowess unparalleled, with achievements that were undeniably formidable. Each general had bloodied their hands with the lives of at least 100,000 demon beasts, making them the backbone of not only Longhua but humanity as a whole. Such figures not only graced textbooks, but were also household names throughout Longhua. Suifeng continued. Back in the day, when Senior Son participated in the college entrance examination, he also claimed the top score and set a record of slaying 801 demon beasts in the practical assessment. To encourage future generations, he established an unwritten rule. If any junior could surpass this record, they would receive a gift he left behind. Li Suifeng's understanding deepened. The record Lan Aoshua mentioned was indeed this one. However, this general's son, who could once sweep across the province with unmatched might, was undoubtedly a remarkable figure of his time. The gift he left behind must be something extraordinary. Li student, this is the gift left by that senior, Suifeng said. As the Minister of Education handed over a square black box, Li Suifeng accepted it, instinctively asking, "What is inside?" "We have adhered strictly to Senior Son's orders and have never opened it. The specifics are known only to you, Li student," Suifeng replied confidently with a smile. "Yet, it can be assured that it will undoubtedly aid your martial journey. Is that so? Thank you all." Li Suifeng clasped his hands in gratitude. "Beyond these matters, young friendly, our Xingho city government would also like to propose a transaction with you," the Minister of Education interjected. "What kind of transaction?" "In order to better cultivate you, we can offer you a contract. The terms state that upon your graduation, you will need to return to work in Xingho City for 2 years, and in return, we will provide you with an investment of 3 million yuan up front." The Minister of Education handed over the drafted contract. Li Suifeng glanced over it and replied directly, "I cannot accept this contract at this time." The offer from the Xingho city government was indeed generous. A direct cash injection of 3 million yuan could finance various martial resources during his university studies. However, the stipulation of returning to serve the government for 2 years felt akin to a temporary indenture, and despite the allure of the benefits, Li Suifeng was not particularly interested. As a martial artist, there were countless ways to earn a living. He was confident that by the time he graduated, he could easily earn a few million. Why then would he need to sign an indentured contract? The Minister of Education remarked, "Li student, wouldn't you like to show this to your parents? Why rush to refuse?" Li Jiaming hastily remarked, "My son has reached adulthood. I trust him to make his own decisions." The Minister of Education and Suifeng exchanged glances, their expressions revealing no surprise. A truly proud genius, upon entering university, is destined to venture into broader realms, engaging in battles against demonic beasts, celestial fiends, and alien races. Rarely does one fear the risks and choose to return to serve their hometown's government. The contract they presented was intended to lay the groundwork for the future of Xingho City. It was evident that Suifeng could not forever hold the position of city lord. He too required a successor. Clearly, Li Suifeng had no desire to be that successor. He yearned to realize his talents in a more expansive world. Suifeng and the others felt a sense of regret, but held no objections. If Li did not accept, it was of little consequence. They merely wished for his bright future and past successes to continue flourishing. Suifeng jovially took the contract back. At that moment, the principal of No. 2 High School rose, his face a portrait of sorrow, and said, "Young Li, it was my negligence not to recognize your talent in time, which forced your withdrawal from school. I apologize sincerely." Zhang Jingyi also stood, his countenance filled with remorse and regret. He had been among the first to discover Li Suifeng's potential and had endeavored to retain him. Yet, through unfortunate circumstances, he had always been a step too late, leading to today's tragedy. "You are too kind, Principal," Li Suifeng responded. "Without rules, chaos ensues. Your school has acted in accordance with the rules. You have not wronged me." Li Suifeng was not harboring any resentment towards No. 2 High School. At that time, he had merely awakened an E-grade talent, and their refusal to allow him into the martial arts class was in adherence to established protocol. "Your magnanimity is commendable, young man," remarked the principal. "Then return to the main topic, young Li. While you will ultimately represent the Zhengqi Dojo in the college entrance examinations, you have spent 5.5 years at No. 2 High School. Might we be fortunate enough to promote your achievements?" Li Suifeng immediately grasped the underlying intention. All high schools eagerly anticipate having students achieve remarkable results. Once a student excels, it brings considerable exposure to the school, often resulting in various forms of publicity, such as banners and photographs displayed prominently. However, since he would be representing the Zhengqi Dojo, the accolades he earned would be attributed to it, bearing no connection to No. 2 High School. If the school were to exploit his achievements for publicity, it would be somewhat disingenuous. It was only natural for the principal to engage in this line of persuasion. "Child, one must not forget the well diggers when drinking water. You must acquiesce to the principal." Li Jiaming interjected suddenly. Though straightforward and unpretentious, he was not entirely oblivious. Sensing the nuances, he feared his son might reject the offer and offend someone. Hence he chose to remind him. Li Suifeng nodded. "As my father said, No. 2 High School is also my alma mater. If the principal can promote me, it would indeed be an honor. Thank you for your understanding, young Li." The principal of No. 2 High School breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Jingyi also cast a grateful glance at Li Suifeng. In the ensuing moments, Suifeng engaged Li Suifeng in conversation regarding his future, primarily inquiring which university he wished to attend. In this world, candidates fill their college applications after the examinations. With Li Suifeng's academic prowess, he would undoubtedly be accepted by any institution he chose. Nevertheless, Suifeng still provided recommendations based on Li Suifeng's talents and comprehension, hoping he would consider Shinkong Academy and Wuji Academy. Li Suifeng politely expressed that he would contemplate his decision carefully. After exchanging pleasantries, Suifeng and his companions took their leave. Once the four had departed, Li Jiaming's face beamed with pride. Xiaofeng, you have truly made a name for yourself. The average citizen often feels a sense of trepidation when confronted by figures of authority like the city lord. Yet, here was his son, engaging in light-hearted banter with ease and composure. Li Jiaming's thoughts drifted, and he could not help but feel tears of joy welling in his eyes. The little one who had once caused him worry had grown up, capable of standing on his own. Chapter 38. Enhancing the 8 Desolate Infinite Art, Becoming a First-Stage Warrior. In the bedroom, Li Suifeng opened the black box left by the city lord, revealing a tome resting within. The cover bore the title 8 Desolate Infinite Art. A gift from Elder Sun? A martial arts manual? Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this age of advanced technology, most martial arts techniques and manuals are stored in cloud-based formats, making physical copies increasingly rare. Those rare manuscripts presented in book form often contain extraordinary techniques. What type of martial arts could a national general have left behind? With anticipation, Li Suifeng opened the cover and read the first line of the ancient text. This art was created in my youth. It is an earth-level cultivation technique, suitable for those in the awakening realm, specifically reserved for Xingho City, to encourage future generations. Sun Wanchong. Could it be that this was a martial art created by Elder Sun, and its earth level? Li Suifeng's face lit up with elation. Earth-level cultivation methods belong to the higher echelons of martial arts, and those known to exist are exceedingly rare. Only the 8 major academies possess a greater number of arts at this level, yet even students there find it challenging to learn. It is said one must complete numerous tasks and accrue a certain amount of contribution points to qualify for study. Moreover, it is rumored that lower-tier universities possess none of this caliber. Even if they do, there may be, at most, one. An earth-level technique is akin to a legendary divine art. It cannot be purchased even with wealth. Elder Sun has truly shown great generosity in nurturing future talents. Li Suifeng's heart surged with fervor as he perused the 8 Desolate Infinite Art. Time slipped by, and soon it was nearly noon. Closing the book, Li Suifeng pondered. Is this what constitutes the cultivation method of a true warrior? The content is indeed profound and obscure. With my comprehension, I've only managed to grasp half of it. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 0. Physique, 33. Mentality, 27. Talent, Radiant Sun, S grade. Crocodile Skin, A grade. Technique, 8 Desolate Infinite Art. Martial Arts, Heavenly Light Long Fist, perfect. Iron Pillar Technique, proficient, can be deduced. Talent points, 4,860. Upon opening the panel, the 8 Desolate Infinite Art appeared in the technique section, prompting a faint smile from Li Suifeng. Fortunately, I have the system. No matter how profound the technique, I can directly invest points to upgrade it. System, enhance the 8 Desolate Infinite Art. With a thought, system text materialized, consuming 3,000 talent points. 8 Desolate Infinite Art upgraded to level 1. Personal physique increases by 20. An upgrade costs 3,000 points? Goodness, that is quite an exorbitant price. Li Suifeng's expression soured. He was only 140 points away from reaching the coveted 5,000. Li Suifeng had intended to elevate his defensive talent, Crocodile Skin, to S grade once he met the point threshold. However, with the emergence of the 8 Desolate Infinite Art, he had to postpone that plan. The fortunate aspect was that as an Earth-level martial art, the enhancements to his physique were substantial. Merely practicing it to the first level had already increased Li Suifeng's physique by 20 points. The 8 Desolate Infinite Art, given to me by Elder Sun, comprises only the first volume, with a total of 9 levels corresponding to the 9 minor realms of warriors. Having practiced this art to the first level, could I be considered a first-stage awakened warrior? Li Suifeng's gaze glimmered with hope as he checked the panel once more. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physique, 53. Talent, Radiant Sunlight, S grade. Skin of the Frenzied Crocodile, A grade. Martial Art, Infinite Boundlessness Technique, First Level. Body Technique, Celestial Light Long Fist, Perfected. Iron Post Technique, Proficient. Can be deduced. Talent Value, 1860. As expected, with the Infinite Boundlessness Technique reaching the first level, Li Suifeng's physique soared, his body undergoing a transformative evolution, transcending the realm of a mere preparatory martial artist. He could now be considered a bona fide martial artist. Splendid. Li Suifeng felt elated, no longer mourning the deduction of his talent value. Yet, considering that this martial art comprises 9 levels, each subsequent elevation would undoubtedly present greater challenges, necessitating an increased talent value. How much talent value would it require to master this technique to its 9th level? He realized that he must diligently hunt monsters to acquire more talent value in the days to come. The journey ahead was arduous. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Li Suifeng felt invigorated. At 2:30 in the afternoon, within the Martial Artist Affairs Hall at the city center, Li Suifeng entered to find numerous men and women of remarkable stature and poise. Almost all were established martial artists. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, any individual who meets the criteria to become a martial artist merely needs to register at the affairs hall to receive a martial artist subsidy. The monthly stipend for a first-tier martial artist amounts to 5,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. While this may seem modest, it is noteworthy that in Starfire City, the average income for citizens hovers around 2,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Thus, this monthly stipend is indeed considerable. "Young man, what brings you here?" queried the clerk at the registration window, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Observing Li Suifeng's youthful appearance, she presumed him to be a high school student and wondered how he had come to this gathering of martial artists. "I have become a martial artist and am here to register," Li Suifeng replied. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized him up and down, suddenly recalling something. She exclaimed, "You are the top scorer from the college entrance examination, Li Suifeng." "Indeed," Li Suifeng smiled. The clerk's face lit up with excitement. "Hello, Li. Could you please give me your autograph?" Following yesterday's practical assessment, where Li Suifeng had left a remarkable impression, he had become a sensation throughout Starfire City. Many communication groups and online forums buzzed with discussions about him. Li Suifeng had undeniably become a local celebrity. "An autograph? I'm surprised, but of course," he replied with a chuckle, taking the pen from her and inscribing his name on the blank paper. The clerk beamed with satisfaction and enthusiasm. "The college entrance exam just ended, and you've already become a formal martial artist? Truly, a genuine talent. Your cultivation speed defies common understanding." As she spoke, she produced a device resembling a blood pressure monitor. "Li, please wrap this around your arm. This device will measure your life force. If it exceeds 70, you will be classified as a first-tier martial artist according to the Dragon Kingdom's martial artist system and receive the monthly subsidy." "All right," Li Suifeng said, securing the band around his arm. As the device activated, a pressure enveloped his arm, nearly stalling his blood flow. Once the band loosened, the device displayed a reading of 80. The clerk's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your life force exceeds the first-tier martial artist requirement by 10 points? My goodness. How did you accomplish that, Li? Were you already a first-tier martial artist during the practical assessment? No wonder you were able to sweep aside those beasts." Li Suifeng merely smiled modestly. The clerk continued to shower him with compliments while she diligently inputted data into her computer, eventually presenting him with a green booklet. "This is your martial artist certificate, serving as your identification. Now, please provide your identity information and bank account number. Each month on the 1st, the government will deposit your 5,000 Dragon Kingdom coins subsidy." Li Suifeng nodded, typing on the keyboard. Instead of providing his own bank account number, he entered his mother's. After tallying various rewards, Li Suifeng's wealth had surpassed 800,000. Even after purchasing a house for his family, he would still have ample funds, sufficient for his initial university years. As for the tuition fees in the latter years, Li Suifeng was determined to earn it himself. Thus, he deemed the martial artist subsidy as a fitting contribution to household expenses, a plan he had long contemplated. Chapter 39. What of being a formal martial artist? One punch to victory. After completing his registration, Li Suifeng intended to leave the affairs hall when suddenly a figure blocked his path. "Fellow martial artist, are you interested in visiting the fighting arena?" Turning to face the speaker, Li Suifeng observed a man with a hooked nose, narrow eyes, and a small mustache, who wore a lewd grin. Judging by the aura he exuded, he seemed to be more than just a first-tier martial artist. Perhaps a second or third tier. "What is this fighting arena?" Li Suifeng inquired. "I can't explain it adequately. You must see it for yourself," the martial artist replied, gesturing towards the exit. "It's south, just across the street. Care to join me? Let us go take a look," Li Suifeng agreed, following the martial artist out of the affairs hall and into a building across the street. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the bustling activity within the hall. It was filled to the brim with martial artists, their vital energies, elemental powers, and malevolent auras intertwining to create an almost palpable tension in the air. Non-martial artists would feel as though they were bound by chains in such an environment. Fortunately, as a martial artist, Li Suifeng could navigate through this charged atmosphere with ease. He noticed a hexagonal cage in the center of the crowd, where martial artists were engaged in combat. One fighter, evidently a nature-type martial artist, wielded vast quantities of water elements to great effect, while his opponent, a superhuman-type martial artist, possessed an imposing physique capable of distorting space with his punches. Boom. Amidst the explosive sounds, the nature-type martial artist ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Cheers erupted from the surrounding martial artists. Some rejoiced while others expressed their anger, and a few resorted to curses. It was then that Li Suifeng realized that this so-called fighting arena was, in fact, a gambling den. Fellow martial artist, you can choose to compete in the ring. Winning a match will not only earn you a prize, but also the admiration of your peers. Alternatively, you can place bets like other patrons to earn some money. The hooked-nosed martial artist grinned. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "Is this legal?" "Absolutely legal," the hooked-nosed martial artist assured him fervently. "As martial artists, we risk our lives to protect the city and battle the beasts and demons. The pressure we face is immense. To compensate, the government provides us with certain privileges. While this mixed martial arts arena may be deemed illegal for civilians, it is entirely lawful for martial artists. Otherwise, would we dare to operate it right across from the affairs hall? Li Suifeng promptly took out his phone. What are you doing? I'm checking online to see if it's legal. The hook-nosed man's expression faltered. Are you really going to Google it? You're something else. Li Suifeng conducted a quick search online and was surprised to find that the mixed martial arts arena was indeed legal, just as the hook-nosed man had stated. The government allowed martial artists to vent their pressures through such means. To prevent casualties, the arena had numerous regulations, the most basic being that while combat was allowed, it was not to the death. Deaths in the mixed martial arts arena were exceedingly rare. Putting away his phone, Li Suifeng had not yet spoken when the hawk-nosed warrior managed a wry smile and said, "My friend, do you believe me now?" "I do," Li replied. "Are you interested in placing a bet?" "Not in betting. May I step up and have a match?" Li Suifeng rubbed his fists together, his expression gradually turning excited. He had initially intended to register as a warrior and then head to the Zhengqi dojo to test his strength. After all, he had already mastered the 8 desolations and infinite skills, yet he remained unaware of their true power, feeling a nagging itch for action. The opportunity to engage in a legitimate battle was right before him. How could he let it slip away? The hawk-nosed man paused, realizing that, given Li Suifeng's youth, he must be a recent entrant into the world of warriors. He had hoped to bring him along as a spectator, but was taken aback by Li's eagerness to fight. "Are you certain?" While the combat arena does not consider life or death, if your opponent strikes with undue severity, you might find yourself bettered in for 10 days or more. The hawk-nosed man's eyes widened. Li Suifeng grinned broadly. "I will bear all consequences myself." The hawk-nosed man appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Most of the fighters here are at least second tier. First-tier warriors are rare and may not be easily matched with you." Just as Li was about to respond, a gambler suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, "Young man, are you that top scorer from the college entrance examination?" The surrounding warriors turned their gaze, their eyes alight with interest. The representative candidate from Zhengqi dojo? The one named Li Suifeng? It truly was him. What was he doing at the combat arena? Upon hearing the commotion, the hawk-nosed man slapped his forehead. "No wonder I found you so familiar. You are the college entrance examination champion." "Only just realizing this now," Li Suifeng replied, expressing his exasperation. "My friendly, if you were nameless, it would be challenging for me to find you a first-tier opponent, but with the title of top scorer, matching you with a first-tier warrior should not pose a problem." The hawk-nosed man's expression shifted to one of excitement as he fumbled with his phone. Shortly thereafter, a corpulent man in a suit approached, his face alight with surprise. "Little Hawk, are you certain this young Li wants to step into the ring?" "Yes, Brother Lei. After completing the college entrance exam, Champion Li has successfully broken through to become a first-tier warrior and wishes to spar to enhance his skills." Little Hawk fabricated a reason and eagerly asked, "Could you help him find an opponent?" "Certainly. It is an honor for our combat arena that a champion has come here." Brother Lei laughed heartily and beckoned. From the crowd emerged a man clad in combat shorts, bare-chested, with a headband adorning his brow. He was known as the Skull Crusher, a substitute fighter for our arena. Brother Lei introduced him with a smile. The Skull Crusher glared menacingly at Li Suifeng, even gesturing across his neck with a slicing motion. Li Suifeng smiled back. "Let us begin right away." With that, he made his way toward the ring. Once up there, be sure to hold back a little. Let him experience some struggle, but do not injure him, or it will be difficult to explain, Brother Lei whispered to the Skull Crusher. Since champion Li Suifeng had become a sensation in Xingho City, if he were to be injured, it would cause significant trouble for them. Brother Lei agreed to let Li Suifeng fight, hoping to capitalize on his status as a champion for some publicity. "I will be as gentle as possible. I will merely break one of his arms," the Skull Crusher replied with a sinister grin. Brother Lei's expression shifted slightly, wishing to offer further counsel. But it was too late. The Skull Crusher had already rushed onto the stage amidst cheers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion will soon face the Skull Crusher. Feel free to place your bets." At that moment, an official within the arena called out. The warriors present were filled with interest and began placing their bets. Even Little Hawk, who had accompanied Li Suifeng, decided to bet, though his wager was not on Li Suifeng but rather on the Skull Crusher. Despite Li Suifeng's impressive performance in the entrance exams, he faced a seasoned warrior with considerable combat experience. In a contest of equal realms, the experienced fighter would have a higher probability of victory, even if Li Suifeng's potential far surpassed that of the Skull Crusher. After all, he was simply too young. As the bets concluded, a referee ascended the stage, announced the rules, and declared, "The champion will now battle the Skull Crusher." As the referee's voice echoed, Brother Lei's expression turned anxious. If the Skull Crusher were to seriously injure Li Suifeng, would he face repercussions? On the stage, the Skull Crusher did not charge in immediately, but instead flashed a disdainful smile at Li Suifeng. "Little guy, for Brother Lei's sake, I will only break one of your arms." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of air being sliced through reached him. By the time the Skull Crusher reacted, a fist was already upon him with blinding speed, leaving him no chance to evade. Bang! When the Skull Crusher's face met the fist, His body flew through the air in an arc before crashing to the ground. After that, he did not rise again, for his face had swollen and turned purple. His eyes glazed over as he lost consciousness. The once animated crowd fell into a stunned silence. All the onlooking warriors displayed expressions of disbelief. Brother Lei's eyes widened, akin to seeing a ghost. The Skull Crusher had been defeated in an instant? What was happening? Chapter 40. This child is a super genius. What have I just witnessed? The champion has obliterated the Skull Crusher? Although the Skull Crusher had never competed on stage, he was at least a preparatory fighter. Yet he crumbled so easily before the champion? Was the champion too strong, or was the Skull Crusher merely a facade? After a brief silence, the arena erupted into chaos as the warriors awakened to the reality of what had transpired, engaging in fervent discussions of disbelief. Brother Lei, too, began to come to terms with the situation, his expression complex, only having just broken through to become a warrior. Yet he can so decisively defeat an opponent of the same realm? Is this the talent and strength of a city champion? The Skull Crusher, whom he had invested over 200,000 Dragon Country coins to train, had performed so poorly, truly a waste. The gamblers, being warriors themselves, naturally possessed high standards. A matchup of such low caliber could hardly pique their interest. Thus, the combat arena would sign some first-tier warriors in advance, designating them as preparatory fighters, investing resources to develop their combat abilities and cultivate their personas. The Skull Crusher was one such preparatory fighter. It was expected that once he became a second-tier warrior, he would shine in the combat arena. Yet today he had his career obliterated by Suifeng's single punch. A venture barely begun, now abruptly ended. I'm finished. I'm done for. Little Hawk's face turned ashen, and he wailed incessantly. Brother Lei turned to him, realizing that Little Hawk had bet on the Skull Crusher, and was left speechless. Suifeng is the one you brought here, yet you chose not to bet on him for this match? Little Hawk lamented. How was I to know Suifeng possessed such extraordinary strength? The Skull Crusher was so pathetically weak. Brother Lei refrained from further commentary. Like Little Hawk, the majority of bets had been placed on the Skull Crusher, with only a minority betting on Suifeng. This was not due to faith in him. Rather, the odds were heavily stacked against him, making it an enticing gamble. Is it truly over? I am still not satisfied. Amidst the clamor, Suifeng shook his hands, his expression one of lingering desire for more. The prodigious champion is exceedingly arrogant. Brother Lei, this is your domain. Shouldn't you make your presence felt when someone challenges your establishment? Let the battle continue. Let us revel in the excitement. The spectators roared in exuberance. Brother Lei's expression was fraught with conflict. From the look in Suifeng's eyes, it seemed he intended to fight continuously. Should he send more fighters to face him? Brother Lei, the number of entrants is increasing. A subordinate whispered in his ear. Brother Lei's countenance shifted in surprise. To generate some buzz, he had already announced the champion's participation online. He hadn't anticipated such a swift influx of warriors drawn to the spectacle. Summon the giant bear. To seize this wave of attention, Brother Lei resolved firmly. Soon, from amidst the crowd, a towering figure over 2.5 meters tall, robust as an iron tower, and possessing a quintessential physique of bulk and muscle, squeezed through the throng and ascended the stage. Suifeng, the Skull Crusher, had always provoked me during our time in the training camp, but due to the camp's rules prohibiting private duels among us prospective fighters, I had refrained from snapping his neck. If you can eliminate this fellow beforehand, it would serve as a measure of revenge for me, the giant bear, and I shall treat you kindly in return. The burly giant bear squeezed out a cruel grin. I shall enjoy this with you, but I won't inflict any serious harm. Before he could finish his declaration, Suifeng turned to the referee. Referee, may we commence? The giant bear's face contorted in disbelief, then flushed crimson. Suifeng disregarded his words, clearly showing disdain. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Let us begin then. The referee, somewhat at a loss for words, noted that after presiding over numerous matches, he had never encountered a fighter as impatient as Suifeng. With a loud shout, the battle resumed. Many bettors in the audience, having yet to place their wagers, grumbled in frustration. On the stage, Suifeng's mind sparked to life as he activated the 8 Desolations and Infinite Power technique. A surge of formidable energy erupted within him, spreading throughout his body like an explosion of gunpowder. He propelled himself forward, utilizing this newfound strength to complete a 10-meter dash in the blink of an eye, arriving before the giant bear. Kid, behold my ultimate move, mountain moving. The giant bear's arms glimmered with a brownish hue as he lunged towards Suifeng's waist, attempting to lift him off the ground in a sweeping motion. However, Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed another burst of power, deftly evading the giant bear's grasp and sidestepping to his side. A precise hook landed squarely on the giant bear's midsection. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the hall fell silent. The giant bear looked at the fist planted in his abdomen and burst into a hearty laugh. You think this feeble punch could break me? Surely. You don't believe my defenses are as weak as that of the Skull Crusher. Before he could finish, Suifeng withdrew his fist and struck again at the same spot. The smile on the giant bear's face faltered, his pupils constricting in pain. Boom, boom, boom. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. In the following 2 seconds, Li Suifeng unleashed a flurry of hooks, all targeting the same area. Finally, unable to contain himself, the giant bear emitted a pained scream. Saliva and blood spewing from his mouth. His eyes widened in agony, and he raised his arms as if wielding a colossal axe to cleave Li Suifeng's shoulder. This time, Li Suifeng refrained from using his explosive hook, opting instead to deliver a powerful blow to the giant bear's chin. No matter how robust and fierce a human body may be, the jaw remains the most vulnerable area. The giant bear was no exception. With a crack, his jaw shattered. His front teeth dislodged, and his eyes glazed over as his hefty form collapsed, shaking the entire arena. Initially, the crowd fell into silence, but soon eruptions of cheers reverberated. Li Suifeng had remarkably brought down this giant, winning 2 consecutive matches without rest. This young man possesses a terrifying prowess. How foolish of me. Why did I not believe in Li Suifeng? Why did I wager on the giant bear? What a dreadful loss. All the fighters were left astounded by this spectacle. Filled with a sense of regret, Little Eagle wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression one of dread. Thank goodness I hadn't managed to place a bet on the second match. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Brother Lei, on the other hand, was left breathless. There are distinctions even among first-tier warriors and prospective fighters. If the Skull Crusher was merely of B-class caliber, then the giant bear was undoubtedly A-class. Yet, this A-class fighter fell effortlessly to Li Suifeng. At just 18 years old, Li Suifeng possesses such ferocious combat strength. Does this not imply he qualifies as an S-class fighter? And this is without any professional training. If he were to undergo systematic training, then his potential. Brother Lei gasped in astonishment, a newfound awe glinting in his gaze directed at Li Suifeng. Undoubtedly, this individual is a natural-born fighter, a true super prodigy. Chapter 41. Unstoppable in the same realm, even second-tier warriors can fight. Next contender. On the stage, witnessing the giant bear being carried away by the staff, Li Suifeng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke loudly. The crowd erupted in even greater cheers. Brother Lei surveyed the surging sea of spectators, realizing that today's turnout might very well break records. Bill, you're up. Brother Lei called out, and the warrior named Bill appeared visibly anxious. Li Suifeng's victory over the Skull Crusher might have been unexpected, perhaps merely luck. But defeating the giant bear is certainly not something that can be attributed to chance. As a fellow prospective fighter, Bill felt immense pressure. Following Brother Lei's instructions, he deliberately ascended the stage slowly, allowing the bettors ample time to place their wagers. Betting is now open. Betting is now open. Ladies and gentlemen, you may commence your wagers. Following Li Suifeng's 2 shocking victories, the bookmakers had reaped the benefits from 90% of the bettors, making a fortune. Thus, they eagerly shouted, enticing more individuals to place bets. I'll wager 20,000 Dragon Kingdom coins on Li Suifeng. The now dismayed Little Eagle quickly approached a bookmaker to place his bet. Initially, he had wagered on the Skull Crusher due to his insufficient understanding of Li Suifeng's abilities. Now, realizing Li Suifeng's formidable strength, he had no reservations. Betting everything on Li Suifeng was the only choice. Many fighters like Little Eagle shared similar sentiments. Therefore, before the third match commenced, the betting landscape was markedly different from the first 2 rounds. Over 50% of the bettors had wagered on Li Suifeng, leading to nearly even odds for the 2 competitors. Once Bill stepped onto the stage, he too had learned from the previous fighters, refraining from uttering threats and instead cautiously observing Li Suifeng's movements. With the referee's signal to begin, Li Suifeng charged once more, springing forth as if propelled by a spring, instantly reaching Bill's side. Although Bill had anticipated this and raised his arms to defend, in that fleeting moment, Li Suifeng's fist struck swiftly against his chest. Boom. This time, Bill's defeat mirrored that of the Skull Crusher, as he was sent sprawling to the edge of the stage, unable to rise again. Champion, you are a god. Ha ha ha. I've won. Finally, I've won. The throngs of gamblers seemed to have foreseen this moment, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Little Eagle cheered ecstatically, raising his arms in triumph. Meanwhile, Brother Lei's expression grew somber. He had nurtured very few prospective fighters, and now, with 3 eliminated, only 2 remained. The dilemma lies in the fact that these 2 individuals barely match the level of a giant bear. Can they truly stand in Li Suifeng's way? As the guests erupted in loud screams, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. With no alternative, Brother Lei could only grit his teeth and continue sending challengers into the ring. 5 minutes later, on the stage, a resounding thud echoed, fueled by explosive power. Li Suifeng's fist struck the 5th fighter squarely in the chest, as the man's sternum caved in and he collapsed to the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. All the martial artists raised their arms in jubilation. Ha! We VE won again. This feels incredible. Li Suifeng, you are my idol. In the midst of the arena, Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled, and a fervent fighting spirit surged within him. In the course of 5 consecutive battles, he had fully harnessed the power of the 8 desolations and infinite techniques. Each time he channeled this technique, a formidable force would arise within him. This power was distinctly different from the elemental energy of the great sun. It was a purer, more direct, and primal force. When not in use, this energy seemed to lie dormant within his dantian. However, Once unleashed, it coursed through his entire being. Was this the unique essence of a martial artist's vitality? Li Suifeng pondered. When a martial artist's body reaches its limits and desires further evolution, simply relying on physical conditioning will not suffice. At such a juncture, one must cultivate their vitality, utilizing its ferocious nature to further refine their internal organs, bones, meridians, and blood, thereby enhancing the physical body. The remarkable utility of vitality lies not only in body refinement, but also in its ability to be mobilized like the elements of nature, transforming into direct power to augment combat strength. The path of superhuman martial artists involves the cultivation of denser vitality through advanced techniques, continually refining and evolving their physique. The more robust the vitality, the deeper the martial artist's realm, harmonizing seamlessly with their innate gifts, resulting in increasingly formidable combat prowess. The 8 desolations and infinite techniques belong to the earth-level cultivation methods, and the vitality Li Suifeng cultivated through his training far surpassed that of lower-tier techniques. This was the very reason behind his remarkable fighting capability. General Sun, your 8 desolations and infinite techniques have laid an incredibly solid foundation for me. Thanks to this technique, my combat strength is unmatched at the same level. Li Suifeng felt a swell of pride within, filled with admiration and respect for the previously unknown General Sunday. Yet, correspondingly, his fighting spirit boiled over, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Brother Lei below. Continue. Brother Lei's pupils constricted, his breath momentarily halted. The intensity of Li Suifeng's gaze bore an overwhelming aura that made him uneasy. Furthermore, the 5 preparatory fighters had all suffered devastating defeats. There were no first-tier martial artists left in the arena. How could the next battle proceed? Unless they sent out second-tier fighters? Bring it on! Bring it on! Bring it on! At this moment, the surrounding martial artists, stirred by Li Suifeng's fervor, echoed these words excitedly. Brother Lei pressed his hand down to calm the crowd, his expression turning bitter as he said, "Scholar, I currently have no first-tier fighters left." Li Suifeng remained unperturbed. "If there are no first-tier fighters, then send in the second-tier ones. I can still fight." Hiss. A group of onlookers regarded Li Suifeng with the eyes of spectators observing a monster. Among martial artists, the distinction between tiers was stark. First tier and second tier represented a clear divide. It was a consensus in martial arts. Under normal circumstances, no matter how powerful a first-tier martial artist might be, they would be at the mercy of a second-tier martial artist, akin to fish on a chopping board. Thus, while Li Suifeng was indeed formidable, having triumphed over 5 first-tier fighters, could he possibly defeat a second-tier fighter? This was utterly improbable and illogical. Brother Lei also shared this belief, chuckling ruefully. "Scholar, perhaps we should reconsider? If a second-tier fighter unleashes their full strength, not only will Li Suifeng lose, but he might also sustain serious injuries or even be crippled. This small fighting arena cannot bear such a responsibility. A fighting arena of this size, and yet it lacks the capacity to truly satisfy me? What is the point of even opening?" Li Suifeng's face was alight with fighting spirit, resolute in his decision to press on. His initial intention for participating in the fights was to test his newly acquired strength. However, with each successive battle, he became increasingly enamored with the thrill of victory. Although the odds of winning against a second-tier martial artist seemed slim, so what? Winning would be a tremendous gain. Losing would merely be a taste of failure, having no bearing on his honor or confidence. Why not continue fighting? Excellent. Countless martial artists applauded. The path of martial arts is akin to scaling a towering mountain, fraught with challenges and obstacles. Without a heart that yearns for victory, a martial artist cannot hope to ascend to the pinnacle. Throughout history, those extraordinary martial artists who reached greatness did so by embodying an indomitable spirit, refusing to succumb to adversity. In this moment, faced with the might of second-tier martial artists, Li Suifeng remained composed, his resolve unwavering. He evidently possessed the fearless, unyielding traits of those ancient sages. This quality was even rarer than his innate talent. What an extraordinary scholar. You have awakened a long-buried passion within me. I once faced a powerful beast, paralyzed by fear and fleeing in disarray. Had I possessed the scholar's determination back then, perhaps I could have slain the beast and attained an even higher standing than today. This comprehensive fighting arena has been operational for many years. Could it truly be tarnished by a mere scholar today? If you cannot satisfy the scholar today, then I shall no longer patronize this fighting arena in the future." The entire assembly of martial artists was moved, cheering for Li Suifeng. Witnessing this, Brother Lei could only smile wryly. "Since the scholar is so determined, I, Yuan, shall accompany you to the end." He turned to a young man beside him, who bore a waxy complexion, was as slender as a reed, and whose eyes were shadowed. "Devourer, are you prepared to enter the fray?" The devourer revealed a sinister smile. "I would certainly relish the opportunity to battle the famed scholar." With that, he leapt gracefully over the heads of the crowd, landing on the arena. Chapter 42, The Ascent Beyond Boundaries, Shocking the Arena. It is indeed the Devourer. If memory serves, the Devourer's current record stands at 3 victories and 1 defeat. Among second-tier martial artists, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Scholar Li is in trouble. As the Devourer took the stage, the surrounding martial artists began to chatter animatedly. And of course, they did not forget to place their bets timely. Many had profited significantly from Li Suifeng's consecutive victories. Yet now, their betting targets were almost exclusively the Devourer. In their eyes, Li Suifeng's talent and combat prowess were extraordinary, far from being mere reputation. However, the Devourer was simply too strong. Many second-tier martial artists acknowledged that facing the Devourer left them with little hope of victory, let alone Li Suifeng, who was still a first-tier martial artist. This is bad. What should we do? Noticing that 95 of the bettors were placing their stakes on the Devourer, Xiao Ying's expression became conflicted. He genuinely supported Li Suifeng deep down. Yet the chasm created by the difference in tiers was insurmountable. On paper, Li Suifeng's chances of victory were less than 10. Wait, have you all noticed? The scholar seems not to have utilized the talent that shone brilliantly during the trial examination thus far. Amidst the clamor, a martial artist's analysis rang out. This statement jolted Xiao Ying. Indeed, up until now, Li Suifeng seemingly has yet to unleash his resplendent talents. This implies that, thus far, he has been holding back, not employing his full strength. Perhaps in this battle, should he unleash his entire might, there exists a glimmer of hope for him to triumph over the Serpent Eater? Contemplating this, Little Eagle felt a surge of excitement and immediately resolved, though it may be akin to throwing money away, for the sake of this slim hope. I must place my bet on the champion. Consider it my support for him. Consequently, he wagered a third of his winnings on Li Suifeng. In the arena, from the moment the Serpent Eater stepped onto the stage, a shiver ran down Li Suifeng's spine. He could sense that there was not a shred of martial vigor emanating from the Serpent Eater. The man's gaunt frame and cold, feminine gaze were reminiscent of a serpent lurking within a deep well, watching him with an icy stare. This sensation was disconcerting for Li Suifeng, prompting him to direct his gaze towards the referee. Can we commence? The referee responded, before you stands a second-tier warrior, akin to a boss in your perspective. Are you so eager to receive a beating? Truly, the innocent are fearless of tigers. Are you certain you do not wish to take a moment's rest? You have already fought 5 matches. The referee, harboring a favorable impression of Li Suifeng, offered this caution. No need. Let us begin directly, Li Suifeng asserted resolutely. The referee glanced at Brother Lay below the stage, receiving a nod of approval, before proclaiming loudly, the champion versus the Serpent Eater, let the match commence. With those words, it was the Serpent Eater who took the initiative, rather than Li Suifeng. Having observed 5 matches, the Serpent Eater had developed a preliminary understanding of Li Suifeng's combat style. Li Suifeng's fist techniques were formidable, his speed remarkable, characterized by an offensive approach devoid of any defense. To counter such an adversary, the optimal strategy was to strike first, disrupting their rhythm and forcing them into a position of disadvantage to secure victory. The Serpent Eater possessed unwavering confidence in this battle, but he sought not merely victory, but a resounding triumph, to crush Li Suifeng completely. After all, Li Suifeng, as the challenger, had consecutively bested 5 preliminary fighters, effectively challenging the arena's prestige. Only by decisively defeating Li Suifeng could the arena restore its honor. With a swift motion, the Serpent Eater, as agile as a snake, struck at Li Suifeng's neck with a knife-hand strike. Li Suifeng raised his hand to block, but the impact sent him staggering backwards several steps. Once he managed to regain his footing, the Serpent Eater attacked again, his hands slicing through the air relentlessly, employing a martial technique of superior skill. Though Li Suifeng possessed the A-level defensive talent of crocodile skin, the disparity in fundamental realms was glaringly evident. Thus, each of the Serpent Eater's strikes weighed heavily upon him, proving exceedingly difficult to withstand. After half a minute of continuous blocking, Li Suifeng's arms felt as though they were about to shatter, his entire body rendered sore and numb. Losing control, suddenly, the eager Serpent Eater opened his mouth wide. A wave of black light burst forth from his gaping maw. A snake? Li Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. From the Serpent Eater's mouth emerged a slender black snake, approximately 7 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The snake's triangular head, sharp fangs, and lifeless eyes mirrored those of its master. The black serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into Li Suifeng's shoulder. Despite the reinforced resilience of his crocodile skin, the serpent's sharp fangs pierced his skin, leaving 2 tiny puncture wounds on his shoulder. Hissing, corrosive black venom seeped from the wounds. The triangular black snake, clinging to Li Suifeng's shoulder with a tenacity akin to a rabid dog, refusing to relent. Li Suifeng felt a chilling sensation wash over him, his body growing increasingly numb. Should he not resolve the battle swiftly, he would surely succumb to the serpent's venom. In a surge of desperation, Li Suifeng's countenance twisted into a grimace as golden light enveloped him instantaneously. Simultaneously, the energy within his dantian surged into his right arm, and as he thrust it forth, his fingers converged into a fist, fiercely aiming for the Serpent Eater's face. Talent, Great Sunlight. Body technique, Heavenly Light Long Fist. Cultivation method, 8 Desolations, and Infinite Power. Without prior rehearsal, Li Suifeng instinctively fused these 3 techniques together. The punch he unleashed resonated with explosive force, striking the serpent eater squarely on the bridge of his nose. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the serpent eater was propelled backwards to the edge of the stage, crashing against the wire mesh before collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Still biting me, are you? You wretched snake. Satisfied that the serpent eater could not rise again, Suifeng turned to his shoulder, where the black serpent still clung tightly, refusing to relinquish its hold. Die! Enraged, Suifeng summoned his remaining strength and struck down upon the serpent's head. Crack! The serpent's head shattered, its lifeless body falling to the ground, black blood seeping forth. At that very moment, Suifeng began to tremble, the venom's icy grip distorting his vision. Eliminate the triangular cold blood snake. Talent value 30. The system's message flashed and faded, and at last, Suifeng could no longer endure. His consciousness faded to emptiness as his body collapsed to the ground. What? Below the stage, thousands of warriors exchanged glances, stunned and incredulous at the scene before them. The first to fall was the serpent eater. Did this mean that Suifeng had won the battle? A mere first-tier warrior had, against all odds, triumphed over a second-tier warrior, achieving an extraordinary feat. This was utterly absurd. Detoxify. Save him. Quickly. Amidst the shock, Brother Lei's voice boomed, and several medical personnel rushed toward the stage, causing the scene to erupt into chaos. Chapter 43. Fame spreads, deposits of 2 million. Am I in a hospital? When Suifeng awoke, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by a group of people, including white-coated medical staff, Brother Lei, and several other personnel. Little Eagle was, of course, among them. Champion, you are awake. Seeing Suifeng regain consciousness, Brother Lei sighed in relief, deeply concerned. He had remained there, fearing the worst for Suifeng, and was grateful that all was well now. What happened? Due to the lingering effects of the serpent's venom, Suifeng's mind was somewhat foggy. Well, you knocked out the serpent eater first, and then succumbed to the poison, so it counts as a victory in that battle. Little Eagle exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. In that match, Suifeng's odds were 8-1. He had profited eightfold, securing half a house in Starfire City. He lamented deeply why he hadn't gone all in on Suifeng from the start. Couldn't he that have led him to financial freedom? Is that so? Then it's all good. Suifeng, feeling slightly weak yet mentally invigorated, climbed out of bed. Brother Lei's expression was complex as he remarked, Champion, you have truly shone brightly this time. Now, all the warriors in Starfire City know your name. Your status as champion has made you a household name throughout the city. However, such an achievement pales in comparison to overcoming a second-tier warrior. Only true martial artists comprehend the formidable challenge of transcending boundaries to defeat others. It's not merely akin to ascending to the heavens, but at the very least, it is comparable to crossing an ocean. Suifeng accomplished this feat consequently. His remarkable accomplishments today are destined to echo throughout the martial circles of Xingho City. When the time is ripe, his fame will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Oh, may I take my leave now? Suifeng inquired nonchalantly as he rose from the bed. Of course, but as our esteemed champion. According to the regulations of our fighting arena, all participating warriors receive an appearance fee. Although you are a newcomer, your influence is considerable, bringing us a substantial influx of spectators. We must provide you with a fair remuneration. Brother Lei gestured, and a staff member approached, presenting a briefcase that was opened to reveal neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan notes. Suifeng's eyes lit up, intrigued by this unexpected fortune. Reflecting back, he realized he had neglected to discuss the appearance fee with Brother Lei prior to taking the stage. He resolved to avoid such oversight in the future. Esteemed champion, here's 2 million, of which 600,000 is your appearance fee for 6 matches, and the remaining 600,000 is your prize for victory, Brother Lei elaborated, adding, considering your triumph over the Serpent Devourer and the resulting notoriety, your appearance fee for the next match will increase to no less than 300,000. Should you emerge victorious once more, you will receive an equivalent bonus. This was clearly an effort to entice Suifeng to participate regularly. The influx of spectators during his recent bout had shattered historical records, and Brother Lei sought to capitalize on this momentum. I am off to university. Matters regarding the fighting arena can be discussed another time, Suifeng stated as he accepted the briefcase and made his way toward the exit. Fighting arenas are not exclusive to Xingho City. Every city across the nation and the world has its own fighting arena, and the data is interconnected. When you arrive in a larger city, you can still participate in the fights. Brother Lei called after him, but received no response from Suifeng. Brother Lei, I must take my leave now, Little Eagle chimed in as he quickly followed Suifeng outside the venue. Esteemed champion, you have greatly aided me. I can not only settle my gambling debts, but also acquire a substantial amount from my training. Little Eagle accompanied Suifeng, showering him with flattery. Suifeng retorted, gambling is a treacherous path. It is wise to know when to withdraw. Understood, esteemed champion. However, if you wish to continue participating in the fighting arena, may I serve as your manager? I can negotiate higher appearance fees and bonuses for you. Little Eagle eagerly offered his services. Li Suifeng pondered for a moment. The fights in the arena presented minimal risk to life and provided a valuable opportunity to hone his combat skills. It could indeed serve as a viable avenue for growth and financial gain, if funds were ever lacking or if he wished to practice. Returning for a match could be beneficial. Thus, he exchanged contact information with Little Eagle. Esteemed champion, there is an ATM nearby. Would you like to deposit your earnings? Little Eagle's enthusiasm intensified. Li Suifeng nodded and, under his guidance, made his way to the nearby ATM to deposit his funds. Subsequently, his bank balance soared to 2 million. Goodness, I didn't realize that a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center no longer matches my worth. I must acquire a spacious penthouse instead, Li Suifeng mused. Gazing at the numbers in his bank account, Little Eagle, ever more animated, began to elaborate on the Serpent Devourer's background, taking care to extol Li Suifeng's prowess. It turned out that the Serpent Devourer possessed an A-grade talent for being immune to all poisons. This talent lacked active abilities, but could passively resist any toxin. Additionally, being from the land of Tianzhu, he practiced secret techniques that expanded his internal organs, allowing him to conceal poisonous beasts within his body and launch surprise attacks on his foes. Such devious strategies rendered him nearly impossible to defend against. Listening to this, Li Suifeng felt a shiver of apprehension. Though he had triumphed by sheer luck in this battle, his chances of victory would have been considerably lower in a life-and-death struggle against the Serpent Devourer. After all, the Serpent Devourer had held back during their encounter, opting not to unleash the venomous snakes upon Li Suifeng's vulnerable areas, such as his eyes or nostrils, instead targeting his shoulder. The tough skin of his shoulder significantly slowed the spread of the toxin, affording Li Suifeng the time needed to defeat the Serpent Devourer. The path of martial arts is laden with challenges. One must not become complacent or arrogant, but instead strive to learn and reflect in order to continue growing stronger. With a resolute heart, Li Suifeng bid farewell to Little Eagle and made his way to the Zhengqi dojo. As he entered, he was greeted by a large portrait of himself displayed prominently on one wall, accompanied by a banner congratulating him on being the top scorer from the dojo. Students were lined up at the entrance, a steady stream of younger pupils yet to take their college entrance exams, even including toddlers being led by their parents. Isn't that Li Suifeng? It certainly looks like him. Li Suifeng, could you please sign for my child? Parents waiting in line approached him with excitement upon recognizing him. Time to make my escape. Li Suifeng felt a momentary panic and quickly turned to enter the dojo through the back door. Haha, Li Xiaoyu, you finally arrived. As soon as he entered the dojo, Zhang Daong and an assistant approached him. Due to your rising fame, more and more individuals are enrolling at Zhengqi dojo each day. To better facilitate education, we have established various classes for preschoolers, elementary, middle school, and intensive courses for high school students, the assistant cheerfully explained. Zhang Daong, beaming with pride, added, Li Xiaoyu, in addition to this matter, there is a person claiming to be a recruiter from one of the 8 great academies waiting for you in my office. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, unfazed. It seemed the representatives from the 8 great academies had finally arrived, albeit rather late. Chapter 44. A single remark sends the admissions officer away. In the headmaster's office, a woman clad in a white blazer, with short hair exuding an androgynous charm, sat with her legs crossed, awaiting something. After a moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Daong led a poised young man into the room. With a single glance, the woman recognized him. You are the top scorer from Xingho City, Li Suifeng? Indeed, Li Suifeng nodded, though he felt slightly uncomfortable under her piercing gaze, which seemed to appraise him like a product. I am Ku, an admissions officer from the Tianlan Academy. I have reviewed your information, and it is satisfactory. Therefore, I can extend to you a C-grade admission reward on behalf of Tianlan University. Some schools, in their eagerness to attract students, often offer admission rewards. These rewards encompass not only scholarships, but also cash and other benefits. The rewards are categorized into 4 tiers, C, B, A, and S. As one of the 8 great academies, Tianlan Academy is located in the Nanyang province of Long Country. Due to its southern location, facing threats from marine beasts, Tianlan Academy supplies a significant number of talented individuals to the military defending Nanyang province each year, thereby contributing immensely to Long Country. Consequently, Tianlan Academy ranks among the top 3 in influence among the 8 great academies. As a mentor from Tianlan Academy, this woman of the surname Ku indeed held a prestigious position. It was no surprise that her demeanor was imbued with a sense of superiority. If I recall correctly, among the admission rewards from the 8 great academies, the C-grade reward is the lowest tier, is it not? Li Suifeng remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the woman. The woman bearing the surname Ku casually remarked, tuition is entirely waived, amounting to 10,000 Longwa coins annually. This C-level reward is perfectly suited to your current potential rating. After all, I am the top scholar of the city. Before Li Suifeng could utter a word, the woman interrupted, stating, the GDP of Xingho City ranks only 13th in the entire Xiangnan province. The difficulty of the college entrance examination here is incomparable to that of other cities. Previous top scholars from Xingho City have even been unqualified to receive our Tianlan enrollment rewards. Your remarkable performance this time is the sole reason I have taken the initiative to come forth. This declaration darkened Li Suifeng's expression. It was one thing to seize Zhang Deyong's office, but it was another to come to recruit him while maintaining an air of superiority, providing no room for negotiation. This woman of the surname Ku was insufferably pretentious. As Li Suifeng seethed internally, the woman was covertly assessing him. The recruitment quotas and enrollment rewards at her disposal were exceedingly limited. Just yesterday, she had traveled to the provincial capital and enticed the provincial top scholar with an A-level reward, thereby fulfilling her recruitment mission. In her eyes, Li Suifeng's potential was merely adequate, just adequate. Recruiting him was merely a means to add some flair to her current task. Thus, offering him a B-level enrollment reward was her bottom line, contingent upon whether Li Suifeng possessed sufficient negotiation skills to persuade her. If he lacked the eloquence, he would have no choice but to accept the C-level enrollment reward. To her surprise, Li Suifeng did not attempt to negotiate. Instead, he grinned and said, "Auntie, if that's the case, I must respectfully decline your offer from Tianlan University." The woman was momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy silence, her expression darkened as she demanded, "What did you just call me?" The term woman is particularly sensitive when it comes to age. The older a woman is, the more acutely she feels this. Li Suifeng's use of auntie had inadvertently elevated her age to 50, yet she was only 39. Well, Aunt Ku, considering my college entrance examination score was the second highest in the province, I believe a B-level enrollment reward is a reasonable baseline for joining one of the top 8 universities, Li Suifeng continued. As he spoke, the woman's demeanor completely froze, and in a fit of anger, she interrupted, "Enough, there's nothing more to discuss." Given her status and age, she would never resort to openly berating Li Suifeng with foul language. However, in her mind, Li Suifeng had become a student of talent without virtue, a type that was better left unaccepted. Commissioner Ku, Zhang Deyong attempted to stop the woman, but she shot him a sharp look, emanating a pressure that left him stunned. He dared not extend his hand, watching helplessly as she stormed out in a fury. "Li Xiaoyu, what have you done? Why did you drive Commissioner Ku away?" Zhang Deyong expressed his frustration. Li Suifeng remained composed, responding, "If she looks down on me and refuses to offer a higher enrollment reward, then it is only natural for me to decline her. Isn't that quite normal?" He added that there was no need to refer to her as auntie and offend her. Zhang Deyong harbored private doubts, but chose not to dwell on the matter. In his view, a woman of Commissioner Ku's standing would not stoop to quarreling with a young man like Li Suifeng. "Li Xiaoyu, you represent our Zhengqi dojo in the college entrance examination. Thus, recruitment officers from various universities will come to the dojo to find you. You may find yourself quite busy in the coming days." Zhang Deyong shifted the topic. Any city's top scholar is a talented individual brimming with potential. Provided their scores meet the standards, not only will the top 8 universities extend their olive branches, but so will many first-tier universities. As Zhang Deyong mentioned, the following day, Li Suifeng sat idly in the office, awaiting the arrival of various university recruitment officers. A total of 7 recruitment officers from different first-tier universities arrived, each offering him the highest S-level enrollment rewards. Not only would tuition be entirely waived, but he would also be provided with the most luxurious single dormitory on campus. Furthermore, the annual scholarship would start at 6 figures, with some even reaching 7 figures. Although the cases of students meeting the criteria for the top 8 universities yet opting for first-tier universities were not numerous, the recruitment officers from those first-tier universities still attempted to persuade Li Suifeng symbolically, hoping for a miracle. Li Suifeng did not outright refuse them. He merely indicated that he would consider their offers, yet he couldn't help but feel disheartened. Why had only that Aunt Ku from the top 8 universities come? Why hadn't the recruitment officers from the other 7 institutions appeared? Did they look down on him? Were they expecting him to fill out his application voluntarily? Would that not mean he would miss out on the enrollment rewards from the top 8 universities? As he pondered these frustrations, nightfall quietly descended. At 7 o'clock in the evening, just as Li Suifeng's patience was wearing thin and he prepared to head home, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Deyong entered, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of profound depth. "Greetings, Li Xiaoyu. I am Yuan Xiangang, here representing the Wujixifew." The elderly man, in stark contrast to the woman of surname Ku, exhibited a notably more amiable demeanor. Not only did he announce his name, but he also smiled while explaining, "I just rushed over from the nearby Xingyue city. My flight was delayed due to a beast attack on the way. I hope you don't mind, Li Xiaoyu." "Of course not, Senior Yuan. Please have a seat," Li Suifeng invited, rising to greet Yuan Xiangang. "Treat others with respect according to their actions. If they offend me, I shall return the favor tenfold." This was Li Suifeng's guiding principle. Yuan Xiangang had traveled a great distance and held a distinguished status, yet he was not haughty. Rather, he was approachable. Compared to that woman of surname Ku, he was infinitely more agreeable. Naturally, Li Suifeng felt a strong sense of admiration for him. Zhang Deyong brewed tea for the two, sitting aside and remaining inconspicuous. "I reviewed your information and examination videos on the flight, and to be honest, I was quite astonished. Not only do you possess dual talents, but your combat skills are also commendable. After a brief opening, Yuan Xiangang's expression turned serious. Before I present my conditions, may I ask you a question, Li Xiaoyu? Please feel free to ask, Senior Yuan. Among the 18 weapons, which would you choose as your weapon of choice for the future? Li Suifeng was taken aback. Various weapon forms such as swords, spears, staves, and axes flashing through his mind. Ultimately, instinctively, he settled on one weapon, stating, Senior Yuan, I would choose the knife. The knife? Why the knife? Yuan Xiangang's eye sparkled. Because the knife is the most direct, possesses the greatest lethality, and is the most efficient for slaying beasts. Li Suifeng replied earnestly. In his view, while the sword may appear elegant and fierce, it lacks the brutality and straightforwardness of the knife. Though the spear is long and sharp, its techniques such as sweeping, thrusting, and lifting offer insufficient lethality, with a low margin for error. Only the knife. It can stab straight, slice horizontally, sever downwards, or slash upwards, seamlessly integrating with virtually any technique. It can kill beasts in nearly every conceivable manner. For someone like Li Suifeng, a monster-slaying aficionado, what could be more fitting than wielding a knife? It seems my journey to Xingho City was not in vain. Yuan Xiangang laughed heartily before solemnly stating, Li Xiaoyu, the reason I posed this question is to assess whether your character aligns with our values at Wujixifyu. Our institution was once known as the Jidao Academy many years ago, as our mission is to pursue the extreme. Not only is there a limit to martial arts, but also to slaughter, be it demonic beasts or foreign fiends. They are the mortal enemies of humanity. The students we cultivate must inevitably take the eradication of adversaries as their life's mission, without a trace of hesitation. Li Xiaoyu's choice of the sword signifies his aspiration to vanquish demons and pursue the ultimate limit of killing, which aligns perfectly with the values of our academy. Upon concluding his remarks, Yuan Xiangang retrieved a contract from his briefcase and presented it to Li Suifeng. Li Xiaoyu, this is the enrollment condition I, Yuan, have prepared for you. Li Suifeng accepted the contract and examined it, discovering it to be an A-level enrollment reward. The terms were straightforward. If Li Suifeng joined the Wujia Academy, his tuition for the first year would be entirely waived, and he would receive a scholarship of 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Additionally, he would enjoy the benefits of a single dormitory and 2 tubes of nutritional potions each month. While this reward could not be compared to an S-level university's offerings, it was certainly superior to Aunt Ku's C-level rewards. The conditions of this contract were indeed quite favorable. Li Suifeng set the contract down and inquired, Senior Yuan, if I wish to negotiate further, would it be possible to persuade you to elevate the enrollment reward to S-level? Li Xiaoyu was a forthright individual, so he chose to be candid. Yuan Xiangang's expression turned serious. The requirements for proactive enrollment at the 8 academies are exceedingly high. To attain an S-level reward, even a typical genius would find it challenging. One must possess at least SS-level talent or dual S-level talents. Furthermore, one must achieve a perfect score in the martial arts examination. His lengthy list of demands seemed utterly outrageous. Li Suifeng calculated his current capabilities and realized he could only meet the requirement to become a first-tier martial artist. The other stipulations, however, were beyond his reach. Nevertheless, it was evident that the 8 academies set such lofty demands because there existed individuals capable of meeting them. Such individuals must belong to the pinnacle of geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. But how many of them could there be? It seemed that this world was vast, teeming with extraordinary prodigies. At present, I do not belong to the most exceptional category of geniuses, but that is of little concern. I possess a system. Li Suifeng's heart brimmed with resolve. As long as I persist in defeating monsters, surpassing these geniuses in the future is merely a matter of time. A-level rewards are the utmost I can offer you, Li Xiaoyu, Yuan Xiangang reiterated sincerely. I understand, Li Suifeng nodded, taking up a pen to sign the contract. Was this child not going to wait for the conditions from other academies? Yuan Xiangang was taken aback. Li Suifeng kept one signed copy of the contract for himself and handed the other to Yuan Xiangang. Senior Yuan, I am honored to become a member of the Wujia Academy. Yuan Xiangang's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Haha, Li Xiaoyu, on behalf of the Wujia Academy, I welcome you. The two stood and shook hands, while Zhang Diyong's expression radiated excitement. In recent years, the Wujia Academy had experienced a decline, and its rankings had slipped. Nevertheless, it remained a coveted institution among numerous students throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Securing an A-level reward to join was indeed a splendid beginning. The future is limitless. Li Xiaoyu, I have already transferred the scholarship of 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to you, Yuan Xiangang remarked cheerfully after performing a few swift operations on his phone. Li Suifeng glanced at his phone and confirmed the prompt for the transfer of 100,000. It was astonishing how swiftly the Wujia Academy conducted its transactions. Li Xiaoyu, did you see the stipulation in the contract regarding reporting to the Academy within 7 days? Yuan Xiangang cautiously inquired. I did, and I have no objections, Li Suifeng replied. The summer vacation in this world also lasts 2 months. The requirement to report to Wujia Academy within 7 days indeed seemed a bit excessive, but Li Suifeng could reluctantly accept it. Having completed the college entrance examination, he had already embarked on the path of martial arts. And to ascend to higher realms and witness a more glorious martial world, he must venture to a larger city, a grander stage. Ultimately, he would be leaving Xingho City anyway. What difference did it make? Very well, Yuan Qiangang nodded. Further explaining, we require outstanding candidates to arrive early because the abyssal barrier we guard has been experiencing frequent tremors lately, with foreign entities attempting to invade the human realm. Though we have successfully eliminated these intruders, General Murong predicts that our Wujia city will face a significant calamity within the year. To proactively address this impending disaster, our academy will invest maximum effort in rapidly training all students to become true martial artists and warriors, ensuring we are prepared. The revelations left Li Suifeng astonished and perplexed. Zhang Daong, clearly knowledgeable, provided an explanation. Li Xiaoyu, there exist numerous abyssal barriers in this world. They appear randomly and cannot be sealed, scattered throughout various locations. Those foreign entities are transported to our human realm through these barriers. The cities housing the 8 academies are no exception, and their duties extend beyond cultivating martial artists to also include suppressing these abyssal barriers and safeguarding national stability. Upon hearing this, Li Suifeng came to a realization. In comparison, the threat posed by foreign entities to humanity was evidently far greater than that of demonic beasts. While demonic beasts roamed the desolate areas outside the city, foreign entities could traverse these barriers and invade human territories, slaughtering and persecuting the populace. The General Murong mentioned by Professor Yuan possessed SS-level talent and foresight into the future. She had evidently utilized this ability to foresee the crisis looming over Wujia City. Zhang Daong continued, his expression suddenly shifting to one of shock. But Professor Yuan, is it truly wise to disclose such sensitive information to an outsider? Yuan Qiangang chuckled. This is hardly a secret. Currently, all faculty and students at Wujia Academy are aware of this news. In fact, this knowledge has fueled the students' fervor more than ever before, as they work tirelessly day and night to strengthen themselves in preparation for this unknown calamity. Very well, Zhang Daong sighed in relief. Li Suifeng, however, had a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Senior Yuan, I comprehend the circumstances and will ensure that I report to Wujia Academy within 7 days. Chapter 46 Su Kai faints. Aunt Ku remains obstinate, leaving Xingho City. Nightfall. As Xiaoman stepped into the entrance of a villa, she was warmly welcomed by a throng of servants. In front of the servants stood an elderly gentleman with graying temples and a prosperous demeanor, who extended his hand with a sycophantic smile. Hello, Commissioner Ku. I am Su Shonyan, the father of Su Kai. Ku Xiaoman offered a brief nod in return, her gaze falling upon the youthful face beside Su Shonyan. You must be Su Kai? Su Kai bore several bruises on his face, his expression somber. Neither joyful nor sorrowful. It is I. Greetings, Commissioner Ku. Ku Xiaoman nodded and, guided by Su Shonyan, entered the elegantly decorated living room. Commissioner Ku, this century-old Longjing tea has a delicate flavor and is a specialty of our Xingho city. You must enjoy it. Su Shonyan introduced the tea before her. Ku Xiaoman, not particularly interested in tea, turned her attention to Su Kai. Su Kai, have you not filled out your college preferences yet? Su Kai shook his head. Would you be interested in joining Tianlan Academy? As the representative of Tianlan Academy, I can offer you B-level enrollment rewards. Ku Xiaoman stated calmly. Su Kai remained silent, still engulfed in the sorrow of his failure in the college entrance examination and the beating he received from Li Suifeng, unable to extricate himself from his despondency. Su Shonyan's eyes brightened. He was wealthy and indifferent to the level of enrollment rewards. What he sought was merely the attitude of the 8 academies. Now that Xiaoman had come in person, it demonstrated sufficient sincerity from Tianlan Academy. It was quite fitting. Commissioner Ku, my son aspires to join the Azure Academy. Su Shonyan directly decided his son's future. Su Kai remained utterly speechless, showing no reaction throughout. Ku Xiaoman felt a pang of disappointment. This B-grade reward was originally intended for Li Suifeng. Unfortunately, Li Suifeng's sharp tongue had offended her, leaving her with no choice but to pursue Su Kai instead. It now appeared that Su Kai lacked a distinct personality, and individuals of such demeanor often faced a tumultuous journey in martial arts. Su Kai was once a frontrunner for the top scholar of the city, but misfortune struck when he suffered a setback at the hands of Li Suifeng, leading to his current despondency, likely influenced by that incident. Nonetheless, his dragon lineage endowed him with exceptional talent, suggesting that his martial arts potential might not be inferior to that of Li Suifeng. Should he regain his confidence and overcome his predicament, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to surpass Li Suifeng in the future. Ku Xiaoman internally lamented, still harboring a grudge against Li Suifeng for his remark about Aunt Ku. The two parties had previously signed a contract. Just as Ku Xiaoman was about to take her leave, Su Shonyan's phone chimed. He glanced at it briefly before hastily putting it away, his expression growing uneasy. Father, I saw it. Is it Li Suifeng? Su Kai suddenly exclaimed. Son, you must be mistaken. Su Shonyan attempted to soothe him, but Su Kai swiftly seized the phone, unlocking it, and fixated on the video playing on the screen. Upon hearing Li Suifeng's name, Xiaomin had already halted her steps, seizing the opportunity to approach Su Kai and peer at the phone's display. What she beheld made her eyes widen in disbelief. The video showcased a young man engaged in combat on the arena with a lean martial artist. The slender fighter executed his moves with remarkable swiftness and strength, clearly a second-tier martial artist. Yet, at a crucial moment, the lean martial artist was knocked unconscious by the youth. Although the young man eventually collapsed due to snake venom, there was no denying that he had emerged victorious. Even more astonishingly, this youth was none other than Suifeng. How could this be possible? As the video concluded, Xiaomin was left utterly astounded. From the footage, it was evident that Suifeng had undoubtedly become a first-tier martial artist, and shockingly, he had triumphed over a second-tier martial artist? Impossible. This defied all logic. Hadn't the text stated that the disparity in martial artist ranks created a chasm in strength akin to a vast divide? Why was Suifeng capable of defeating a second-tier martial artist? At that moment, Su Kai snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Initially, he had intended to train diligently, aiming to confront Suifeng after entering the realm of martial artists. But now what was the point? A first-tier Suifeng could already contend with second-tier martial artists. Among first-tier martial artists, who could possibly rival him? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Su Kai's vision blurred, and he fainted onto the sofa, succumbing to his indignation. Someone, take Xiao Kai to rest. He is exhausted. Su Shonyan exclaimed in alarm, checking his son's pulse to ensure he was unharmed before instructing the staff to carry Su Kai away. Subsequently, he awkwardly turned to Xiaomin, Commissioner Ko. Staying in a hotel may be inconvenient. Would you like to spend the night at my humble abode before departing? There's no need, Xiaomin replied, struggling to swallow her discomfort. Then allow me to arrange for a driver to escort you, Su Shonyan said, summoning the driver to take Xiaomin away. His expression darkening. The martial artist circles in Xingho City were abuzz with the circulation of this video of Suifeng, and by some unfortunate coincidence, it had been witnessed by Commissioner Ku. Would she now hold Suifeng in higher regard and overlook my son? One could only hope such a scenario would not unfold. Meanwhile, within the luxurious reception vehicle racing along, Xiaomin remained lost in thought, replaying the video in her mind. A genius possessing the ability to cross boundaries in combat was a rarity throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Such talent was undeniably scarce. The boy who had called her Aunt Ku with such insolence was indeed such an extraordinary individual, and she had unwittingly let him slip through her fingers? After a lengthy silence, Xiaomin gradually regained her composure, maintaining her defiance. He may possess talent, but his character is severely lacking. Individuals with talent yet devoid of virtue often find it difficult to reach the pinnacle in the martial arts realm, and thus, he is not worth my concern. This was the only solace she could offer herself. In the dead of night, when Suifeng returned home, the dining room lights were aglow. Dressed in work attire, covered in grime, Li Jianming was enjoying a bowl of noodles, while Wang Wen sat beside him, gazing at her husband with a mix of affection and admiration. Dad, have you been working overtime? Suifeng asked as he entered the dining room. Indeed, just got off work. Son, are you hungry? Your mother made noodles. Why not join me? Li Jianming inquired with a smile. I've just eaten. I'm fine, Suifeng replied, sitting down beside his parents, his expression growing complex. Son, what troubles you? Wang Wen noticed the unusual look on her son's face and quickly asked. Mom, Dad, in 7 days, I will be departing for Wujiqing. Suifeng revealed the truth. The couple was momentarily taken aback, and Wang Wen hurriedly inquired about the situation. Suifeng recounted his acceptance into Wujiqing Academy. So, you've already joined Wujiqing Academy? That's wonderful. The couple's faces lit up with joy. Since the school requires it, you should report on time. Though they felt a deep sense of reluctance and worry at the thought of their son leaving, they were also genuinely happy for him as he would embark on his own path. But Mom and Dad, we won't be able to see each other every day anymore, Suifeng said, his expression dimming. Silly child, with the internet being so advanced now, we can video call every day. Plus, during holidays, you can come back to see us, Wang Wen replied, her smile radiant yet glistening with unshed tears. Li Jianming's expression turned serious. Since this is for your education, you must work diligently. Do not heed your mother's words. There's no need to worry about things back home. Just take care of yourself. That night, rather than retreating to his room for seclusion, Suifeng chose to stay in the dining room, conversing with his parents until the early hours. As the time to leave his hometown drew nearer, he wished to cherish every moment with his family. The following morning, Suifeng insisted that his father take a leave of absence, even threatening to forego college as leverage. Unable to refuse, Li Jianming acquiesced, and the family of 4 left their home together. Half an hour later, they arrived at the bustling city center by taxi. The towering buildings here were noticeably more numerous than in the older districts. Suifeng led his family to a nearby residential complex known as Yinshao Housing, prompting Wang Wen to glance around, puzzled. Son, why have you brought us here? Mom and Dad, didn't I mention that after the college entrance examination, I would get you a new house? Suifeng replied with a smile. A new house? Wang Wen gasped, then grasped Suifeng's arm, whispering urgently, Xiaofeng. Do you know how expensive the houses here are? No need to worry. Everything is under control, Li Suifeng reassured with a smile. Without allowing his parents to voice further objections, he led them to the 16th floor of building number 1. Zhang Daong, dressed in a suit, was waiting by the elevator. Upon seeing Li Suifeng and his family, he promptly greeted them and opened the door, introducing the interior of the house. Esteemed guests, you have already seen the surroundings of Yinshao Houding. The community features greenery, parks, and small gardens. This apartment you are looking at has been fully renovated, encompassing a total of 180 square meters, with all necessary furnishings in place. As he spoke, Wang Wen and Li Jianming began to perspire profusely. The old house they resided in barely spanned 70 square meters, and its surroundings were in a state of disarray and filth. Nevertheless, they had expended half a lifetime's savings to acquire it. How much would it cost to purchase the property before them, which could be deemed a mansion? The elderly couple dared not contemplate further. Li Suifeng grasped Zhang Daong's arm and said, Master Zhang, the figure I mentioned last night. Zhang Daong chuckled softly. My martial artist friend no longer resides in Xingho City, and this property has been sitting idle. Upon learning that you wish to purchase it, he agreed to sell it to you for 1,560,000. Such promptness. Li Suifeng's eyes brightened. Earlier, he had broached the subject of buying a house with Zhang Daong. As the owner of a dojo, Zhang had extensive connections within the city and had already been keeping an eye out for Li Suifeng. Last night, he learned that a friend was selling a property and promptly informed Li Suifeng. To his surprise, the owner agreed to the offer. Master Zhang, consider it a favor owed by me to your friend. Should he require assistance in the future, he need only ask. Li Suifeng pledged earnestly. According to investigations, the Yinshao mansion belonged to the top 2 neighborhoods in Xingho City. The cost of a bare unit was already comparable to Li Suifeng's offer, not to mention that it was exquisitely furnished. Securing this house for 1,560,000 was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. Rest assured, young friend, I will convey your sentiments to my friend. He recognizes your boundless potential and wishes to establish a good rapport in advance, Zhang Daong replied. With the housing matter settled, Li Suifeng ceased his excursions outside the city to hunt monsters and instead devoted the remaining time to his family. By the 4th day, under Li Suifeng's guidance, the family of 4 successfully relocated to their new home. That evening, Ye was overflowing with excitement, while Wang Wen and Li Jianming were moved to tears. On the 7th day, the day of parting arrived. Early in the morning, accompanied by his family, Li Suifeng made his way to the airport on the outskirts of the city. In the waiting room, with his luggage in hand and a backpack slung over his shoulders, Li Suifeng was forcibly handed a plastic bag by Wang Wen. Son, here are the boiled eggs and sauced beef I prepared for you. Eat them if you get hungry on the way. All right, Mom, Li Suifeng replied cheerfully, ruffling his sister's hair. Little Ye, you must behave while I'm away. Wah, okay, brother. I will listen. Li Jiayue sobbed, her tears soaking Li Suifeng's shirt. He then turned to his parents, solemnly stating, Mom and Dad, once I reach university, I will earn my own money. The funds I leave behind are for you to purchase nourishing supplements for Ye. Additionally, enroll her in the Zhengqi dojo for physical training. Children from affluent families begin their training during their developmental years. Scientific experiments have shown that students who train from a young age have a higher probability of awakening their talents by the age of 17 compared to those who do not. With a solid economic foundation, Li Suifeng hoped that his sister's martial arts journey would be smoother than his own. Rest assured, dear, I will nurture little Ye well. Wang Wen promised earnestly. Li Suifeng then fixed his gaze on Li Jianming, his expression serious. Your son is now financially independent. You need not continue laboring under exploitation. You are permitted to work only 8 hours a day. Should I discover any instances of overtime, I will withdraw from school immediately. Li Jianming could not help but laugh. Chiding, every day, you threaten your old man with those same 2 lines. Do you wish to be punished? Li Suifeng flexed his arms, showcasing his impressive biceps. Awaken, father. You are no match for me. You rascal. Li Jianming chuckled, his eyes glistening with emotion. Flight M732 was soon to take off. Following an announcement for boarding, Li Suifeng embraced his family and waved goodbye. Farewell, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, Ye. He dashed toward the boarding gate with his suitcase in tow. As they watched their son depart, Ye burst into tears, while Wang Wen and Li Jianming quietly wept. Why is this plane so small? Inside the M732 aircraft, Li Suifeng realized the cabin was quite cramped, accommodating only 20 or so seats. Most of the seats were already occupied by youths of similar age to him. Classmate, this plane is chartered by the Wujiyuan Academy. Once it takes off, we will not need to transfer and will fly directly to Wujiyuan Academy, a smiling flight attendant explained. Li Suifeng understood. This was not a large commercial aircraft, but rather a small private plane. The other youths aboard were also outstanding students from various cities in the same province, having been recruited by Yuan Xiangang to report early to Wujiyuan Academy. Just like Li Suifeng, finding an empty seat, Li Suifeng settled in. Moments later, the cabin shook, the plane left the runway, and ascended into the sky, departing from Xingho City beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 47, The Super Crow's Mouth, Ma Zhonghao. In the bustling cabin, Some youths donned headphones and closed their eyes, while others curiously gazed out the window, marveling at the new experiences. They hailed from various cities, all victors of the recent college entrance examination. Not only did they excel in scores, but they were also lured by enticing offers from Wujiyuan Academy, a true testament to their exceptional talents. Seated by the window, Li Suifeng gazed dreamily out at the scenery, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Brother, are you the top scholar from Xingho City, Li Suifeng? Turning his head, he saw a youth wearing a baseball cap and dressed in trendy attire beside him. That's me, Li Suifeng replied calmly. Wow, it really is you. Brother, I watched your practical exam video. It seems you broke the record in Xingho City. That's incredible. The youth was exceptionally enthusiastic, not forgetting to introduce himself. My name is Ma Zhonghao, the second-place finisher from Levian City in the recent examination. Oh, hello, Li Suifeng acknowledged. Ma Zhonghao immediately continued. Brother, is this your first time flying? Yes. Then do you know that the best way to travel in our human kingdom is actually through teleportation arrays? Yes, I know. Do you know why we didn't use the teleportation array to go to Wujiyuan City this time? I do not. It's because our Xiangnan province does not yet have interprovincial teleportation arrays, only intercity ones at most. I see. Aside from teleportation arrays, the second best mode of travel is actually by plane. The wilderness is occupied by demon beasts, and roads and railways are often destroyed by them, making construction exceedingly difficult. Planes, however, require only a runway to take off and soar into the sky. Truly a magnificent invention. Ma Zhonghao mused, and Li Suifeng discerned that this boy was quite the chatterbox. However, with nothing else to do, engaging in conversation was perfectly fine. Are there flying demon beasts in the sky? Won't they attack our plane? Every aircraft in our Dragon Kingdom is equipped with a sonic array that emits a powerful sound wave frequency. This frequency is inaudible to human ears, but it greatly disturbs demon beasts with acute hearing, making them uncomfortable. Hence, flying demon beasts instinctively steer clear of these sounds. This is also why our planes can fly safely, Ma Zhonghao explained. As he continued to elaborate, a nearby youth shouted, Ma Zhonghao, every time you discuss a topic, it takes a turn for the worse. Hurry up and close your crow's mouth. Ma Zhonghao curled his lip and said, You, is it not merely that I seized the second place from you? Must you resort to such slander against me? I am not slandering you. Yu's expression was tense. Stop discussing the topic of the aircraft. I refuse. Who do you think you are? Ma Zhonghao snorted, still wearing a smile as he looked at Li Suifeng. Brotherly, are you aware that the safety rate of our nation's aircraft is 98? I was not aware of that. So, this implies that out of every 100 aircraft, only 2 are likely to be attacked by demonic beasts. Indeed, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. However, even if they were to happen, there would be no significant danger. For according to national law, every aircraft must have an extraordinary level warrior on board. This means that there is certainly a formidable warrior concealed within our aircraft. Ma Zhonghao spoke with great confidence. Li Suifeng was secretly astonished. The lord of Xingho City, Suifeng, as well as the minister of education, the vice mayor, and the commanders of the city guard, were all said to be at the second realm of martial arts, known as the extraordinary realm. The third realm, known as the supernatural realm, encompasses those martial artists who possess the ability to fly without relying on innate talent, boasting combat prowess comparable to that of a small nuclear weapon. Such individuals would hold high positions even in the provincial capital. Yet here they were, assigned to serve as bodyguards on an aircraft. No wonder air travel had become a safe and popular mode of transportation in this country rife with demonic beasts. So that was the reason. Not to mention the presence of extraordinary level experts on board. Considering the 98 probability of encountering an attack, our aircraft would surely arrive safely. Thus, brotherly, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Ma Zhonghao, concerned that Li Suifeng might be nervous, attempted to reassure him. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from outside the cabin. Oh no, the infamous Ma Zhonghao has begun to speak. Yu roared as he rushed to the window to assess the situation outside. Li Suifeng also swiftly turned to look out the window, noticing a dozen small black dots appearing above the distant clouds. As they drew closer, those black dots swiftly transformed into a flock of blue bird demons. From afar, these bird demons appeared to be the size of a palm, but their true size was at least comparable to that of an adult. Could they be the second-tier demonic beasts known as azure falcons? They possess the ability to self-close their eardrums, thereby blocking out external sounds, making them one of the few aerial creatures capable of disregarding sonic arrays. What a stroke of bad luck that we happened to encounter a flock of azure falcons. Ma Zhonghao, witnessing this scene, remained unfazed and wore a playful expression. Azure falcons excel in speed, yet their attack power is relatively weak. Given their abilities, it would be utterly unrealistic for them to inflict damage upon the aircraft. Unless, of course, another type of bird demon, the Tempest Great Eagle, were to appear, one capable of resisting sonic arrays. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule, considering the scarcity of Tempest Great Eagles. There are hardly any in the entire Xiangnan province. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp cry pierced the air from the rear of the azure falcon flock. Following that, another black dot approached, transforming into a giant eagle that was twice the size of an azure falcon. This massive eagle had feathers as dark as armor, shimmering with a chilling luster under the sunlight. Its fierce eyes, even from a distance, radiated an intimidating brilliance. Viewed from afar, they resembled two glowing orbs. Upon catching sight of the giant eagle, Suifeng abruptly turned to look at Ma Zhonghao, only to find him wearing an awkward expression. How unfortunate that the Tempest Great Eagle has indeed appeared. Are we truly that unlucky? But fear not, unless... Shut your mouth. Suifeng shouted as he rushed over to cover Ma Zhonghao's mouth with his hand. Although he did not believe Yu Yu's claims, every time Ma Zhonghao made a prediction, it seemed to come true the very next moment. It was all too uncanny. For the sake of the aircraft's safety, he absolutely could not allow him to continue speaking. Yu Yu, in a state of panic, shouted, I told you from the start that this guy has the mouth of a crow. Whenever he opens his mouth, something bad is bound to happen. Now do you believe me? That brother, you must quickly silence Ma Zhonghao to prevent the situation from worsening. Chapter 48. The Extraordinary Warrior Takes Action, a Frantic Plan. Woo-woo. With his mouth covered, Ma Zhonghao was unable to speak, blinking at Suifeng in urgency. Brother, while I don't truly believe you have the mouth of a crow, the situation is dire. For the safety of everyone, we must proceed with caution. So when I release my hand, you must remain silent, understood? Upon receiving a nod from Ma Zhonghao, Suifeng released his grip and turned to gaze out the window, discovering that the Azure Falcons were still flying alongside the passenger aircraft, showing no intention of leaving. The enormous Tempest Great Eagle, with a flap of its massive wings, charged toward the aircraft, its momentum ferocious. Students, we are under attack by a horde of demonic beasts. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. The flight attendant's gentle voice resonated over the intercom. Suifeng quickly sat down, gripping the armrests and seatbelt tightly. It was then that a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire cabin as if it had been struck by a colossal hammer. The violent impact left everyone inside feeling lightheaded and disoriented. How uncomfortable. Seated by the window, Suifeng felt a metallic taste in his mouth and noticed blood trickling from the corner of his lip through the window's reflection. Had this giant eagle injured me with just one charge? And that was while being somewhat shielded from the impact. If it had made direct contact with my body, would I not have turned into a mist of blood? Wiping the blood from his lip, Suifeng glanced nervously to the side. Ma Zhonghao, the infamous crow's mouth, had closed his eyes, his face contorted in pain, seemingly having fainted from the earlier impact. All the students in their seats displayed expressions of agony, some even retching and coughing up blood. With a loud crash, the cabin door at the end of the aisle swung open, revealing the flight attendant, who had removed her uniform and donned a form-fitting silver combat suit. Her face, previously gentle, now bore a serious expression. Beside her stood an elderly man with a bushy white beard, his imposing frame nearly 2 meters wide, occupying the entire aisle as he wore loose-fitting clothing reminiscent of a small mountain. Students, no matter what happens next, you must remain seated. With Elder Gong here, we will be safe, the flight attendant reassured, pulling the cabin door open. Whoosh! The raging wind rushed into the cabin, distorting everyone's faces and causing their eardrums to vibrate. With a clang, as the door closed, the mountain-like elder had vanished from the cabin. Suifeng, seated by the window, was the first to see a towering figure appear before the Tempest Great Eagle, preparing to charge at the aircraft once more. It was none other than Elder Gong. Was battle about to commence? The clash between an extraordinary warrior and a lord-level demonic beast. Suifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his blood boiling within him. Under his watchful gaze, the Tempest Great Eagle launched a fierce assault on Elder Gong. With a swift motion, Elder Gong summoned an unknown talent, producing a long blade in his hand. With each swing, he emitted streaks of azure blade energy that struck the Tempest Great Eagle. Although the Tempest Great Eagle's charge could inflict severe damage upon the aircraft, it seemed to have little effect on Elder Gong. The blade of the latter appeared as majestic as a mountain, capable of repelling the colossal Tempest Eagle, which was comparable in size to a passenger aircraft. After several exchanges, numerous feathers had fallen from the Tempest Eagle, and gashes marred its body, carved by the blade's energy. Blood streamed down, splattering onto the ground. This scene allowed Suifeng's anxious heart to finally find solace. Yet, in the next moment, a familiar voice abruptly broke the silence. It seems that this battle has been won by Elder Gong. We should be safe now. Suifeng turned sharply, discovering that Ma Zhonghao had regained consciousness and was anxiously observing the situation outside the window. Ding ding ding. Just then, the cabin shook violently once more. Suifeng glanced out the window again, only to see a flock of Azure Falcons relentlessly crashing against the passenger plane, attempting to halt its progress. The force of the aircraft would typically send these Azure Falcons soaring far into the sky. Yet, they seemed oblivious to pain and fatigue, stabilizing themselves in midair before launching yet another assault. Elder Gong, noticing the dire situation, prepared to rush over to assist. Chirp chirp. The Tempest Eagle's eyes glinted with derision as its massive form shifted to block Elder Gong's path, its wings slicing down like dual blades, firmly restraining him in place. These beasts are employing tactics now. They have truly become cunning, Ma Zhonghao remarked, glancing towards a particular window, hesitating to speak. Following his gaze, Li Suifeng noticed a window that had developed cracks from the repeated impacts of the Azure Falcons, at risk of shattering. Should the window break, the rush of wind could sweep them out of the aircraft. This predicament must be averted. Despite the palpable anxiety among many talented individuals, Li Suifeng remained composed, contemplating his next move. His goal was to reach Wujiqing and showcase his talents on a grander stage. He had no desire to perish at this altitude before his rise. Soon, an idea struck him. He unfastened his seatbelt and made his way to the aisle. "Classmate, what are you doing? This is no time for nonsense. Return to your seat immediately." The flight attendant, thinking Li Suifeng was causing trouble, scolded him. "This sister," he replied. "Elder Gong is ensnared and cannot come to our aid. These falcons are launching suicide attacks, and we are at a disadvantage. If we don't take the initiative to break this deadlock, we will all perish if the airplane goes out of control." His expression was grave, his gaze penetrating. The flight attendant was taken aback, pondering how this child could maintain such composure in the face of danger. "Classmate, do you have a plan?" she inquired. "These Azure Falcons are merely leader-level beasts, incomparable to the Tempest Eagle. If we engage in battle at high altitude, we cannot fly and would be no match for them. However, if we can lure them inside the cabin and confront them face to face, we still have a chance to eliminate them." Upon hearing his plan, the flight attendant widened her eyes. "Classmate, these Azure Falcons are wild beasts, not the domesticated creatures you faced in the trial realm. Their combat prowess is formidable, especially since they are all leader-level. Officially, leader-level beasts are on par with martial artists. Their strength is akin to mini-bosses in the wild. We could potentially kill one if lured into the cabin alone, but to bring in a dozen at once? That would be courting death." This sister, Li Suifeng countered. "From my observations, within a few minutes, all the windows will be smashed, and when the airflow wreaks havoc, some will undoubtedly be sucked out of the plane to their demise. Rather than waiting for death, I wish to take the initiative." His gaze burned with determination. "I am confident in my ability to fight them, and I believe others feel the same." Upon hearing this, a boy named Yu shouted, just as this classmate said, "Rather than waiting for death, we should take the fight to them. If I die, at least I can die with honor." "Yes, I support this classmate's plan." Soon, a second and third person stepped forward. Though they were strangers to Li Suifeng, they shared the same youthful spirit, eager to stake their lives in a crucial moment. "Then I shall indulge you, but I must warn you, these beasts are exceedingly dangerous. If we cannot kill them, please retreat swiftly and do not engage in a protracted fight." Influenced by the crowd, the flight attendant changed her mind and dramatically pulled open the cabin door. In an instant, a fierce wind rushed in. One Azure Falcon ceased its assault on the windows and became a shadow, bursting through the door into the cabin. Chapter 49, The Frenzied Slaughter in the Cabin. Whoosh whoosh. The Azure Falcon that charged into the cabin stood nearly as tall as an adult, around 175 meters. Its long wings brushed against both sides of the cabin as it opened them. Clang, clang, clang. Its wings moved like blades, attempting to slice the cabin open from the inside. "Beast, do not grow arrogant." A voice rang out, as a tall flight attendant, akin to a cheetah, darted in front of the Azure Falcon. With swift precision, her arms struck like spears, leaving gashes on the falcon's body from which blood flowed. As she sought to pursue, the sound of shrieks echoed from behind. She quickly halted and turned, discovering more Azure Falcons, second and third, charging into the cabin. The once spacious cabin became crowded with these creatures. "Leave these beasts to me," a familiar voice called out. The flight attendant was startled to see Li Suifeng appear at her back, blocking the Azure Falcons. "Classmate, retreat. I don't need your help." The flight attendant was touched yet anxious. To have someone stand behind her during such a time was a testament to Li Suifeng's integrity and kindness. However, such a child often became reckless, unable to discern the situation, which could lead to his demise. The flight attendant feared such an outcome and would rather face the beasts alone than let Li Suifeng encounter danger. "This sister," Li Suifeng insisted, "we agreed to be teammates. How could I abandon you?" His gaze locked onto the Azure Falcons, akin to a wolf eyeing a group of beauties, his desire and fervor palpable. In recent days, he had cherished every moment with his family, refraining from hunting beasts. His yearning to battle had been steadily growing. The days without beasts felt like ants crawling on him. So uncomfortable. Now, the opportunity to vent his frustrations and engage in combat lay before him. How could he let it slip away? However, before the flight attendant could say anything more, a sudden flash erupted. Li Suifeng's body ignited with a brilliance akin to flames. Just then, the three Azure Falcons screeched and charged at him. "Classmate, quickly come back to me." The flight attendant grasped Li Suifeng's arm, trying to pull him behind her. Although another injured Azure Falcon lurked behind, it paled in comparison to the three ferocious ones, and Li Suifeng could manage. To her astonishment, Li Suifeng, glowing with golden light, stood firm like an ancient tree, immovable. Instead, he broke free from her grasp and surged forward, charging at the three Azure Falcons. "Classmate, come back." The flight attendant's face was etched with terror as she screamed. Confronting the three Azure Falcons was undoubtedly a daunting task, even for her. But Li Suifeng, merely a student, boldly engaged in battle with these formidable creatures. Was he not courting death? Yet, undaunted, Li Suifeng surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. With no thought of retreat, ignoring the attendants' cries, he resolutely unleashed a golden fist of energy. Boom! With a resounding blast. Feathers scattered in the air as one of the azure falcons was forced to retreat, colliding with a seat before finally coming to a halt. To everyone's astonishment, blood gushed from its chest where Li Suifeng's strike had landed, indicating that it had sustained an injury. How could this be? The flight attendant's eyes widened in disbelief. In the face of overwhelming odds, Li Suifeng had managed to injure one of the azure falcons first? How was this possible? Swoosh! The other two azure falcons, enraged by the injury of their companion, screeched in fury and simultaneously swooped down upon Li Suifeng with their blade-like wings. The distance was too close for him to counterattack. He could only raise his arms to defend himself. The injured falcon let out a furious roar and charged at him, joining the assault. With a fierce shout, Li Suifeng raised his arms, which shimmered with radiant energy, coalescing into a shield-like barrier. Clang, clang, clang. The powerful strikes of the azure falcons were met by his light shield, deflecting their assaults. Though he was forced to step back, his defense remained unbroken. And he suffered no harm. Could he truly have withstood their onslaught? The flight attendant stared in astonishment. As the sole service personnel and guardian of the aircraft, her strength was not insignificant. She could hold her own against 1 or 2 azure falcons, but facing 3 or more would leave her utterly overwhelmed. Yet here was Li Suifeng, not only injuring one of the azure falcons, but also effortlessly defending against the combined attacks of all 3. How remarkable! Nearby, Yu watched in admiration, his face lit with respect. Although he was prepared to battle the beasts, he felt an instinctive trepidation at the sight of the ferocious azure falcons entering the cabin, rendering him hesitant to act. But Li Suifeng was the opposite, boldly engaging in combat with the 3 beasts. Truly impressive. He was indeed the top student of Starfire City, exhibiting combat prowess far beyond that seen in the videos. Meanwhile, Ma Zhonghao, known for his cynical remarks, marveled. It seems that these 3 azure falcons are no match for Li Suifeng. Just then, a sound of slicing air was heard. One of the azure falcons had circled around to Li Suifeng's side, using its razor-sharp wings to bypass the light barrier and inflict a wound on his abdomen. Due to the distance, Li Suifeng was unaware of Ma Zhonghao's ill-fated words, oblivious to the fact that he had been jinxed. All he knew was that the azure falcons were relentlessly aggressive and cunning. If he did not shift from defense to offense, he would only find himself increasingly cornered, potentially facing life-threatening danger. Someone cover me, Li Suifeng roared. Yu, startled, immediately struck out with a palm, unleashing a wave of flames upon one of the azure falcons. Amidst the cacophony of screeches, the falcon flailed, attempting to extinguish the fire. Seizing the moment of reprieve, Li Suifeng dove towards the falcon. He unleashed the heavenly light fist. The golden energy, reminiscent of a cannonball, merged with his fingers and struck fiercely against the falcon's chest. Thud, thud, thud. Although his fist did not penetrate its flesh, the overwhelming power of the light energy surged through, pulverizing its internal organs. With a mournful cry, the falcon collapsed to the ground. The long-awaited system notification appeared before his eyes. You have killed an azure falcon, earning 300 talent points. To gain such a bounty for a single kill was akin to defeating a dozen ordinary beasts. Li Suifeng's face lit up with joy as he scanned the area. Realizing that if he could eliminate all the azure falcons here, he could amass 3,000 to 5,000 talent points. With unrelenting determination, Li Suifeng charged towards the flaming azure falcon ignited by Yu. The remaining falcons, furious at Li Suifeng's exposed back, launched their attacks. However, their blade-like wings merely left shallow scratches on his back, failing to injure him or hinder his assault on the engulfed falcon. Boom! The golden fist erupted against the fiery azure falcon, sending it hurtling out of the cabin and into the vast expanse below. You have killed an azure falcon, earning 300 talent points. The system notification flashed once more, confirming the falcon's demise. Amidst his exhilaration, Li Suifeng felt a warmth trickle down his back. Blood. The azure falcons, as elite beasts, possessed formidable attack power that exceeded his capacity to withstand without injury. Luckily, his robust physique mitigated their damage, leaving him with only superficial wounds. Classmate, let me stop the bleeding, called a girl in a pink gauzy dress, appearing quite adorable. She clasped her hands together, and a green light descended upon Li Suifeng's back. The flowing blood ceased, and fresh flesh began to regenerate. To his astonishment, his wound healed almost instantaneously. This girl was a healer too. Her restorative abilities far surpassed those of Wang Jun, that chubby fellow. Feeling the healing surge through him, Li Suifeng called out, "Hey, my energy and stamina are starting to wane. Could you give me a boost?" The pink-dressed girl blushed. "My talent can help restore some of your energy. But could you perhaps phrase it in a more elegant manner?" "All right, miss, just help me out," Li Suifeng shouted, charging towards the nearest azure falcon once again. The girl thought to herself, what a bold and unrefined person. She murmured as she clasped her hands again, and more green light cascaded down upon Li Suifeng's head. In an instant, his energy and stamina began to recover rapidly. The speed of restoration was akin to taking a stimulant. Could it be that with her assistance, my sunlight ability could be sustained indefinitely? Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed with hope. The sunlight ability was undoubtedly a game-changer among S-grade talents, but its Achilles heel was its short duration. The appearance of this healer girl effectively resolved that issue, rendering this talent nearly invincible. Charging forth with 30-fold increased strength and speed, Li Suifeng moved like a phantom, crashing into yet another Azure Falconess chest. Thud! The falcon collided with the cabin wall, causing the entire aircraft to shudder. The flight attendant gasped, "Classmate, take it easy. Don't wreck the cabin." Others echoed her sentiments, urging him to temper his strength. "My apologies, everyone," Li Suifeng replied sheepishly, glancing down to see the first Azure Falcon that had entered the cabin lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. "Dear sister, would you kindly relinquish it to me?" Li Suifeng cast a pure gaze toward the flight attendant. The attendant, puzzled, observed that although this Azure Falcon was still alive, it had lost its combat prowess and posed no significant threat. Surely, it would be far wiser to eliminate the remaining Azure Falcons entering the cabin instead of focusing on this one, which was doomed to die. Despite her confusion, the flight attendant nodded. "Very well." No sooner had she spoken than Li Suifeng brushed past her, delivering a powerful kick downward. Thud! The head of the Azure Falcon burst open like a watermelon, and the flight attendant's mouth fell agape, staring at Li Suifeng as if she had encountered a ghost. Was this child a butcher? Did he derive pleasure from slaying monsters? How excessively brutal. Suddenly, a sticky sensation enveloped her, and upon looking down, she discovered an eye from the exploded Azure Falcon dangling from her chest. Gagging. Even with her training, the flight attendant couldn't help but bend over and retch. Li Suifeng, disregarding the need to comfort her, swiftly dashed toward the cabin door. Following the death of 4 companions, the remaining Azure Falcons had gone berserk, abandoning their plans to wreak havoc outside the aircraft and rushing into the cabin to avenge their fallen comrades. Eliminate them. Inspired by Li Suifeng's fervor, Yu and the others rallied their spirits, despite many of them still being novices in martial arts. However, those selected by the Boundless Academy were undoubtedly gifted. As they unleashed their talents, the cabin was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of brilliance. The young men and women coordinated seamlessly as they charged at the Azure Falcons, engaging them in fierce combat. Just as the prodigies were ignited with determination, a violent gust swept through the cabin, roughly dispersing them as Li Suifeng, alone and undeterred, surged toward the multitude of Azure Falcons. "These monster heads are all mine. You shall not claim them." When Li Suifeng's domineering voice echoed, all the prodigies exchanged bewildered glances. Was this brother not a bit unhinged? Did he perhaps possess an antisocial personality, resorting to monster slaying as a means to regulate his emotions? How fearsome. They decided it wise not to provoke him. Since this brother wished to revel in bloodshed, they would accommodate him. Thus, the prodigies intentionally held back, attacking the Azure Falcons while ensuring they did not exert excessive force to snatch the kills. Thanks to their cooperation, the threat level posed by the Azure Falcons significantly diminished, allowing Li Suifeng to dispatch them with greater ease. Meanwhile, in the high skies, the elderly expert Gong's face contorted in rage as he roared. The long blade in his hand suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the body of the colossal Tempest Eagle. With a piercing shriek of despair, a massive gash, half a meter in diameter, appeared in the eagle's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. It could no longer engage in battle and swiftly took flight to escape. "Foolish beast." Gong bellowed in anger but refrained from pursuit. In the high altitude, although he could fly, his speed would surely not match that of the Tempest Eagle. Furthermore, with the aircraft under attack from Azure Falcons, the fate of the students remained uncertain. Gong could not afford to chase after the Tempest Eagle. After expending considerable effort, Gong finally caught up to the aircraft. Seeing that it had not plummeted, he sighed in relief, yet the thought of potential casualties among the prodigies weighed heavily on his heart. With trepidation, he pursued the plane, yanked open the tightly shut cabin door, and leaped inside. The fierce wind abruptly ceased, and an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Gong lifted his gaze, only to find the young men and women sitting calmly in their seats, not a single one missing. Glancing outside the cockpit door, he saw the corpses of the monsters piled like refuse. Amidst the carnage, the flight attendant, blood-soaked, was seated on the ground, exhausted. Beside her, a young man wielding a small knife was methodically dismembering the monster's corpse to extract the demon core, his movements as swift and decisive as a professional butcher. Gong was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening? Chapter 50, Gong's Reward, the Super Ring and the Elder's Authority. Greetings, Elder Gong. Upon his arrival, the flight attendant greeted Gong with delight. There is no need for formalities. What on earth transpired here? Gong gestured toward the sea of corpses and the young man. Elder Gong, this student is Li Suifeng, who assisted us in resolving the crisis. The flight attendant explained the situation succinctly. Gong's eyes widened further. These students were all fresh high school graduates. At their age, He himself had been utterly clueless. Yet this Li Suifeng, in a moment of peril, had devised a solution to save the aircraft and executed it with precision, annihilating the Azure Falcons. Such a feat was nothing short of remarkable. Finally finished. What a tiring endeavor. At that moment, Li Suifeng stood up from the cabin door, stretching his arms. His backpack lay at his feet, damp and smeared with yellowish-white liquid and bits of flesh, containing several blood-soaked objects the size of apples, which were indeed demon cores. Once a monster matures to a commanding level, it generates a demon core within itself. These cores can store demonic energy, serving as the very essence of a monster's strength. Even after death, the demon cores retain their energy and essence, making them highly valuable to humans for both alchemy and culinary purposes. Naturally, they fetch a handsome price. Li Suifeng, well aware of this, arranged the corpses of the Azure Falcons and began discussing the division of the demon cores with the flight attendant. Recognizing his significant contribution in the battle, she agreed to allow him to take 50% of the cores, while the remainder would be allocated by Elder Gong. Gong, upon hearing the flight attendant's proposal, couldn't help but chuckle. Li Suifeng's strength, talent, and character were undoubtedly exceptional, albeit a tad avaricious. However, this was not necessarily a bad trait. Wealth and knowledge, wealth and martial prowess was no mere saying. Every powerful martial artist had amassed their strength through monetary means. Those who were not greedy often reached their limits quickly. Only those who were adept at managing and generating wealth could hope for a brighter future. With this thought in mind, Gong approached Li Suifeng with a warm smile. Studently, I am Gong Junshan, the captain of this aircraft. Thank you for saving everyone aboard. Greetings, Elder Gong. Li Suifeng extended his hand for a shake, appraising him from head to toe. Why do you regard me so? Gong asked, puzzled. I am merely curious as to how someone of your considerable stature can fly through the air as gracefully as a swallow. Li Suifeng replied earnestly. The flight attendant chuckled. And Gong was amused as well, because I am an extraordinary level martial artist. Is it not standard for extraordinary level martial artists to fly? Or do you think I am too portly and should consider shedding some weight? No, I have 2 friends who are just as stout as you, and I quite enjoy giving their bellies a good rub. The two conversed for a while, and Gong grew increasingly satisfied. Despite being aware of his status, Li Suifeng maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, engaging with him as if they were old friends. This quality in a student was indeed rare. After some time, Gong produced a ring. This ring was originally intended as a gift for my grandson, but today I present it to you as a token of gratitude for saving this aircraft. Is this a super ring? One that can monitor bodily conditions and also serve as a storage device? It is said that even the most ordinary piece is worth over 1,000,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, which Elder Gong intends to gift to his grandson. Surely, it is no ordinary item. Li Suifeng has struck it rich. The surrounding students gazed at this scene with expressions of envy. Li Suifeng had long heard of the legendary super bracelet. As he accepted the bracelet, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Gong. Elder Gong smiled. Just call me Grandpa Gong. All right, Grandpa Gong. Li Suifeng responded amiably. After all, one cannot resist the kindness of a benefactor. With the passenger plane still in motion, Elder Gong promptly made his way to the cockpit to take control. The remaining Azure Falcons, at Elder Gong's gesture, were partially taken by the flight attendant, while the rest were distributed among the students. Returning to his seat, Li Suifeng began to fidget with the bracelet, growing increasingly fond of it, and hastily put it on. Click. As the strap locked into place, a line of text appeared on the display. Current vitality, 806. Quite accurate indeed. Li Suifeng nodded. His current physique combined with his spirit perfectly accounted for 80 points. This super bracelet evidently shared a remarkable similarity with the combat assessment bracelet, capable of accurately detecting vitality and assisting the wearer in determining their realm. As Li Suifeng manipulated the display, he discovered that it could assess his skeletal muscle, fat percentage, height, heart rate, and even physical strength. More importantly, the bracelet concluded with a message, indicating that if Li Suifeng focused his mind, he could activate the storage space. Thus, he attempted to concentrate, and his consciousness unwittingly entered a peculiar cubic space. This interior space exceeded 100 square meters and boasted a height of over 20 meters, resembling a vast little world. Is this the storage space that comes with the bracelet? How astonishing! Li Suifeng marveled, and with a mere thought, the backpack containing the demon elixirs materialized within. Continuing to focus, his suitcase and other belongings also appeared seamlessly. From now on, whenever he ventured out, his mother would no longer worry about him carrying too much. Exiting the storage space, Li Suifeng felt a surge of joy and glanced down, exclaiming in wonder, although this bracelet has a volume, it is as light as a feather, bearing no weight at all, and would not affect his combat abilities. In the afternoon, a city emerged below the passenger plane. From the aerial view, the city's expanse was more than 10 times that of Spark City. Above the city, a semi-transparent golden radiance enveloped it. According to Ma Zhonghao, this was the protective barrier released by the Great Formation beneath Wuji City, capable of warding off attacks from wild beasts. Soon after, the passenger plane passed through the barrier and landed at the airport. Elder Gong entered the cabin, expressing a hint of reluctance. Dear students, I apologize for the hardships you faced in the air, but fortunately, this ordeal did not result in any losses. The path of martial arts is long and endless. I hope this experience strengthens your resolve in pursuing martial arts. Amidst a round of applause, Elder Gong returned to the cockpit. The flight attendant guided everyone off the plane, leading them to the roadside outside the terminal to wait. A bus, specifically for Wuji Academy, slowly approached. As everyone boarded, they waved goodbye through the glass windows. The flight attendant rubbed her moist eyes, watching the bus drive away before reluctantly returning. On the bus, as Li Suifeng admired the scenery of Wuji City, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Turning his head, he noticed a group of students approaching with unusual expressions. What's this? Are they looking for trouble? Li Suifeng rolled up his sleeves. Hero, you're overthinking it. We're just here to express our gratitude, said a youth named Yu, brimming with excitement and giving a thumbs up. Bro, you were incredible. You single-handedly saved us all. Indeed, I was nearly terrified out of my wits. Thankfully, you had the foresight to devise a brilliant plan to rescue us. Without you, my life would have been forfeit. I just did some research online. Hero, you are from Spark City, right? I'm Yanhao from Baiwa City. If you encounter any trouble at Wuji Academy, please seek me out immediately. I will stand by you. The youth was brimming with enthusiasm. Earlier, on the plane, they had been distant and aloof due to unfamiliarity and pride. However, after sharing a life and death experience, their grievances had naturally dissipated, and they had become friends. Especially Li Suifeng, whose audacious maneuvers in luring the monsters and unleashing a massacre were akin to divine intervention. The students were already in awe of him, and now they could no longer contain their emotions and wished to express their admiration. Li Suifeng sighed in relief, thinking that if such a crowd were to gang up on him, he would truly struggle to hold his ground. Fortunately, that was not the case. Subsequently, Li Suifeng engaged in casual conversation with the others, learning their names and backgrounds. Yu and Ma Zhonghao hailed from the same city, both high achievers in the college entrance examination, awakening an S-class talent known as Everlasting Flame. The healer who had generously showered him with healing spells was named Yu Shanshan. From Yushi City, where she was the top scholar, having awakened the S-class talent of Revitalizing Wind, and was the only student to receive an S-class reward from Yuan Qiangang. Brotherly, is it true that you only received an A-class reward? That seems implausible. Upon hearing Li Suifeng's story, Yanhao was incensed. What is the meaning of this? Commissioner Yuan? He gave me a B-class reward, but why only an A-class reward to Brotherly? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it too. I want to lodge a complaint against Yuan Qiangang. Why should our savior receive only an A-class contract? Why? Seeing the indignation on everyone's faces, Li Suifeng found it amusing. I have no grievances against Elder Yuan. Please do not drag me into your vendetta. All right, Brotherly, we will heed your words. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus gradually entered Wuji Academy. From the outside, Wuji Academy did not seem much different from universities on Blue Star. When the bus came to a halt at the campus square, several students approached, holding signs. Hello, new students. I am Hu Junkai, a second-year student and your senior. Do you need help with your bags? I have great strength and can help the ladies carry their bags. Similar to universities on Blue Star, Wuji Academy also had a welcoming atmosphere for new students. Among the upperclassmen, Hu Junkai smiled as he addressed the newcomers. Seniors have been tasked by our teachers to welcome you and provide a brief introduction to the school. However, before that, please wait here while we assist the female students. Without waiting for Li Suifeng and the others to respond, he proceeded to help Yu Shanshan and the other female students with their luggage. Come on, ladies, the reporting building is over there, and your dormitory is this way. Let me take you to drop off your belongings. Yu Shanshan and the others attempted to resist, but Hu Junkai and his companions were too enthusiastic, leaving them no choice but to comply. Are these guys so lecherous? There should be limits to favoring females over males, right? And they just leave us here? This is outrageous. Yu and Yanhao grumbled in indignation. Ma Zhonghao remarked seriously, greed and lust are inherent human traits. It is understandable. However, I believe these seniors have kind faces and should be easy to deal with. Just as he spoke, a series of glances were directed their way. What's the matter? Brothers? Ma Zhonghao asked nervously. You, with your ominous predictions, have begun to set the stage. I have a foreboding feeling that those rascals will soon trouble us. Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. Yanhao and the others raised their hands in agreement, exclaiming, same here, TNT. Ma Zhonghao looked at Li Suifeng with a pitiful expression. Brotherly, they are discriminating against me so blatantly. Can't you say a word in my defense? Li Suifeng chuckled, little Ma. As long as you promise to speak less in the future, I would be willing to relinquish the position of big brother to you. Ma Zhonghao's face fell in despair as he covered his face with his hands. Even Brotherly thinks I have issues? I can't go on living. Meanwhile, after watching Yu Shanshan and the others ascend to the dormitory, Hu Jun's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a haughty demeanor. Brothers, should any freshmen show defiance later, feel free to assert yourselves, just don't leave them crippled. Hu Jun rubbed his hands, his expression icy. When I entered last year, I was thoroughly schooled by those third-year seniors. It still stings when I think about it. This year, It's finally my turn to trample on others. Standing at 2 meters tall, clad in a white tank and black shorts, and sporting thick body hair, Jean Leisure let out an excited growl. It turned out that the management style and ethos of the Wuji Academy were quite militaristic. Establishing dominance over the newcomers was a ritual that every cohort underwent. Hu Jun and his companions eagerly awaited in the square, their true purpose not to flirt with pretty freshmen, but to teach Li Suifeng and his group a lesson. Haha. How should I play with these naive youngsters? Perhaps after giving them a good beating, I could have them wash my underwear? Old John, are you a pervert? Of all the ways to have fun, you choose that? Several second-year students laughed as they approached the square, only to suddenly realize it was eerily empty. The newcomers had all vanished. The group paused in surprise, and Jean Leisure, the first to snap out of it, roared in fury. How dare these freshmen leave the square without our orders? Hu Jun's tall, handsome face twisted in frustration. They dared defy my command upon just arriving? This will not end well for them. He had instructed Li Suifeng and the others to wait as a show of authority, but they had disregarded him completely. They clearly had no respect for him. I've changed my mind. I don't want them to wash my underwear. I want them to clean up after me. If they refuse, I'll break their legs. Jean Leisure bellowed, pounding his chest like a baboon. Hu Jun, his face darkening, turned toward the registration building. They must be there. Let us go. Considering Ma Zhonghao's uncanny predictions, Li Suifeng pondered for a moment and decided against waiting idly for Hu Jun and his group. He led his companions to the registration building to complete their enrollment. Each received a student ID, serving as their pass to enter and exit the Wuji Academy, as well as a symbol of their identity. The teacher in charge of registration also handed each of them a handbook detailing the numerous regulations of the academy. After perusing the handbook, Li Suifeng nodded slightly. The fundamental rules included prohibitions against mutual harm and misconduct. Furthermore, the academy operated on a credit system. While the tuition for the first year was settled in Manhwa currency, subsequent years would use credits instead. Credits functioned as a form of currency within the academy, exchangeable for martial arts techniques, body skills, elixirs, food, equipment, pets, and even the rental of training rooms. Its applications were vast. Students could earn credits through various means, such as completing tasks, exchanging monster carcasses, or participating in school activities. Upon enrollment, students received varying amounts of credits based on their signed contracts. By linking their campus accounts to their mobile phones or wristbands, they could check their credit balances. Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yu, along with others, generally received 5 credits. While Li Suifeng was pleasantly surprised to find he possessed 7 credits. It seems my A-level contract grants me an additional 2 credits as a hidden benefit. What a delightful surprise that Commissioner Yuan Xiangang didn't he mention. Contemplating this, Li Suifeng and his companions had just exited the registration building when, from the steps below, a figure charged toward them like a tank. A bunch of insolent newcomers dare to defy my orders? I'll make you regret it. With a roar like thunder, the figure indiscriminately swung a punch toward the crowd. This punch lacked a specific target. Yet the overwhelming energy coalesced into a massive fist that enveloped Li Suifeng and his companions. What in the world? Is this person insane? Attacking us for no reason? Yu Yu and the others were taken aback and instinctively attempted to defend themselves, but it was too late. The colossal fist approached within half a meter, and they barely had time to unleash their talents. Just then, a dull thud resounded. A figure, undeterred by the oppressive aura of the punch, surged forward, unleashing a golden fist of their own. Boom. The moment the 2 fists collided, a tremendous shockwave sent Yu Yu and his companions stumbling back to the high platform. As they struggled to regain their footing, they noticed Li Suifeng had already descended the steps, striding purposefully toward the attacker, none other than the heavily furred Jean Leisure. Brotherly is amazing. Thank you for saving us, Brotherly. We haven't chosen the wrong leader. Realizing they were rescued by Li Suifeng, the group erupted in excited cheers. Yet, Yu Yu's expression soon shifted. The one who ambushed us is a second-year student. Is Brotherly really planning to fight him? Can he win? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, determined to follow Li Suifeng. Brotherly, we can't let you fight alone. The others, inspired by his resolve, also charged toward Jean Leisure. Jean Leisure, standing at the bottom of the steps, looked on in shock as Li Suifeng approached. Moments ago, he had unleashed only half of his strength in that furious punch. Even so, dispatching 90 of first-year students would have been an easy task. Yet, this Li Suifeng had actually managed to block his energy. This defied logic. So what if this Li has talent? Who among us at Wuji Academy lacks skills? Anyone who dares defy our authority and challenge our dignity must be taught a lesson. Jean Leisure quickly regained his composure and glared at the approaching Li Suifeng. You, why did you leave the square when I ordered you to stay? Do you not understand that freshmen are required to obey the orders of upperclassmen at Wuji Academy? Before he could finish, Li Suifeng suddenly accelerated. The sound of his powerful footfalls resonated through the ground, sending vibrations that were felt even by Hu Jun and the others at a distance. This guy? Hu Jun and his companions widened their eyes. Li Suifeng's body twisted, his fist drawn back, resembling a drawn bow. How dare you lay a hand on me? Jean Leisure's expression turned to one of unprecedented shock upon witnessing Li Suifeng's movement. Almost simultaneously, Li Suifeng's fist, enveloped in a thick aura, shot forth like a cannonball aimed directly at Jean Licher's chest. Thud. Caught off guard. Jean Licher was sent reeling backward, blood spewing from his mouth mid-retreat. What the hell? Did I just see that right? How audacious is this freshman to dare to confront the formidable old warrior, James? The second-year students in the background widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions akin to those who had just glimpsed a ghost. When they had first entered the school, they had been subjected to the bullying of the second years, too intimidated to utter a word, and had endured in silence. Yet here was Li Suifeng, who, at the slightest provocation, boldly engaged in combat with the mighty James. Such behavior transcended mere boldness. It was sheer madness. Utter lunacy. With a swift punch, Li Suifeng wore a scornful expression. I shall obliterate you. James wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage, as his body seemed to swell like a balloon, his hair bristling with fury. He resembled a colossal gorilla, exuding a pressure that had amplified exponentially since their confrontation began. Brotherly, remember, James is a second-year student. Should we not reconsider? The second-year students behind James, all seasoned warriors of the second or third tier, voiced their apprehension. If a brawl ensues, our chances of victory appear rather bleak. Perhaps we should flee? Upon witnessing James's transformation, Yu and the others were genuinely unsettled, and they approached Li Suifeng to urge caution. Their fervor paled in comparison to the disparity in strength, and they were acutely aware of this fact. Fear not, merely a curly-haired baboon. I can handle him alone. You all should retreat to a safe distance. Li Suifeng asserted with an air of dominance. When Yu and the others attempted to dissuade him further, he barked. If you truly regard me as your elder brother, then swiftly vacate the area. Brotherly. The expressions on Yu and the others were filled with admiration, and they ceased their pleas, retreating one by one. Thus, a battleground was established solely for Li Suifeng and James. Li, I shall twist your neck. With a pained chest, James lost his composure and leaped into the air, descending upon Li Suifeng with a force reminiscent of a mountain crashing down. 8 desolations and infinite power, Li Suifeng silently chanted, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, an unfathomable strength exploding within his limbs. Seizing the moment, he swiftly evaded the area. Boom. In the next instant, James landed, creating a crater half a meter deep. Without hesitation, he leaped again in pursuit of Li Suifeng. Boom, boom, boom. The ensuing battle was marked by James's unrestrained ferocity, augmented by his prowess as a warrior of no less than first tier. Even with the application of the 8 desolations and infinite power, engaging him directly appeared a precarious endeavor. Li Suifeng, fully cognizant of this, evaded James's relentless attacks without countering. James's frenzied pursuit left a series of craters in his wake. How could the frenzied old James not subdue this newcomer even after a full minute? How did this freshman possess such absurd evasion skills? Had he undergone prior training? On the surface, it seemed that Li Suifeng was thoroughly dominated by James. Yet, the onlooking Hu Jun and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. One second-year student, itching to intervene, remarked, at this rate, James will exhaust his stamina. Should we not step in? Their intent was not to engage the newcomer in a fair fight, but rather to discipline him and instill obedience. As long as they achieved their goal, the means, be it one-on-one or a group assault, were irrelevant. Let us bide our time. Given James's temperament, our interference would surely irk him, and we would face his ire later, Hu Jun said, but suddenly his expression shifted in alarm. Oh no, James is in trouble. At that moment, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. Due to his relentless onslaught, James's stamina had evidently waned. His speed and momentum were no longer what they had been. Boom. After another landing that created a deep pit, James had yet to leap again. With a flare, golden flames enveloped Li Suifeng's form. As the golden elemental force intertwined with his crimson vitality, he instantaneously closed the distance between himself and James, delivering a punch so swift it was nearly imperceptible, striking James squarely on the jaw. With a crack, James fell to the ground, his massive form deflating like a punctured balloon, his once dense fur thinning. In the ensuing silence, James did not rise again. He had been rendered unconscious. Chapter 52. Capture the leader, pursue Hu Jun. Am I mistaken? Did this newcomer just take down James? This cannot be a dream, can it? As James collapsed, the senior students exchanged glances, utterly incredulous. While James's strength was not to be underestimated, having awakened to the second tier and trained at the Wuji Academy for a year, he had been formidable among his peers. Yet now, he had been bested by a mere freshman? This newcomer appeared to have only awakened to the first tier. Such a turn of events was utterly absurd. Brotherly is simply astonishing. My goodness, not only does he vanquish beasts with such ferocity, but he can also do the same to humans? Brotherly, I shall kneel and sing conquer for you. Are you seniors not fond of posturing? Continue your charade now. Initially, Yu and the others could hardly believe the spectacle. But upon realization, they were filled with excitement. Their faces flushed as they cheered loudly, some even mocking the seniors. Their exuberant cheers left the older students blushing. Hu Jun, gritting his teeth, declared, if James falters, then we must take matters into our own hands. Everyone, let us engage. With that, a flash from his super wristband revealed a wooden flying sword that soared toward Li Suifeng with a swoosh. Clang! The wooden sword struck swiftly, unexpectedly hitting Li Suifeng on the forehead, causing him to stagger back several steps, rubbing his brow to find a small bump forming. This fellow's head is remarkably hard. Hasn't he been knocked out? Hu Jun was taken aback. His awakened S-rank talent, thought amplification, aligned him with the nature-based warrior path, granting him formidable mental prowess, now advanced to the point of manipulating objects from a distance. Despite the wooden sword being a seemingly trivial attack, it carried a force nearing a ton and possessed remarkable penetrative power. Yet, upon striking Li Suifeng's forehead, it had failed to breach his skin? So a wheel battle is it? Damn it! With a throbbing forehead, Li Suifeng cursed under his breath and activated the great sunlight, charging towards Hu Jun. This fierce momentum startled Hu Jun, who recalled the image of James being struck down. He understood that Li Suifeng was extraordinarily formidable and should not be underestimated. Thus, he shouted, "Cover me. Do not let this brat approach." The remaining 3 senior students, already eager to engage, activated their talents and began to surround Li Suifeng. Did they intend to overwhelm him with sheer numbers? Did they think so little of them? Brothers, let us take down these seniors. The battle cry erupted as Yu and the others, ignited by Li Suifeng's spirit, joined the fray. They unleashed their talents and martial arts, racing to confront the 3 seniors ahead of Li Suifeng. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 seniors were evidently no less formidable than James. Their talents were remarkable, and their combat techniques were exceptionally refined. Soon, several freshmen were sent flying, crashing to the ground with cries of pain. Li Suifeng, however, did not engage in this chaotic melee. Instead, he maneuvered through the periphery of the battlefield, charging directly at Hu Jun amidst the skirmish. While he harbored no fear of challenging all the seniors individually, he doubted his team's ability to secure victory in a group conflict. The primary issue lies with my teammates, whose capabilities starkly contrast with my own, rendering them utterly ineffectual. Therefore, in order to avert an inevitable beating from the seniors, it is imperative to capture the leader first. Among the 5, Hu Junkai appears to be the most esteemed, likely a figure of authority. If I can subdue him, perhaps this conflict can be resolved? You scoundrel! Hu Junkai was initially preoccupied with the battle on the other side when he felt a fierce wind approaching, only to be startled by the sight of Li Suifeng charging towards him. In shock, he stumbled back, frantically wielding his wooden sword to strike at Li Suifeng. Clang, clang, clang. As Li Suifeng surged forward, he activated his defensive talent, the crocodile hide, enhancing the resilience of his skin to its utmost limits. With casual flourishes, he managed to deflect the wooden sword. However, Hu Junkai was cunning and swift. Whenever Li Suifeng drew near, he would suddenly accelerate away, clearly possessing a body technique of evasion. The pursuit led them beyond the confines of the reporting building, arriving at a nearby playground. What is happening? Is that not Hu Junkai, the sword cultivator from the 2nd year? He seems to possess some strength. Yet why is he being chased? Who is that assailant? I have never seen him before. On the playground, some students engaged in conversation and exercise paused at the commotion, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Damn, what a disgrace. Hu Junkai, who had been secretly reveling in the thought that he had managed to outmaneuver Li Suifeng, felt his face flush upon hearing the surrounding remarks. Li Suifeng was merely a newcomer, not even a first-year student, yet he had managed to overpower this second-year student. Once this incident came to light, he would undoubtedly be humiliated. If this continued, my reputation would be tarnished. I must act decisively to subdue Li Suifeng and redeem myself. With this thought in mind, Hu Junkai's expression turned fierce, and with a flicker of intent, a flying sword materialized before him. Yet this was no wooden sword. It was a genuine blade forged from fine iron. This sword was Hu Junkai's weapon of survival, one he would only wield in battles against monstrous beasts or during true combat. By producing it now, his intention was not to kill Li Suifeng, but merely to intimidate him into retreating, thus allowing him to emerge victorious. Go! Under Hu Junkai's command, the iron sword sliced through the air, aiming directly for Li Suifeng's abdomen. Expecting the latter to evade, Hu Junkai was taken aback when Li Suifeng did not flinch, continuing his relentless charge. Clang! The iron sword struck Li Suifeng's lower abdomen, and a powerful resistance surged through Hu Junkai's mind, making it feel as though Li Suifeng's belly was clad in iron armor, impenetrable. Yet, under the influence of his formidable psychic power, the iron sword gradually penetrated the skin, embedding itself within flesh and blood. Gush! Hu Junkai could even sense blood seeping from Li Suifeng's abdomen. Strangely, despite the iron sword piercing through him, Li Suifeng advanced like a ferocious tiger, refusing to halt. Upon witnessing the chilling glint in Li Suifeng's eyes, Hu Junkai's heart trembled, realizing that Li Suifeng might be a relentless warrior who had seen his share of bloodshed. Such a person could not be judged by ordinary standards. I must flee. As Li Suifeng closed in once more, Hu Junkai's heart raced with trepidation, wishing to escape. However, this time, while still in motion, Li Suifeng unleashed a powerful punch. The golden fist energy shot forth, covering 5 meters in an instant and striking Hu Junkai. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Hu Junkai was flung back 5 meters, landing on the ground with his clothes stained crimson. Simultaneously, the wooden sword that had been aimed at Li Suifeng's back fell to the ground, and the iron sword ceased its advance into his body. Swoosh. Li Suifeng, gripping the sword hilt, forcefully withdrew the iron sword from his abdomen. Hiss. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The very idea of a blade embedded in flesh was painful enough to imagine, yet he managed to extract it himself? Does he not fear pain? On the ground, Hu Junkai scrambled to his feet, his face an unnatural shade of pallor. It was not solely due to his injury, it was the realization that Li Suifeng, despite having sustained a grievous wound to his abdomen, had endured for so long without collapsing or crying out in pain. Such unwavering determination was rare, even among seasoned warriors. Yet it now manifested in a mere student? This fellow is a monster. I seem to have provoked the wrong person. Chapter 53. Hu Junkai. I and Junior Li are fated to meet in battle. This fellow is indeed a monster. I seem to have provoked the wrong person. At this moment, Hu Junkai's heart brimmed with regret. Li Suifeng was clearly not an ordinary, malleable freshman, but rather an unyielding iron wall that he could not shatter. Entering school with such strength, this lad's potential for growth would undoubtedly place him on par with the likes of Zhong Xianyuan, Gong Sunjiao, and Yiling Tian. To encounter him during my first attempt at educating a newcomer is truly a stroke of misfortune. As Hu Junkai lamented his fate, footsteps suddenly echoed. He looked up to see Li Suifeng approaching, his eyes filled with a ruthless intent that sent chills down Hu Junkai's spine. Li Suifeng, what do you intend to do? Hu Junkai instinctively recoiled. Li Suifeng bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Of course, we shall continue this fight to the bitter end. Both of us have sustained significant injuries, yet he still wishes to escalate this to a life-and-death struggle? What madness! Hu Junkai felt a surge of frustration, fully aware that once Li Suifeng resolved to pursue something, he would not relent until his goal was achieved. To resolve this predicament, there were but 2 choices: either incapacitate or kill Li Suifeng, rendering him completely devoid of combat capability, or concede and surrender. Li Suifeng. Cease this. I yield. Is that acceptable? As Li Suifeng advanced closer, Hu Junkai quickly made his decision, gritting his teeth and growling. Huh. Li Suifeng halted, raising an eyebrow. This fellow was so ostentatious before, and now he seeks to surrender? Is there a trick at play? If you truly wish to concede, transfer 20 academic credits to me first. Otherwise, there will be no negotiations. Li Suifeng brandished his sword as a threat. Do not push your luck. Hu Junkai's face flushed with rage. Not only had he failed to seize Li Suifeng's credits, but now the latter sought to extort him? This was utterly absurd. If you do not surrender your credits, today, there shall only be one of us left standing. Li Suifeng proclaimed with an air of dominance. You. Hu Junkai's face turned even redder with indignation, but ultimately he clenched his jaw and said, Li Suifeng, you are indeed ruthless. Provide me with your campus account ID. Li Suifeng glanced at his student ID and relayed the number. Hu Junkai swiftly operated his wristband. Ding. A notification sounded, and Li Suifeng received a text message indicating a transfer of 20 credits, leaving him with 25 credits in total. The internal credits of the academy could be transferred online like Dragon Kingdom currency. Li Suifeng, are you satisfied now? Hu Junkai's face was ashen. Instead of educating Li Suifeng, he had lost 20 credits. What a foolish endeavor. Very well, Li Suifeng begrudgingly nodded. Hu Junkai pointed at the sword in Li Suifeng's hand. Return the Qingfeng sword to me. That is my trophy. Without hesitation, Li Suifeng tossed the sword into his super wristband. You. Hu Junkai nearly fainted from fury. Not only had he lost credits, but now his weapon was being taken as well. Li Suifeng is indeed a formidable bandit. However, from the moment Hu Junkai surrendered, he completely cast aside his dignity. Although the long sword was his weapon, it held little value to him. He could only grit his teeth and refrain from dwelling on it. Tossing a medicinal pill to Li Suifeng. What is this? Li Suifeng inquired. A hemostatic pill, Hu Junkai replied, gesturing toward Li Suifeng's abdomen. It then dawned on Li Suifeng that blood was still oozing from his wound. Remarkably, he felt no sensation at all. Gulping down the pill, a wave of warmth rapidly spread through the wound. Flesh pulsated, visibly clotting and staunching the bleeding. The pain in his abdomen gradually subsided. Li Suifeng glanced at Hu Junkai. With so many people present, you still chose to surrender to me. Do you not feel ashamed? Hu Junkai snorted, choosing not to respond to this inquiry. Indeed, surrendering in front of such a crowd was quite humiliating. Yet, Hu Junkai was certain that Li Suifeng was no ordinary newcomer. His strength and potential were exceptionally high. As long as he did not perish prematurely, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the rankings across all grades. There was even a significant possibility that he could rise to the same level as the likes of Zhong Xianyuan, Gong Sunjiao, and Yiling Tian, those extraordinary individuals. Due to school regulations, Hu Junkai could not completely eliminate Li Suifeng today. he could only inflict injuries at most. While doing so might restore his immediate honor. What would happen when Li Suifeng healed and grew stronger? Would he truly be able to withstand Li Suifeng then? Hu Junkai lacked the confidence for that. Within the Wujixifyu, he was merely an average talent. The gap between him and a genius like Li Suifeng was starkly evident. Understanding this, Hu Junkai preferred to swallow his pride rather than confront Li Suifeng. All right, my brothers may have been badly beaten. Let us go and settle this. Li Suifeng remarked as he headed toward the registration building. With too many unusual glances in the air, Hu Junkai was eager to leave this place and promptly followed suit. Outside the registration building, Yu and his companions crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, each sporting bruised faces. No one is allowed to lift their heads. That fellow Mahjong Hao, dare you peek at me again? I'll rip your ears off, do you believe that? 3 senior students loomed behind Yu and the others, like judges, exuding an oppressive aura. Yu and his companions felt humiliated yet powerless. The disparity between them and the 3 second-year students was so vast that even with numbers on their side, they couldn't overcome it. At this moment, Jean Leisure had also regained consciousness, sitting on the ground, his face twisted with rage as he growled. Why isn't he Old Who returned? Could he have been defeated by that Li fellow? Old Jean, you're overthinking it. Old Who's strength is evident. And as long as he doesn't let his guard down, there's no reason he'd lose to Li Suifeng. One senior was saying when suddenly his smile froze, his eyes widening in shock. What? Jean Leisure and the other seniors followed his gaze toward the playground, their faces equally bewildered. There. Li Suifeng and Hu Junkai were walking side by side, their demeanor harmonious, devoid of any animosity, a most peculiar sight. You lot, release those younger students. Soon. Hu Junkai called out as he approached, prompting Jean Leisure and the others to snap back to reality, their expressions clouded with confusion. Old Hu, what on earth is going on? Why does that Li fellow appear so relaxed? Did you teach him a lesson or not? Faced with his companion's jibes, Hu Junkai feigned calmness. Li Shuozhang and I have become friends after a fight. Now, please release the other students. What? Old Hu, have you lost your mind? Jean Leisure seethed. That brat ambushed me, and you're calling him a brother? Are you trying to provoke me? Cough, cough. Old Jean, calm down. Hu Junkai attempted to persuade, but Jean Leisure had already lost his temper, charging at Li Suifeng like a madman. Old Jean, stand down. With a thunderous shout from Hu Junkai, a flying wooden sword struck Jean Leisure's shoulder. Wincing in pain, Jean Leisure retreated. Incredulous as he stared at Hu Junkai, you would actually strike me for this newcomer? Old Jean, let me explain, Hu Junkai began, but before he could finish, Jean Leisure stormed off, his eyes ablaze with fury. Hu Junkai, from this day forth, our brotherhood is over. Chapter 54, Li Suifeng's reputation emerges. For professors compete to accept disciples. Hu Junkai thought, Old Jean, my friendship with Li Suifeng is for the future of our team. To truly offend this formidable individual, can we still study in peace? Understanding that Jean Leisure was impulsive, Hu Junkai refrained from further explanation, turning to his 3 teammates. Quickly released the younger students. The trio, begrudgingly, complied and let Yu and the others go. Li Gu, what on earth is happening? Now free. Yu and his companions approached Li Suifeng, confusion etched on their bruised faces. Li Suifeng casually replied, as senior who stated, we became friends through our fight. Everyone, isn't that just empty talk? Alright, Li Shuozhang, if anything arises in the future, feel free to contact me. Farewell. Seeing that the situation had settled, Hu Junkai exchanged farewells and turned to leave. Hu Gu, can you finally give us an explanation? Outside the registration building, a senior inquired, his expression fraught with frustration. The 2 others beside him nodded in agreement. Hu Junkai sighed. Just now, when I fought Li Suifeng, even after wounding him, he actually pulled the Qing Feng sword out of his abdomen. The 3 teachers were taken aback simultaneously, one incredulously asking, he pulled it out himself? Yes, Hu Junkai replied. Fear etched on his face. If a sword pierced your body, would you have the courage to pull it out? How excruciating would that be? The trio's expressions shifted to shock, rendering them speechless. A sword embedded in one's body would cause any normal person to writhe in agony, perhaps even lose their ability to move. Yet, Li Suifeng managed to pull the sword out himself. Not to mention, this level of composure is beyond what many seasoned warriors possess. One could only conclude that Li Suifeng is truly ruthless. Now do you understand why I risked my dignity to reconcile with him? This lad's combat prowess is not much inferior to mine, and his resolve is equally fierce. If he grows stronger next year and seeks vengeance, wouldn't we be in grave trouble? Hu Junkai explained, filled with distress. And his 3 teammates could only smile wryly. Hu Gu, you did nothing wrong. Li Suifeng is indeed a freak. We cannot afford to offend him. The Wujixifyu values martial prowess above all, fostering a competitive spirit, with daily sparring and internal conflicts commonplace. Students are accustomed to this, often indifferent to the skirmishes of lower-tier students. However, when the video of Li Suifeng's battle with Hu Junkai circulated on the campus network, it drew considerable attention. That fellow controlling the flying sword is Hu Junkai, a second-year student in the Natural Sciences Academy. Who is his opponent? He seems quite young. Is he a new student? This individual's strength and combat style are remarkably seasoned. How could he possibly be a freshman? Moreover, have you ever seen a newcomer who could extract a weapon from their own body upon entering school? Such resolve is not something one would expect from a novice. Many questioned Li Suifeng's identity, but within the depths of the campus network, there were hidden talents, and soon someone uncovered Li Suifeng's entire background. This ruthless newcomer is named Li Suifeng. He truly is a freshman. At merely 18 years of age, has he already become so formidable? It seems that our Wuji Academy has gained yet another fierce talent. One can only speculate how far he will ascend in the future, with a foundation of unwavering will. As long as Li Suifeng's fortune remains favorable and he is not prematurely dispatched by demonic beasts or alien races, he is destined to become an extraordinary individual. Upon learning some basic details, many alumni expressed their admiration while harboring high hopes for Li Suifeng's future. Within the heart of Wuji Academy's central office building, the school's leadership convened an impromptu meeting to effectively arrange the future paths for the new students. As the meeting progressed, a scruffy-looking school leader remarked, "Speaking of this new batch of students, there is one child of remarkable caliber. Is it Yu Shanshan?" Someone inquired. The bearded leader shook his head. No. While Yu Shanshan's talent is indeed rare, she remains untested by adversity, still somewhat naive, and her resolve is not yet steadfast. The child I refer to possesses a martial will so resolute that among all the students I have encountered, he ranks first. Who is this child? All the school leaders became intrigued. Talent may determine the lower limits of a warrior, yet the true upper limits are dictated by will. A warrior's life is fraught with life and death struggles. Without a steadfast will, it is exceedingly difficult for a warrior to realize their potential and reach the pinnacle of their abilities. For the leaders present, a student's talent holds immense importance. But martial comprehension and will are equally vital. His name is Li Suifeng. Only recently, he performed a great deed aboard the aircraft we chartered. This afternoon, he engaged in combat with a second-year student at the academy, compelling the latter to surrender. The scruffy elder succinctly explained the situation, leaving the school leaders visibly astonished. "Old Zhao, are you certain you are not jesting?" One questioned skeptically. First, he vanquished numerous demonic beasts to save the aircraft, and now he has made a second-year student concede in battle. The events of Li Suifeng's day are so extraordinary that even novels would shy away from such exaggeration. Can there be any falsehood? Old Zhao raised an eyebrow and pressed a remote control. The conference room's LCD screen displayed two video segments. One video showed Li Suifeng within the aircraft, slaying Azure Falcons, while the other, somewhat blurred and evidently recorded by a student's phone, depicted Li Suifeng battling fiercely, knocking a student who wielded a sword with their mind into the air, albeit suffering a grievous wound to his abdomen himself. What was unimaginable was that despite his severe injury, Li Suifeng did not collapse. Instead, he resolutely extracted the sword from his gut and advanced toward the sword-wielding student. At the moment the blade withdrew from his flesh, many leaders instinctively felt a twinge of pain in their own abdomens. Yet, the expression of Li Suifeng remained unchanged. Good heavens, is this child made of tougher stuff? What extraordinary fortitude. Old Zhao commented. No wonder you hold such high regard for Li Suifeng. Facing demonic beasts with calm resolve and battling an opponent stronger than himself without flinching demonstrates an astonishing will. This child is undoubtedly destined for greatness. After viewing the videos, the leaders were filled with fervor, harboring admiration for Li Suifeng. Old Zhao declared, "I share this with you merely to announce that I have taken a liking to Li Suifeng, and no one is allowed to poach him." Upon hearing this, the leaders exchanged glances. Within Wuji Academy, most students lack formal mentorship. If they wish to learn, they must attend public classes or earn credits to purchase martial arts manuals. However, a select few students, due to their exceptional talents, are favored by professors and taken as direct disciples. Such individuals benefit from resources far exceeding those available to ordinary students, elevating their status considerably. Old Zhao's intention was evidently to claim Li Suifeng as his personal disciple. "Old Zhao, might you consider allowing me to take Li Suifeng?" asked a middle-aged man with graying temples and an air of elegance. "This child reminds me of my younger self, and I wish to pass on the heavenly return sword technique to him." "Old Su, how can this child, who is so vigorous, possibly learn your dainty sword techniques? He ought to study firearms with me," interjected a tall man wearing a fisherman's hat. Another bald man with prominent brows and large eyes chimed in. "Old Zhao, if you relinquish Li Suifeng to me, I shall offer you the third-tier demon core I obtained previously." The other leaders, initially eager to vie for Li Suifeng, saw that these four professors were already embroiled in a heated argument and realized the difficulty of acquiring him. Contemplating that Yu Shanshan and others had yet to be chosen, they chose to remain silent. "With your meager demon core, I have no interest. Li Suifeng is destined to be my disciple, Zhao Wangsun's, and no one can take him." Zhao Wangsun retorted disdainfully. The bald man merely smiled. "Old Zhao, I have shown you courtesy out of friendship. But do not forget that Li Suifeng has not yet formally become your disciple. We all have a chance to win him over." "You!" Zhao Wangsun glared furiously. Just then, the tall man in the fisherman's hat abruptly stood, his towering height resembling a bamboo stalk. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he dashed out of the door. Lu, do you dare to snatch my Zhao Wangsun's person? Zhao Wangsun roared angrily, quickly following suit. Is it really worth such fervor over a mere student? The elegant man remarked, seizing the opportunity while his last opponent was distracted and bolting from the hall. The remaining professors were left bewildered. Were the three of them treating Li Suifeng as a coveted prize, each eager to take a bite? Observing the bald professor remaining unmoved, someone curiously asked, Su Yan, you claim to have a great interest in Li Suifeng. Why have you yet to make your move? Mentorship is not governed by precedence, but rather by fate. The bald man replied leisurely, rising to his feet and heading toward the exit. That child's talent, combat skills, and physique all mirror my own from years past. Should he encounter me, he will undoubtedly be enamored and willingly become my disciple. Thus, allowing these three fellows a minute to compete is of no consequence. Chapter 55. The Apprenticeship of Su Yan, to receive the entry gift, the Demon Slayer Blade. Li Suifeng, this shall be your dormitory henceforth. Within room 308 of the male dormitory building, a counselor led Li Suifeng inside, beaming as he introduced. This dormitory encompasses 30 square meters, equipped with air conditioning, wireless internet, a refrigerator, television, wardrobe, and a low-grade chi gathering array. It represents the highest standard of single accommodation at our academy. As Li Suifeng explored the room while listening to the introduction, he nodded frequently. This dormitory surpasses my expectations in luxury. Thank you, Teacher Li, for guiding me here. Earlier, he and Yu arrived at the dormitory building and were greeted by the enthusiastic counselor, Li Guangyao, who escorted them to this location. We are of the same family. There is no need for formality. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to consult me, Li Guangyao smiled. Having secured an A-grade admission reward, it was evident that Li Suifeng possessed remarkable talent. Perhaps one day he would become a prominent figure within the academy. Understanding this, Li Guangyao displayed immense enthusiasm. Li, this batch of new students must arrive promptly at the number 3 physical training hall for collective training at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have sent the location to your phone, Li Guangyao remarked while operating his phone. What specifically does the collective training entail? Li Suifeng inquired with curiosity. Historically, every new batch of students began primarily with public classes. However, this year's new students have arrived early during the summer vacation. Some mentors and professors are currently occupied and unable to offer public lectures, so the school has arranged a training session for you, which can be considered an early class. Li Guangyao briefly introduced the situation and shook his head, stating, I am not entirely clear about the content of the training, but it will undoubtedly be highly beneficial for you newcomers. By the end of the training, each of you will surely have improved significantly. Is that so? Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of anticipation for the training scheduled for the following day. Excuse me, Teacher Li, where is the library? He inquired further, as his contract stipulated that he could study 2 martial arts without charge during his enrollment period. Li Guangyao pointed towards a building outside the window. It is that structure. You have just enrolled and are already eager to learn new techniques? Truly a keen learner. With the training approaching, it is essential to study diligently and enhance one's abilities as much as possible, Li Suifeng replied with a smile. Then, shall you set down your luggage? I will accompany you there, Li Guangyao offered warmly. My luggage can remain in my wristband. I would appreciate it if you could guide me there now, Teacher Li. Li Suifeng responded. Li Guangyao nodded, preparing to lead Li Suifeng away when suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed through the corridor, as if a ferocious beast were charging forth. This commotion drew students from other dormitories outside, including Yu and Ma Zhonghao, who had also signed various enrollment agreements and possessed individual or double rooms. As Li Guangyao peeked out the door, he spotted a towering figure, clad in a fisherman's hat, rushing down the hallway. Where is Li Suifeng? It was Dai Yuan, the deputy director of the gun arts department. Li Guangyao was taken aback, pondering why such an important figure had abruptly come to the male dormitory in search of Li Suifeng. Just as he was about to raise his hand to respond, another figure darted past Dai Yuan. Li Suifeng, come out and kneel before me, Zhao Wangsun, to become my disciple. Dai Yuan, feeling anxious, interjected, Li Suifeng. This Zhao Wangsun is illiterate. Becoming his disciple would be tantamount to ruining your future. Follow me, Dai Yuan, for a more promising path. Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao was utterly dumbfounded. These 2 renowned mentors had rushed over in a frenzy to claim Li Suifeng as their apprentice. What extraordinary allure did Li Suifeng possess to attract such attention? Are you looking for me? Li Suifeng stepped past Li Guangyao, reaching the doorway when Zhao Wangsun immediately locked onto him, advancing with a swift leap and gripping his shoulder. Li Suifeng, kneel down and pledge yourself to me. Old Zhao, taking a disciple should be a mutual decision. Why resort to coercion? Dai Yuan bellowed, aiming a strike at Zhao Wangsun's back. With a resounding clang, Zhao Wangsun remained unfazed, while Dai Yuan's expression shifted with concern. Child, do you see this bamboo pole? Its prowess pales in comparison to even a single hair of mine. Only by joining my ranks will you truly learn something, Zhao Wangsun proclaimed proudly, his gaze towards Li Suifeng intensifying with fervor. Dai Yuan, exasperated, produced a long spear over 3 meters in length, its silver tip gleaming ominously. The spear swayed like a serpent, poised to strike Zhao Wangsun's back at any moment. Unfazed, Zhao Wangsun continued to stare intently at Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng, I, Zhao Wangsun, am the strongest mentor in the physical arts department. By becoming my disciple, your future will undoubtedly be bright. Come, pledge yourself. Dai, do you really think I would hesitate to deal with you? Dai Yuan shouted in fury. Zhao Wangsun dismissed him. Are you really going to resort to violence over a student? Bamboo pole, do you desire to be dismissed from your position? Dai Yuan's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation before he ultimately retracted his spear, fuming. Zhao, I won't hold this against you, but Li Suifeng. You must choose between me or this illiterate Zhao. At this moment, Li Suifeng began to grasp that these two men were seemingly vying for his allegiance. This was rather intriguing. Professors, how did you come to know about me? Li Suifeng inquired, not rushing to make a decision. Before they could respond, another voice chimed in with a laugh. In this age of advanced technology, it is quite easy for us to gather information about you. Li Suifeng looked up to see a gentleman in a suit, exuding elegance and a warm smile. Greetings, Li Suifeng. My name is Su Yunji, a teacher in the sword arts department. I have a keen interest in you. I currently have 3 disciples, all of whom are exceptionally beautiful and fiery young ladies. They would certainly welcome you as their junior brother. Li Guangyao, taken aback, pondered why both Zhao Wangsun and Dai Yuan were competing for his attention. And now Professor Su from the sword arts department was also involved, attempting to entice Li Suifeng with his attractive female disciples. Was this not rather unscrupulous? Li, you should definitely choose the sword arts department. Those fiery and stunning senior sisters are merely distractions. What truly matters is that men wielding swords are undeniably handsome. Indeed, Li. Once you select us, please assist us in joining Professor Su as well. Ma Zhonghao and Yu Yu, realizing the unfolding situation, were filled with excitement, their faces flushed. As the elder brother, Li Suifeng was being courted by numerous mentors, and his younger companions felt a sense of pride. It seemed I had not arrived too late. Just then, another voice floated down, and a bald man seemingly materialized amidst the trio of Dai Yuan, Zhao Wangsun, and Su Yunji, grinning at Li Suifeng. Kid, I have already contacted old Yuan. He mentioned you wanted to practice with a blade. Thus, following me, Su Yen, would be most fitting for within the Infinite Academy. Who does not know that I, Su Yen, am the Blade God of Flames? What nonsense, Blade God of Flames. Spare us your self-adulation. Dai Yuan scoffed derisively. Having spent enough time on campus to know Su Yen was merely a destitute drunkard, Su Yen, unperturbed, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Li, I am like a sworn brother to Commissioner Yuan. If you do not choose me, he will be quite disappointed. Li Suifeng's expression turned incredulous. He thought to himself that these 4 esteemed mentors, in their efforts to gain him, were either resorting to threats, moral coercion, or seduction, each behaving like unscrupulous rogues. Yet, this only served to highlight how his talents had genuinely captivated them. Li Suifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Through the campus handbook, he had learned that not all students were on the same playing field. Many students, after 4 years, might not even have a single mentor, rendering them solitary figures. Conversely, some students, favored by certain mentors, were taken under their wings, receiving educational resources far surpassing those of the unanchored students. More importantly, they established a support system within the academy, alleviating their worries in trying times. As a competent adult male, was it possible for me to choose all 4 mentors? Clearing his throat, Li Suifeng spoke, prompting the 4 to widen their eyes in shock. Dai Yuan was the first to ask, what do you mean by choosing all? I mean I can share my time equally among all 4 of you. I could attend Zhao's class on Mondays, Dai's on Wednesdays, and then the classes of the other 2 teachers on Fridays and Sundays. Li Suifeng elaborated somewhat greedily. Dai Yuan, indignant, retorted, you think you can just attend whenever you please? Do you take me for a bus? Child, that's quite ungrateful. If you feel that way, I shall not accept you as my disciple. The proud Dai Yuan was displeased with Li Suifeng's attitude and stormed off in a huff. Su Yen maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by the situation, while Su Yunji, from the sword arts department, appeared conflicted. He was a refined individual, and his swordsmanship leaned towards the more delicate and graceful side. A single phrase from Li Suifeng reveals his personality, contrasting with Su Yun, Zhao Wangsun, and others who are carefree and act with casualness. If he were to accept them as disciples, would their swordsmanship not align, resulting in a lack of achievement? Li Suifeng remarked, we are certainly not a bus for you to hop on. You must choose but one. Zhao Wangsun, with a stern expression, declared, I was the first to discover you, and I have long regarded you as my successor. Should you decline my offer, I shall be quite displeased, and the consequences will be severe. Zhao Laosher, I regret to inform you that I must decline, Li Suifeng replied. His jest about wanting it all was merely that, a jest. For he understood that the 4 mentors could not simultaneously take him as their pupil. With Dai Yuan's exit, Su Yun was conflicted, while Zhao Wangsun exuded a menacing aura. Li Suifeng, however, quickly made his decision. Zhao Wangsun widened his eyes and exclaimed in anger, Child, you truly wish to reject me? Zhao Laosher. I detest being threatened. I apologize, Li Suifeng stated with an unwavering demeanor. Su Yan clapped his hands, exclaiming, excellent. This is the spirit a martial artist should embody. Zhao, you have been eliminated. Be on your way. Zhao Wangsong, now pale and distressed, grappled with the shock of being rejected by this youth. How could this child refuse me? This is my first time actively seeking a disciple. Yet, he quickly regained composure, his fury boiling over. Given his status, he could not confront Li Suifeng. So he turned to Ma Zhonghao, beckoning, child, come forth and become my disciple. Ma Zhonghao, taken aback, pondered, isn't Li Gu the protagonist? Why am I suddenly part of this? Realizing the difficulty of securing a mentor within the academy, he abruptly rushed forward and knelt, exclaiming, Disciple Ma Zhonghao pays respects to master. Young Ma, you shall study diligently under my guidance, and you must surpass Li Suifeng, becoming the top of this cohort. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences. Zhao Wangsung tossed a wooden plaque to Ma Zhonghao and departed without a glance back. Holding the token, Ma Zhonghao realized it was his initiation gift, but the latter part of Zhao Wangsung's statement left him pale with fear. To surpass Li Suifeng and become the top of the new students? Was this not an impossible task? How could he achieve such a feat? Another competitor eliminated. Su Yun, are you certain you wish to contend with me? Su Yun smiled at Su Yun. Su Yun scrutinized Li Suifeng for a moment and inquired, Li, have you made your decision? Li Suifeng responded, Su Laosher, I have indeed made my choice. Su Yun sighed, having anticipated Li Suifeng's selection. As a gentleman, he was self-aware and wished to maintain his dignity. Thus he remarked, in that case, congratulations to old Su on acquiring a prized disciple. He then took his leave. Is your final choice indeed me? Su Yin asked with eager anticipation, now that the competition had departed. Li Suifeng's expression turned serious. Certainly. Just as he had promised Yuan Qiangang before enrollment, if he were to focus his life around a singular weapon, it would undoubtedly be the sword. Although Dai Yuan, Zhao Wangsong, and Su Yun were all formidable in their respective fields, none were experts in swordsmanship. Only Su Yan was. Thus, Li Suifeng had chosen him long ago. Good lad. Su Yan exclaimed with satisfaction. Now, why do you not pay your respects to your master? Li Suifeng promptly knelt and performed the formal bowing ceremony, stating, Disciple bows to master. Excellent. Su Yan assisted him to his feet, his gaze intense. I am aware of your exploits. While your talent may not be the highest in Wujiyuan Academy, your martial will is undoubtedly unparalleled. I believe that with this will, you shall reach the pinnacle of the martial path. This affirmation from Su Yan ignited a fervor within Li Suifeng and his peers. To be recognized by a great master before even reaching the preliminary stages, what young aspirant would not yearn for such an honor? Since you are now my disciple, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of initiation. This demon hunter blade is yours. With a flash from his wrist, a black blade materialized. The blade, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length, was broad and sharp, its hilt wrapped in dried blood-stained bandages. Though it appeared antiquated, its mere presence imbued the corridor with an aura of foreboding. Upon seeing the blade, Li Suifeng was entranced. He felt an eerie familiarity with the blood on the hilt. Was it the blood of a demon beast? Not just any ordinary creature he had slain, but the blood of a true demon? As Su Yan placed the blade into Li Suifeng's hands, his expression shifted. The weapon was remarkably heavy. Chapter 56, Frenzied Investment Points, Enhancing the Jinyu Mad Blade Technique. Observing the Tian Mountain Refinement Method. The moment he grasped the blade, Li Suifeng felt his entire arm tense, astonished by the weight. Roughly estimating, the demon hunter blade weighed no less than 300 kilograms. Disciple, can you wield this blade? Su Yan inquired, noticing Li Suifeng's expression. Of course. Li Suifeng gradually acclimated to the weight of the blade, took a deep breath, and began to swing it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though the speed appeared slow, the blade's casual movements generated a noticeable gust of wind, striking the walls with a resounding clap. This blade is extraordinary. Li Suifeng's eyes sparkled. His casual test had not employed much force, yet the blade had already produced a significant pressure. If he were to swing it with all his might, how much more powerful would the wind become? And what of the blade's inherent might? How terrifying could it be? To be able to wield the demon hunter blade at merely the first level? Disciple, your talent is astonishing. Su Yan expressed his delight. The blade was so heavy that most first-level warriors would struggle to control it. He had anticipated Li Suifeng would need to reach higher realms to wield it. Now it appeared otherwise. At just the first level, Li Suifeng could already manipulate the blade. With practice and adaptation, he would soon master it. This demon hunter blade, forged during Su Yan's awakening phase, was of mid-grade spiritual quality, constructed from 3 pieces of meteorite iron, heavy and sturdy, yet sharp enough to slice through hair. Su Yan tugged at Li Suifeng's hair, causing him to wince in pain as he realized Su Yan had plucked a strand from his head and placed it against the blade. I lack hair of my own, so I shall borrow yours. Su Yan chuckled, blowing gently on the strand. In silence, the hair was effortlessly severed by the blade, drifting downwards. Li Suifeng's expression shifted. A single strand of hair could be cut with but a breath. The sharpness of this blade exceeded all imagination. If it struck a demon beast, how much pain would it inflict? Could it cleave a beast in twain? Filled with wonder, Li Suifeng asked, "Master, I sense a lingering aura of blood on this blade." Su Yan replied with pride, "In my lifetime, I have faced 6 massive beast tides and battled with foreign races on the Abyss battlefield countless times. It was with this very blade that I reaped the lives of countless foes. It is only natural for it to be stained with blood. I can assure you, this blade is not merely for combat. It is for slaughter." Hearing this, Li Suifeng's joy deepened. To accumulate more talent points, his destiny would entail relentless battles against demon beasts. Relying solely on fists and kicks to vanquish demons inevitably results in inefficiency. However, with the acquisition of this Demon Slayer blade, the efficiency of monster hunting will undoubtedly soar, thereby enabling the accumulation of greater talent points. "I am deeply grateful, Master." Li Suifeng expressed his heartfelt appreciation. "If you regard me as family, there is no need for excessive formality henceforth. Yet, as your master, I possess only a rudimentary understanding of your talents from your written records. I would appreciate it if you could articulate them to me, so I may better assess your future." "Master, my talent is." Li Suifeng recounted the nature of his daylight radiance. "It is indeed a natural talent, yet possesses superhuman abilities." "My disciple, your talent is exceedingly rare," Su Yan exclaimed, astonished, observing Li Suifeng's robust physique and fierce combat style. He had initially assumed him to be a superhuman warrior. Yet, it appears he is, in fact, a natural type warrior. "Master, is this truly peculiar?" Li Suifeng inquired. "Generally, our school's natural type warriors primarily focus on refining their spirit, with physical training as a secondary concern. Their combat techniques largely rely on spiritually driven talents to attack enemies from a distance. Few natural type students possess your exceptional hand-to-hand combat abilities," Su Yan elucidated, and Li Suifeng came to a realization. Superhuman talents typically provide direct enhancements to the physical body, making them most suitable for melee combat. Conversely, natural talents manipulate the energies of the world, ideally suited for ranged attacks. In essence, superhuman warriors pursue a path akin to close combat fighters, while natural warriors align more with mages, archers, or mentalists in the realm of long-range combat. Yet, I am an anomaly. Although my awakening was a natural talent, I possess the ability to instantaneously amplify my explosive power, along with formidable melee capabilities. Many natural-type warriors excel in ranged damage, but falter in close combat. However, with your unique talent, my disciple, such shortcomings will not hinder your future. Understanding Li Suifeng's situation, Su Yan's expression radiated excitement. This disciple of his was destined to become an extraordinary figure. "My disciple, you have signed an A-level reward contract, correct? Thus, you are now entitled to learn 2 martial arts free of charge. My recommendation would be to first study the Celestial Vitality technique to embark on the path of cultivation, followed by a combat-oriented sword technique. The Raging Prison Blade technique, Bloodthirsty Blade technique, and Heavenly Pivot Blade technique would all suit you well," Su Yan advised. Li Suifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, are you suggesting that I go to the library to study martial arts? Shouldn't you directly impart your teachings to me?" Su Yan grinned. "Rest assured, I shall indeed impart my teachings, but not at this moment. First, utilize this opportunity for free learning, and once this training session concludes, I shall instruct you further." Li Suifeng felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from questioning further, nodding. "Very well, Master, I shall head to the library now." "Good lad." Su Yan patted Li Suifeng's shoulder, offered a few more instructions, and then departed. "Congratulations, brotherly. Congratulations. On your very first day at school, you already have a mentor? You've taken off like a rocket. Brotherly, you shall henceforth be our esteemed elder brother." Once Su Yan left, Yu and his companions crowded around, lavishing praise. Li Guangyao observed this scene with a pang of bitterness in his heart. After years of studying at the Wuji Academy, he had never caught the eye of a mentor, ultimately resigned to remain as a counselor. Meanwhile, Li Suifeng had just enrolled and was taken under Su Yan's wing. His future could not merely be described as promising. It was radiant and resplendent. To claim he was not envious would be disingenuous. "Teacher Li, please take me to the library." Ignoring the flattery from the younger students, Li Suifeng approached Li Guangyao. Li Guangyao forced a smile. "Li, please follow me." 10 minutes later, a bustling group entered the library, comprising Li Suifeng and his entourage. Yu and others, having just enrolled and also possessing free learning opportunities, followed suit upon hearing of Li Suifeng's visit. "Fellow students, this library consists of 3 floors. The first floor houses spiritual level martial arts. The second floor features earthly level martial arts, and the third floor showcases heavenly level martial arts. As newcomers, you are only qualified to study spiritual level martial arts and may only access the first floor. Over there is the physical arts area, and there is the cultivation techniques area. While that section is dedicated to spirit refining techniques." Li Guangyao provided a brief introduction, and the others nodded in understanding. Since their awakened talents varied, they dispersed to seek out the martial arts that piqued their individual interests. Li Guangyao accompanied Li Suifeng, aiming to foster goodwill. Li Suifeng remarked, "Teacher Li, thank you for guiding me. I can manage from here. You may return to your duties." Li Guangyao, not wishing to overstay his welcome, exited the library. Li Suifeng watched him leave and entered the martial arts section of the library. 10 minutes later, before a bookshelf, Li Suifeng shook his head repeatedly. Based on the descriptions, none of these spiritual level cultivation techniques could compare to the 8 desolate boundless technique. For my current pursuits, the 8 desolate boundless technique suffices. Perhaps I can use these 2 learning opportunities for sword techniques and spirit refining techniques? Li Suifeng moved to the sword technique section, perusing the shelves until he found the several sword techniques Su Yan had recommended. Each sword technique had its unique merits, some emphasizing sheer force, others focusing on fluidity, all aligning seamlessly with Li Suifeng's combat style. Su Yan's recommendations were evidently well considered. This one shall do. Li Suifeng swiftly made his decision, selecting the Raging Prison Blade technique. This blade technique, classified as a superior spiritual level technique, consists of 6 stages. If mastered to the final realm, it could conjure the manifestation of a hellish descent, significantly amplifying the blade's power and instilling fear in enemies through its imposing aura. Committing the book's number for the Raging Prison Blade technique to memory, Li Suifeng proceeded to the spirit refining techniques area. As the name implies, spirit refining techniques focus on cultivating the spirit, with significant variation in type and emphasis. After careful consideration, Li Suifeng chose a superior spiritual level technique titled Skyward Mountain Spirit Refining Technique, memorizing its book number before heading to the library's exit. He submitted his student ID to the staff member. After a brief inspection, the staff member stated, "This student, you possess 2 opportunities for free learning of spiritual level techniques. After utilizing this opportunity, any future studies will necessitate credits equivalent to the books." Understood. Li Suifeng nodded, stealing a glance at the computer, only to discover that both the sword technique and spirit refining technique required 5 credits for study. Without the free learning opportunity, he would have to expend all his credits just to study one. The contents of the techniques will be sent to your online mailbox in written form. You must memorize them within 3 months, after which the mailbox records will be automatically destroyed. The staff member added, returning the student ID. Subsequently, Li Suifeng awaited at the library entrance for half an hour until all his companions gathered. It is rumored that even the most prestigious universities possess only 100 or so spiritual level techniques, yet this vast library contains an astonishing number of such techniques, surely exceeding 10,000. This is the profound heritage of the 8 great academies. No wonder everyone is eager to gain admission. On the way back to the dormitory, the group buzzed with excitement, discussing their respective choices. Upon returning to the dormitory building, the previously animated group immediately retreated to their rooms to enter seclusion. Despite their ostentatious behavior, those who gained admission to Wuji Academy are indeed the cream of the crop. Not only do they possess innate talent, but they are also exceedingly diligent in their studies. It seems they all aspire to master new techniques swiftly in preparation for tomorrow's training session. A veritable assembly of overachievers. Li Suifeng sighed, casually nibbling on some nuts and hastily preparing bread for dinner. He took out his phone and began to immerse himself in the pages of the Frenzied Blade technique. After half an hour of meticulous study, the contents of the book were thoroughly absorbed. Thanks to his commendable insight, Li Suifeng was suddenly seized by a fervent desire to practice the sword technique. After all, I possess an external aid. Mastering a technique is trivial. I can simply allocate points. He restrained his impulse and refrained from rising to practice the sword, instead choosing to peruse the Heavenly Mountain's Divine Refinement Method. As time passed, he completed his reading of the Divine Refinement Method and decisively opened his status panel. Li Suifeng. Realm, Awakening Level 1. Physique, 53. Mentality, 27. Talent, Sunlight Radiance, S-Class. Crocodile Skin, A-Class. Techniques, Boundless Chaos Technique, First Level, Heavenly Mountain's Divine Refinement Method. Martial Arts, Frenzied Blade Technique, Heavenly Light Fist, Perfected. Iron Post Technique, Proficient, can be deduced. Talent points, 7,010. Due to the slaughter aboard the aircraft, his talent points had unknowingly accumulated to 7,000, granting him the eligibility to enhance his Crocodile Skin and Boundless Chaos Technique. Now, the Frenzied Blade Technique and Heavenly Mountain's Divine Refinement Method also appeared on his panel. Li Suifeng couldn't help but feel a headache. There was simply too much to upgrade, and 7,000 talent points were insufficient. He suppressed his urge to utilize the talent points, intending first to elevate the Sunlight Radiance to SS class. This talent was crucial for his survival. Theoretically, the higher the grade, the greater the enhancement to his combat effectiveness. However, with his current 7,000 talent points, the upgrade prompt for Sunlight Radiance had yet to appear. It seemed that upgrading this talent might require over 10,000, or even 20 or 30,000 talent points. He had heard that within the Boundless Academy, there was a teleportation array leading to secret realms teeming with exotic beasts. After this training session, he must venture to these realms to amass experience. Having mapped out his future, Li Suifeng's gaze fell upon the Frenzied Blade Technique. Once in university, Relying solely on fist techniques would be inadequate. He must first enhance his sword skills to diversify his offensive strategies. System: enhance the Frenzied Blade technique. Consuming 500 talent points. The Frenzied Blade technique is upgraded to entry level, Physique 1. Only 500 points were consumed. Acceptable, though the increase in physique was rather minimal. Indeed, after becoming a martial artist, the only way to rapidly enhance physique was by prioritizing the improvement of cultivation methods. After a moment of contemplation, Li Suifeng decided, let us try to upgrade it one more level. Consuming 1,000 talent points, the Frenzied Blade technique is upgraded to Proficient Small Accomplishment, Physique 1. A surge of memories regarding the Frenzied Blade technique flooded his mind. Although Li Suifeng had done nothing, he gained a profound mastery of this sword technique. This sense of certainty filled him with confidence, leading him to believe that confronting the likes of the Azure Falcon would pose no challenge. A single strike could undoubtedly slay one. Had he already spent 1,500 talent points? Then he might as well expend them all. Spending talent points was akin to spending money. One could practice frugality when not spending, but once one experienced the joy of expenditure, it became utterly irresistible. System: enhance the Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method. Consuming 1,000 talent points, the Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method is upgraded to first level, Personal Mentality 10. The system's text flashed. A torrent of formidable mental energy surged through his mind, sharpening Li Suifeng's senses and quickening his thoughts. Thankfully, the first level only required 1,000 points. Had it been like the Boundless Chaos technique, where each level demanded 3,000, he would have been overwhelmed. System: upgrade the Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method one more level. The remaining talent points will be used to enhance the Frenzied Blade technique. Li Suifeng silently chanted in his heart, and as the system's text continued to scroll, his personal panel underwent a significant transformation. Chapter 57, Training begins. A single stroke decapitates. Li Suifeng. Realm: Awakening Level 1. Physique: 56. Mentality: 52. Talent: Sunlight Radiance, S-Class. Crocodile Skin, A-Class. Techniques: Boundless Chaos Technique, First Level. Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method, Second Level. Martial Arts: Frenzied Blade Technique, Proficient. Heavenly Light Fist, Perfected. Iron Post Technique, Proficient, can be deduced. Talent points: 1,010. After an extravagant spree of spending, only 1,000 talent points remained, and his personal panel had undergone noticeable changes, the most prominent being the increase in mental power. With the Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method upgraded to the second level, his mental power surged to 52 points, leaving only a 4-point disparity with his physique. He was progressing further along a path of balanced development. Li Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. As Suyin had stated, the paths pursued by nature-type and superhuman-type talent martial artists differed, each possessing their unique strengths and weaknesses. However, henceforth, Li Suifeng would not face this issue. Firstly, his physique and mentality were evolving in harmony, thus avoiding significant discrepancies. Secondly, the number of talents he possessed was not fixed. In the future, by slaying a powerful demon beast, he might acquire a third, fourth, or even more talents. With an abundance of talents, what shortcomings could he possibly have? The Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method had reached the second level, but his mental value had yet to surpass his physical value, indicating that the Boundless Chaos technique was exceptionally potent, with its enhancements to physique far exceeding those of spiritual grade techniques. The more formidable the cultivation method, the greater the benefits bestowed upon the martial artist. The Boundless Chaos technique, as a ground grade technique, was of a higher echelon than the spiritual grade Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method. Even at the first level, the enhancement to physique was remarkably exaggerated, even surpassing the second level of the Heavenly Mountain S Divine Refinement Method. For me, bridging the gap between mentality and physique was not a daunting task. I merely needed to learn a few more divine refinement methods, provided my academic credits were sufficient. Li Suifeng's eyes gleamed as he gazed at his wristband. The display indicated a vitality of 10,858. Below, 2 lines of text read, Second Level Martial Artist Vitality Requirement, 140. Estimated time to achieve, 3 months. This super wristband is quite advanced, capable of estimating the time required for my breakthrough. However, this estimation is not entirely accurate, as I possess an external aid. Li Suifeng smiled slightly and summoned the Demon Slayer blade to his hand. With a whoosh, the memories of the proficient stage of the Frenzied Blade technique surged into his mind. Li Suifeng swung his arm, executing a strike through the air. Whoosh! The gust generated by the blade traversed over 10 meters, striking the wall. With a rustling sound, dust fell, leaving a faint scratch on the wall. If merely the blade aura could leave a mark on the wall, then surely the blade itself could cleave flesh and blood in twain. Is this the terrifying power of the proficient level Frenzied Blade technique? Truly formidable. Li Suifeng grinned broadly. The following morning at the entrance of the 3rd physical training hall, all the new students congregated here. Unlike the single physical training hall of various high schools, the Boundless Academy boasted a wealth of resources. With a total of 9 training halls of varying sizes, Each training hall featured distinct facilities and functions. Within the third physical training hall, it was rumored that there existed a teleportation array leading to the third secret realm trial site under the Academy's control. In one corner of the crowd, Yu stretched his neck, glancing around in astonishment. Are there really over 1,000 people here? Has the Boundless Academy recruited so many new students this year? Li Suifeng was equally taken aback. Alongside him, there were only 23 students from Xiangnan province. Yet, the surrounding students numbered in the thousands. Quite the exaggeration. The cataclysm foretold by General Tianming may strike at any moment. In anticipation of better coping strategies, our institution has relaxed its enrollment criteria, resulting in a larger cohort of students than ever before. Nearby, Counselor Li Guangyao elucidated, among the 36 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom, the new students from Xiangnan province are the fewest, with nearly 30 newcomers hailing from other provinces. The crowd appeared enlightened, and Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how many have received the S-grade admission reward this time? Li Guangyao scratched his nose, admitting, I'm unaware of the exact number. But I have heard it is indeed greater than in previous years. Those who secure the S-grade reward generally possess SS-grade talent. A glimmer of combat spirit ignited in Li Suifeng's eyes. SS-grade talent, you say? I wonder how formidable these students truly are, and whether they can withstand a single strike from me. Students, please proceed into the hall, came a voice as the doors of the physical training facility swung open. After bidding farewell to their counselor, Li Suifeng and his peers followed the throng into the hall. Inside the spacious facility, all equipment had been removed, leaving only a high platform. A group of school leaders stood atop the platform, scrutinizing the new students below. This year, there are 24 students with SS-grade talent, double the previous count. Though a disaster looms, it seems our Wuji Academy's fortune is rather favorable, mused Vice Principal Hua Rongji with a smile. Her silver hair and wrinkled visage, combined with a gentle demeanor, exuded the quintessential image of a kind-hearted elder. The director of the third physical training hall, standing nearby, addressed his colleagues. Esteemed colleagues, given the larger number of new students this year, your choices for disciples are also more varied. Do remember not to select solely based on talent. Consider whether your abilities align with the student's gifts. The distinguished figures surrounding him were all professors and mentors from various departments of the academy. They had come not only to oversee the training, but also to scout suitable students for mentorship. Vice Principal, that scoundrel Su Yin has disregarded the rules you established and preemptively accepted a disciple, complained the scruffy Zhao Wangsun as he approached the elder. Due to the abundance of talent this year, Hua Rongji had orchestrated this training session to expedite the development of these gifted individuals while providing them an opportunity to showcase their abilities, facilitating the professor's selection of disciples post-training. However, Zhao Wangsun and his peers had audaciously begun to recruit disciples before the session even commenced. Isn't that rather rash? What transpired? Hua Rongji inquired, turning her gaze towards Su Yan. The latter grinned and replied, Principal Hua, it was Zhao Wangsun who initiated the recruiting spree yesterday. Unable to compete with me, he resorted to maliciously reporting me. If you wish to penalize me, feel free, but you must not spare Zhao Wangsun, for he too has taken on a disciple. Hua Rongji appeared increasingly perplexed. It was Su Yunji who recounted the events in full detail. Are you telling me that a child with only S-grade talent has incited such contention among you? What is this extraordinary allure he possesses? Upon hearing this, Hua Rongji found herself intrigued by Li Suifeng. Principal, once the training commences, you will witness my disciple's remarkable prowess. Su Yan boasted confidently. Zhao Wangsun, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, I concede that Li Suifeng is impressive, but my newly acquired disciple, Ma Zhonghao, is equally exceptional. He will undoubtedly triumph over Li Suifeng in training. Su Yan couldn't suppress a hearty laugh. Zhao Wangsun, incensed, muttered under his breath. Enough, you lot. Let us not keep the students waiting any longer, the hall director called out, then turned to Hua Rongji. She nodded and smiled, addressing the students. Dear students, I am Vice Principal Hua Rongji, and I will oversee this training session. After a brief introductory speech, Hua Rongji cut to the heart of the matter. The content of this training is quite straightforward. Once we begin, you will be transported to the third trial site. This site resembles the trial realm you encountered during your college entrance examination, albeit devoid of any magical beasts. The students exchanged puzzled glances. The practical assessment of the entrance examination involved slaying magical beasts within the realm. But with no beasts in the third trial site, what were they expected to do? One astute student exclaimed, Principal, are you suggesting we engage in combat with one another? Hua Rongji smiled and nodded. Precisely. The objective of this training is for you to engage in combat with each other within the realm, honing your combat skills and forging your martial will. Gasps and exclamations filled the air, as this revelation clearly took the students by surprise. Even Li Suifeng in the crowd furrowed his brow. No magical beasts to slay? What is the meaning of this? He had speculated that this training would involve combating magical creatures. It now seemed the targets for his strikes would be his fellow students. The trial site is enveloped by a massive barrier that initially encompasses the entire area. Periodically, the barrier will shrink, and you must ensure you remain within it. Should you inadvertently exit the barrier, the resulting pressure could render you unconscious or even pose a life-threatening risk. Ultimately, the last 10 students standing as the barrier reaches its minimum will be deemed the victors of this training session and rewarded with varying academic credits. Hua Rongji continued to smile as she elaborated. Your combat records will be monitored in real time, and the final rankings will be determined based on the number of opponents you eliminate. The top student will receive 100 credits. The second will earn 50 credits. The third will garner 30 credits. Those ranked 4th to 6th will receive 20 credits, and those ranked 7th to 10th will be awarded 10 credits. As for those beyond the 10th rank, no credits will be granted. As Hua Rongji disclosed the regulations, excitement erupted among the students. Many revealed expressions of eagerness and greed. Since their enrollment, they had understood the immense value of each credit. To secure the first place in training and receive 100 credits, if achieved, they would be free from worry for the entire semester. This is intriguing, Li Suifeng murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Although this training will not yield magical beasts to slay for talent points, the prospect of earning 100 credits is still quite appealing. Principal, will we be allowed to bring weapons for this training? A student called out amid the commotion. Hua Rongji replied with a smile. All who enter the trial site may wield one weapon. Additionally, the site harbors various rewards, including temporary gear that enhances defense, speed, and attack, as well as medicinal elixirs that can boost vitality and mental strength. These rewards are limited in quantity, so you must rely on your experience and luck to find them. Furthermore, you may freely engage in combat. I possess the means to revive you, so do not fear for your safety. With her reassurances, the students grew even more exhilarated. Even if they ultimately do not achieve high rankings, acquiring a few elixirs for vitality or mental strength within the trial site is still a worthwhile endeavor. Isn't this akin to a battle royale? Li Suifeng whispered to himself. As a former champion of survival games, he was well acquainted with the rules of this training. Though the trial site may be vast, as the area shrinks, students will converge into a confined space, inevitably clashing over rankings and rewards. While the combat may be brutal, it will undoubtedly enhance the students' battle experience and temper their martial resolve. This, indeed, is the true purpose of the academy. All right, everyone, the training is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves, Hua Rongji announced, her voice resonating as the session was set to begin. Beneath the feet of the gathered crowd, a colossal teleportation array materialized. Blinding white light flickered incessantly, and one by one, students, including Li Suifeng, vanished from their locations. The world around them became vast and desolate, adorned with lush green grass. Upon opening his eyes, Li Suifeng discovered he had arrived in an expansive, primordial space, strikingly similar to the trial realm of the college entrance examination. Wow. Equipment right from the start? This is incredible. Before he could survey his surroundings, a gasp broke the silence. Following the sound, Li Suifeng turned to see a glowing orb hovering above a patch of grass nearby. Within the orb lay a folded piece of black fabric, clearly an item from the realm. A student eagerly snatched the fabric and unfolded it, revealing a black cloak. He donned the cloak with haste, and to his astonishment, he began to dash forward, exclaiming in exhilaration, "Wow, this cloak actually increases my speed? How extraordinary!" In the midst of his fervent sprint, the student noticed a young boy standing on the grass. Apart from being slightly taller, more handsome, and possessing an ethereal aura, the boy seemed unremarkable, instantly becoming a target in the student's eyes. Just as I acquire gear, I stumble upon a prime target? It's your misfortune to be the first to be eliminated by me, Lu Daji. With a flash of light, the glowing cloak propelled Lu Daji forward. Bringing him face to face with the boy, he brandished a dagger, intent on ending the boy's life. Little did he expect that the seemingly dazed boy would suddenly produce a 1-meter-long black blade from thin air. Clang! The blade remained sheathed, yet it emitted a sound akin to metal scraping against metal through the air. A sharp pain shot through Lu Daji's neck, and he was engulfed by a whirl of disorientation. When he regained his senses, he beheld his own headless body, clad in the glowing cloak, standing still with the dagger raised. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain. Is that my body? Where's my head? Before Lu Daji could process this thought, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, Li Suifeng, wielding the demon hunter blade, gazed at Lu Daji's rolling head on the ground. His expression devoid of emotion. Was this kid really so weak? Did I just take him out with one strike? No, wait. I think I've just committed murder? Suddenly alarmed, Li Suifeng's face betrayed his shock. In the next instant, 2 beams of light descended from an unknown source, enveloping Lu Daji's body and head. Almost immediately, Lu Daji's head soared through the air, reattaching itself to his neck, the flesh knitting together until he was completely restored. The glowing aura encased Lu Daji's body, though he did not awaken, yet he seemed to exhibit signs of life once more. Do not worry, he will not perish. A voice echoed in Li Suifeng's ears. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Was it the vice principal who revived this unfortunate student? To possess the ability to bring someone back from the dead, could this be the vice principal's innate talent? How astonishing. Chapter 58, A Gathering of Talents. The wild blood spirit pill. The vice principal's capacity to resurrect must surely be of at least SSS rank, right? Is this the true power of the authority within the Wuji Academy? I wonder if I, in the future, will also command such talents? The voice of Hua Rongji had long faded, yet Li Suifeng's thoughts drifted far and wide, contemplating the future. Ding dong. The wristband emitted a sound, prompting Li Suifeng to glance down. The display had revealed a new interface for training results. Student, Li Suifeng. Number of eliminations, 1. Overall ranking, 1 so. The super wristband connects to the campus network, allowing it to display training results. A realization dawned upon Li Suifeng. His current first place ranking was undoubtedly due to being among the initial entrants into the trial realm, while most students were preoccupied with collecting equipment, neglecting the act of elimination. He must have been the first to score a kill in the entire trial realm. The significance of being in the top 10 seemed trivial. If he was to compete, he would strive for nothing less than the best. In this training session, I must claim first place. With renewed determination, Li Suifeng gazed toward the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, a vibrant blue barrier loomed overhead, resembling an inverted bowl, encompassing the entire realm. At that moment, the immense barrier appeared to be shrinking at a visibly rapid pace. Is the circle beginning to close? How splendid. I won't have to search far and wide for opponents to eliminate. A smile crept onto Li Suifeng's face as he scanned his surroundings, unexpectedly realizing he stood at the center of the shrinking circle. Soon, adversaries would likely converge around him, and he would be able to indulge in the thrill of battle. At the edge of the trial realm, Yu Shanshan, clad in a pink tracksuit and sporting a single ponytail, was sprinting frantically. Behind her, a dark-skinned, stocky boy with a grim demeanor pursued her relentlessly. Yu Shanshan, how can you, the sole S-rank reward recipient from Xiangnan province, lack the courage to face me in battle? The pursuing boy, Feng Shirlei, was the top scorer from Linen province in this year's college entrance examination. Known for his fierce nature and love for combat, he had disregarded offers from the 3 premier academies and resolutely joined Wuji Academy, eager to indulge in a culture that revered martial prowess. Consequently, he had conducted thorough research on various new students the previous day, familiarizing himself with their strengths and weaknesses. Yu Shanshan, as the only S-rank reward recipient from Xiangnan province, was among the challengers he sought. Feng Shirlei, please stop chasing me. I don't want to fight. Yu Shanshan bit her lip as she ran, tears welling in her eyes. Women are indeed women. Despite possessing formidable dual talents, she lacked the courage to confront me. Useless. Feng Shirlei, unable to catch up to Yu Shanshan, halted in frustration. Glancing at his wristband, he noticed that the current top ranker was Li Suifeng, causing him to furrow his brow. Who is this Li Suifeng? I don't recall him. His previous investigations had primarily focused on S-rank candidates, leaving him less informed about those beneath that threshold. To achieve the first kill in the trial realm, Li Suifeng must possess some degree of strength. He hoped to encounter him soon. As Feng Shirlei pondered this, he made his way toward the center of the circle. In the northwest of the trial realm, a towering youth, 2 meters tall and as broad as a wall, clad in a black cloak, wandered aimlessly while wielding a long spear. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed as 4 students emerged from all directions, surrounding the imposing figure with malicious intent. Among them, a bespectacled student sneered, "Neodali. How unfortunate for the top scorer from the eastern province to encounter us 4 right at the entrance of the trial realm." In the quest for survival in the training session, some frantically sought equipment from the outset, while others hid in the shadows, merely aiming to survive until the end. Some, like Neodali, chose to challenge others single-handedly, while others banded together to enhance their chances of survival. The 4 roadblocks had evidently formed an impromptu team. Faced with the encirclement, Neodali's expression remained steely, devoid of any sign of fear. Clearly, Neodali is too frightened to speak. Brothers, don't hold back, eliminate him. The bespectacled student commanded, ready to unleash his talent. Suddenly, Neodali's wrist flicked, and the spear danced in his grip, creating a whirlwind of spear shadows that enveloped the surrounding students. Blood sprayed everywhere, accompanied by the sounds of their anguished cries. When the spear's shadows dissipated, the 4 assailants lay lifeless on the ground, riddled with gaping wounds. The lead student's eye socket had been punctured, leaving a gruesome sight, while his black-framed glasses lay shattered nearby. A cascade of ethereal light descended from the heavens, enveloping 4 students and staunching their wounds. Fierce beasts tread alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds. How cold and ruthless, remarked the formidable Neodali, as he continued his solitary path, weapon in hand. In the southern expanse of the trial grounds, 2 students navigated cautiously. Lao Huang, do you think we will find Brotherly? It's hard to say. This trial ground is vast, and Brotherly could be anywhere. If fortune favors us, perhaps we can endure long enough to locate him. But if luck is not on our side, we might be eliminated along the way. After all, we are the prodigies of Xiangnan province. Surely we won't be easily dispatched when we join forces? Who knows? Let's hope we find Brotherly soon, as long as we can cling to his coattails. A place in the top 10 is assured. As they conversed, the space ahead suddenly warped. In an instant, a colossal fireball, comparable in size to a mountain, plummeted from the sky, the immense pressure immobilizing the two students. They stood dumbfounded until the fireball struck, plunging them into excruciating pain and rendering their consciousness blank. Not long afterward, beside the unconscious students appeared a slender youth with pale skin and an elongated face, exuding an androgynous aura. He, under my illusions, Wei Yunhuan. No matter how gifted you are, you cannot withstand for even 10 seconds. The effeminate boy gazed at the students sprawled on the ground, glanced at his wristband, and confirmed he had secured 2 elimination points, revealing a sinister grin. Curious thoughts arose from the students' earlier conversation. Who, precisely, was this brotherly? Could he possibly withstand my illusions? I hope to encounter this brotherly soon. Time slipped away quietly, and an hour passed. The poisonous circle encompassing the trial grounds had shrunk by half. In the central zone of the poison circle, clad in a shimmering cloak, Li Suifeng sprinted at a pace that felt 30% faster than usual. He was pleased yet disappointed. Alas, the equipment within the trial grounds was merely temporary. How wonderful it would be to bring it out with him. Lost in thought, a glimmer of light suddenly caught his eye on the grass ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a cyan pill, no larger than a fingernail, floating above the ground and exuding an enticing aroma. I can't believe that even after an hour of training, I've stumbled upon a wild chi blood spirit pill. Is my luck truly this extraordinary? Instinctively, Li Suifeng approached, bending down to retrieve the pill. Suddenly, a patch of grass nearby rose up, transforming into a figure clad in camouflage, wielding a trident dagger that glimmered menacingly, plunging it into Li Suifeng's back. Chapter 59. Shark Li Suifeng, facing 3 opponents. Haha, brothers, we've successfully caught another fish. At the moment the dagger was aimed at Li Suifeng, mocking laughter echoed. Clang. A crisp sound rang out, abruptly halting the laughter. The camouflage-clad youth stood in shock, staring blankly at the trident dagger in his hand. What is happening? This strike did not pierce my praise back. Surely this is not a dream. The sting in his back elicited a furious expression from Li Suifeng. He turned to face the astonished youth, and the situation became clear. Dare to fish for me, you wretch, Li Suifeng roared, launching a punch toward the youth's chest. Zhuang Tianxiang, you need to run. Not far away, a boy clad in military green called out, quickly crossing his hands. Vines surged before Li Suifeng, forming a wooden wall to block his powerful punch. Crack. Even so, the frenzied fist shattered the wooden barrier, landing squarely on Zhuang Tianxiang's chest. Puffed. Blood spewed from Zhuang Tianxiang's mouth as he fell backward, dropping his trident dagger to the ground. You. His eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily crawled backward. Fear etched across his face. The lethal strike had failed to eliminate his target, and now the prey had retaliated, injuring him in the process. What kind of monster was this? How could he be so ferocious? As Zhuang Tianxiang stood in shock, Li Suifeng cursed furiously and summoned his hunting blade, charging forward. Zhuang Tianxiang, why are you still dawdling? Run. The call from his companion jolted Zhuang Tianxiang awake, and he scrambled to escape the scene. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the student who had summoned the wooden wall struck again, as vines and branches erupted from the ground, ensnaring Li Suifeng's feet like ropes. Swish. From another angle, a student sporting a watermelon-shaped haircut crossed his arms, manipulating a torrent of wind elements into sharp white arrows, shooting towards Li Suifeng's upper body. Suddenly tripped. An ordinary person would surely fall. However, due to Li Suifeng's training in the iron post technique, his stability was exceptional, allowing him to maintain his balance despite the entangling vines. Clang, clang, clang. The wind arrows striking his body felt like 1,000 needles piercing his skin. Fortunately, the formidable defense of the crocodile skin ensured that Li Suifeng's flesh remained resilient, preventing penetration. Otherwise, he might have sustained injuries from just a brief encounter. That was a close call. Taking advantage of the cover provided by his 2 companions, Zhuang Tianxiang had already retreated 20 meters away. He wiped the blood from his mouth, still shaken as he glared at Li Suifeng. This guy is so abnormal. Could he be Niodali or Feng Shirlei? No. Niodali is said to be 2 meters tall and wields a spear. Feng Shirlei is dark as coal, ugly and short. This fellow is tall, handsome, and dashing, which contradicts Feng Shirlei's description. Who could he possibly be? Zhuang Tianxiang felt utterly perplexed, yet he was determined not to let Li Suifeng off the hook. He and his 2 companions had already eliminated 4 students using this chi blood spirit pill as bait. Though the assassination had failed, Li Suifeng was clearly at a disadvantage, being hindered by his 2 companions. With a little effort, capturing him should pose no challenge. How formidable can you be? Can you truly take on 3 opponents? Zhuang Tianxiang mused, as his entire right arm suddenly turned crimson, resembling a searing iron, emanating thick smoke. An A-class superhuman talent, the iron body. By channeling chi and blood, he could undergo a transformation, akin to iron subjected to the scorching embrace of molten lava. Zhuang Tianxiang rushed back to Li Suifeng. His molten iron arm raised to strike at Li Suifeng's throat. Great sun radiance. 8 desolations, infinite skill. Although Li Suifeng was momentarily hindered by the wind, arrows, and vines, he maintained his focus, wary of Zhuang Tianxiang. This individual dared to attack him, undoubtedly the leader of the trio, with the strongest abilities. Thus, Li Suifeng was prepared the moment Zhuang Tianxiang made his move. As both his S-class talent and Earth-grade technique activated simultaneously, a fiery golden radiance enveloped Li Suifeng. Within it swirled a torrent of intense qi and blood. Crack! The vines binding Li Suifeng's ankles snapped like twigs. The wind arrows raining down upon him disintegrated entirely. In that instant, Li Suifeng swung his blade horizontally against the molten iron arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the formidable force behind the blade sent Zhuang Tianxiang staggering backward. Struggling to regain his footing, his innate abilities forcibly repressed. Zhuang Tianxiang found himself gripped by terror as he realized that his right arm had taken on a toxic hue, turning a ghastly shade of purple, suffused with a numbing sensation. He could scarcely feel its presence. What kind of dreadful might had that strike contained? Once more, he lifted his gaze, fearfully directing it towards Li Suifeng. How could it be that I failed to sever his arm? This fellow's talent is rather intriguing. Li Suifeng narrowed his eyes, advancing slowly towards Zhuang Tianxiang. Meanwhile, his two companions stood in stunned silence, unable to act in the face of Li Suifeng's audacity. It felt as though we had ensnared a shark. Soon, the boy with the bowl cut shouted, "Brother, if we offer you the blood essence pill, can we coexist peacefully?" "Certainly, we can coexist peacefully, but that must wait until the training concludes." Li Suifeng flashed a menacing smile, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuang Tianxiang. "As for the present, all three of you must perish beneath my blade. I merely wish to survive to the end and claim victory. Why must I encounter such a monstrosity halfway through my journey?" The boy with the watermelon hair transformed his bitter expression into one of resolve. If there is no room for negotiation, then there is no need for restraint. With that, he swiftly crossed his hands. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted in the atmosphere. Visible wind elements rapidly coalesced beside Li Suifeng, forming a colossal tornado with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 15 meters. Whoosh! The tornado surged towards Li Suifeng, its outer layer bristling with razor-sharp wind blades, reducing all nearby flora to mere dust. S-rank talent, Master of Storms. Kill! The boy who had initially summoned vines also bellowed, slamming his hands onto the ground. With a crash, a plant beside Li Suifeng transformed instantaneously into a towering tree, as if brought to life. Its trunk sprouted over a dozen thick branches, as massive as pythons, that swept towards Li Suifeng with lethal intent. Zhuang Tianxiang, who had initially contemplated retreat, felt his resolve strengthen upon witnessing his companions unleash their full power. Gritting his teeth, he activated his innate ability once more. Gush! His flesh and blood hardened to a crimson hue, releasing thick plumes of smoke. In an instant, Zhuang Tianxiang morphed into a monstrous being, reminiscent of molten iron forged in flames. With a whoosh, he stomped the ground, creating a half-foot crater, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, shrouded in smoke and fire. He descended upon Li Suifeng, his still capable left arm thrust forward like a spear aimed at Li Suifeng's face. At that very moment, the storm and ancient tree descended from different directions, encircling Li Suifeng, seemingly leaving him with no escape. Chapter 60. Counterattack against the assailants. An unexpected encounter with healer Yu Shanshan. Time rewound. Above the gymnasium number 3, a massive luminous screen floated. Through its display, the school leaders surveyed the myriad of talents unfolding below, observing the situation with a godlike perspective. Though their primary focus lingered on prodigies such as Feng Shilei, Niu Dali, and Wei Yunhuan, those who had secured S-rank admission rewards, they could not help but take note of Li Suifeng, who had drawn their attention due to his early apprenticeship under Su Yan, as they witnessed Li Suifeng falling into the trap laid by the 3 students. A professor turned to Su Yan, remarking, "Old Su, it appears your disciple is in peril." Since that unfortunate incident, Su Jiugui had been plagued by misfortune, and now that Li Suifeng was under his wing, it was only natural he would inherit such ill fate. If he were to meet a grim end, it would be due to this young man's poor judgment in choosing his mentor. Zhao Wangsun interjected sharply. Unable to shake off the humiliation of losing a disciple the previous day, Su Yan's expression darkened. Just an hour had passed, and his disciple was already ensnared by the cunning of 3 students. It was indeed unfortunate. While Li Suifeng had the prowess to slay the Azure Falcon and defeat the second-year student, Hu Huntao, the 3 ambushers were no ordinary adversaries. They were each top scorers from their respective cities, possessing formidable innate abilities. Could Li Suifeng survive their ambush? The challenge was formidable. "Vice Principal, my disciple may be injured. Please keep a close watch," Su Yan implored, lacking confidence in Li Suifeng's chances and seeking assistance from Hua Rongji. Hua Rongji replied with a reassuring smile, "Fear not. Should he face any life-threatening danger, I will be the first to render aid." As they conversed, the student named Zhuang Tianxiang launched his assault, driving a triangular military knife into Li Suifeng's back. To everyone's astonishment, Li Suifeng did not succumb instantly. It was as if his back were clad in steel, absorbing the thrust of the blade. What in the world? How is this child's defense so resilient? Does he possess a defensive talent, or has he trained in body techniques? The sight left many school leaders agape. Even Hua Rongji wore an expression of surprise. In the next moment, the scene on the luminous screen shifted once more. Li Suifeng, enduring the harassment from 2 students, forced Zhuang Tianqiang back with his blade, gaining the upper hand against 3 adversaries. Wow, this lad truly possesses some skill. No wonder old Su took him under his wing early, a professor exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. To navigate such an ambush and turn the tide in his favor was already an impressive feat. To dominate 3 opponents further showcased his exceptional prowess. Regardless of whether Li Suifeng could survive this ordeal, his current performance was already on par with top-tier talents like Feng Shilei, Wei Yunhuan, and Yo Dali. How infuriating. This young man exceeds my expectations. Not having taken him as my disciple is indeed a grievous loss. Zhao Wangsun seethed with jealousy. His expression contorted as he beheld Su Yan, who was scratching his bald head, wearing a smug, proud smile. Just then, the 3 assailants steadied their rhythm, unleashing their innate abilities in full force against Li Suifeng. Zhao Wangsun felt somewhat relieved, muttering, this lad indeed possesses talent comparable to Feng Shilei and others. Alas, his luck is too poor, and he is destined to be eliminated. Su Yan sighed inwardly. As Zhao Wangsun had said, his disciple's performance thus far had been commendable. Regrettably, his opponents were equally formidable. It was likely his disciple would face elimination. In the trial ground, faced with the relentless assault of the 3 students' innate abilities, Li Suifeng found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Yet, in this critical moment, he exhibited no panic. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, swiftly assessing the situation and formulating a strategy. Clang! As Zhuang Tianqiang's molten iron-like arm lunged at him, Li Suifeng swung his blade horizontally, striking precisely at Zhuang Tianqiang's wrist. The force of the blade sent Zhuang Tianqiang spinning backward like a top. Crash! Crash! Simultaneously, the gusts of wind from the colossal storm and the serpentine branches of the tree rained down upon Li Suifeng. His athletic attire shredded, exposing his skin, which bore the marks of lashes and wounds. In mere moments, dozens of ghastly gashes marred his body. While the defense offered by the crocodile leather was commendable, it was simply insufficient to withstand the S-rank talents of 2 students. It hurt like hell. In a state riddled with injuries, a typical person would have lost consciousness. Yet, Li Suifeng still had the strength to roar, enduring the pain as he wielded his blade once more. This time, the golden radiance of his innate ability fused with the vigor of his martial arts, culminating in a massive surge of blade energy under the technique of the quaking prison fury blade. The blade energy, unerringly, sliced through the midsection of the towering tree. Amidst the crackling sound, the towering tree shattered in 2, splintered wood flying through the air, while the blade's aura lingered, piercing into the tempest that raged around. Boom! Following a violent explosion, the tumultuous winds surged wildly, sending Zhuang Tianqi hurtling far away. 2 students, standing at a distance, were also forced back by the fierce gusts. Their innate talents shattered, their energy rapidly depleting, their heads pounding as if struck by a hammer. My head feels like it's going to explode. As the mushroom-headed student clutched his head and screamed in agony, a figure swept in with the gale, brandishing a knife that descended with deadly precision, slicing through the air. The mushroom-headed boy was cleaved in 2 like mere firewood, his crimson and ivory innards spilling across the ground. Ugh! Witnessing this gruesome scene, another student completely shattered, doubling over in a frenzied retch. Yet, before he could vomit for long, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Someone was drawing near. The student cried out in terror, "Help! Principal, help! I want to withdraw from the training. I'm done playing." Wah! Overwhelmed by his emotions, he burst into tears. Li Suifeng, having just dispatched the mushroom-headed boy, showed no mercy. He continued forward with his blade, intent on obliterating this final adversary. He had already surrendered. That was enough. Suddenly, the voice of Hua Rongji echoed in his ears. It was then that Li Suifeng halted, spitting at the weeping student. "You were so mighty when you ambushed me, and now you're cowering? Pathetic." The student, face flushed with shame, lowered his head, wiping away tears as he sobbed. Li Suifeng turned away, noticing that the mushroom-headed boy, now encased in a glowing aura, was starting to reconstitute, having escaped the clutches of death. Zhuang Tianqi, tossed away by the raging winds, lay on the ground, unable to rise, clearly devoid of combat capability. "So be it," Li Suifeng sneered, sheathing his demon-hunting knife and glancing at his wristband. Student, Li Suifeng. Eliminated count, 7. Training overall ranking, 4. Overall ranking 1st, Wei Yunhuan. Overall ranking 2nd, Yo Dali. Overall ranking 3rd, Feng Shilei, with 3 new eliminations. Coupled with the scattered students previously eliminated in the trial grounds, it amounted to 7. However, his 4th place ranking left him unsatisfied. "I've eliminated 7 people. Yet I'm only ranked 4th. The 3 above me are all SS-level talents and recipients of S-level enrollment rewards. To claim the top spot in the training, I must either continue to eliminate more opponents than these 3 or find a way to take them down early. Hopefully, I will encounter those three soon. Lost in thought, Li Suifeng's gaze fell upon a patch of grass not far away. The Qi blood spirit pill, which had nearly led to his own elimination, still radiated a faint glow. Can this truly enhance my vitality directly? Li Suifeng approached, picked up the pill, and, with lingering doubts, consumed it. Is Li Suifeng a monster? Indeed, in the face of such dire circumstances, not only did he endure, but he also turned the tables on Zhuang Tianqi and his companions. Hiss. Wasn't that blow he struck against Feng Ling too brutal? He cleaved the poor fellow in half. Fortunately, the principal's unparalleled talent ensured that, had it been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to save Feng Ling. In the third physical training hall, various leaders from the school engaged in animated discussions, their voices brimming with astonishment. Zhao Wangsun's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He had initially believed Li Suifeng's prowess to be on par with Feng Shilei and the others. Yet, from what had just transpired, Feng Shilei and his companions might not be able to match him after all. After all, in the face of an ambush, anyone, no matter how talented, would find themselves at a disadvantage, left with no means to retaliate. Yet Li Suifeng had tenaciously completed a counterattack. This maneuver could only be described as divine. Damn Su Jugawei, I have a blood feud with you. As these thoughts swirled, Zhao Wangsun's temper flared, and he roared at Su Yan. Ha ha. Su Yan laughed heartily, feeling immense satisfaction. In a situation where all the leaders had little faith, his disciple not only survived but also turned the tables on three ambushers. Such a feat undoubtedly slapped the faces of all the leaders present. Moreover, it also reflected poorly on his own. My apprentice, it seems I have underestimated you. In just one night, you have adeptly wielded the demon hunting knife and even mastered the seismic prison blade technique. Truly a prodigious talent. I, Su Yan, have endured a lifetime of misfortune. Yet here I am, unexpectedly blessed with such a genius as my disciple at this age. What a stroke of luck. In the trial grounds, a powerful surge of vital energy erupted like a thundering river, exploding within his dantian and spreading wildly through his limbs and bones. Gush! As his physique heated up, Li Suifeng felt an intensifying pain throughout his injuries. Upon inspection, he discovered that some wounds were gushing blood. The potency of this Qi blood pill is astonishing. It's even causing my wounds to bleed profusely. Li Suifeng's expression shifted in shock as he quickly tensed all his muscles, managing to staunch the bleeding. After a while, the vital energy within his body was gradually absorbed by his flesh. As soon as Li Suifeng relaxed his tense state, words from the system flashed before his eyes. Physicality too. It has actually increased by 2 points. The efficacy of this Qi blood spirit pill far surpasses that of nutritional agents. Li Suifeng's eyes lit up. Consuming nutritional agents also offers a chance to enhance physicality, but it requires prolonged use and physical training to yield a single point of improvement. Yet this Qi blood pill, consumed just now, has already increased my physicality by 2 points, its effects exceeding those of nutritional agents by several tiers. This Qi blood spirit pill is undoubtedly a treasure of the spiritual level. Li Suifeng made his judgment. Pills are indeed ranked. Nutritional agents are already classified as spiritual items, albeit only at the lowest tier. The efficacy of this Qi blood spirit pill is so potent that it must be of at least the upper tier, if not the special tier. If that is the case, wouldn't the spiritual spirit pill also directly enhance mental strength? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Suifeng's expression soured. My luck seems to be rather poor. All this way, I haven't encountered any equipment or pills. Have I been cursed by that jinx? Ma Zhonghao? While he was lost in his musings, a sudden noise behind him caught his attention. Li Suifeng swiftly crouched low, blending with the surrounding flora, becoming one with the earth. A minute later, a figure approached slowly, calling out, Li Suifeng, is that you? Li Suifeng sprang up, surprised to see a petite girl before him. Yu Shanshan, how did you know I was here? The girl who appeared was none other than Yu Shanshan, a student from the same province. She had helped Li Suifeng tremendously during their flight. Besides the wind of revival, I possess another S-level talent, the heart of plants, which allows me to share sensory perceptions with many plants. Yu Shanshan explained softly. Li Suifeng's eyes widened. Doesn't your talent function like a personal radar? The trial grounds are filled with flora. With the heart of plants, you essentially have a super radar, akin to having X-ray vision. You could say that. Although my mental strength is limited, I can only gain sensory perceptions from plants within a 30-meter radius. Yu Shanshan added, casting a sympathetic glance at Li Suifeng, surveying his injuries. Li Suifeng, who were you fighting with? How did you sustain such severe injuries? 3 fellows ambushed me, but I turned the tables on them. Li Suifeng casually offered an explanation, his expression turning grave. Yu Shanshan, although we share the same hometown, within this trial ground we are essentially adversaries. Are you not afraid of being killed by me for approaching me? Li Suifeng, you would not harm me, she replied confidently. Why do you say that? He inquired. Because you are a good person, Yu Shanshan stated earnestly, her eyes shimmering like gentle autumn waters. Under the gaze of her soulful eyes, Li Suifeng felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. Even his heart found a newfound tranquility. Dear lady, While I appreciate your compliments, one must be cautious with such declarations of virtue. Refrain from doling out good person cards too freely, especially to boys, he said, breaking into a smile once more. What is a good person card? Yu Shanshan asked, puzzled. Li Suifeng chose not to elaborate, instead asking, could you assist me in healing my wounds? Certainly, she replied, stepping closer with an air of trust. This gesture endeared her further to Li Suifeng. As the winds of rejuvenation swept through, beams of green light cascaded upon his injuries, and the damaged flesh began to mend rapidly. The searing pain that had engulfed him gradually subsided, prompting Li Suifeng to exclaim, no wonder support-type warriors are so sought after. The difference between having a healer in a team and not is monumental. Yu Shanshan nodded enthusiastically. Li Suifeng grinned. Yu Shanshan, how about you stick with me from now on? I can help you break into the top 10 of the training ranks. Absolutely. She beamed, her innocence shining through. She was genuinely terrified of combat, and her survival thus far had relied heavily on her ability to evade enemies. Now, aligning herself with someone as formidable as Li Suifeng felt like a stroke of fortune. As time passed, Li Suifeng's injuries had nearly healed when Yu Shanshan suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Li Suifeng, earlier I passed by a basin and sensed that you and Ma Zhonghao are there, currently being hunted by Feng Shilei. Her two companions were being pursued, and the pursuer was none other than Feng Shilei, ranked third in the current training standings. This demanded immediate action. Li Suifeng raised an eyebrow and promptly drew his demon hunter blade. Yu Shanshan, lead the way. Chapter 61. The blade strikes Feng Shilei. Astonishment among the leaders. In a basin, the winds howled, causing the flora to sway. Ma Zhonghao and Yu stood together, hoisting a black shield, their faces twisted with anxiety. On the opposite side of the shield, a short, dark-skinned youth, adorned with crimson golden claws, relentlessly pounded against the shield with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. The shield reverberated with each powerful strike, leaving the two defenders weary and their arms aching. Yu, frustrated, cried out, Feng Shilei, are you insane? We have no grievances with you. Why target us so ruthlessly? Not long ago, after teaming up with Ma Zhonghao in the trial ground, he had fortuitously acquired this shield as temporary equipment. Just when he thought luck was on their side, Feng Shilei appeared after the circle had shrunk. Like a rabid dog, he had attacked them without mercy. After discovering they were outmatched, they had no choice but to raise their shield in defense. Surviving this long was already quite an achievement. Do you need a reason to fight in the trial ground? You two cowards. If you have any guts, drop the shield and face me. Feng Shilei, frustrated by his inability to break through, growled. Let us drop the shield, and we might consider it. But only if you leave this place. Yu shouted defiantly. You two weaklings don't have the right to negotiate with me. Feng Shilei roared, the ground beneath him erupting with earthy elemental energy that surged up his arms. Crushing mountain fist. He bellowed, his fists launching like cannonballs at the black shield. Boom. While the shield absorbed much of the impact, the sheer force still sent Yu and Ma Zhonghao sprawling to the ground. Clang. The black shield flew through the air and landed with a sharp sound. As Yu and Ma Zhonghao attempted to rise, they found their arms injured to varying extents, pained and powerless. At last, I have shattered your defenses. Now you may utter your last words before you perish. Feng Shilei declared, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as he approached the two, ready to strike. Ma Zhonghao shrieked in despair, we're doomed. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Feng Shilei, sensing an impending danger, looked up to see a figure resembling a leopard pouncing towards him. Startled, he instinctively threw a punch. The figure, however, effortlessly slashed through the air with a blade. Clang. The fist met the blade, and Feng Shilei was forced back, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him. As he regained his footing, a wave of heat coursed through his ears, nostrils, and eyes. He had sustained internal injuries from the impact of that strike. Suppressing his discomfort, Feng Shilei glared at the newcomer. Standing before Ma Zhonghao, and Yu was a youth clad in a simple tracksuit, wielding an ancient black longsword. He stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. His physique robust and well-proportioned, his features strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a rising star. Confronted with such a handsome figure and reflecting on his own appearance, Feng Shilei felt a surge of inferiority and barked, who is this pretty boy daring to ambush me? Are you tired of living? The youth ignored Feng Shilei, focusing instead on the two on the ground. Are you both alright? Is that really brotherly? Am I dreaming? Yu struggled to stand, disbelief etched on his face. Ma Zhonghao, equally astonished, exclaimed, my bad luck has worked wonders again. Brotherly has come to our aid. Before Li Suifeng could respond, Ma Zhonghao, with a woeful expression, lamented, brotherly, this Feng is a lunatic. We've done nothing to provoke him, yet he relentlessly pursues us and has injured us. You must avenge us. His pitiful demeanor resembled that of a child seeking parental intervention. Old Zhao, ISNT Ma Zhonghao your disciple? In the third fitness center, the confrontation between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei drew the attention of several instructors. One instructor, recalling Ma Zhonghao's name, instinctively inquired of Zhao Wang's son. How could he not defeat Feng Shilei? Now he is coming to Li Suifeng to report his grievances? I don't have such spineless disciples. Zhao Wangsun internally raged, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Recalling his boast from the previous day about Ma Zhonghao surpassing Li Suifeng, he felt an overwhelming wave of shame. Hee, old Zhao, are you alright? Su Yin remarked with a smirk, adding salt to the wound. Get lost. Zhao Wangsun spat angrily. In the trial ground, hearing Ma Zhonghao's embarrassing complaints, Li Suifeng replied irritably, Alright, I am aware of your situation. He then turned to Feng Shirlei. You previously pursued my sister, and now you are hunting my two companions. If I do not ensure your blood spills today, how can I uphold my role as their elder brother? Feng Shirlei's expression darkened. While Yu and Ma Zhonghao lacked courage, their abilities were certainly commendable, as evidenced by their endurance against him thus far. The sudden appearance of this youth, who bore the aura of a guardian, coupled with his imposing presence wielding a blade, indicated he was a formidable adversary. Choosing silence to feign strength? Then let us see how long you can last. As Feng Shirlei pondered the identity of the newcomer, Li Suifeng casually tossed a remark before darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. The demon hunter blade slicing through the air with overwhelming pressure aimed at Feng Shirlei's head. Feng Shirlei's pupils contracted sharply, his legs sinking suddenly as his arms extended to meet the blade in a fierce clash. Clang! The resounding impact was potent enough to shatter eardrums. Yet both Feng Shirlei and Li Suifeng remained steadfast, unyielding in their positions. This encounter ended in a stalemate. You scoundrel, Feng Shirlei grimaced. For he was a veritable titan in Linan province, undefeated by any adversary. Peers from his cohort would turn and flee upon seeing him. How could he possibly fail to subdue Li Suifeng with a single punch today? This was not merely a misfortune, it was a disgrace. Earth's grasp. With a furious roar, Feng Shirlei summoned the very ground beneath him, which rippled like the sea. Amidst the cacophony, clouds of dust rose as a massive, 10-meter-long hand formed from earthy elemental force, hurtling towards Li Suifeng. Here it comes. Feng Shirlei's SS-level talent, Earth's grasp, had emerged. Within the training hall, an instructor exclaimed in excitement, though others remained silent. Their expressions brimmed with anticipation. Could Feng Shirlei, endowed with SS-level talent, triumph over Li Suifeng? Su Yin crossed his arms, appearing calm. Yet a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Throughout the training, his disciple's talent had already left him in awe. But now, his disciple faced the formidable SS-level genius Feng Shirlei. Could his student continue the legacy of victory? Su Yin was devoid of answers, his nerves taut with anxiety. In the trial ground, as the earthen hand descended with overwhelming force, a rare tremor appeared upon Li Suifeng's brow. Was this enormous hand so perilous that it triggered an instinctual alert within him? He hadn't felt such trepidation even during his battle with Hu Junkai. Was Feng Shirlei stronger and more dangerous than Hu Junkai? How intriguing. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coalesced into a fierce battle intent. Li Suifeng activated the 8 Desolation Infinity technique, summoning all his vital energy, and unleashed his talent, Radiance of the Sun. Boom. As golden light engulfed him like a fiery wave, Li Suifeng struck out with his demon hunter blade. It appeared to be an ordinary slash, yet it was infused with the profound essence of the master-level shocking Abyss Blade technique. The blade's momentum bore a formidable aura rivaling that of the enormous hand. Crash! With the blade's keen edge, the fabric of space itself warped, threatening to shatter under the immense pressure. Just then, the earthy hand finally reached its target. The blade's energy surged to its zenith. Then, something extraordinary transpired. Sizzle! The sound echoed repeatedly as the colossal hand succumbed to the blade's onslaught, fracturing inch by inch before dissipating like smoke. Simultaneously, Feng Shirlei spat a mouthful of blood. The Earth's grasp, which he had controlled from afar, was shattered. Consequently, he could not extricate himself from the backlash, sustaining injuries. My Earth's grasp was dismantled by a single strike? How could this be possible? Compared to his physical injuries, the blow to Feng Shirlei's psyche was far more profound. He could only stare in disbelief at Li Suifeng, struggling to accept the reality of what had just transpired. Impressive. Li Suifeng nodded, acknowledging Feng Shirlei's prowess before springing forward like a cheetah, executing another strike with his demon hunter blade. Feng Shirlei, struck with terror, instinctively raised his arms in defense. With 2 sharp sounds, his palms were severed by the blade, tumbling to the ground. Feng Shirlei knelt, howling in agony. At that moment, Li Suifeng lifted his blade once more, devoid of compassion, intent on delivering a fatal blow, replicating the earlier scene of decimation. Enough, Feng Shirlei. You have been eliminated. The voice of Hua Rongji interjected at an inopportune moment, followed by 2 beams of green light descending. As his severed wrist and hand began to mend, Feng Shirlei's complexion turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He strained to lift his head, fixing his gaze on Li Suifeng, etching the opponent's image into the depths of his soul. Stopping at such a critical juncture? How utterly unamusing. Li Suifeng scoffed, finding the vice principal's interruption to be a wet blanket. Yet, he paid it no mind, sheathing his blade and turning to leave. Who are you? Feng Shirlei shouted in a frenzy. Li Suifeng continued walking, disregarding Feng Shirlei's words, and approached Yu and the others. My goodness. Yu, finally coming to his senses, stared at Li Suifeng with wide eyes. Li Gu, this fellow is Feng Shilei, the best in Linan province. You just annihilated him like a dog. You're truly monstrous. I said it before, Li Gu is invincible. Ma Zhonghao attempted to speak, but Yu clamped a hand over his mouth. All right. Let Li Gu eliminate the other freaks first before we discuss invincibility. Woohoo. Ma Zhonghao blinked at Li Suifeng, a look of plea in his eyes. Li Gu, save me. Li Suifeng chuckled at their antics, clapping his hands. From outside the basin, Yu Shanshan cautiously approached. Let me tend to your injuries, Ma Zhonghao. Yu. Shanshan is also here. Both Yu and Ma Zhonghao exclaimed in surprise. In the distance, Feng Shilei watched this scene, his pupils constricting repeatedly. Yu Shanshan was the first person he had pursued within the secret realm. How could he not recognize her? He realized that the boy who had bested him, along with Yu Shanshan, Yu, and Ma Zhonghao, clearly hailed from Xiangnan province. Was there only one student named Li from Xiangnan province this year? You are Li Suifeng. Understanding the truth, Feng Shilei bellowed. Li Suifeng turned to him, speaking nonchalantly. A defeated cur should refrain from seeking attention. Had it not been for the vice principal's intervention, your head would already be severed. Feng Shilei's expression twisted with fury, yet he was rendered speechless. Before long, the injuries of Ma Zhonghao and the others were healed. With a smile, Li Suifeng asked, So, do you two wish to join me? We couldn't ask for anything more. Yu and Ma Zhonghao nearly burst into tears from joy. After enduring so much, they had finally found a big brother. The top 10 was now assured. Li Suifeng smiled faintly, lifting his gaze to the horizon. At that moment, the toxic zone began to shrink once more. Their position was no longer at the center. It wouldn't be long before they would be outside the toxic circle. Let us head to the center of the toxic zone and see if the others are still around. Li Suifeng beckoned to Yu Shanshan and the others, leading the way. This time, over 20 students from the same province had participated. After such an extended training session, many would have been eliminated. Yet, there should still be some remaining. If they were willing to join the team, Li Suifeng, as their big brother, would certainly welcome them with open arms. As long as it didn't interfere with his ranking. As Li Suifeng and his group departed, Feng Shilei's injuries had nearly healed. He rose, determined to continue the fight. Feng Shilei, you have been eliminated. Hua Rongji's voice echoed in his ears. Feng Shilei gritted his teeth. Vice Principal, I refuse to accept this. I want to fight Li Suifeng once more. Once the training concludes, you shall have ample opportunity to spar with him, but not this time. Hua Rongji's voice, though gentle, was imbued with undeniable authority, compelling Feng Shilei to bow his head in resentment. Who could have anticipated that Li Suifeng would emerge victorious? Though it was a narrow escape, he had ultimately triumphed. Feng Shilei was no ordinary child. His talent and strength were undoubtedly poised to challenge the rankings soon. Yet, he had fallen to Li Suifeng. Is it not a foregone conclusion that Li Suifeng will ascend the ranks of the elite in the future? Congratulations, old Su, on having a promising successor. As the battle concluded, the various leaders within the training hall continued to enthusiastically discuss the recent skirmish between Li Suifeng and Feng Shilei, which undoubtedly stood out as the most spectacular encounter among the numerous clashes in this training session. Both individuals are distinguished representatives from their respective provinces, possessing similar innate talent and prowess, and under a fair and impartial environment, they showcased their extraordinary skills in a dazzling confrontation. The sensation was akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth, brimming with fervor and grandeur. The leaders savored the aftermath of this duel, recognizing that both individuals possess boundless potential, destined for a brilliant future. Su Yin scratched his head with a smile, feeling somewhat overshadowed as he had maintained a low profile within the school, while his newly acquired disciple became the center of attention. Though he felt a sense of joy, a tremendous pressure loomed over him. Without a doubt, Li Suifeng had emerged as the focal point of the leader's attention during this training session. Had he not taken on a disciple early on, he would have inevitably faced fierce competition from other leaders eager to claim Li Suifeng once the training concluded. Thus, the weight of responsibility weighed heavily on Su Yin, as he feared the possibility of failing to adequately mentor his disciple and jeopardizing the latter's future. It seemed that he would need to drink less and devote more of his thoughts to teaching. Su Yin silently resolved in his heart. Chapter 62. Come and face me in battle. In the southern region of the toxic zone, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter stood with his gun at the ready. Two of his students lying lifeless at his feet, their chests punctured with bloody holes from excessive blood loss, rendered unconscious. Having eliminated two more, I should have surpassed Wei Yunhuan by now, he mused as he glanced at his wristband, his pupils contracting in shock. Student, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Eliminated count, 53. Overall training ranking, 3. Overall ranking first, Li Suifeng. Overall ranking second, Wei Yunhuan. Overall ranking third, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. At some point, the training leaderboard had been refreshed once again. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter not only failed to surpass Wei Yunhuan to claim the first position, but had also been relegated to third place due to Li Suifeng's emergence. This Li Suifeng must be the first to make it onto the leaderboard since the training began. Who is this person? And how did he suddenly rise to prominence and take the lead? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter expression darkened, feeling indignant at his current ranking. He gazed up at the sky. The area covered by the toxic zone seemed to have shrunk to within 2 square kilometers. Students were scattered everywhere, some vigilantly eyeing one another, hesitant to strike, while others had already begun to engage in fierce combat. In certain areas, the battle raged intensely, with the number of students participating in the chaos exceeding a dozen. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter held little interest in these skirmishes and bellowed, "Li Suifeng, Wei Yunhuan, where are you? So this Li Suifeng has resurfaced again? He has taken my first place. Where is he? I will eliminate him." On a dirt slope in the northwest corner of the toxic zone, Wei Yunhuan, pale as paper and possessing a delicate demeanor, was consumed by wrath. To date, he had eliminated 64 individuals. He had thought this achievement would be enough to keep the other students at bay. Little did he expect that Li Suifeng would suddenly appear and surpass him with an astonishing elimination count. In his quest to overtake Li Suifeng, he had been scouring the area for opponents. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his elimination count remained insufficient to surpass Li Suifeng. This left him feeling disoriented and exceedingly irritable. Do you know where Li Suifeng is? As the toxic zone continued to shrink, Wei Yunhuan shifted locations, defeating a student with his talent before seizing the latter by the collar and roaring. The student, intimidated by Wei Yunhuan's imposing presence, trembled and pointed shakily. There was a group over there, and the leader seems to be called Li Suifeng. A group? The leader is named Li Suifeng? As we approach the final circle, Li Suifeng is still teaming up with others? Could it be that his impressive elimination count is a product of teamwork? He is not acting alone. I had thought Li Suifeng was a super genius, but it seems he is merely a waste relying on a group for support. Wei Yunhuan hurled the student to the ground, his face twisted with fury as he headed in the direction indicated. In the heart of the toxic zone, amidst swaying flora, a figure lay concealed in the grass, akin to a corpse, daring not to stir, not even to draw a breath. His name was Wei Rong, a student from Xiangnan province. Throughout this ordeal, he had encountered countless elite students, each time relying on his ability to feign death to escape peril. Suddenly, footsteps resonated from behind, as if a large group was approaching. Wei Rong's expression paled, and in his heart, he chanted, "Don't find me. Please don't find me. Whatever you do, don't discover my presence." By sheer coincidence, the footsteps abruptly halted beside him. Wei Rong's heart nearly exploded from fear. Wei Rong. It seems Shanshan was right. You truly are hiding here. A familiar voice pierced through the tension. All of Wei Rong's terror transformed into astonishment. You? As he rolled over, he found familiar faces looking down at him. A group of 11 students from Xiangnan province. Upon spotting one particular face, Wei Rong sprang to his feet, his expression filled with elation. Brotherly, you're here too? Though he had been playing dead, he had kept a close eye on the training leaderboard and was aware that Li Suifeng was currently ranked first, an undeniable powerhouse. Little Wei, your feigning death skills are quite impressive, Li Suifeng remarked with a smile, surveying Wei Rong from head to toe. Wei Rong scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. There are so many monsters in this training session. If I hadn't played dead, I might not have made it this far. But brotherly, how did you find me? Li Suifeng gestured toward Yu Shanshan, who explained the utility of the plant heart. Wei Rong's comprehension dawned. Yet he noticed Li Suifeng's attire was unusual and exclaimed, "Brotherly, what is with your outfit?" Unlike the other students clad in combat uniforms and athletic wear, Li Suifeng was adorned in black armor, with a glittering golden helmet atop his head and vibrant red boots resembling flickering flames. His cape billowed with an ethereal azure mist, rendering him a striking figure. Some of this was gifted by my brothers, while other pieces were taken from those I eliminated, Li Suifeng replied nonchalantly. After defeating Feng Shirlei, he had teamed up with Yu, Ma Zhonghao, and Yu Shanshan to sweep through the toxic zone. With the aid of Yu Shanshan's plant heart, he could effortlessly locate nearby students. Those from different provinces were eliminated outright, while those from the same province were incorporated into the team. As their numbers grew, their collective strength intensified, and their elimination efficiency soared. As the leader, Li Suifeng merely needed to finish off the stragglers, effortlessly surpassing Wei Yunhuan to claim the top spot. Thus far, the team had expanded to 11 members. Regarding his temporary gear, as Li Suifeng mentioned, some pieces were indeed taken from eliminated students, while others were willingly offered by subordinate team members. With this ensemble, Li Suifeng's defenses, speed, and attack power had surged to an astonishing level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that should he encounter Feng Shirlei again, with this gear's enhancements, he could easily dispatch him without breaking a sweat. Wei Rong, still somewhat bewildered, nodded and pondered momentarily before asking, "Brotherly, are you planning to lead all the brothers into the top 10? Of course, Li Suifeng replied confidently. "May I join?" Wei Rong's face brimmed with anticipation. Anyone from Xiangnan province can join. However, Wei Rong, this training session only awards credits to those in the top 10. You are the 12th to join us, and by the end of the training, you must voluntarily concede your position and allow the 10th place to be occupied. Nevertheless, in the spirit of harmony and mutual assistance, when the training concludes, the brother in 10th place will share a portion of the credits with you. Wei Rong, you must think this through. After considering Li Suifeng's explanation, Wei Rong weighed the pros and cons. Given that this was a team effort, the credits to be gained from a victory were indeed minimal. Yet, this was certainly better than leaving empty-handed, despite his current ability to lie low. As the poison circle continued to shrink, the space for movement would dwindle to a mere 100 square meters, with people surrounding him. Where could he possibly hide? Did he truly possess the confidence to survive until the end of this chaotic battle? Lacking such confidence, Wei Rong swiftly made his decision. Brotherly, I've thought it over. I wish to join the team. Very well, Li Suifeng said, patting Wei Rong on the shoulder. Meanwhile, in the fitness center, the purpose of assembling this training session was to awaken students' potential through combat, struggles, and perilous situations, enabling them to temper and strengthen themselves. Yet, Li Suifeng had formed such a team? Was he intending to dominate the top 10 with his members? Would students simply coast along with the team to reach the top 10, thus deviating from our original objective? This was truly absurd. Initially, various leaders admired Li Suifeng's talents and abilities. However, as he recruited more allies and revealed his ultimate goal, the school leaders could no longer contain their discontent. One leader, visibly enraged, glared at Hua Rongji. Principal, Li Suifeng's behavior is utterly reckless. Do you not intend to intervene? Hua Rongji, half amused and half exasperated, responded. When we established the rules for the training, we did not prohibit forming teams. However, we also did not foresee that Li Suifeng would be so audacious. Now, out of the remaining students, his team comprises 1/7. The others have at most 2 or 3 members. How can they possibly compete against him? The school leaders were greatly troubled. Hua Rongji lamented. At this juncture, altering the rules would be disorderly. Let us observe the situation further. The frustrated leaders turned their gaze to Su Yan. Is this the fine disciple you have trained? Su Yan chuckled awkwardly. I never anticipated that a well-structured training would devolve into a farce due to my disciple. As time passed, the poison circle within the trial grounds continued to constrict, leaving only a 500 square meter area. The majority of the 1,000 participating students had been eliminated, leaving over 60 survivors. Within such a confined space, with numerous foes around, the students could not coexist peacefully and thus began to attack one another, igniting a chaotic melee. In the midst of the turmoil, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, towering at 2 meters tall and wielding a long spear, effortlessly repelled a student with a sweep of his weapon and roared, Where is Li Suifeng? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, are you also searching for Li Suifeng? No one responded, but a sinister voice echoed back. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter turned to see a slender youth approaching with a smile. It's you. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's eyes brimmed with fierce determination. Although his primary target was Li Suifeng, he had long viewed Wei Yunhuan, who had managed to suppress him for so long, as a thorn in his side that he wished to remove. Now that the opportunity had arisen, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter gripped his spear tightly, ever ready for battle. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, engaging me will only deplete your stamina. If Li Suifeng appears later and you are not in peak condition, you will surely be defeated. Wei Yunhuan chuckled ominously. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter furrowed his brow, pondering the truth in those words. Eliminating Wei Yunhuan could indeed secure his position as second, but Wei Yunhuan was no ordinary opponent. Engaging him would require all of Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's strength, and even if victorious, it would come at a price. Should Li Suifeng appear after that, he would not be at his best and might very well fall short. Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter are here. Voices from the surrounding students echoed, with some recognizing the two and feeling murderous intent. Those who had survived this far were either exceptionally skilled or had gleaned strength through rigorous battles during the training. They hailed from various provinces and had honed their abilities, possessing the courage befitting a warrior. Even knowing that Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and Wei Yunhuan were formidable opponents, they showed no fear and instead coordinated to encircle the pair. Wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Both Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter and Wei Yunhuan had their sights set on Li Suifeng, aiming to seize the top spot. The students ranked below them were also targeting the duo. Wei Yunhuan, shall we temporarily join forces? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter proposed as he approached Wei Yunhuan. To conserve strength for a final confrontation with Li Suifeng, I will make an exception and collaborate with you this once. Wei Yunhuan replied, subtly aligning himself with Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, standing side by side. Just then, another voice rang out. I heard you were looking for me? Both Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, along with the surrounding students, instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold a 12-member team approaching. At the center of the team, a youth was being exalted like a star, clearly the focal point. Dressed in black and gold armor, adorned with a silken spirit hat, clad in cloud fire boots, and draped in a luminous cloak. He held an ancient black blade in hand. His flamboyant entrance was nothing short of magnificent. The expressions of Wei Yunhuan and Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter shifted simultaneously, their eyes filled with envy. As distinguished participants in the training, they had eliminated numerous competitors, yet had only received a meager 1 or 2 pieces of temporary equipment. But this youth? He was outfitted from head to toe in temporary gear. This was simply too extravagant. In comparison, they felt as if they had transformed into country bumpkins. Before long, the 12-member team approached with great fanfare. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, fully aware, fixed his gaze on the ostentatious youth. You must be Li Suifeng? The first lackey, you, proudly proclaimed. In this training trial ground, who else but Brother Li could possess such charisma? Even if someone else might be somewhat dashing, how could they match Brother Li's aura? The second lackey, Wei Rong, added, "You two are exaggerating." Li Suifeng chuckled lightly. The third lackey, Ma Zhonghao, immediately voiced his discontent, exclaiming, "Not only are you handsome, tall, and exude an otherworldly charm, but Brother Li, you also possess the rare quality of humility. Unmatched even in the entire Wu Ji Academy. You shall undoubtedly become the beacon of Wu Ji Academy. We shall all revere you under your radiant brilliance." Many students displayed expressions of astonishment. Shouldn't these three individuals, who were allowed to join Wu Ji Academy, all be proud and exceptional talents? How did Li Suifeng manage to turn everyone into mere lackeys? After exchanging glances, Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali simultaneously wore expressions of dismay. The ostentatious display of their entourage was one thing, but the sheer number of sycophants following him was another. This Li Suifeng is truly insufferable. At that moment, Li Suifeng raised his hand, halting several of his flunkies from continuing their obsequious flattery, and brandished the demon hunter's blade toward Wei Yunhuan and the others. The sharp blade gleamed with a chilling light as a haughty voice resounded. "Now that we have reached the final round, let us not waste time. Step forward and face me in combat." Chapter 63. The blade slays Niu Dali, prompting a coalition of students. What does Li Suifeng mean by suggesting we all attack together? Is he implying he wishes to challenge us all at once? How audacious. Damn it. I cannot endure this. I long to obliterate him. The students, initially targeting Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali, felt their faces flush with anger upon hearing Li Suifeng's arrogant words, cursing vehemently. Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali were particularly incensed, glaring fiercely at Li Suifeng. "I need only myself to deal with you." Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Niu Dali bellowed, bulldozing through several students with his tank-like physique, and charged at Li Suifeng with his firearm raised. Swish! As he closed the distance, he thrust his gun forward. Crimson energy pulsating along its length, a massive shadow of the barrel manifesting at its tip. "Li Gu, be cautious. Niu Dali has awakened an SS-level bloodline, possessing a strength far superior to ours. Each of his strikes is devastating, not to be underestimated." Yu shouted from behind, warning Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng remained expressionless, waiting until the colossal gun shadow approached before he swung the demon hunter's blade. The earth-shaking blade technique. Whoosh. Golden blade energy, reminiscent of a crescent moon hanging upside down in the sky, swiftly shattered the gun shadow and soared towards Niu Dali's face. "My marksmanship has been broken? How could this be?" Panic spread across Niu Dali's face as he raised his gun to block. Clang. Although he managed to deflect the residual blade energy with his weapon, the force behind it made his insides churn uncomfortably. If he was not mistaken, Li Suifeng had just executed the earth-shaking blade technique with extraordinary finesse. But such finesse could only be achieved through mastery of the technique. Has Li Suifeng truly mastered the earth-shaking blade technique? In the physical training hall, the refined swordsmanship professor Su Yunji cast a glance at Su Yan. Su Yan's expression mirrored his astonishment. Although his student had utilized the earth-shaking blade technique multiple times before, he could not definitively ascertain his student's mastery without witnessing it firsthand. After observing closely, he gradually confirmed that his student's swordsmanship was indeed at a proficient level. Had his disciple only practiced this technique last night? How could he have mastered it so quickly, achieving proficiency overnight? This is utterly astonishing. Unbelievable. Could it be that my student is a natural sword cultivator, effortlessly grasping the art of the blade? Yet, in the entire history of Wujixifyu, there have only been two such prodigies. Natural sword cultivators and natural blade cultivators are indeed a form of innate talent. Such individuals possess an extraordinary understanding of specific skills, akin to genius syndrome, allowing them to grasp things that are incomprehensible to ordinary people with ease. After careful contemplation, Su Yan began to believe that his disciple might be one of these rare individuals, his heart swelling with joy beneath a veneer of calm. Concerned that revealing his disciple's talent might incite jealousy or even hatred from the other professors, I have truly unearthed a gem of unparalleled brilliance. Su Yan's heart raced with excitement. "You rascal." In the trial grounds, Niu Dali's face turned pale as he gazed at Li Suifeng. That last shot had not only drawn upon his bloodline talent, but had also infused the skills he learned from the exorcising evil gun technique. It was arguably his most formidable attack. Yet, absurdly, his strongest move had been effortlessly neutralized by Li Suifeng. It was evident that Li Suifeng's swordsmanship surpassed his marksmanship. I began training with firearms at the age of 8, vowing that regardless of the talent I awakened, I would persist on the path of marksmanship. Now at 18, my skill in firearms should rank among the top in the nation. How could I possibly be inferior to this Li Suifeng? I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Niu Dali's towering form trembled, his resolve fracturing. He screamed internally, attempting to raise his gun once more. However, this time, Li Suifeng was the first to act. Whoosh. Though clad in cumbersome gear, Li Suifeng's speed surpassed that of the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was before Niu Dali, his demon hunter's blade resolutely slashing toward Niu Dali's neck. "No, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter cried out in terror, realizing that Li Suifeng's strike was too swift to afford him a chance to block. With a powerful swipe, blood splattered as Newanimewithoverpowered's body was sent flying, his black long gun slipping from his grasp. A horrific gash appeared across his broad chest, blood gushing from the wound, revealing his writhing insides. The excruciating pain elicited a wail from Newanimewithoverpowered before he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the deafening silence, Wei Yunhuan and the other students stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. Newanimewithoverpowered has fallen? He was defeated by Li Suifeng in mere moments? Is there truly such a vast divide between them? What level of combat prowess does Li Suifeng possess? How could he be so formidable? Gazing at the unconscious Newanimewithoverpowered, Li Suifeng felt unsatisfied and turned to survey the other students. If you wish to enter the top 10, you would do well to join forces against me now. Otherwise, you may find your opportunity slipping away. Li Suifeng's words remained audacious, yet this time, no student felt humiliated. The remarkable ease with which he dispatched Newanimewithoverpowered left everyone in tacit agreement that Li Suifeng had ample grounds for his arrogance. This guy is too strong. Without banding together, we stand no chance of defeating him. One student gritted his teeth, casting a meaningful glance at Wei Yunhuan, clearly indicating his intent to form an alliance. With Newanimewithoverpowered's defeat, it followed that Wei Yunhuan was the strongest remaining contender after Li Suifeng. After all, he was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination and an S-class contract holder, having firmly held the top position on the training leaderboard before Li Suifeng's emergence. His strength could not possibly be lacking. Wei Yunhuan snapped back to reality, his expression returning to normal. Indeed, Li Suifeng's close combat skills are unmatched among this year's freshmen, but I am his natural counter. You all go first. I will find an opportunity to take him down. After exchanging glances, the students instinctively formed a surrounding formation, cautiously approaching Li Suifeng. Li Gu, they're truly shamelessly planning to gang up on you. Are you sure you don't want us to assist? You called out upon witnessing the scene. Without turning back, Li Suifeng replied, just a bunch of worthless fish. I can handle them easily. You all can enjoy the show. Li Gu is invincible. Li Gu is domineering. Li Gu will certainly prevail. Ma Zhonghao, filled with excitement, raised his fist high. However, before he could finish his words, Yu and his companions swiftly covered his mouth, exclaiming, hold your tongue. Don't jinx it. Let's wait until Brother Li secures his victory. Chapter 64. If you've had your fun, then lie down. The sound of footsteps brushing against the grass echoed continuously. Over a dozen students gradually surrounded Li Suifeng. Each of them was a prodigy from the Wujia Academy, bearing their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they would never resort to such a cowardly tactic of overwhelming one with numbers. Yet today, due to Li Suifeng's overwhelming strength and their aspirations for a top 10 finish, they willingly set aside their arrogance to collaborate. Kill! A student roared, flames swirling around his body like a dragon as he charged towards Li Suifeng's chest. At that very moment, a multitude of elemental forces rained down upon Li Suifeng. Awakened superhuman talent users, along with their companions, surged forward to attack. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, and Li Suifeng had unmistakably become the target of their wrath. Just in time, Li Suifeng let out a long howl, activating the great sunlight, a layer of golden-red aura enveloping him. As he swung his blade, the golden aura intertwined with the blade's energy, radiating in all directions. A nearby youth was instantly overwhelmed by the golden brilliance, and one of his arms was severed cleanly. He screamed in agony and stumbled backward. Just as Li Suifeng was about to pursue, a flurry of talents descended upon him, cascading down like a torrential rain. Clang, clang, clang. The chaotic sounds of battle filled the air. Yet, Li Suifeng remained unyielding, as if unfazed, as he closed in on the boy with the severed arm, delivering a lethal strike to his chest that left him gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. What the hell? Our talents are utterly ineffective against him? No. It's that his armor's defense is too formidable. It can withstand our abilities. Damn it. This is utterly shameless. The students, who had initially held a sliver of confidence, were now utterly disheartened upon witnessing their talents being rendered useless against the black armor. Once more, Li Suifeng, however, had become somewhat addicted, calling out to the nearby students. The exhilarating sensation of dominating his opponents in a set of divine armor was simply too pleasurable. It felt akin to the thrill of slaughtering foes in an online game, powered by exorbitant investments in superior equipment. He was utterly entranced. In the ensuing time, Li Suifeng, bolstered by his gear, rampaged through the crowd. Even when some students managed to evade his armor strikes, he utilized the abilities of the frenzied crocodile skin to negate any damage. Although it appeared that Li Suifeng was on the defensive in the face of relentless assaults, he emerged largely unscathed. Meanwhile, those students, who initially intended to wear him down, were swiftly falling one by one to his blade. In just a few minutes, only a handful of 5 students were left standing, while the others had completely collapsed in despair. Our attacks are having no effect on him. How can we possibly continue fighting? This is too shameless. I'm out of here. One individual, in a fit of rage, turned away with tears in his eyes, preferring to become a mere bystander rather than face Li Suifeng in battle. Meanwhile, in a distant area, Wei Yunhuan was left speechless. He had intended to ambush Li Suifeng when he was entangled in combat, but he had not anticipated Li Suifeng's extraordinary prowess, bolstered by such luxurious equipment. He resembled a super boss, annihilating the students in mere moments. I must act swiftly. Hopefully, I can eliminate Li Suifeng. Wei Yunhuan thought, his heart sinking, yet he still formed a hand seal, unleashing a wave of blue energy. Something was amiss. Li Suifeng, reveling in his victorious rampage, did not let his guard down. He remained vigilant against Wei Yunhuan. As the sound of something slicing through the air reached him, he turned and swept his blade horizontally. The blade cut through the blue energy but did not shatter it. Instead, the blue essence enveloped Li Suifeng like a specter. In that instant, the world spun around him, and Li Suifeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Suddenly, a colossal gorilla, towering over 100 meters, appeared before him. The gorilla was covered in thick fur, its eyes larger than copper balls, and its massive arms resembled mountains. It stood there with an overwhelming presence that made Li Suifeng's heart quiver. Where did this gorilla come from? Aren't there no beasts in the secret realm? Li Suifeng pondered in astonishment as the gorilla let out a fearsome roar and swung an arm down towards him. I'm finished. Li Suifeng's expression changed dramatically. Faced with such a colossal creature, he felt his insignificance, stripped of all fighting spirit. No, just moments ago, I was battling the other students, and suddenly this gorilla appears. Everything feels so illusory. Have I fallen into an illusion? At the moment of crisis, however, Li Suifeng surprisingly remained calm. His mind recalled the knowledge from his textbooks, and he swiftly devised a way to dispel the illusion. In the next moment, he raised the demon hunter blade, not to confront the gorilla directly, but to slash at his own neck. Splat! Blood sprayed forth, and a searing pain coursed through him, accompanied by a violent sensation of vertigo that nearly caused him to faint. Struggling to open his eyes, he was bewildered to see his own headless corpse gushing blood. As his head fell, the surrounding scene shattered like glass, and the intense pain abruptly vanished. A blinding white light engulfed him, and Li Suifeng's consciousness began to awaken. Li Suifeng has fallen under my illusion. He will soon be entranced by the illusion and fall into a deep slumber. This battle will ultimately belong to me, Wei Yunhuan. I, Wei Yunhuan, am indeed the ultimate slayer. Outside, witnessing Li Suifeng standing there like a statue, Wei Yunhuan laughed maniacally. Brotherly, please wake up. Yu Shanshan cried out, her face filled with fear. Is there any way to save Brotherly? Around them, Yu and others were frantically shouting in terror. Moments ago, Li Suifeng had been a force to be reckoned with, but after being touched by Wei Yunhuan's ethereal energy, he stood frozen, unable to be roused no matter how hard they called. This left Yu and the others in a state of panic. I have no way to help. Yu Shanshan's expression turned bitter. Her healing wind could only mend physical wounds, lacking the ability to restore the mind or break illusions. We must confront Wei Yunhuan. Wei Rong roared in fury, leading the charge towards Wei Yunhuan. If we take down Wei Yunhuan, perhaps we can free Brother Li from the illusion. Yu echoed the sentiment, rallying a group to charge at Wei Yunhuan. Do you think you are worthy to play with me? Wei Yunhuan sneered, forming hand seals as vast waves of blue energy enveloped the group like clouds. In an instant, everyone stood as still as Li Suifeng, their eyes vacant. Wei Yunhuan's illusionary talent had reached an alarming level. Li Suifeng and his companions lacked the means to break free from the illusion and had all succumbed. Within the physical training hall, the expressions of the school leaders grew increasingly complex. On one hand, they hoped to rid Li Suifeng's team of the riffraff, as his antics had become too reckless. On the other hand, recognizing Li Suifeng's exceptional talent, they pondered whether it was too regrettable for him to be eliminated without even making it into the top 10. Su Yan, you have taken on such a remarkable disciple. How can you not even teach him the skills to break illusions? Zhao Wangsun questioned, his tone laced with frustration. Su Yan retorted angrily. I have only taken him under my wing for a day. Where would I find the time to teach him so much? Zhao Wangsun, did you not proclaim your disciple's exceptional talent? Yet he has merely been coasting through the training sessions. You have lingered in school for so long. Is it not permissible for my disciple to do the same? Zhao Wangsun retorted with mockery, while Su Yan, unwilling to be outdone, cursed in frustration. Observing their escalating dispute, Hua Rongji interjected, urging them to calm down, for it appeared that Li Suifeng was behaving oddly. Oddly indeed. Both Zhao Wangsun and Su Yan ceased their quarrel, focusing intently on the luminous screen. Through meticulous observation, they discerned a flicker of emotion in Li Suifeng's eyes. Their eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that Li Suifeng had unraveled the illusion? In the trial ground, Wei Yunhuan laughed heartily. I never anticipated that in this battle, I, Wei Yunhuan, would emerge triumphant. His laughter echoed through the air, even as his pallid complexion betrayed the toll of prolonged exertion. You have withstood my illusions for so long. Your resolve is commendable, but it matters not, for you shall still be eliminated. With no hint of trepidation, he approached Li Suifeng, brandishing a small knife aimed at the latter's neck. Contrary to expectations of a gruesome spectacle, The anticipated bloodshed did not occur. Instead, he felt a jarring pain as the blade struck something akin to iron. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the knife had merely left a faint mark on Li Suifeng's neck, without even breaking the skin. Is this fellow's skin truly that resilient? Wei Yunhuan pondered. Momentarily stunned, realizing that this scene might be captured by the school officials, he became increasingly frantic, launching a flurry of strikes. Clang, clang, clang. After a relentless assault of over 10 strikes, while more white marks appeared on Li Suifeng's neck, Wei Yunhuan's arm grew sore and swollen from the repeated recoil. Curse this tortoise. Why is your skin so tough? Wei Yunhuan shouted in exasperation. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Are you done playing? Startled, Wei Yunhuan turned to see Li Suifeng's previously vacant eyes now gleaming with unmistakable disdain. He has broken my illusion? How is that possible? Wei Yunhuan's heart raced as Li Suifeng spoke again. If you are finished with your games, then it's time to lie down. In the next instant, the hunter's blade flashed like lightning, and Wei Yunhuan lost consciousness completely, his head severed and rolling to the ground like a ball. Chapter 65. You are already surrounded by me. Who would have thought that Li Suifeng could shatter the illusion and turn the tables on Wei Yunhuan? At such a tender age, he comprehended the art of breaking illusions? What method did he employ? Within the physical training hall, the school officials, having witnessed the gruesome spectacle of Li Suifeng slaying Wei Yunhuan, were no longer astonished by the bloodshed. Their astonishment lay in how swiftly Li Suifeng had extricated himself from the illusion. They also noted that Li Suifeng's method of killing was to behead rather than stab the heart, cleaving a person in two without severing limbs. He possessed none of the youthful naivety expected of a student, instead resembling a cold-blooded butcher. Perhaps it was the path of self-destruction. Su Yunji stroked his chin thoughtfully, analyzing. With his current abilities, he could not have mounted much resistance within Wei Yunhuan's crafted illusion. Thus, self-destruction was the most pragmatic approach. That is indeed remarkable. Every warrior possesses an instinct for survival, and the more formidable the warrior, the stronger this instinct becomes. To forsake a lifetime of cultivation and glory in favor of self-termination? Even knowing it was an illusion, many would hesitate to take such a step. A professor exclaimed in astonishment. This child, so young yet so ruthless in killing, dares to turn the blade upon himself? If he were to join the military in the future, such tenacity would surely see him rise to the rank of major. Major, indeed. Let him first survive to the extraordinary realm. A voice chimed in with a hint of sarcasm, not from Zhao Wang's son, but from Dai Yuan, a towering figure clad in a fisherman's hat. Many of the school officials turned to Dai Yuan in surprise. Was his remark not a bit excessive? Su Yan, incensed, retorted. Dai, you'd best watch your tongue. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Usually indifferent to being called an old drunkard or scoundrel. He could not tolerate insults directed at his disciple. Realizing he had crossed a line, Dai Yuan corrected himself. Su Yan, I merely believe your disciple's temperament is too extreme. Such a person often finds himself at odds with others, whether in school or society. Let them take offense, as long as his talent is sufficient. What do the opinions of others matter? Su Yan's gaze burned with intensity. With my disciple's talent, anything below the sovereign realm would be a failure on my part. Dai, just keep your eyes wide open when the time comes. Dai Yuan's face flushed, and he fell silent. At this moment, Zhao Wang's son pointed at the luminous screen, exclaiming, Li Suifeng is in trouble. Both Dai Yuan and Su Yan looked up, and through the screen, they observed Li Suifeng surrounded by a throng of students. It turned out that during Li Suifeng and Wei Yunhuan's battle, the poison circle had tightened considerably, now encompassing only 150 square meters. Excluding Li Suifeng's group, over 30 students remained, naturally creating a congested environment. Coincidentally, Li Suifeng found himself at the center of the toxic zone, and as the other students recognized him as the leader of the training rankings, they gravitated towards him. Although these students exchanged no words, they tacitly ceased their slaughter. Their gazes fixed intently upon Li Suifeng, as if he were prey. Yu and the others remained in a stupor, and with enemies closing in around him. Li Suifeng's situation became precarious. Su Yunji wore a look of regret. Li Suifeng's talent and strength had undoubtedly captivated everyone, including him. Yet, due to the relentless battles, Li Suifeng's current condition was likely far from optimal. With the training nearing its conclusion and so many students now opposing him, could he truly survive until the end? Su Yunji felt a wave of pessimism wash over him, a sentiment shared by most of the school officials. Only Hua Rongji remained full of expectation, pondering whether this child could continue to work miracles. Meanwhile, within the trial ground, why had Yu and the others not yet awakened? Li Suifeng could indeed sense the surrounding students encircling him. However, he remained unfazed, his gaze landing on his stunned companions. Alas, no matter how he called out, Yu and the others remained in a daze, seemingly unable to escape the illusion. Even after I dispatched Wei Yunhuan, his illusion still lingers? That scoundrel. As Li Suifeng fumed internally, a sudden voice broke through his thoughts. So, you are Li Suifeng? Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a group of 3 or 4 students approaching, led by a boy with a mole at the corner of his mouth, wearing a malicious expression. You managed to take down Wei Yunhuan and Niu Dali, which certainly speaks to your prowess. But now, your companions are incapacitated. How will you resist us? Around this group, other students were forming pairs, and even behind and to the side of Li Suifeng, students were closing in. Li Suifeng furrowed his brow. Did they consider him an easy target, seeking to exploit his vulnerability? Seeing Li Suifeng silent, the boy with the mole sneered, Li Suifeng, if you surrender obediently, perhaps you can avoid some of the pain. But if you remain obstinate, we will have no choice but to. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of golden blade light cut through the air. The boy with the mole barely had time to react before the blade aura struck him, causing him to bleed profusely as he collapsed to the ground, a gruesome gash across his chest revealing stark white bone. The youth with a mole at the corner of his mouth emitted a piercing scream. His companions, momentarily stunned, were met with Li Suifeng's scornful retort. If you wish to fight, then simply engage. Must you drone on endlessly? A few of his companions were left dumbfounded. You are surrounded by so many. How can you blame us for being verbose? Is this not an opportunity for you to surrender? Suddenly, a sharp whoosh rang through the air as Li Suifeng dashed to the side of the mole-faced boy, brandishing his blade in a sweeping arc. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh resonated continuously as students toppled like weeds, their anguished cries piercing the air. From a distance, the onlooking students were rendered speechless. In a mere instant, Li Suifeng had dispatched the mole-faced youth and his 4 companions. What sorcery was this? Was he slaughtering chickens? Yet these were no mere chickens. They were formidable competitors who had made it to the final circle. How could they be so effortlessly dispatched? As the stunned spectators grappled with their shock, Li Suifeng continued to dart through the throngs, using his razor-sharp demon-hunting blade to efficiently eliminate several more individuals. With each successive fall of a student, the remaining ones could no longer bear the weight of their dread. They gasped in horror, casting fearful glances at Li Suifeng. This individual was undeniably a superhuman. There could be no rival to him within this trial ground. How could such a monster emerge among this year's freshmen? It was utterly unjust. Li Suifeng, please, slow down. We harbor no ill will towards you. One student, visibly shaken and teetering on the brink of collapse, shouted desperately. Li Suifeng turned to regard him, his expression devoid of emotion. We are already in the final circle. Do you still wish to coexist peacefully with me? The student froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, in the final circle, only 10 would remain. What good would pleading for mercy do? Everyone, Li Suifeng is far too powerful. We must unite against him. The student, suddenly enlightened, suppressed his fear and called for collaboration. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of golden light dazzled the air. In the next moment, his head fell to the ground like a deflated ball, his face frozen in a mask of terror. His companions, utterly paralyzed by fear, erupted into screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This Li Suifeng is not human. I'm done. I'm out. The cacophony abruptly ceased with the swift stroke of Li Suifeng's blade. As the last of the panicked cries faded, he surveyed the remaining students with a sinister grin. You are now encircled by me. Will you surrender willingly, or do you wish to be cleaved in two?